A father's redemption.
Mui's mind reeled at the word son. A flicker of sanity returned to his eyes as he turned to Fujin, his expression filled with disbelief and confusion. Fujin, standing amidst the chaos of the battlefield, remained unshaken. He gestured toward Satori, the grotesque, winged monstrosity dodging the relentless attacks of his iron sand. You don't want your son Muku to remain like that forever, do you? The words hit Mui like a blow. His lips parted, but he shook his head violently, rejecting the notion. No, that thing is not my son Muku. His voice cracked with something between denial and despair. Fujin, still controlling his iron sand with precision, blocking the razor-sharp feathers shot by Satori, spoke again. This time, his voice colder, sharper. Are you really going to deceive yourself, Mui?
You know the truth.
You know that he is still your son.
Mui clenched his fists.
His shoulders sagged under the weight of guilt. His breath was heavy, and finally he broke. Yes. His voice was hollow. The hatred in his eyes was so clear, and I am the one responsible for it. Fujin did not allow the silence to linger. He pressed on, his words like daggers to Mui's fragile resolve. The box of ultimate bliss is no different from hell. Your son has been trapped inside, tortured by that darkness over and over, until all the emotions that once defined him were stripped away, leaving nothing but fear.
Mui trembled.
Fujin continued, unrelenting. He may have changed into what you see before you, but he is still Muku. And only you can free him from the darkness. His voice lowered, becoming more deliberate. So tell me, Mui, will you just sit back in guilt and let your son remain a monster, or will you fight for him? This is your last chance.
A lie.
Fujin felt no guilt in deceiving Mui. There was no saving Muku. Even if Mui were to miraculously bring him back, he would still be bound to the box of ultimate bliss. But Mui needed to believe that he could save his son. And it worked. A spark ignited in Mui's dull eyes. His spine straightened, his hands clenched with renewed determination. He turned to face Satori, not as a man resigned to his fate, but as a father ready to fight. Fujin smirked beneath his mask.
The monster's fear.
Satori roared in frustration. His golden eyes blazed with hatred as he flapped his grotesque wings, raining down another flurry of deadly feathers.
Damn it!
Why are you still alive? At those words, Jiraiya and Tsunade exchanged wide-eyed glances. Satori couldn't sense Mui. That meant it couldn't predict Mui's actions. Realization dawned upon them both. Mui was the only person in Konoha who could truly land a hit on Satori.
Jiraiya's fists clenched. This organization. Amatsukami, they are terrifying. The fact that Fujin had anticipated this before anyone else only proved how dangerous he was. Tsunade cast a wary glance at Fujin, who remained motionless in the sky, observing the battlefield. How much power does this man actually have? But Fujin wasn't concerned with their thoughts. His focus was solely on Mui and the opportunity ahead. Mui turned to him, eyes burning with conviction. What do I do? Fujin gave a simple answer. Do what you do best. A pause.
I will create the opportunity.
And with that he acted.
The sky turns black.
Clap.
The sound of Fujin's hands coming together rippled through the air like thunder. From the ground, a colossal wave of iron sand surged toward the sky, spreading out like a massive curtain over Konoha.
The sun vanished.
For a moment, the entire village was bathed in darkness. Jiraiya's breath hitched. The sheer scale of it. He wasn't even fighting seriously before. He whispered in disbelief. Tsunade's brows furrowed. I thought this Amatsukami member was just another skilled ninja with magnet release. But this, she clenched her fists. This is something else. The realization dawned not just upon them, but on every shinobi watching.
The sky was gone.
All that remained was a storm of black iron sand, shifting and swirling above them. The iron cage. Satori flapped his wings furiously, his grotesque form twisting in panic. He saw what was coming. The massive iron sand curtain above him began to descend. He had two choices. Try to break through the iron sand, risking severe injury. Descend back toward the ground, toward the shinobi. For the first time, Satori hesitated. And in that moment of indecision, Mui struck. Using the footholds created by the floating iron sand platforms, Mui leaped higher and higher, moving with precision and purpose. Satori couldn't sense him. By the time the monster noticed him, it was too late. Mui's palm slammed onto Satori's head. Fire style, Great Celestial Fire Prison.
Boom.
A searing red curse seal spread across Satori's grotesque body, consuming him in flames.
Satori screeched in agony. His chakra was sealed. His body burned. His wings twitched uselessly. He was trapped. And then, Fujin made his move. A god's judgment. The iron sand in the sky condensed into countless fists. Then, they fell. Boom, boom, boom. A relentless barrage of iron sand fists smashed into Satori's body, each hit sending shockwaves through the air. The monster wailed, struggling to break free, but there was no escape. And then, a final, monstrous fist formed. This one was massive, the size of a building. And it fell. Boom. Satori's body was slammed into the earth. The ground shattered beneath the impact, sending tremors throughout the battlefield. A thick cloud of dust billowed into the air. For a moment, there was only silence. And then, Satori lay still. The monster was defeated. The aftermath. A stunned silence filled the battlefield. Jiraiya stared at the scene, his fists trembling. That's terrifying. Tsunade exhaled sharply, her heart pounding. This wasn't just power. This was control. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood by the window, watching the battlefield with unreadable eyes. Raise the threat level of this Amatsukami member, he ordered. He has the power to destroy an entire shinobi village by himself. A father's final act. As the dust settled, Mui stood amidst the rubble, panting heavily. His eyes fell on Muku's charred, weakened form. Stepping forward, he knelt beside his son. I'm sorry, he whispered. Muku's crimson eyes flickered. There was recognition in them. For the first time since he had emerged from the box of ultimate bliss, Muku saw his father. And Mui knew what he had to do. With a solemn expression, he reached out, placing a trembling hand over his son's head. A father's final act. And the cycle of pain would end. The battle rages on. As soon as Fujin's iron sand fist smashed Satori into the ground, Tsunade, driven by sheer rage, leaped high into the air and came down with a devastating, chakra-enhanced punch aimed directly at Satori's head. Boom! The impact was earth-shattering. The entire battlefield shook violently, sending tremors across the village. The force of her punch shattered the ground, creating a massive crater at the center, half burying Satori's grotesque form. Even Jiraiya and Gamabunta struggled to keep their balance as the ground beneath them fractured and quaked. Floating above, Fujin watched the spectacle unfold, his eyebrows raising slightly under his mask. Would I survive if I got hit by that? He mused, uncertain. Tsunade's full-powered chakra punch was a terrifying thing to witness. Satori's massive skull had been driven deep into the earth. For a moment, all was still. Jiraiya swallowed nervously, his eyes lingering on the unmoving beast. He's not dead, is he? Tsunade, still fuming, cracked her knuckles and muttered, You better pray he is. Because if he's still alive. Before she could finish, Fukasaku's voice rang out, urgent and sharp. He's not dead yet. Don't let your guard down. Tsunade's eyes narrowed. She turned her gaze toward Satori's half-buried form but held herself back. Another figure was already moving forward. A father's redemption. Mui, having landed earlier, walked toward Satori. His steps were slow, deliberate. He muttered under his breath, voice heavy with guilt. I have to correct my mistakes. Muku, I will accompany you to Yomi, the underworld. The moment he reached Satori, he hesitated. Slowly he reached out, his trembling fingers brushing against Satori's monstrous claws. A surge of dark energy struck him like lightning. Mui gasped, violently jerking his hand back. In that brief moment of contact, a torrent of memories and twisted emotions crashed into him. The sheer hatred, torment, and despair that had plagued his son inside the box of ultimate bliss washed over him like a tide of darkness. This is the hell you endured because of me. Tears streamed down Mui's face. His son had suffered beyond imagination. Even 1 second of contact had nearly broken his soul. But Muku had been trapped inside that darkness for years. His voice trembled. I will free you. Steeling himself, Mui began weaving hand seals. Then, in one swift motion, he slammed his palm onto Satori's head. The flames of purification. The cursed seal of the great celestial fire prison ignited. Satori's entire body erupted into flames. A pillar of fire shot up into the night sky, painting the entire village red. Ah! Satori screamed. The piercing wails of agony echoed throughout Konoha as he thrashed and writhed, rolling across the ground in a desperate attempt to extinguish the flames. But it was useless. The fire burned from the inside out. Fujin observed the scene, a flicker of intrigue flashing in his eyes.
The great celestial fire prison, it's almost as if it was tailor-made to counter Satori. Now that he thought about it, it made perfect sense. Mui's clan had been the gatekeepers of the box of ultimate bliss. It was only natural that they had developed a technique specifically designed to neutralize whatever horrors the box might unleash.
A shadow looms over Konoha.
Far from the battlefield, on a high cliff overlooking the village, a group of figures stood in silence, watching as the red glow of the flames illuminated the night sky. Each one of them wore a black cloak adorned with red clouds. Without exception, they were members of Akatsuki. At the center stood Hiriko, his body wrapped in bandages, his expression unreadable. To his right, Satori, in his Hiriko puppet, stood still as a statue. Beside him, Kakuzu crossed his arms, his eyes void of emotion. Further away, Haiden licked his lips, eager for another chance to shed Kage-level blood. Kisame, Biwa Juzo, and the Kirigakure team stood silently, watching the scene unfold. And at the very edge of the cliff, Shinichi Uchiha squatted with a mocking grin.
He chuckled.
Looks like Amatsukami got to play first. Hiriko sighed, disappointed. Is this the extent of its power? Sasori's tone was cold. Satori was stronger than expected. We should have used it with the full-scale attack.
Hiriko smirked. No matter.
It was just an appetizer. He glanced at his gathered forces. Konoha will perish tonight.
Conan descends.
Like an angel of death, Conan descended onto the cliff. Her sharp amber eyes swept over the gathered forces. Hiriko turned to her, his voice carrying a rare note of respect. Should we act?
Conan nodded. Yes.
But there are changes to the plan. The presence of Amatsukami complicates things. Everyone except for Tobi will attack as planned. She turned to Hiriko, her gaze unwavering. Your priority is to capture Fujin. A smirk tugged at Hiriko's lips. Understood. Conan continued, we must also recover the box of ultimate bliss. It may prove useful.
Hiriko nodded.
Leave it to me. With that, he formed hand seals and slammed his palm onto the ground.
Boom.
A fleet of chimera birds emerged, their monstrous forms screeching into the night. One by one, the Akatsuki members mounted their summons. The true battle was about to begin.
The calm before the storm.
Back in Konoha, at the edge of the battlefield, a worn-out Hyuga Yui and Shizun watched the inferno that engulfed Satori. Yui exhaled. It's finally over. Just then, Fujin landed beside them. His voice cut through the night.
Over?
Don't be ridiculous. His masked gaze turned toward the sky. The real fight hasn't even started.
Shizun stiffened.
She eyed Fujin warily. Yes, he had helped them, but Amatsukami was still a terrorist organization. Yui, however, bowed deeply. Thank you for saving me earlier.
Fujin glanced at her.
His expression hidden, but something in his stance softened slightly. Still, his voice remained firm.
You two should leave.
The enemies coming next are beyond your ability.
Shizun shook her head.
We are Konoha shinobi. We can't abandon our village.
Yui nodded.
We must protect our home.
Fujin sighed.
He didn't have time for this. The Akatsuki was coming. And they were woefully unprepared. Just then, Tsunade approached. Her sharp gaze swept over them. And she made a decision. Shizun, Yui. Go to Block C. Help with the evacuation and tend to the wounded. Neither Kunoichi argued. As they departed, Fujin exhaled. With Yui gone, he could finally focus. He turned his masked gaze toward the horizon.
The storm was coming.
And Konoha was about to face hell.
Hey, everyone. If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Looking at the leaving figure of Shizun and Yui, especially Shizun's, Tsunade's heart was full of self-blame. Although Shizun has been her disciple for over a decade now, most of that period Tsunade was either playing around from one place to another or she was indulged in gambling and drinking. So she had no intention of training Shizun, just wanted Shizun to be by her side because Shizun was her lover Kato Dan's niece. Tsunade's selfishness and carelessness are clearly reflected today because even though Shizun has been by her side for over a decade, Shizun's growth in strength and skills has not been very good as Shizun barely even reaches the level of a low-class jonin. Sigh, it's all my fault. Instead of wallowing in grief, if I had focused on training Shizun, then maybe, sighed Tsunade in a guilty tone. Compared to Shizun, Hyuga strength is already quite high because of receiving systematic training under the guidance of the deceased wife of the patriarch of the Hyuga clan. While Tsunade was guilty, Fujin flew back into the air and looked around. It stands to reason that since Satori has been solved, the Akatsuki organization should also start their follow-up offensive by now. However, when Fujin looked around, he found no trace of any member of Akatsuki organization anywhere near the village, and this has made him a little confused. At the same time, he also realized that the village's response was very strange previously. Satori has destroyed a large section of the village, but the village only sent 2 powerful people including Tsunade and Jiraiya. As for Sandaime Hokage, Elder Kohara, and Elder Mitokato, as well as the patriarchs of all the shinobi clans and the other elites of the village, did not show up. Are they still so calm? Muttered Fujin and started to analyze the possible cause. And it didn't take him too long to realize something. Before he had been focused on dealing with Satori and didn't have any extra energy to analyze the situation, but now that he is free, Fujin realized that the reason why both Akatsuki organization and the village are so silent is probably because of his intervention. Thinking so, Fujin was a little dumbfounded. Does Sandaime-sama, Obito, and Nagato think that the entire Amatsukami is also standing behind me, so they have to stop their previous actions and reformulate their strategies accordingly? This thought is quite reasonable, but only Fujin knows that the current him has no support, because, except for him, Shisui, and Itachi, there are no official members in Amatsukami. And since Fujin has lost contact with both Shisui and Itachi, so currently, he is the only one present here who can deal with the Akatsuki organization. Of course, there is also Sandaime Kazekage, but his body has not been cultivated completely, so his combat effectiveness is not high enough to fight against the likes of Hiriko, Obito, and Nagato. As for the other members, nobody else is active because his soul is currently present inside the Fujin clone. Of course, Fujin can change his body and reappear at the battlefield with a different identity such as Uchiha Tsukii or Sujin or Yama, but it's all him essentially, so it is highly unlikely that more than a single member of Amatsukami will appear at the current battlefield in order to resist the Akatsuki organization. While Fujin was analyzing the situation, the wailing and crying of Satori stopped. The fire covering his body was gradually extinguished at the same time its figure shrank and changed back to the appearance of 9 or 10 years old boy. Muku, said Mui with a joyous expression and hurried forward. The boy lying in the pit slowly opened his eyes and weakly murmured, "Ota-san." Mui cried in joy and hugged his son. "It was all my fault, please forgive me, Muku." But Muku did not share the same joy as Mui. He pushed away Mui and staggered to his own feet. Mui pleaded, "Muku, please don't get controlled by the box of ultimate bliss anymore. Look at me, this time, no matter where you go, I will accompany you." Muku flashed a mocking grin and said, "It's useless and it's too late. I can't get rid of its control anymore, so just live alone." As he finished speaking, Muku forcibly molded chakra and deliberately inspired the Great Celestial Fire Prison. Cursed seal that imprisoned him. People who are imprisoned with Great Celestial Fire Prison. Cursed seal must not mold chakra, because if they do so, it will trigger the Great Celestial Fire Prison. Cursed seal and the person will be swallowed by flames. Therefore, Muku's whole body was instantly covered in fire. "No, Muku, please don't." Mui exclaimed and rushed towards Muku in order to stop him. However, Mui was too late as Muku, whose entire body had been swallowed by the flames, spun around a little and quickly rushed into the box of ultimate bliss. As Muku said earlier, people who fall into the clutches of the box of ultimate bliss cannot get rid of its control. Even if the entire physical body is burned or destroyed by some means, the spiritual body will still return back to the box of ultimate bliss and will further be used to corrupt the other individuals who enter inside it. Therefore, saving Muku was impossible from the beginning, and Fujin wasn't surprised by this turn of events. The moment Muku entered the box of ultimate bliss, the entrance of the box also gradually closed, and all the crying, wailing, stopped. At the same time, the substantial evil chakra that was being released from the box of ultimate bliss also disappeared abruptly. Swish. The cold night breeze blew and a momentary peace was restored all around at Novel bin Adat. And Mui, who was chasing after his son, collapsed in front of the box as its entrance was closed. His current expression was a dazed one. His eyes were hollow, as if his soul had also left with Muku. While everyone around looked at Mui with either pity or a complicated gaze, an incredibly fast figure suddenly flashed in front of him, and before anyone could react to his sudden appearance, the figure directly pierced his hand through Mui's heart, as a result, killing Mui in a single blow. Fujin, who was floating in midair, suddenly muttered, "Finally appeared." Tsunade and Jiraiya on the ground were taken aback by the sudden appearance of this new party, because the speed of the other party was too fast, completely exceeding their reaction speed. Vigilant, Jiraiya and Tsunade looked at the appearance of this figure, as if wanting to figure out who exactly is he. At this time, the figure that had suddenly appeared tossed aside Mui's dead body, and muttered in disdain, "Kusangakure's waste." Couldn't even complete the one task he was given. As he tossed aside Mui's dead body, his appearance was also revealed, and it turned out that he is not just anyone, but a contemporary of Tsunade and Jiraiya's generation. "Hiriko." Tsunade's face sank and she shouted at him, Why did you join the likes of Akatsuki? Have you forgotten that you were a Konoha shinobi?" Jiraiya also echoed from the side, "It's still not too late to stop." We will help you, interceded with Sensei, don't make mistakes again and again. I don't have any nostalgia for this village that didn't even bother to take me seriously, said Hirako indifferently, then turned his head and looked at the box of ultimate bliss. Noting the iron sand nailing the box to the ground, Hirako pressed his hands on it, and as soon as he did so, the iron sand lost the chakra support and scattered on the ground. With that done, Hirako lifted the box of ultimate bliss and threw it into the air abruptly. Immediately afterward, he too jumped into the air along with the box of ultimate bliss. Whoosh whoosh. Accompanied by the sound of breaking wind, the chimera bird glided across the air and caught the box as well as Hirako on its back. Do you think it would this easy? Muttered Fujin as he clapped his hands together. Naturally, Fujin wouldn't allow Hirako to take away the box of ultimate bliss. And as soon as he clapped his hands together, countless iron sand rushed towards the chimera bird from all directions as it took the form of a giant tornado at the center of which was Hirako and his chimera bird. Hirako wasn't panicked as he saw the iron sand encircling heaven and earth. He just raised his hands and shouted, "Dark release," inhaling Ma. Whoosh. Instantly, the air around Hirako's plan looked like two small twisters as it continuously absorbed the chakra controlling the iron sand. And with the loss of chakra support, the iron sand also scattered around immediately. After resolving the iron sand tornado, Hirako chuckled, and said in a mocking tone, "Do you think that the likes of you who merely rely on magnet release can come close enough to stopping me? Just wait for a little while, after I deal with this thing, next I will be coming for you." Fujin's face sank. The restraint of dark release on ninjutsu is too remarkable, and unless it is a highly advanced ninjutsu like that of Uzumaki's Naruto's futon, Raisin Shuriken, which is the epitome of shape and nature transformation, otherwise, ordinary ninjutsu simply doesn't work on him. Not to mention, Fujin isn't even sure whether futon, Raisin Shuriken would work on the current Hirako. After all, the current Hirako is completely different from what he was in the canon. While Fujin was pondering over whether to use Shikatsumayaku against Hirako or not, Hirako stretched out his arm and released the absorbed magnet release chakra. Then while controlling the scattered iron sand to attack Fujin, he said with a chiseled grin, "Why don't you have a taste of your own magnet release?" Jiraiya and Tsunade on the ground glanced at each other and decided to join the battle in order to prevent Hirako from taking away the box of ultimate bliss. This time, the member of Amatsukami found someone who can restrain Satori does not mean that they will be so lucky next time. Therefore, Jiraiya and Tsunade would never allow the box of ultimate bliss to fall into the hands of Akatsuki. Boom 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 boom. Explosion? But before Jiraiya or Tsunade could make their move, suddenly there were bursts of explosions that came from all over the village. Obviously, it wasn't just Hirako who entered the village, the other members of Akatsuki have also launched a full-scale attack. Looking at Konoha that has again fallen into a chaotic state, Zetsu muttered, "And now, it begins." The deafening explosions sounded from almost all the directions of the village at the same time. The village, which had just returned to tranquility a few moments ago after the box of ultimate bliss was closed again, fell into chaos, clamor, and roars. While hovering in midair, Fujin looked at the current situation of the village with a solemn expression. In his Byakugan vision, he could see that the eastern part of the village had already fallen into a chaotic state. Within a small area of a few blocks, hundreds of new chakra signatures appeared instantly, and all these chakra signatures were connected to a single point via chakra threads. Fujin didn't need to guess too deeply to realize that the person there must be Satori of the Red Sand, who has already started his red secret technique, performance of 100 puppets. But these 100 puppets weren't the end. There was also the presence of Raza's gold sand, Yuki clan's ice, and Kagaya clan's white bones, among many other types of ninjutsu being used there from time to time. Compared with the chaotic and noisy eastern section, the western section is extremely quiet. But nobody who saw the western section from up in the air would assume that the situation there is normal, because it is completely abnormal. Fujin could see thick mist appearing in the western section, and this thick mist was slowly and steadily engulfing the entire western section, and there were vague sounds of fighting coming from the mist. Then there is Uchiha clan district where fire and lightning are constantly rising into the sky. Sometime ice and fire would collide, sometimes fire and fire would collide. As a result, thick thunder clouds have gathered into the sky above the Uchiha clan district. The Inuzuka clan is swarming with all kinds of birds and beasts along with the constant sound of tornado twisters. The district of the Abarame clan is swarming with countless papers carrying out endless explosions. The district of Sarutobi clan is filled with all kinds of ninjutsu colliding with each other. Overall, it seems to be a doomsday scene, and looking at such a scene, Fujin can't help but mutter, did Akatsuki organization just launch a full-scale attack on Konoha? But Fujin was still a bit confused, but if that's the case, then where are Obito and Nagato? Also, is the Conan attacking the Abarame clan is the real one or is it just a paper clone? Although Fujin can see that Akatsuki organization has launched a full-scale attack on Konoha, he still has to be extremely vigilant against the sneak attacks. After all, there are still a lot of players who haven't yet made their appearance, like Nagato, Pain Rakudo, Obito, Kakuzu, and Haiden. Amongst all of these, Fujin is more vigilant against the sudden appearance of Nagato and Obito, especially Obito. Because Obito is now DMS Obito, he has access to both long-distance Kamui and short-distance Kamui, so he is much more dangerous compared to others. With his long-distance Kamui, Obito can kill anyone in the blink of an eye without even a need to show himself. The tearing of Kamui is something that even truth-seeking orbs cannot resist, let alone him who uses Shikatsu Miyako for defense, so if once conspired by Obito, only death would await Fujin. Jiraiya and Tsunade on the battlefield naturally heard the movements all over the village. Looking in the direction of the Hokage building, Jiraiya muttered with a solemn expression. They launched a full-scale attack. Tsunade did not turn her gaze from the direction of Hiriko standing on top of his chimera bird and said in a deep tone, "Don't worry about the other things. Sensei has been prepared for this situation and would respond accordingly. For now, we have to get that box of bliss from Hiriko's hands. Can't let such dangerous thing fall into Akatsuki's hands again." After speaking so, Tsunade jumped on top of a broken wall, facing the survived Konoha shinobi who were still present here, and shouted, "Don't let the Akatsuki organization take away the box of ultimate bliss." Yes, Tsunade-sama. All the ninjas nodded solemnly and were ready to give their all, even their lives, to make sure that the box of bliss does not fall into Akatsuki organization's hands. Having experienced the nightmare-like hard fight not long ago, all the surviving ninjas understood the horror of Satori and the box of ultimate bliss. At the same time, they are also well aware of the consequences should the box of ultimate bliss fall into Akatsuki organization's hands. Therefore, they would rather die than let such dangerous things be taken away by the Akatsuki. Hiriko, standing on the back of his chimera bird, sneered, "You would all rather die, huh? Whoosh. Then I shall fulfill this wish of yours." Even before his words were finished, Hiriko's figure disappeared. Immediately afterward, he suddenly appeared on the ground and directly pierced the heart of Konoha shinobi with his arm that was hardened with steel release. The process was faster than the time he killed Mui. What? So fast? The Konoha shinobis around were taken aback and only managed to react when Hiriko pulled out his bloody arm from the chest of the dead Konoha shinobi. The corner of Hiriko's lips arched to reveal a Glasgow grin, and simultaneously 5 figures of Hiriko appeared on the battle and dragging long after images. All 5 figure pounced on the 5 Konoha shinobi in a different position. This time, however, the 5 shinobi were ready and defended Hiriko's attacks with their individual methods, but the result was still the same. All 5 of them died at the same time as their hearts were pierced by Hiriko. After killing the 5 Konoha shinobi, all 5 figures disappeared, as if they were never even present there in the first place. Jiraiya was shocked. There was no white smoke nor any other element. This shows that they were not any kind of clones but after images. His speed has already reached such a degree. Toad Fukazaku on Jiraiya's shoulder was also shocked. Such inhuman speed. Is this really swift release Kekii Genkai? Even if all the Konoha ninjas on the battlefield were somewhat tired or wounded, but they were all experienced shinobi, not free melons that can be chopped so easily? Damn it. Tsunade was furious as she saw Hiriko slaughtering fellow Konoha shinobi one after another, and without wasting any more breath on trying to convince him with words alone, she pounced on him with her fastest speed to land her explosive punch on her and kill him in one shot. Boom! But the moment her fist touched Hiriko, it completely phased through him. Tsunade instantly realized that this is only an afterimage left by Hiriko, and her fist after passing through the afterimage hit the ground, producing an explosive noise as well as smashing a deep pit that sunk several meters into the ground. Although her attack failed, Tsunade was far from giving up, and instantly turned around to find Hiriko's figure. Whoosh! But before she could get up, Hiriko suddenly flashed behind her and pierced his through Tsunade's back. Feeling the sudden wind behind her, Tsunade wanted to turn around or flash away, but Hiriko's speed was too fast and she could barely tilt her body a few centimeters when Hiriko's hand pierced through her back and appeared out of her chest. Puff! Tsunade spat out a mouthful of blood and her clothes were wet. But thankfully, Hiriko's arm did not puncture her heart because she managed to tilt her body a few centimeters. Therefore, she would still live. Hiriko obviously noticed this, but he didn't mind. Even if she managed to save her heart from being punctured, it would mean nothing as she would die very soon. Therefore, he decided to play with her a little bit and said with an amused tone, "Tsunade, do you see it now? Do you realize it now? This is the gap between us." Cough cough. Tsunade was unable to answer as blood was accumulating in her throat. "Tsunade!" Jiraiya in the distance exclaimed and rushed over. Hiriko's smirk widened as he glanced at Jiraiya. "Are you in such a hurry to die?" and decided to toy with Jiraiya for a little while until Sandaime Hokage himself shows up. But just as Hiriko wanted to withdraw his arm that was piercing through Tsunade, his brows frowned because he found that his arm couldn't be pulled out at Novel Bin at. Although Tsunade was coughing up blood, she was also tightly holding Hiriko's hand that pierced through her chest. Then immediately she waved her elbow behind in order to smash Hiriko's head. Smash! Contrary to what Tsunade expected, there was no sound of bones breaking, nor was there any sound of muscles tearing, which made her frown. Tsunade turned her head onto to notice that her elbow was blocked by Hiriko's other arm that was hardened by steel release, and 3 black tomo were already spinning in Hiriko's Sharinon. Seeing the Sharinon, the surprise on Tsunade's face was clearly apparent, and noting her surprise, Hiriko said, "The contraction of muscles in your shoulder blades has already exposed your intention. Tsunade, anything you do would have no effect in front of these eyes." Immediately afterward, lightning appeared on Hiriko's arm that was piercing through Tsunade's chest. The use of lightning caused a paralyzing sensation on Tsunade's body and loosened her grip on Hiriko's hand. Using this opportunity, Hiriko instantly pulled back his hand at the same time, lifted his leg hardened with steel release, and heavily kicked Tsunade's back, which broke several bones in her body. At this time, Jiraiya also rushed over and started fighting with Hirako. While Jiraiya is in Senin mode, all of his physical stats including action speed, reaction speed, striking strength, perception, ninjutsu etc. are boosted to the limit. And with the cooperation of the two great sage toads that can assist Jiraiya in the honored Senin mode, it is not an exaggeration to say that his fighting power doubles. However, Hirako is also one of the strongest existences in the current shinobi world, with the combination of 5 Kekkei Genkai including Swift Release, Steel Release, Dark Release, Storm Release, and Sheri-non, coupled with the Chimera buds in his body and the dark medical ninjutsu that he has mastered. Hirako is not only not afraid of the Jiraiya in the Senin mode, but is more than confident enough in fully thrashing Jiraiya. Boom 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 boom. The two of them are like monsters, constantly fighting on the ground, dragging out countless after images across the battlefield. Each and every move would produce shocking airwaves and ear-piercing loud noise. When Jiraiya fought with Hirako, the Konoha shinobis were a little relieved and hoped that Jiraiya-sama can defeat this monster, but it's a pity that they hoped too much of him, as after just a few exchanges, Jiraiya was ruthlessly kicked out by Hirako. Boom. Jiraiya, who was kicked out by Hirako, knocked out several buildings in a row and barely managed to stop the momentum of his body as the smoke and dust covered the sky. Hirako twisted his neck and said in a disappointing tone, "Is Senin mode only at this level?" Initially, Hirako had high hopes from Jiraiya, who can use the Senin mode. After all, the power of Senjo Hashirama in the Senin mode was simply mind-boggling. But after personally experiencing the power of Jiraiya in the Senin mode, Hirako was seriously disappointed. While Hirako looked at Jiraiya with a disappointed gaze, Jiraiya, who crawled out of the rubble, coughed out blood and his heart was stormy as he looked at Hirako with an incredulous expression. If he was in his best state, then there is no way he would be defeated so quickly at the hands of Hirako, but not long. He fought against Satori that not only resulted in heavy chakra consumption but also inflicted some injuries, so the state of Jiraiya when he fought against Hirako, Jiraiya was already a bit tired. Not to mention, he can't use Senjutsu Chakra enhanced ninjutsu against Hirako as they will be easily absorbed by Hirako. Therefore, Jiraiya's combat effectiveness is greatly limited against Hirako, who can cope up with all forms of combat thanks to his 5 Kekkei Genkai. But even with all that, Jiraiya had to admit that he is no longer Hirako's opponent. The difference in raw power is simply too much. Jiraiya has a feeling that even if the current him, Tsunade, and Orochimaru work together to fight, the result would be no different, and they would still be defeated. Hirako obviously didn't care about Jiraiya's thoughts, and looking at the two of the legendary Sennin lying injured at his feet, Hirako said with a carefree smile, "It's a pity that Orochimaru has already defected, because if not, then I would have easily thrashed the legendary Sennin here, and I wonder, what is Sandaime Hokage thinking upon looking at the scene here? I really want to see his current expression." Boom! While Hirako was distracted in mocking Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Sandaime Hokage, a loud explosive sound resounded and the entire battlefield shook. Everyone turned to look at the cause and noticed that the box of ultimate bliss that was supposed to be present on the back of Hirako's chimera bird has fallen from the sky. Immediately afterward, Fujin's figure also slowly floated down and gracefully landed on top of the box of ultimate bliss. Boom! Just as the box of ultimate bliss and Fujin landed on the ground one after another, Hirako's chimera bird in the sky also let out a painful cry, with blood constantly dripping out of the large hole in its body. It crashed into a nearby building and died immediately. Hirako frowned and shifted his vision to Fujin standing carefree on top of the box of ultimate bliss. Hirako noticed that although Fujin has also experienced a long battle against the monster of the box of ultimate bliss just like Tsunade and Jiraiya, there are no visible traces of that battle on Fujin's body. In fact, there was not even a speck of dust on his black gold-rimmed Amatsukami cloak. Hirako then focused his gaze on the green wind-patterned mask of the other party, and sneered coldly, "You didn't run away using this opportunity?" The members of Amatsukami are inexplicably self-confident even in the face of their death. Fujin didn't answer, just coldly glanced at Hirako. In the original Naruto story, Hirako failed to successfully complete his Kekkei Genkai absorption ritual. At that time, he, who barely managed to absorb 4 Kekkei Genkai, was already capable of crushing Heitake Kakashi's Squad 7 along with the rest of Konoha 11. Just imagine, a Hokage candidate like Heitake Kakashi couldn't manage to hold his own against Hirako. This alone proves that Hirako's strength at that time was already beyond Kakashi's level, who was already a cage-level shinobi. At the last moment, if Hirako hadn't insisted on absorbing Naruto's Futon, Raisin Shuriken with his dark release, he wouldn't have paid the price of failing. Futon, Raisin Shuriken turned out to be far superior ninjutsu than he had imagined. As a result, not only was he unable to absorb it but also suffered serious injuries after the failure, because he couldn't dodge it in time because it was already too late. If he hadn't insisted on that, then Hirako wouldn't have lost and died on that day. But even if he lost and died, it wouldn't be wrong to assume that Hirako at that time was already a cage-class powerhouse. And in this verse, not only did he get the full support of the Akatsuki organization in carrying out his Kekkei Genkai absorption ritual but also managed to successfully absorb all 5 Kekkei Genkai that he wanted to. So, if we exclude the hidden dangers of Chimera buds and 5 extra souls in his body, then it wouldn't be wrong to say that the current Hirako is a perfect fusion of all 5 Kekkei Genkai. Moreover, the 5 Kekkei Genkai that he has absorbed in this verse are far more compatible with his body than they were in canon. So, in terms of potential and pure strength, Hirako was already a super cage class powerhouse at the moment he successfully completed the ritual. The only shortcoming he had was the lack of combat experience, which is the common problem of most researchers. However, after so many fierce life and death battles that he has experienced ever since completing his ritual, this shortcoming of Hirako is also being quickly made up. The last battle he fought against the Yondaime Reikage was the clear proof. Although Hirako at that time failed to kill the Reikage, he did manage to overwhelm and suppress Reikage, who was supposed to be the fastest shinobi alive. Fujin, who has had the same experience as Hirako, knows very well that with the enrichment of combat experience and increased proficiency in the use of various Kekkei Genkai, the combat wisdom of Hirako can already display his 100% strength. So now, Fujin at a single glance can see that the current Hirako has far surpassed all the current cage. In fact, even if the 5 cage were to team up together to fight him, they would still be unable to do much damage to Hirako, and would still be defeated just like they were defeated at the hands of Madara in the 4th Great Shinobi War. After all, ninjutsu is pretty much useless against him. In taijutsu, he is already one of the best in the shinobi world, faster than Reikage, stronger than Tsunade. Coupled with the insight and genjutsu bonus that Sharingan provides him, there is hardly any attack that would escape his eyes, so Fujin doesn't believe that any of the current cage has what it takes to defeat Hirako. Of course, the Death Reaper seal in Sandaime Hokage's hands might prove effective, but who knows if the Shinigami will be able to match Hirako's speed and rip Hirako's soul out of his body. So, in simple words, Hirako is no longer what he used to be a few years ago. If someone looks at him with the same old eyes and treats him in the way they used to treat him a few years ago, then their end would be the same as bloody Jiraiya and Tsunade, who have fallen to the ground and are unable to put up even a decent fight. Of course, Fujin is different. Whoosh 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 whoosh. While Fujin and Hirako observed each other, several figures appeared on the battlefield. These people are either dressed in Konoha shinobi vests, or Konoha Umbu vests, meaning, they are Konoha reinforcements sent by Sandaime Hokage. Many of these shinobi are Fujin, such as Heitake Kakashi's special tactical team, including other shinobi. In fact, even Team RO led by Watatsumi, a shadow clone, is also part of the reinforcement. The current situation is different from when Satori attacked the village. At that time, Sandaime Hokage had learned about Satori's special abilities through Jiraiya and knew that the number advantage wouldn't work against Satori. Therefore, he did not send out too many shinobi to the battlefield. But right now, Akatsuki organization has launched a full-scale attack on Konoha. The Konoha shinobi stationed at various key areas have all started to use comprehensive strategies to resist and counter the revenge of the Akatsuki organization. Now glancing at Konoha shinobi in front of him that have come here as reinforcement, not only was Fujin not happy, instead, he frowned slightly. The enemy in front of Hirako, most of these shinobi that have been sent here by Sandaime Hokage are useless. Except for his shadow clone, i.e. Watatsumi, Heitake Kakashi, Tsunade, and Jiraiya, nobody else is even qualified to be present here, so he had to figure out how to send them away from here. After all, their presence here is equivalent to seeking death at the hands of Hirako. While Fujin thought about how to deal with these people, the Konoha shinobi who have arrived here as reinforcement noticed the bloody Jiraiya and the injured Tsunade. Tsunade-sama. Jiraiya-sama. As soon as they spotted the injured Tsunade and Jiraiya, a commotion broke out among the Konoha shinobi who have come here as reinforcements. Obviously, nobody expected that as soon as they would come to the battlefield, they would spot 2 of the legendary Sunin injured and knocked down by a member of the Akatsuki organization. But even if a commotion broke out, there were still a few calm individuals in the crowd who maintained their cool, like Watatsumi for example, who instead of panicking, ordered their subordinates to help Jiraiya-sama and Tsunade-sama. So with the support of Konoha shinobi, both Jiraiya and Tsunade stood up. Based on the damage both of them received at Hirako's hands, Tsunade's injury should have been much worse compared to Jiraiya, but at this moment, Tsunade is in a much better condition than Jiraiya. The bloody hole that ran through her back to her chest has disappeared with no scars left behind, although, she seems to be a little exhausted. On the other hand, although Jiraiya's injuries have healed quite a lot under Tsunade's treatment, there is still a look of malaise. Not to mention the excessive chakra consumption, because of which the Senin mode has disappeared, and the 2 great sage toad are also panting lightly. Despite all this, Hirako did not take advantage of this good opportunity. Instead, he watched this scene with great interest, as if he is relishing the pain Konoha is feeling today. Even a few years back, he had wanted to destroy Konoha but was unable to due to many reasons, but today Konoha will finally be destroyed and this is making him very ecstatic. He wants to enjoy every bit of this moment. At this moment, Akame's figure flashed to the side of the box of ultimate bliss, and while vigilantly watching Hirako, she looked at Fujin, and asked in a very familiar tone, "What's the situation now? Are we already so familiar with each other? Besides, doesn't she realize that currently, she is in her umbu guise? So, by common sense, I shouldn't be able to recognize her," thought Fujin under his breath, then realized, or maybe she didn't try to hide it because she knows about my Byakugan. Yes, this seems reasonable. After thinking so, Fujin looked at Akame and said, "You came here just right. This box will be handed over to you." Kakashi, who wasn't dressed as an umbu, but as a regular Konoha shinobi, also came near the box, and while carefully watching it he asked, "This is Kusagakure's box of ultimate bliss." Fujin nodded gently. Yes, take it away and seal it somewhere so that Akatsuki doesn't get their hands on it. Although Fujin also has an interest in the box of ultimate bliss and would like to study it, however, the current situation is too precarious and he can't get distracted with the box of ultimate bliss while fighting against the members of the Akatsuki organization, so it is better to let Konoha safe keep it for him until he feels like wants to study it. Seeing that Amatsukami did not attempt to take the box of ultimate bliss with them, Kakashi sighed in a relieved tone, then waved his hands to his subordinates and asked them to transport this ominous box to somewhere safe. Under Kakashi's instructions, several Konoha shinobi came towards the box of ultimate bliss and tried to remove it from the main battlefield. Hiriko on the other side also noted the actions of Konoha shinobi. With a frown he took a step forward, and while walking towards the box of ultimate bliss he said with a scowl, "Who allowed you pests to move the box of ultimate bliss?" At novel bin at. Seeing Hiriko coming closer and closer, Akame took out a pair of kunao and was going forward to try to stop him, but was stopped by Fujin. "You are not his opponent. Don't rush to a meaningless early death." Akame looked at Fujin with a puzzled look and asked, "There are so many of us, can he still defeat all of us single-handedly?" Whoosh. The moment Akame's words fell, Hiriko had already flashed in front of her and raised his hardened arm in order to pierce through Akame's chest to kill her in one shot. Seeing Hiriko's darkened arm strengthened by steel release gradually approaching her chest, Kurene's face, under her Akame mask was astonished. Her body was unable to react to such high speed and she literally felt death approaching her step by step. Smash! But just as Hiriko's arm approached Akame's chest, and was about to pierce through her heart, Hiriko's figure suddenly disappeared with a loud smashing sound as he was kicked away by Fujin. Boom! Before anyone could react to the sudden change in the situation, Hiriko, who had flown away and collided with a building about hundreds of meters away, quickly stood up and glared at Fujin with eyes burning in rage. "You are looking for death." The kick just now was nothing to him. Hiriko's entire body is strengthened by steel release, so ordinary taijutsu attacks are meaningless against him as they cannot hurt him. Although he isn't hurt physically, he is still very annoyed at being kicked in the face. It's as if the other party wasn't just kicking his body, he was also kicking his pride. Fujin could care less about what Hiriko felt. After having kicked away Hiriko, he walked in front of Akame and said to her, "Take that box and retreat. None of you are capable of surviving against him. Only I can deal with him." Yes. After having a first-hand experience of just how powerful Hiriko is, Akame felt ashamed and annoyed. Although reluctantly, she followed Fujin's order and retreated back. Kakashi on the side suddenly felt a little tangled up. He wasn't sure whether he should help the Amatsukami member in front of him to deal with Hiriko, or if he should retreat back along with Akame. However, Hiriko didn't let Kakashi feel tangled up for too long and said viciously, "Your magnet release is useless against me, and since you are so eager to suffer then I don't mind tearing up your limbs. Anyway, as long as you don't die Nagato should be able to extract information out of you." After that, he pulled out an afterimage and rushed towards Fujin at a faster speed compared to the time he fought against Jiraiya. We'll see about that. After a light snort, Fujin didn't bother to waste his breath. He directly flashed from his position and greeted Hiriko's fist in front of him. Boom! In an instant, the two figures collided with each other at an extremely fast speed, and a booming sound rang in the surroundings due to the collision of two fists. Immediately afterward, everyone felt the airwaves produced by the collision of two fists. Crack! Broke! Ears and air weren't the only ones affected by the collision, even the ground beneath Fujin and Hiriko's feet instantly collapsed due to the huge reaction force, and the cracks continued to extend outward, covering a range of dozens of meters. Unexpectedly, your physical strength is not so weak. Hiriko muttered with a wicked smile. Undoubtedly, after this short collision of fists, Hiriko realized that the other party's physical strength is also extraordinary, and with the way he carries himself, he is not just a ninjutsu-type shinobi who only relies on magnet release, but Hiriko isn't pressured or panicked by this misjudgment. On the contrary, he is excited and feels as if his blood is boiling for a good fight before he captures the other party. Fujin did not bother answering Hiriko, he just tilted his head slightly, and instantly used a reverse sweeping kick. Hiriko's body sank, the black three tomo in the scarlet copy wheel were spinning quickly. Although he cannot see the contraction and relaxation of muscles in the other party's body because of the other party's cloak, this doesn't stop him from avoiding the other party's attacks upon judging their trajectory. And immediately after dodging the other party's reverse sweeping kick, he immediately strengthened his right arm with steel release and pushed it forward to directly pierce through the other party's chest. At this instant, Fujin's body was still in midair because of the momentum of the previous reverse sweeping kick, and there was almost no foothold for him to use in order to dodge the attack, so Hiriko's face flashed a smile which clearly indicated his success. Humph, he dared to compare speed with my swift release? And insight with my Sharingan? Such a stupid guy. Hiriko sneered coldly. He is more than confident that except for Nagato, and Nagato's Tendo Pain, nobody in this shinobi world surpasses him in terms of speed and insight. At the same time, he also enjoyed the sense of accomplishment that comes with stifling powerhouses. For a moment, Hiriko even felt that if the member of Amatsukami in front of him was stronger, perhaps this Konoha collapse plan would have become more interesting. It's a pit. However, Hiriko's smile quickly solidified, because Fujin, who was in midair, adjusted his body in such a posture that he not only avoided Hiriko's piercing arm but also landed several back and forth kicks. Boom! There was another muffled sound and Hirako, who was again kicked away by Fujin, flew all the way to the end of the street and knocked another big hole on the same wall of the same building he previously collided into. Of course, he wasn't seriously injured or anything because his body was completely hardened by the use of steel release, so without much weight, he jumped out again, but his face was no longer the same as it used to be, and no longer filled with mockery. One time could be fluke or carelessness, but the second time cannot be. At the same time, he also realized a few other things and was deeply shocked, but how is this possible? For some reason, Hirako had a faint feeling that the other party knows Sharingan very well, and even knows how to deceive Sharingan's insight, but this is obviously impossible unless the other party also has Sharingan. Is it possible that he also has the Sharingan? Thought Hirako for a moment. He didn't think of any other dojutsu, because as far as he knows, except for Sharingan, no other dojutsu allows its user to be able to use the Eye of Insight. Fujin obviously didn't know Hirako's thoughts, but even if he knew he wouldn't care. The reason he understands Sharingan so well is that he has personally used Sharingan, Mangekyou Sharingan, and even the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan that Hirako would never be able to in his entire life. Not to mention, he has trained with Shisui and Itachi for years already. Both of them are masters in using the Sharingan. Hirako, no matter how good he is, will never be able to compare to the likes of Shisui and Itachi. Besides, Fujin currently has Byakugan, so he can perceive Hirako's chakra flow, and react accordingly, coupled with the fact that he can sense the change in the surrounding airflow caused by the movements of Hirako, so nothing Hirako does would escape Fujin's perception. Moreover, Fujin has to not only fight Hirako but also guard against the sneak attack from Nagato and Obito, therefore, his perception is currently 100% activated, so Fujin is paying attention to each and every change in the surrounding airflow. He had to make sure that he can perceive Kamui, lest it tears him apart and he dies here inexplicably. While Fujin was silent, Hirako noted that the Konoha shinobi have taken this opportunity to move the box of ultimate bliss out of his field of vision. Angered, Hirako roared, "Damn it, now it appears that I must get serious." Whoosh. In less than an instant, Hirako, who disappeared from his previous position, appeared rushed straight towards Fujin. The full speed displayed by Hirako under the complete eruption of his strength is simply jaw-dropping. Even if it was just an ordinary impact, it stirred up high-pressured airwaves, and a faint sonic boom resounded in everyone's ears. Fujin's expression shrank, although he had expected that Hirako has not yet displayed his true limits. Now that the scene appeared before him, he could no longer keep his hands and must fight this battle with a bit of seriousness. Boom 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 bang 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 bang. And as the two figures clashed, dozens of afterimages appeared on the battlefield in less than a split second. Obviously, the ones fighting are only two people, but their speed is so fast that to normal people it appears as if dozens of people are clashing against one another. Each other their moves would produce a sonic boom, create high-pressure sharp airwaves that were even capable of cutting through stones. The ground beneath their feet would crack and an endless roar of walls and houses collapsing burst out. Are they some kind of monsters? The Konoha shinobi on the sidelines were stunned and their eyebrows jumped out in shock upon witnessing such an inhuman level of battle. Let alone ordinary Konoha jonin, even Jiraiya and Tsunade were not much different. Both of their faces were filled with astonishment. The strength and speed of Fujin and Hirako have completely exceeded the dimension of their imagination. Moreover, this sonic speed is not a one-time burst, as the two of them are constantly fighting at such an inhuman speed and are only getting faster and faster as their battle is progressing. And those dazzling taijutsu skills are simply making their goosebumps stand up in fear, nervousness, and excitement. Toadfu Kazaku, who had previously jumped on top of Jiraiya's head, said in wonder, "Unexpectedly, this member of Amatsukami can match the speed displayed by Swift Release, it's really incredible." Jiraiya nodded with a dumb expression. "I am afraid, currently there is only one shinobi in Konoha who might be able to match such inhuman speed, Uchiha Shisui. He might stand a chance against these two, in terms of the speed department, at least." Tsunade thought a little and said, "It wouldn't be wrong to say that both of them stand at the pinnacle of taijutsu unless it is someone who has mastered the kinjutsu Hachiman Tonkao and has opened the state of Gate of Death." Although very reluctant, both Tsunade and Jiraiya also had to admit that in the current Konoha, almost no one can reach the inhuman level of strength of the two people in front of them. And listening to the comments and analysis of Jiraiya and Tsunade, who are legendary Sunin, the Konoha shinobi on the sidelines felt palpitations. At the same time, they can't help but look at Fujin with a thankful gaze. Fortunately, a member of Amatsukami took the initiative to resist Hirako, otherwise, this battlefield would have been filled with corpses of Konoha shinobi, and this battle wouldn't be about resisting Konoha's enemies, it would be a battle for survival, with Hirako being their hunter and them being the prey. Boom 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 boom. In the dim light under the cover of stars, Fujin and Hirako were like ghostly existences, fast almost to the degree of invisibility, constantly flashing and fighting. No matter what they encountered along the way, houses, courtyard walls, street lights, etc., were all broken or smashed with just the sonic boom and high-pressured airwaves produced by each of their collision. It didn't even take a few seconds, and an entire street was destroyed in just a few collisions. Kakashi was also shocked by what he was seeing in front of him, but he had to accept the reality. And ever since he lost the Sharingan, his insight has dropped, so to better understand the flow of battle he had to ask Jiraiya next to him, "Jiraiya-sama, who do you think will win?" Jiraiya shook his head. I am afraid I can't judge, they are too fast for me to be able to understand the flow of battle. Tsunade spoke her analysis. Hirako not only has swift release for speed but also steel release for body strength and defense, coupled with the insight of the Sharingan. This battle would start to tilt in his favor if the stalemate continued. Akame, who was also watching the battle while standing next to Wadatsumai, immediately said, Fujin will definitely not lose. At novel bin at. As soon as Akame spoke, the eyes of all Konoha shinobi converged on Akame's body. Wadatsumai narrowed his eyes, and immediately thought, if a stray rock were to crush her, would I be suspected of murdering her? Kakashi quickly asked, Fujin, are you saying that the name of this Amatsukami member is Fujin? Is it the real name, or the code name? And how did you know? Akame realized that she has made a slip of the tongue, and had to explain, when I was kidnapped by Orochimaru not long, it was because of him that I managed to sneak away. I heard Orochimaru call him by this name. Yes, it should be his code name, not the real name. Listening to Akame's reply, Wadatsumai turned back to observing the battle, and thought, I guess she gets to live tonight. Tsunade said, Fujin? Well, it does match the element of his disguise, he is indeed the representative of wind chakra nature. Konoha's intelligence team has analyzed that each of the members of Amatsukami represents a specific chakra nature, and their code names also represent the Shinto gods that somehow or other represent the respective chakra nature, such as Yama, Sujin, Homusubi, and now Fujin. The leader Yama obviously represents yin chakra nature, Sujin with the ice release Kekkei Genkai represents water chakra nature, Homusubi with the Mangekyou Sharingan, and unique golden flames represent fire chakra nature, and this Fujin in front of them represents wind chakra nature. And using this exact theory, the villages have also speculated that there should be 7 members in Amatsukami, each one representing a unique chakra nature. So, in addition to the already known 4 members, there must be 3 other members, one representing earth chakra nature, the second representing lightning chakra nature, and the last one, representing yin chakra nature. Somewhere in the dark, a teenager with unkempt short black hair, a tanto sheathed on his back, and a black cloak draped over his body, cautiously walked through the silent and dark ruins as he tried to recall what this place is but couldn't figure it out. He doesn't know where he is, and as far as he has observed this area after gaining consciousness, nothing except for the sound of his footsteps could be heard in these gloomy dark passages. After walking for who knows how long, but with no entrance, exit, end, or fork in his sight, the figure finally couldn't help it and sighed helplessly. Sigh, how did I even end up here? The last time I checked, I and Itachi were searching for the traces of Sword of Totsuka and Yata Mirror. This figure is obviously none other than that of Uchiha Shisui, who along with Uchiha Itachi was at the Nikomata ruins, trying to find the location of Sword of Totsuka and Yata Mirror as per Kuroto's instructions. He and Itachi had almost gotten close to finding the Sword of Totsuka, but suddenly something unexpected happened, and Itachi was directly sucked inside the stone gourd, while he, who tried to rescue Itachi, fell into a bottomless hole and unexpectedly found himself in these centuries-old ruins after regaining consciousness. Initially, Shisui thought that perhaps these ruins are located beneath the Nikomata shrine he was previously at, so he tried to get out of here by bypassing the roof, but was unable to because there is simply no roof above his head, it's just pure darkness he sees above. Then Shisui thought about using a rough approach and tried breaking through the side walls virtue to brute strength, but unexpectedly, the walls were so sturdy that even the drill sword of his Susanoo couldn't get past them. The fact that even his Susanoo couldn't nick the walls finally made Shisui realize that wherever he is, this place is not so ordinary, and getting out of here wouldn't be as easy as he assumed it would be. Of course, Shisui has also noticed faint traces of genjutsu in the surroundings, but since the genjutsu wasn't seriously affecting his perception, so he didn't care about it too deeply, or more like, even if he dispels the genjutsu, it would start to act again no matter how many times he dispels it. This strangeness obviously aroused Shisui's curiosity. A genjutsu that cannot be dispelled no matter how many times he tries, even with his Mangekyou Sharingan? It's interesting indeed. Although interested, Shisui, however, had to restrain his curiosity and focus on finding his way out of here, because he is worried about Itachi and the village. Therefore, Shisui again determined himself and started walking through the dark and gloomy passages with the intention of getting out of here as soon as he can. Step, at novel bin at. At this time, there was a sudden noise behind him. Although Shisui didn't stop, he was vigilant. Black cloak fluttered, his hand slowly reached out for the tanto on his back, and his scarlet eyes searched for the source of this sound. Whoosh! A black shadow quickly passed by Shisui. Shisui's steps didn't stop at the slightest, but his eyes turned slightly. In the darkness, a pair of green eyes turned around and stared at Shisui. The 2 pairs of eyes, one green and one scarlet, stared at each other, and then the fluff on the body of the black shadow exploded and it let out a low groan. Meow. In this extremely quiet environment, this meow was extraordinarily infiltrating. Shisui frowned, a cat, and there was a tinge of surprise on his face, then the realization, wait, a cat? But how did this cat get in here? And if she can get in here, maybe she can also help me get out of this place. With this thought, Shisui crouched down and after bringing his hand forward, he said, come here, Kariri. The cat, however, didn't seem to be pleased by Shisui's action. Not every cat is called Kariri. The voice sounded raspy to the ears and its tone clearly indicated that it is annoyed at Shisui. Shisui was a little stagnant, and asked cautiously, then is it Momo? Or maybe Kuro? Shisui's words seemed to have made the cat more annoyed, but she didn't care about it, for now. Instead, she looked up and down at Shisui, especially at those pair of scarlet eyes with a unique four-edged shuriken pattern, and after a bit of thinking, she said, follow me. However, this time her voice was quite sultry, which felt quite awkward. After all, the voice didn't come from the mouth of an adult human girl but from that of a female black cat. Shisui was surprised, not at her voice but at what she said. He didn't expect that the cat would ask him to follow her, and asked curiously, where do you want to take me? The cat said, don't you want to get out of here? Shisui nodded, I do in fact. But before that, can you tell me where exactly am I? The cat thought a little, then answered, this is Nikomata domain, or you can say the land of Nikomata. Nikomata, muttered Shisui in surprise, then asked again, as in the Nikomata, from the folklore. The black cat confused, I don't know what folklore you are talking about, but in simple terms, Nikomatas are a kind of cat yokai. Shisui nodded slightly, and apologized, I apologize for trespassing in the domain of Nikomata, I ended up here accidentally, please forgive my discourtesy. Can you please show me the way out of here? The cat didn't answer, she just turned around and started walking forward, and said, I am going to lead you to meet our leader, Kuroko-sama. She sensed your presence in this domain and she is the only one who can lead you out of the Nikoshou domain. If you convince her, then you can go out of here. Shisui seemed hesitant to follow the black cat, after all, he didn't know much about the Nikomatas and this place, so he is not sure what to do. The black cat was obviously not so patient, noting that the kid was still standing in a daze, she said, what are you waiting for? Hurry up, I don't have all day. Shisui sighed and finally decided to follow the cat. Anyway, what's the worst that can happen? It's Fuwa, said the black cat just as the two started to walk. What? Asked Shisui in confusion. Fuwa, my name, you wanted to know, right? So, my name is Fuwa, repeated the black cat. Oh, then Fuwa-san can call me Shisui, said Shisui with a friendly smile. Fuwa nodded lightly and continued to lead the way. The sound of footsteps gently echoed in the silent passage as one cat and one human walked through the passage. As he followed the Fuwa, Shisui had a surprised look on his face. Earlier, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't find his way out of here. No matter how much he walked, all the passages seemed similar with no clear clue that would lead him out, with no clear direction. But under the Fuwa-san's guidance, the scenery changed. Now all the passages seemed subtly different, and this surprised him, made him wonder why is this the case. Fuwa seemed to have noticed Shisui's doubts, and answered, it's because the presence of natural energy in the surroundings is very dense, so it was hindering with your perception. Only those who have mastered senjutsu can find a clear path out of here. Those who have not mastered senjutsu will keep wandering in this never-ending maze and die out of hunger, unless they are guided by someone who has mastered senjutsu. Shisui noted the term natural energy and senjutsu said by Fuwa, then realized that it is indeed possible. He is not ignorant to this energy system that is more primitive and somewhat superior compared to chakra that shinobi uses. After all, Jiraiya uses senjutsu, which is a combination of natural energy and chakra. But at the same time, a doubt appeared in his mind, does that mean I won't be able to find my way out of here if I cannot sense natural energy or haven't mastered senjutsu? The answer to this question is very important to him because Shisui has neither a method of sensing natural energy, nor has he mastered senjutsu. Shisui knows just how difficult mastering senjutsu truly is. In his knowledge, there have only been two shinobi who have mastered senjutsu since Konoha was established. The first was naturally Shodaime Hokage, Senju Hashirama, who calmed the troubled times of the Warring States era, while the second is one of the legendary Sunin, Jiraiya. Of course, Shisui also knows that Kuroto-san seems to be trying to master senjutsu, but whether he has mastered it or not is unknown to Shisui. Apart from these three, Shisui hasn't heard that anyone else has been able to master senjutsu, therefore, he is worried, because if there is no other way, then how will he get out of here? Fuwa didn't give any answer to Shisui's question and continued to walk forward. As far as she knows, as long as Kuroko-sama wants, she can naturally send this child out of Nikomata domain, but Fuwa doesn't know what plans does Kuroko-sama has for this child, therefore, she chose to remain silent. And Shisui was really troubled by the Fuwa's silence. At the same time, he also became nervous. Fuwa seemed to be enjoying Shisui's nervous expression. It's as if she has found a new toy. At the same time, there are other thoughts. Despite possessing such strength, the boy is quite naive and innocent. Perhaps, this is why Kuroko-sama has taken an interest in him. I wonder if he is the one Kuroko-sama will choose. As Fuwa and Shisui walked deeper and deeper, Shisui got to see several shadows. Some constantly passed by the two and casually looked at Shisui with a unique glint in their eyes, while others were looking at the two from far away, watching with cold eyes. But one thing was common in all of them. None of them dared to approach closer, yet they all kept a respectful posture towards Fuwa. These are all cat summons. Each of them has the strength to match the strength of a low-level genin, and their tentatively strongest person is equivalent to a low level of a chunin according to human shinobi standards. But Shisui isn't much interested in these cats. He already has crows as his signature summons, so adding genin or chunin level cats in his summons wouldn't be any benefit for him. If he has to sign another summon contract, then it has to be with some powerful summon animal, like that of Gamabunta that Jiraiya uses, or maybe Manda used by Orochimaru, or maybe Aida or Okinabuta that Kuroto has signed a summoning contract with. Else why would he bother taking someone who would only drag him down? So, without paying much attention to these cats, Shisui continued to follow Fuwafuwa. Fuwafuwa observed Shisui, and noting that he didn't pay much attention to these cats, she nodded in appreciation. Fuwafuwa doesn't really like these cats. If it is up to her, she would rather shoo them all away so that they don't litter around the entrance of the shrine. A while later, the two arrived at a narrow dark passage. Shisui looked at the passage, but he couldn't see anything, like anything. It was pure black with no light passing by, like a black hole. Meow. At the entrance of the narrow passage, Fuwafuwa stopped and glanced backward. After making sure that Shisui obediently following behind her, she spoke softly, "Follow me and make sure to keep up." Then after a pause, she spoke in a deep tone of voice, "If you are unable to keep up, or get distracted midway, then you will be lost forever." Shisui gulped nervously, but after taking a deep breath he nodded and readied himself. If it is about keeping up, then Shisui is quite confident in his speed. After all, he is the second fastest shinobi in Konoha, so he should be able to keep up with Fuwafuwa, right? As for the matter of getting distracted, his training as a shinobi should help him keep focused. Seeing that Shisui nodded, Fuwafuwa said nothing more and jumped into the darkness. Whoosh! Nikomatas have lived in this mysterious domain for generations, and only with their unique sensory skills and mastery over their unique senjutsu can one traverse through these pathways, but Shisui neither has any understanding of senjutsu, nor does he possess their unique sensory skills. Therefore, he can only rely on Fuwafuwa. As such, he immediately picked speed and followed after Fuwafuwa. Whoosh! The two figures quickly dispersed into darkness one after another. In this darkness, Shisui wasn't able to see anything, nor was he able to sense anything. It felt as if there is nothing present here. At the same time, he also seems to be able to sense everything, as if everything is present here. This state felt unrealistic, at the same time, panicked him. Because this state was not a good thing, because in this state, either his brain will receive no information and cease to function, or his brain will not be able to process too much information at once and will be lost. Whichever thing may happen, there will only be one result. He will lose track of Fuwafuwa, and as she said earlier, he will forever be lost. Calm down, breath in, breathe out, breath in, breathe out, breath in, breathe out, breath in, breathe out. Now focus. After muttering this sentence to himself many times, Shisui calmed his mind, and released all his thoughts. Then his attention was finally on Fuwafuwa, who was already about 100 meters ahead of him, while he was standing still at the entrance. Realizing that he has only taken a single step, Shisui gulped in horror, because, to him, it felt that he had been in this place for hours. This place is really creepy. After muttering to himself, Shisui hurried forward and closely followed after Fuwafuwa. He is able to keep himself sane here without my help? He does have potential, at least, thought Fuwafuwa in surprise. Then she increased her speed in order to test Shisui's limits. Shisui did not disappoint her and kept following behind her closely, and soon both of them were running at their full speed. Of course, this was very difficult for Shisui, resisting the chaos of this darkness at the same time, not only keeping track of Fuwafuwa but also keeping up with her put too much pressure on him, but he just gritted his teeth and persevered. After a while of running at their full speed, which almost lasted an eternity for Shisui, the scene suddenly changed, the darkness disappeared, and light emerged. Coming out of the darkness, Shisui immediately collapsed on the ground in a cold sweat, and took deep breaths. That was too scary. Fuwafuwa said nothing and calmly waited for Shisui to recover. If she is honest, then she is really surprised that Shisui managed to preserve until the very end. So, her opinion of him has increased, and she is willing to wait for him to recover. After a while, when Shisui recovered, he looked at the scenery in front of him. They seem to be present at the entrance of a shrine. And behind him is a large torii gate. The design and appearance of the shrine somewhat reminded him of the ruined shrine he and Itachi were present at before, as they were searching for the traces of Sword of Totsuka and Yata mirror. Is it the same shrine? Or is different? Just as Shisui thought, his attention turned towards people, or rather, more cats, who were guarding the shrine. These cat guards also sensed the arrival of Shisui, but noting that he is accompanied by Fuwafuwa, each of them bowed respectfully and gave way for them to enter the shrine. While walking towards the shrine, Shisui noted something. The cats here are different from the ones outside. Fuwafuwa seems to have noticed Shisui's doubts, and said, "The ones you saw outside were just some cats who can fight and can be used as cannon fodder class summons, but the ones here are Nikomata. We may look similar, but we are very different." For an analogy, the difference between a cat and a Nikomata is similar to a monkey and a human in a human's case. One basic physical characteristic you can use to differentiate between a cat and a Nikomata is by noting the number of tails they have. A cat has only one tail, while a Nikomata generally has two tails. Hearing Fuwafuwa's words, Shisui looked at the cat guards and noted that all these cat guards have two tails, as she said, which means they are all Nikomata. Then he also looked at the Fuwafuwa's butt, and she too has two tails, which means she is also a Nikomata. Understanding this, Shisui asked, Fuwa-san, you mentioned that a Nikomata generally has 2 tails. Does that mean a Nikomata can have more than 2 tails? Fuwa nodded. It happens, but very rarely. Well, anyway, come along, we are almost there. Shisui nodded then asked again, so, is this Kuroka-sama also a Nikomata? Fuwa nodded, and patiently explained, correct, but not accurate. Kuroka-sama is a Nikoshou, a special variant, among Nikomata. Nikoshou is the strongest type of Nikomata. Currently, there are only 2 Nikoshou in existence. The first is naturally Kuroka-sama, while the other one is Kuroka-sama's younger sister, Chiron-sama. Shisui nodded in understanding, then followed Fuwa into the shrine. After walking for a while, the two arrived outside a gate. The gate is very large, and Shisui noted that its height is at least 50 m. Therefore, he was wondering if this Kuroka-sama he is going to be meeting now is gigantic in size. And while Shisui was busy in his thoughts, Fuwa gently knocked on the door. Knock knock. Soon, a playful womanly voice sounded from the other side of the gate. Fuwa, come in, Naya. Hearing the voice, Fuwa gently pushed open the gate to open and walked in. Shisui followed her closely. The inside is a shrine hall, at the center of which is a large sacred seat. On the sacred seat lay a beautiful young woman on her stomach, dangling her legs back and forth. It seemed as if she is in a playful mood as she curiously observed Shisui who was closely following Fuwa. The woman has a voluptuous figure, long black hair with split bangs, and hazel gold eyes with cat-like pupils, a pair of black cat ears, and 2 black tails that swayed from left to right. She is wearing a black kimono, a yellow obi, a set of golden beads, and an ornately detailed headband. Her kimono features a red interior and it is open at her shoulder, giving viewers a clear view of her large pair of breasts. And contrary to what Shisui had expected, Kuroka-sama is not a giant creature, rather a woman with the body size of a human. Of course, he didn't exclude the possibility that she might have used a transformation jutsu to take this form. After walking closer to the sacred seat, Fuwa respectfully bowed. Kuroka-sama, just as you instructed, I have brought the kid. While observing Shisui with her hazel gold eyes, the Nikoshou named Kuroka nodded at Fuwa. I see Fuwa, you have done good work, Naya. Fuwa respectfully bowed then stepped aside. All this while, Shisui was cautiously observing the Nikoshou named Kuroka. His instincts were telling him that this Nikoshou is terrifyingly strong. One wrong move and it would result in his death. Therefore, Shisui made sure to not look at the places he shouldn't and only focused on her face. He didn't mean to be disrespectful to her. There was a long silence in the hall. Neither the Nikoshou named Kuroka nor Shisui spoke anything. And after a while, when Shisui couldn't bear it any longer, he asked, "May I refer to you as Kuroka-sama?" Kuroka nodded lightly and prompted Shisui to continue. Shisui turned to look at Fuwa, then turned back to face Kuroka, and said, "So, Fuwa-san briefed me about where I am? It seems to be a place called Nikomata Domain. I swear I wasn't trespassing. I just accidentally ended up here while I was on a mission. At novel bin at." Kuroka nodded, "I am aware, Naya." Shisui sighed, "At least the other party isn't taking me as a trespasser." Then with a relieved smile, he said, "And, Fuwa-san also mentioned to me that only you, their leader, Kuroka-sama can lead me out of here. Please forgive me for my rudeness, but I would like to go out of here and return to where I was before, as soon as I can, due to certain reasons." Kuroka nodded, Fuwa did not lie to you, Naya. Leaving the Nikomata domain without my permission is impossible. However, if you wish to leave, then it is not a simple matter, Naya. Shisui nodded, and asked, "Then is there something that needs to be done for me to leave the Nikomata domain?" Kuroka nodded, and asked, "Tell me something Uchiha Shisui, do you know what is natural energy?" Shisui nodded, "Well, I do know bits and pieces about natural energy." Kuroka nodded, and said again, "Well, if you know something about natural energy, then it makes things easier. To leave here, you need to be able to see the flow of natural energy. If you can see or sense the flow of natural energy, then you can pass through the gate that leads outside, but if you cannot see or sense the flow of natural energy, then you will never be able to leave this domain as you will forever be lost in the darkness. To leave here, you need to be able to see or sense the flow of natural energy. If you can do that, then you can leave, but if you cannot do that, then you will never be able to leave this domain," said Kuroka. Shisui asked again, "Is there no other way?" Kuroka shook her head, "I am afraid not." Shisui sighed. He had expected this outcome and was prepared to face it, but when it really happened, he can't help but sigh. After some time of thinking, Shisui looked at Kuroka, and asked, "Then Kuroka-sama, can you teach me, how to perceive natural energy? And well, senjutsu. Indeed, I can help you master senjutsu, but of course, it would completely depend on your talent whether you can truly master it, or not. If there is no talent in this field, then even if I teach you, it would be impossible for you to learn senjutsu," answered Kuroka without hiding. Shisui knew this is true. Senjutsu is not something that just anyone can learn. And he is not sure whether he is talented in this field or not, but Shisui has no other option. He must find a way to get of Nikomata domain and return to the village as soon as possible, because his instincts are telling him that something bad is about to happen in the village. So after making up his mind, Shisui looked at Kuroka with a determined gaze and asked, "Kuroka-sama, what are your conditions for teaching me senjutsu?" Kuroka looked at Shisui with a hint of surprise on her face. She didn't expect Shisui to be so straightforward with his request, but she likes straightforward men, therefore, she smirked slightly, and said, I have only but one condition, you need to mate with me. Huh. Shisui looked at Kurika as if he was doubting his ears. I am sorry, I didn't hear you quite clearly. Can you please, repeat that? As I said, I want you to mate with me, repeated Kuriko. This time Shisui heard her clearly, but when he heard her, his eyes turned into buttons, expression was a baffled one, and his brain seems to have stopped functioning and can't help but ask with a strange expression, Are you being serious? He had expected and thought up a lot of conditions that Kurika might present, but never did he expect her to present such a condition. Kurika nodded, I am completely serious, Naya. Uchiha Patriarch's Mansion. Nii-san, wake up, it's time for breakfast. In the bright morning light, 13 or 14 years old Itachi slowly opened his eyes upon listening to the familiar voice and saw the familiar face of his cute and innocent little brother, Sasuke. Itachi subconsciously raised his hand and flicked Sasuke's forehead with a smile, Good morning Sasuke. Sasuke pursed his lips and said, Nii-san, you slacker, get up quickly, or else, Toyu-san will nag you all day. Itachi smiled slightly and nodded, yes. Then after getting fresh, he followed Sasuke to the dining room where he found that his always serious Toyu-san seems to be having some kind of pleasant conversation with his Oka-san who was preparing breakfast for the family of 4, and both of them had a smile on their faces. Soon, his Oka-san set up the fragrant breakfast on the dining table, and Itachi who was sitting next to Sasuke clapped his hand after the prayer, Itadakimasu, then began to eat the breakfast. After eating the breakfast in a warm silence, the family of 4 had a few casual conversations about various hot topics. The delicious breakfast and pleasant family time made Itachi's mood better. Itachi smiled gently while listening to Sasuke's bragging as he reiterated his academy life which brought forth occasional giggles and chuckles from Oka-san and Toyu-san respectively. Such an ordinary and peaceful daily life are exactly what Itachi has always strived for, and this is exactly the kind of life he has been looking forward to from the bottom of his heart. While Itachi was silent, his Toyu-san suddenly asked, Itachi, do you remember what day it is today? Itachi was taken aback and fell into a short trance at novel bin at. But Itachi didn't have to think too much, as Sasuke on the side suddenly said, Oh, I know Toyu-san. Today is Hokage's inauguration, a very important day. I heard Shisui Nii-san mention that today Sandai Maji-sama will retire and pass on the position of Konoha's Hokage to his successor. Fugaku folded his arms on his chest and nodded with a solemn expression. Unlike Nidaime and Sandaime, the one succeeding them values our Uchiha clan very much. This time the entire clan must attend his succession ceremony to show our support to him. Itachi nodded quickly, yes, Toyu-san, and thought of the only person who is worthy of becoming Hokage in his eyes. After a while, the family of 4 got ready for the upcoming succession ceremony. All 4 of them were dressed in the traditional clothing that is to be worn on Hokage inauguration ceremony. Over their casual clothes, each of them had a white haori with the kanji of fire imprinted on the back. As soon as the family of 4 left the Patriarch's mansion, they encountered Uchiha Izumi, and her Oka-san who were also going to the Hokage building, and soon after met up with Shisui. When Itachi noticed Shisui, Itachi stepped forward to greet Shisui. Shisui-san, are you also going to participate in the Hokage inauguration of Godame-sama? Shisui said with a hearty smile, today is the day when he finally becomes the Hokage. How can I be absent on such an important day? Itachi said, in that case let's hurry up. Shisui nodded, yes. When they left the Uchiha clan district and went into the direction of the Hokage building, many other Uchiha clansmen were also walking towards the Hokage building to participate in the inauguration ceremony of Godame Hokage. The streets of Konoha are also very lively right now. The villagers flooded the street in enthusiasm and excitement, slowly walking towards the Hokage building. The Uchiha clansmen were also present in the crowd. All had a gentle smile on their faces as they were having some sort of conversation with their friends and acquaintances among the civilian shinobi of other major clans as well as civilian class. There were no boundaries in the heart of people, and everyone accepted the Uchiha clansmen as an integral part of Konoha. Itachi's heart was filled with warmth when he looked at this scene and continued to walk towards the Hokage building while casually chatting with Shisui, Izumi, Sasuke, and his Toyu-san, while Oka-san was having a very important conversation with Izumi's Oka-san to which Itachi didn't pay much attention to. When they arrived at the square in front of the Hokage building, everyone finally saw the person who would succeed as Godame Hokage. He stood quietly on the roof of the Hokage building with his wife who was adjusting his Hokage haori. Shisui raised his head and looked at the roof of Hokage building. This day has finally come. I have been waiting for this day for so many years. Itachi nodded with a smile. Yes, there is finally a Hokage who can understand us Uchiha and control us properly. Fugaku, who was stern on the side, also showed a rare smile. Itachi, he told me privately that he is very optimistic about you succeeding him as the Rokudame Hokage. Sasuke was surprised. Nii-san will become the Hokage. Itachi shook his head a little. Toyu-san, I have much to learn what being a shinobi means. Becoming Hokage is something that I have never even thought of. Fugaku glanced at Itachi and said, there is no rush, you are still too young and can slowly learn things with time and under his guidance. Besides, he told me that Konoha should also have an Uchiha as the Hokage, and he deems you to be the most capable one of succeeding him. Looking at the encouraging and expectant faces of his Tioyu-san, Oka-san, Otauto, Izumi, Shisui, and other Uchiha clansmen, Itachi can't help but question himself. Can I really do it? Can I really be as good as him? While Itachi was busy in thoughts, suddenly the crowd cheered and the inauguration ceremony officially began. The ceremony is hosted by Sandame Hokage, in the presence of various high-level leaders of the village including Elder Koharu, Elder Mitokado, Elder Danzo, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Kakashi. We will now begin the inauguration of Godame Hokage. I, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Sandame Hokage will be the one presiding over the ceremony today. Clap 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 clap. There was enthusiasm in the crowd. All right then, let's call upon the man of the hour himself. The hero of the shinobi world, who guided us to peace and stability by putting an end to the Akatsuki organization's reign of terror. The man who will succeed me as the Godame Hokage, the man you all know, announced Sandame Hokage with a pleasant smile. All of a sudden, the entire crowd cheered. The excited shouts, applause, and cheers were intertwined, making the whole village plunge into a sea of joy. Godame Hokage-sama is the hero who saved the village countless times. Yes, Godame Hokage-sama also eliminated the terrorist organization Akatsuki and brought forth peace in this shinobi world. He is the strongest shinobi not only in Konoha but in the entire shinobi world. With him as the Hokage, the village will prosper, and continue to give birth to many excellent shinobi. Listening to the comments and shouts of the villagers, Itachi and Shisui glanced at each other with a mysterious smile that only the other party could understand. Soon after, Sandame Hokage passed the Hokage hat to his successor, officially declaring him as the Godame Hokage of Konoha. Again, the entire village cheered and the inauguration ceremony finally came to a conclusion. After the inauguration ceremony came to a conclusion, and Godame Hokage summoned Itachi and Shisui to the Hokage office. Because there were no outsiders, so, Godame Hokage took off his Hokage hat, revealing his appearance, and it turns out that the person who succeeded Sandame Hokage as the Godame Hokage is none other than Hyuga Kuroto. Shisui said, "Congratulations Kuroto-san for becoming the Hokage." Itachi also added, "With Kuroto-san as the Hokage, the village will be safe, and the shinobi world will be in peace." Looking at Shisui and Itachi in front of him, Kuroto nodded with a smile. The Akatsuki organization has been destroyed. With this, Amatsukami no longer has any role left, therefore, it should also disappear silently. Shisui nodded. The mission of Amatsukami was to bring peace to the village and the shinobi world. The mission has been accomplished. Itachi also nodded in agreement. Yes, the other villages have also agreed to the peace treaty proposed by Konoha, so there will be no war from here on. Kuroto patted Shisui and Itachi's shoulder, and said, "Since nothing more is left for Amatsukami to do, therefore, as its leader, I announce that Amatsukami will be officially disbanded, right here, right now." Shisui on the side cheered, but Itachi wasn't the same as Shisui, and said with a frown, "Kuroto-san, don't you need to notify the other members of the organization?" Kuroto asked in confusion, "Others? Which other members? There are only 3 of us in Amatsukami. Only 3 of us." Itachi was taken aback and wanted to say the names of other members of Amatsukami, but no name or face came to his mind. It was as if there really were no other members in Amatsukami, as Kuroto said. Noting Itachi's frown, Shisui said, "Itachi, what's wrong? Why would you think that there are more members in Amatsukami? Kuroto-san established the organization in my presence, and only you were recruited. There has never been any other member in Amatsukami, except for the 3 of us. Really?" Itachi realized that something is wrong here, but he can't figure out what is wrong, and decided to leave the matter for now. Afterward, Shisui and Itachi bid farewell to Kuroto and soon left the Hokage office. While walking next to Shisui, he said, "I don't know why Shisui-san, but I feel that we have forgotten some very important things." Shisui said, with a confused look, "Really? But I don't feel like we have forgotten anything." Itachi stopped suddenly. "Shisui-san, were there really only 3 of us in Amatsukami?" Kuroto-san obviously said so. "There are only 3 of us in Amatsukami." Shisui insisted. Itachi suddenly said, "But Shisui-san, don't you remember that you used your Kota Amatsukami on someone to recruit them into Amatsukami?" Shisui shook his head. "I have never used Kota Amatsukami on anyone for such a reason. Why do you ask?" Seeing that Shisui also insisted that there are only 3 members in Amatsukami, Itachi was more confused. "I remember that there was another person in Amatsukami. She is the one who tested me, trained me, and finally recruited me into Amatsukami. She is like my sensei, but I just cannot remember her." Shisui immediately denied. "There was no such member in Amatsukami? Are you sure that you are not tired and misjudging things?" At novel bin at. Itachi did not pause and continued to speak. "There was one more member in Amatsukami. He took me to a Megakure when Kuroto-san fought against the leader of Akatsuki for the first time." Shisui said again, "Itachi, no need to think so deeply. There was no such member in the organization." Itachi did not stop and continued. "There was one secret member whom I helped become the Godame Kazekage as per Kuroto-san's order. There was another secret member whom we... I see, so that's the case. Are we? No, rather am I in a genjutsu dash." But before Itachi could finish, suddenly the sound of his Tioyu-san and Oka-san echoed from far away. "Itachi, it's time to go home." Izumi also appeared in front of him and said with a blush, "Itachi-kun, don't forget our date today. Tsunade-sama rarely gave me a holiday. I want us to spend this day together." We can't wait around for the whole day, come on, let's go home. Suddenly Sasuke ran over. After holding Itachi's hand he started to drag Itachi towards the Uchiha clan district, and said, "Nii-san, you promised me that you will help me in shuriken training today? This time, I am not going to let you fool me. Come on, let's go home, then we will go to the training grounds for shuriken training." Shisui added, Itachi, now that I think about it, I have also learned a new jutsu. I will teach it to you. So, we should first go to our respective homes, then after getting changed, we should meet at the training field. Listening to Sasuke, Izumi, Shisui, and his parents, Itachi smiled bitterly. How could he not realize that he has been in a genjutsu? The peaceful and prosperous Konohagaku are in front of him. The village where the Uchiha clan is accepted as an integral part of the village without any barriers is a false one, a very strong and realistic genjutsu constructed from what Itachi wishes to see from the bottom of his heart. A really beautiful world, indeed. After a pause, Itachi said in a deep voice, "Unfortunately it is fake." As he said, Itachi activated his Manjutsu Sharingan, and thought with a smile, if Kuroto-san truly becomes the Hokage, maybe the scenery will no longer be a genjutsu. After that, without any hesitation, Itachi dispelled the genjutsu. "I don't know if I made the right choice or not," sighed Shisui as he followed Kurika, then shook his head. "Whatever, I still have time, as there are still a few years before the agreed time. I'll get to know by then." Kurika, who is carrying a lantern and step-by-step walking through a secret passage, slightly glanced at Shisui's thoughtful face, then looked at Fugaku sitting on his shoulder with an inexplicable smile. Although Shisui did not completely agree with her condition, she is still quite satisfied with his promise, and Kurika has confidence in her charm, therefore, she is not worried that Shisui wouldn't fall for her. With this thought, she turned her head forward and continued to walk. As the three traveled through this passage, Shisui gradually lost sight of almost everything around him. Only the area under his feet that is illuminated by the lantern in Kurika's hand, and Fugaku's mysteriously glowing green cat eyes are visible to him in this pitch darkness. The surrounding darkness is quite mysterious and seems to be capable of swallowing light, so normal eyesight is pretty much useless here. Even the Sharingan and Manjutsu Sharingan are unable to see anything except for Kurika and Fugaku's chakra. However, this time, Shisui isn't too nervous. Even if he is unable to see anything in the surroundings, he is able to sense it to some degree because of Fugaku sitting on his shoulder. Fugaku, as a Nikomata proficient in senjutsu, is naturally capable of sensing and seeing through this mysterious darkness. And considering Fugaku's special ability, which enables her to share her senses with others to a certain degree, Shisui, who has signed a summoning contract with Fugaku not long ago, is also capable of sensing the surroundings to a certain degree. Therefore, he is not afraid of losing track of Kurika. After a while of walking, Kurika stopped abruptly, and said while looking at the thing in front of her, "We have arrived." Shisui was awakened by Kurika's words and raised his head to look at what Kurika is looking at, and immediately his pupil shrank at novel bin at. The mysterious has already darkness disappeared, and despite being a close hall this area seems to be a little windy. Shisui's black cloak fluttered, and hair swayed slightly in the wind, but all this didn't attract Shisui's attention, because all his attention is currently focused on the thing in front of him. The thing in front of him is an exaggeratingly huge black sphere, and it is exuding an aura of pure chaos. The radius of this huge black sphere is hundreds of meters, and compared to this humongous black sphere, Kurika, Shisui, and Fugaku are as small and insignificant as ants. Noting Shisui's odd expression, Kurika introduced with a proud tone, "This place is the holy land of Nikomata. The black ball space, Naya." Shisui converged his shocked expression, and asked with a suspicious tone, "The black ball space, is it?" Even before Shisui could ask his question, Kurika nodded, "Yes, this place is no longer in the same space as the outside space, you should have felt this too, Naya." Because of Fugaku, Shisui did feel something when the mysterious darkness appeared and disappeared. Initially, he thought that it was some sort of genjutsu that isolates normal perception, but it turns out that's not the case. Unknowingly they have entered a completely different space. "By the way, Kurika-sama, what does this black ball space do?" asked Shisui with a curious tone of voice. "The black ball space is a medium that will help you sense natural energy. For better understanding, I suppose you can say that it is quite similar to Mount Mayaboku's toad oil, Ryokai Cave's sake venom, and Shikotsu Forest slug mucus. Is that so?" Shisui nodded slightly, although he is not familiar with the practice method of senjutsu of the three sage regions. This doesn't stop him from understanding what Kurika meant. Kurika nodded, and said, "Yes, now follow me inside the black ball space. Your senjutsu training will be carried out in the black ball space Naya. Immediately after that, Kurika took a step forward and stepped inside the black ball space. Shisui hesitated a little, whether to follow her inside the black ball space. Seeing Shisui's hesitation and worry, Fugaku gently licked his cheek, and assured, "Don't worry." With Fugaku's assurance, Shisui no longer hesitated and he too stepped inside the black ball space. The moment Itachi dispelled the genjutsu, the scenery started to become hazy. Itachi's presence was like a drop of water in a calm lake, and it produced ripples. Wherever the ripple traveled, the scenery began to change. Itachi was no longer present in the familiar and lively village with familiar people. The scene in front of him is a familiar and unfamiliar plain with red and black chaos everywhere. Looking at this familiar and unfamiliar scenery, Itachi can't help but think, another genjutsu? But this place feels a lot like the Tsukuyomi realm? What's going on? But suddenly his brows turned into a frown, and his nose wrinkled. This is the smell of sake. However, Itachi didn't have much time to think as his eyes widened in shock, looking at the person walking towards him step by step. You are. I am you, and you are me, said the person standing before Itachi. What do you mean? Asked Itachi with a confused expression as he looked at the person standing before him, although he does have a guess in his mind about the identity of the other party, considering that the person standing in front of him looks exactly the same as him and give the exact same feeling. To Itachi, it feels as if he is looking at himself standing opposite to him. You guessed it right. I and you are the same, but at the same time, we are different. I am your inner darkness. Everyone has darkness within their hearts, and I am the manifestation of your inner darkness. I am also your true self, said the other dark Itachi. I see, my inner self? So, to get out of here, I need to be able to defeat you, and since you are my inner self, which means, I need to be able to overcome my inner self, in other words, myself. Is that right? Asked Itachi in a sure tone. The dark Itachi nodded with a smirk. Yes, to be able to get out of here, you need to be able to defeat me, but you know what's the best thing about this fight? Itachi narrowed his eyes, and while not letting the stench of alcohol affect him, he asked, what happens if I am unable to defeat you? Will I be trapped here? Dark Itachi said with an evil smile, yes, if you lose, you will remain trapped here forever, while I, on the other hand, will be able to get out of here. I will be able to take over the body and then, the fun will begin. Itachi's pupil shrank upon looking at that evil smile, and he instantly made up his mind with a determined expression, no matter what. I must win, and activated his Sharingan, then raised his right hand, forming a seal of confrontation. Dark Itachi looked at Itachi's determined expression, the Sharingan that is activated by Itachi, and said, as expected of myself, even when facing me, there is still no hesitation. Well then, let us start this fight. The winner gets what he wants, while the loser will forever be sealed here. As soon as the dark Itachi finished, he too activated his Sharingan, then raised his right hand in the form of the seal of confrontation. In the black ball space, inexplicable black energy is present all around and is constantly forming several vortexes that would swallow anyone and tear them down to shreds. Mighty thunder and lightning flash from time to time, making a loud roar. Anyone who would be victim to such terrifying lightning would be burnt to a corpse in an instant, but these vortexes and lightning don't seem to affect or disperse the darkness of the black ball space. Meow with a soft meow, Fuwa suddenly appeared in the darkness, and the very next second she disappeared in the darkness without leaving any trace, as if she was never present here. In the depths of the black ball space, where the darkness is looming, a touch of light illuminated Shisui's face. His black hair swayed slightly and some kind of unknown energy is constantly entering his body. After a while, Shisui opened his eyes, but different from his normal eyes with black pupils and white sclera. This time the eyes were pitch black, and there were clear signs of a maddening look on his face. Smash! The very next second, a black stick appeared out of the darkness and slammed on the young man's back. There was a low muffled sound, and Shisui grunted in pain. Ouch! Shisui resisted the intense pain coming from his back, and his eyes were cleared as the pitch blackness from his eyes also disappeared, but there was no happiness on his face, rather a regrettable expression. Failed again. Even Shisui is inevitably a little frustrated after repeated failure. Every single attempt of mastering senjutsu has resulted in failure. Each time he will be swallowed by natural energy, and by now he has already lost count of how many times he has failed. Then there is the strangeness of this black ball space. There is no sense of time. He doesn't know how long has it been since he has entered inside it. This darkness, the repeated failure, and worry that something might happen to Itachi and the village are constantly affecting his mentality, making him impatient and restless. Is it really so difficult to learn senjutsu? This question is a bit difficult for him to accept. Shisui has always been a genius since he was a child. He was born with 3 basic chakra natures and had amazing talent in all 3 of them. His genjutsu proficiency is one of the best in the entire history of the Uchiha clan. His amazing talent allowed him to be able to master a basic body flicker jutsu into something very unique and made him famous all over the shinobi world for that. Then he awakened his Manjutsu Sharingan at a very young age, and along with that he also awakened the ultimate genjutsu Koda Amatsukami. Not to mention he is one of the very few shinobi to have survived the Hashirama cell transplantation and also awakened Mokuton. Of course, Shisui wouldn't say that he is the most talented shinobi out there, considering there are freaks like Hashirama Senju, Uchiha Madara, and Hyuga Kuroto standing above him, but it wouldn't be wrong to say that his growth has always been quite smooth with few roadblocks. He never thought that he would encounter something so terrible where he would be short of talent, but right now, he is indeed stuck in the first level of senjutsu training and hadn't made any progress even after hundreds of tries. Shisui knows that senjutsu is extremely difficult to master. This is not only because it has very high requirements, but also because very few people get exposed to the knowledge of senjutsu in their lifetime. And here he is, who has not only been exposed to senjutsu but also meets the requirements to be able to master it, but he has not been able to make any progress even after so many tries, so it is inevitable to get frustrated. Damn it! Why am I failing again and again? Just when Shisui was getting more and more restless, he suddenly felt a pair of arms wrapping around his neck, a body clinging to his back, and a familiar voice sounded next to his ears. Calm your mind, and do not let restlessness take over you, Naya. The person who hugged him from behind is obviously the Nikoshou, Kurika. Ever since she entered the black ball space, her physical body seems to have completely disappeared, but she seems to be present everywhere inside the black ball space. It is as if she has become the black ball space itself. And all this while, she has been helping Shisui and making sure he does not get overwhelmed by natural energy. Whenever the natural energy present in the black ball space would start to take over him, or start to corrupt his mind, Kurika would beat Shisui's back with the black stick and expel all the natural energy at once. The only problem is that Kurika's hands seem to be a bit too strong, and each time she smashes Shisui's back with the black stick, it really hurts. Noting Shisui's restless mind, Kurika gently nibbled his ear much to his embarrassment, then said, right mindset is extremely important to master senjutsu. So, be patient Naya. Shisui sighed, then took a deep breath and calmed down slightly. He did notice that up until now his mentality has been a little impetuous because he wants to get out of here as soon as possible due to the worries in his mind. And this strange dark space where there is no sense of time is also affecting his emotions strangely. These things are not allowed if he wants to master senjutsu. But Kurika's brought Shisui out of restlessness and eased his mind. After a while of silence in which Shisui readjusted his mentality, he closed his hands together and said, all right, let's start again. Ding 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 ding. In the red and black chaotic space, two fast figures flickered from one place to another, and from time to time sparks flew due to the collision of metal. The two figures are Natural Itachi and Dark Itachi, who have been fighting all this while in an attempt to defeat the other so as to get out of this strange red and black space. Sometimes they would use ninjutsu, other times they would use shurikenjutsu, genjutsu, or kenjutsu, but no matter what sort of jutsu or tactics either side used, the stalemate continued because the other side seems to be able to counter and respond to each jutsu perfectly. Neither side remembers for how long they have been fighting this battle. Perhaps it's been minutes, hours, or maybe even days. But one thing that both sides seem to have accepted is that they are an equal match to one another. As another one of his genjutsu was broken by the other party using Tsukuyomi, Itachi coughed lightly and muttered, "It can't do on like this." The Dark Itachi smirked after noting Itachi's state, and said, it doesn't seem that you will be able to hold on for too long. At novel bin at. Itachi looked at the Dark Itachi, whose breathing is extremely rugged, and shook his head lightly. You are in no better condition than me. TCH. Dark Itachi clicked his tongue in annoyance, because what Itachi said is indeed correct. Dark Itachi's condition is no different from Itachi. Both of them are extremely tired and don't have much fight left. Itachi sighed, and after some time of thinking he asked, tell me something. You claim to be my inner self, but what is it that you truly desire? Dark Itachi was confused, and looked at Itachi in confusion. What I truly desire? Seriously, are you asking me this question now of all times? Itachi nodded. What I have always desired is peace. I want to be able to grow strong enough to be able to stop all wars. This is what wish to achieve. What is it that you desire? What desire of our gave birth to you? Dark Itachi's face darkened. Don't you already know? Itachi shook his head. Maybe I know. Maybe I do not know. I am not certain. This is why I am asking you. I want to know. What is the desire in our heart that gives you motivation and strength? Dark Itachi was silent, then chuckled. So, you want to get rid of that desire in our heart in order to defeat me? Itachi didn't reply, just silently waiting for the other party's answer. Dark Itachi deeply looked at Itachi, then shook his head. You need to figure it out yourself. If you can't even figure out what is that desire in our hearts, then you will never be able to defeat me. After listening to Dark Itachi's words, Itachi smiled, because he has already figured out the answer. And when Dark Itachi saw that smile on Itachi, his expression shrank and panic appeared on his face, but he did not have much opportunity to be able to say or do anything because his body suddenly burst into flames and disappeared. Kanahagakur. Bang 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 bang. Amidst the several sounds of explosive collisions, Fujin punched Hiriko's chest with such high strength that even Hiriko can't help but cry out in pain. Arg. Boom 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 boom. At the same time, under the impact of Fujin's punch, Hiriko flew out and crashed into several buildings in successions, passed by them one after another, causing rubble, gravel, and dust to fly out, and finally hit the towering outer wall of Kanahagakur, broke a big hole in it and collapsed outside in a deep pit. Puff. And just as Hiriko fell outside Konoha, Fujin also coughed out a mouthful of blood and almost collapsed on the ground. Because Fujin is wearing the Fujin mask, therefore, the blood did not splatter out, rather it flowed out along the edge of the mask and gently dripped down on the chest. Of course, the reason for Fujin to cough out blood is not any injury that Hiriko inflicted on him, it's just the recoil of the curse of the Kagaya clan that his body is suffering from. The disease of his current body has already advanced to the stage that even if he does not actively use Shikatsumayaka, he will occasionally cough out blood from time to time, so Fujin is not much surprised and not too worried either. After staggering for a few steps, resisting the paralyzing sensation in the body and stabilizing the body, Fujin looked in the direction of Hiriko and sighed, damn, this bastard can even withstand the physical attacks of the Fujin clone body. It's really, sigh, unbelievable. Although Fujin has already estimated Hiruko's strength to be extremely high, far higher than any of the current cage, and far higher than any of the previous cage except Senjo Hashirama, that is already reaching the lower realm of a super cage class, after the real showdown with him, even Fujin can't help but be surprised and reconsider Hiruko's level is still much higher than Fujin had previously estimated. Hiruko easily reaches the middle realm of the super cage class, perhaps as strong as Senjutsu enhanced Kurama mode Naruto or even higher. Whether it is swift release, or steel release, or dark release, these Kekkei Genkais are not that big of a problem for Fujin. What's most problematic for Fujin is that Hiruko has also become extremely proficient in using the Sharingan. And after the initial temptation where Fujin fooled Hiruko and landed several hits on him by virtue of his experience in dealing with Sharingan and taking advantage of Sharingan's predictive insight, Hiruko has become extremely cautious and doesn't easily respond to temptations. Therefore, being able to attack has started to become a serious headache for Fujin. It must be known that the stronger a person, the stronger his Kekkei Genkai. With current Hiruko's strength and speed, the effect of Sharingan is extremely high. Fujin even estimates that the insight of the pair of Sharingan in Hiruko's eye sockets has already reached the realm of Manjikyu Sharingan, which makes him all the more difficult. Not to mention Fujin has also found occasional flickers of lightning on Hiruko's body, which means that aside from swift release, Hiruko is also capable of using lightning chakra enhancement to again increase his speed, strength, nerve reaction, as well as sharpness. Of course, Hiruko's lightning chakra enhancement has yet to reach the level of Reikage, but given the rate of his progress, Fujin estimates that at best it would take him a month or two, and Hiruko would be perfectly capable of using lightning chakra mode similar to the Reikage, which is another headache for Fujin. Sigh, this guy really. Fujin shook his head to put out the useless thoughts and looked in the direction of the pit where Hiruko collapsed earlier. At this time, Hiruko got up from the pit and jumped back into the village through the big hole in the outer wall. And while panting heavily he looked at Fujin with an unbelievable expression. Damn it, you are able to hurt me, how is this possible? This should be impossible. The current Hiruko's physical state is not very good. The traditional Akatsuki cloak he was wearing has fallen apart, and only a few black stripes were left hanging on his body, revealing the body that is covered with bandages. There are several depressions on his body which are the areas that have been punched by Fujin, then there is his right hand that is twisted at an unnatural angle, and finally, there is a very serious depression on his chest indicating that several ribs have broken inside. In contrast, Fujin on the opposite side is much better. Although the Amatsukami cloak he was wearing has also been torn at various places, it is still not as ragged as Hiruko's Akatsuki cloak. Additionally, there are also no serious physical injuries on his body, except for some cuts and wound on the skin. In the shadows, White Zetsu, whose body is hidden in the ruins, spoke with an amazed tone of voice. I really did not expect that this guy Fujin from Amatsukami would turn out to be so strong. He has been able to hold his own against Hiruko for so long, it's really taking too long for Hiruko to win. But before White Zetsu could complete, Black Zetsu spoke. Idiot. Fujin has not only held his own against Hiruko but also suppressed him throughout the battle. White Zetsu was stunned, and asked with a somewhat inconceivable tone, does that mean Hiruko would lose? Based on the judgment of the Akatsuki organization, the strength of Hiruko is very high. Unless he suffers a backlash from the chimera buds in his body, Hiruko is more than capable of thrashing down the Gokage on his own, and this transcendence will only become more and more obvious with the passage of time. In other words, Hiruko's growth potential is extremely high and he is considered one of the trump cards of the Akatsuki organization. According to Black Zetsu's own estimation, Hiruko's potential is second only to the reincarnates of Atsutsuki Indra and Atsutsuki Azura, which in itself means a lot. So, the fact that Hiruko is suppressed by Fujin of Amatsukami is also baffling to him. Glancing at the pitiful appearance of Hiruko, Black Zetsu looked at Fujin with a thoughtful expression, and said, something has been bugging me for a while. Fujin hasn't been injured too severely in the battle, yet he suddenly vomited out blood. This shows that the battle now is also extremely burdensome for him. I suspect that either he has used some kind of forbidden jutsu to increase his strength to such a degree that would harm himself too, or he has a serious problem in his body. White Zetsu asked, then what should we do? Black Zetsu said solemnly, go and inform Nagato. Even if Fujin's body has some problems, it doesn't seem that we would be able to capture him or recover the box of ultimate bliss just by relying on Hiruko. Okay. White Zetsu nodded, and then Zetsu as a whole sunk under the ground and disappeared without a trace. Back to the battlefield. Out of frustration at repeatedly being unable to defeat Fujin, Hiruko roared in anger, die, you will die tonight, no one can save you, no one? While just recovering his breath from the paralyzing sensation, Fujin said lightly, are you only going to curse me to death? Or are you going to fight? Come on, if you think you can kill me, you can try, although, you should be careful too and not accidentally die at my hands. Oh, you think you are so tough that you can defeat me? Idiot, do you think I have used all my strength? With a cold sneer, Hiruko said, the level of power I have is not something that someone like you who only uses magnet release and is good at taijutsu can imagine. As Hiruko said so, many gelatinous chimera buds protruded from Hiruko's body, appeared out of the gaps in the bandages, then wrapped around the twisted arm of Hiruko and restored it to its original condition. At the same time, the depression on the chest also returned to its original state with a wave of squirming. Looking at Hirako, whose severely wounded body was restored back to normal in the blink of an eye, Tsunade was shocked, and said solemnly, "This is definitely not medical ninjutsu. This should be the result of some kind of body modification similar to Orochimaru." Jiraiya had a bitter expression on his face as he looked at Hirako, and listened to Tsunade. Not only are there regrets on his face that a former friend of theirs went astray and became a monster in human skin, but also worries about Konoha's fate. Hirako's strength is already extremely strong that Jiraiya can't even put up a fight against him, and now that Hirako has shown a terrifying recovery ability, Jiraiya doesn't even know whether defeating Hirako is possible or not. Fujin's condition doesn't seem very good either. I have to do something to assist him in dealing with Hirako. Ninjutsu won't work against Hirako because of his dark release, then maybe I can try using Sage Chakra enhanced genjutsu on him with the help of Boss and Madam. After making up his mind, Jiraiya discussed his intention with the two great sage toads and got Reed to help Fujin. Seeing the nervous expression of Tsunade and Jiraiya, then the recovered Hirako, but not so well Fujin, even Kuronai was a little nervous. She had believed that Fujin would definitely win, but is not so sure after witnessing Hirako's recovery. And Kakashi, who had already hidden several flying Raijin mark all over the battlefield in secret, also focused on the battle intently. He is looking for opportunities to intervene and help out Fujin in dealing with Hirako. As far as Kakashi understands, although it is difficult to distinguish whether a Matsukami is their enemy or allies, dealing with the members of the Akatsuki organization is more important because tonight Akatsuki organization is their mortal enemy. Hirako, whose injuries were completely healed, suddenly raised his hands to quickly complete the hand signs, Storm Release Secret Technique, Demon Dragon Storm. With the launch of Storm Release Ninjutsu, dark clouds covered the sky above Konoha, lightning and thunder began to roar. Standing near the broken outer wall, Hirako stayed still and said with a mocking smirk, "Do you say that? This is my full strength. Next, enjoy your death." Following Hirako's shout, the lightning and thundering on the sky above Konoha intensified. Tsunade said, "These clouds are formed by storm release, everyone must be careful, if anyone is hit by the lightning, it would be highly dangerous." Jiraiya, who was trying to render sage mode, looked at the dark lightning clouds in the sky with the thought, "I hope I can make it in time." And while everyone was worried and Hirako was smirking in the joy of his impending win, Fujin looked at Hirako and asked in confusion, "What gave you the illusion that I have used everything that I can and has nothing left to be able to defeat you?" At novel bin at. As he said, a bone blade glowing with cold light protruded out of the palm of Fujin's hand. Shikatsumayaku. Seeing the bone blade protruding out of the palm of Fujin's hand, Hirako raised an eyebrow in surprise. Shikatsumayaku. Hirako has studied and researched many Kekkai Genkai when he was selecting the best 5 Kekkai Genkai he wanted to absorb, so he is no stranger to Shikatsumayaku of the Kagaya clan. Hirako has also personally fought against the new members of the Akatsuki organization, including Kagaya Takashi, in order to test their combat ability. Although neither side did its best in the combat, it was Hirako who suppressed the entire Kurigakuer team consisting of 5 members all by himself. And frankly speaking, Hirako wasn't deeply impressed by any of the new members, except for maybe Hoshigaki Kisame. So, even though Hirako saw Fujin use Shikatsumayaku, he didn't really care too much because in his opinion, although Shikatsumayaku is a very practical Kekkai Genkai, it is not strong enough, and won't change anything in this battle. With this thought, Hirako raised his right hand into the sky. Instantly, a flash of lightning fell from the dark clouds and wrapped around Hirako's arm, holding the dazzling of lightning that is giving out palpating feeling. Hirako smiled and said, "If Shikatsumayaku is your only trump card, then I will be very disappointed." Fujin fully enhanced the sharpness of the bone blade in his hands, and said with an indifferent tone, "I hope you won't regret it later." After speaking so, Fujin didn't wait for Hirako's reply and instantly disappeared from his position. Looking at Fujin's figure with his Sharingan, Hirako said with a Glasgow grin, "No matter how fast you run, will you be faster than lightning itself?" After speaking so, Hirako pressed his hand on the ground. Sitsaize. Instantly, the highly concentrated lightning chakra wrapped around Hirako's arm spread in all directions like pulsating waves. On the sidelines, looking at the lightning rushing towards her face, Tsunade shouted, "Hurry up everyone, scatter." With Tsunade's warning, the Konoha shinobi on the edge of the battlefield instantly scattered like birds and beasts. On the battlefield, Hirako kept waving his hand, while simultaneously controlling the lightning in the thunderstorm clouds in the sky above Konoha. In this scene, Hirako was like a conductor, and lightning danced under his command. Wherever he pointed his finger, pillars of lightning with voltage as high as 300 million volts to 1 billion volts would fall from the sky and hit that exact spot, causing multiple rumbling sounds. Considering his generous character, Hirako wasn't discriminated against with his attacks. Although most of the attacks were directed towards Fujin, the Konoha shinobi weren't spared either. In this dangerous zone, where pillars of lightning rained down the sky, Fujin was like an incredibly fast ghost. He avoided each and every attack by virtue of his extremely high speed on Byakugan's insight. But the Konoha shinobi on the sidelines was not so lucky. In the fight between two extremely strong powerhouses, they suffered despite how far they were from the main battlefield. Although Tsunade had warned everyone to scatter away, the speed, insight, and nerve reaction of most of the shinobi is not so fast, so before they managed to retreat far away, many of them were engulfed by pillars of lightning. Arg. In the blink of an eye, the sounds of the wailing of people who were instantly killed because of being struck by the pillars of lightning started to resound all over Konoha. Anyone who is struck by pillars of lightning would turn into a pile of smoking coke and die on the spot. Art of the Raging Lion's Mane. Jiraiya, who was preparing to enter the sage made quickly used ninjutsu to lengthen his hair to help several Konoha shinobi dodge the lightning pillars. Smash! Boom! Tsunade on the other side also hit the ground with her chakra-enhanced fist. Accompanied by roar and tremor, Tsunade's fist hit the ground, causing rock pieces to fly into the air to protect her and Konoha shinobi around her. 8 trigrams, Revolving Heaven. Watatsumi also used Revolving Heaven in order to protect several Konoha shinobi including Kakashi, Hana/Yujeo, and Rabbit/Hayate. But noting that Akame/Kurane was not around, Watatsumi searched for her position, then looked at Kakashi. Kakashi nodded and instantly flashed away using Flying Raijin. Because Akame was too busy observing the battle of Fujin and Hiriko, so she got her ankle bruised while retreating, and was a step too late to dodge the curtain of lightning spread around by Hiriko. Now fallen to the ground with her thigh injured and bleeding, she hissed in pain and looked at the pillar of lightning descending on top of her with a horrifying expression. Just when the pillar of lightning was about to fall on her, Kakashi appeared next to her with Flying Raijin, and immediately disappeared together with her. Then very next instant, Kakashi and Kurane, Akame mask has been removed because of being destroyed, appeared next to Watatsumi and the rest of the members of the team, Ro who have hidden themselves in a building after taking some measures against the lightning pillars. After putting down Kurane to let Hana heal her, Kakashi asked Watatsumi, Kuroto, how's the situation? Because the distance from the battlefield is too far and lightning pillars are continuously raining down so it is very difficult for Kakashi to be able to understand the exact situation since he has already lost the Sharingan. Therefore, he can only rely on Kuroto, Shadow Clone, to better understand the situation on the battlefield. Watatsumi/Kuroto's Shadow Clone had already activated the Byakugan and sighed. Everyone alive has already retreated into safe zones, but as for the situation of the battlefield, I can't make out the exact situation. Too much lightning chakra in the surroundings is affecting my visual acuity, but based on what I am able to make out, Fujin has been able to constantly dodge all the pillars of lightning, so we shouldn't worry too much. I think Fujin might be able to defeat Hiriko. After listening to Watatsumi's analysis, Kurane, whose injury has been treated by Hana, looked at Watatsumi with a suspicious expression on her face. Watatsumi, Hyuga Kuroto's shadow clone, noticed Kurane's expression, and questioned, "What's wrong? Why look at me like this? Did I say something wrong?" Kurane got up, and said, "Kuroto-kun, for some time, I have been feeling that something is wrong with you tonight. With your arrogance and proud character, how can you be so peaceful and carefree even when so many strong individuals are present in Konoha?" The shadow clone was speechless after hearing Kurane, and asked, "When did I leave you with the impression that I have a conceited character?" Hayate, mask removed, on the side wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said, "Apart from Jiraiya-sama, and Tsunade-sama, who are barely qualified to be able to intervene in such battles, no one else can interfere, not even Captain. Although Captain is a bit proud and arrogant, he is not stupid." Yujeo, mask removed, nodded with Hayate, "Yes. Captain can still analyze the difference in strength between him and Hiriko, besides with Captain's mentality, he would not interfere in such a battle where he stands no chance at all." With Hayate and Yujeo's comment, Kuroto's shadow clone became more speechless. "Hey, you idiots, don't talk nonsense. I am confident and perhaps somewhat proud, but I am not arrogant. Besides, I am your captain, shouldn't you people have some respect for me?" At this time, Kurane leaned closer to Kuroto's shadow clone, and whispered lightly, "Frankly explain. Kuroto-kun, do you know Fujin personally?" Ever since she has seen the pair of Byakugan in the eye sockets of Fujin, Kurane believes that Fujin is most definitely a member of the main family of the Hyuga clan. Kurane's guess is more confirmed considering the somewhat similar appearance of Kuroto and Fujin. Listening to Kurane's question, Kuroto's shadow clone asked with a confused expression, "Who is this Fujin?" Kuroto will obviously not give Kurane any hint about his connection with Fujin. As for the reason why he did not participate in any major battle, one reason is that he was supposed to be a reinforcement to Jiraiya and Tsunade, and another reason is that currently, he is a shadow clone. Being a shadow clone, there is always a risk of disappearing. Although this risk is very low for him because of a very good supply of chakra because of Toyotoma's presence, it doesn't mean that the shadow clone won't disappear if hit by a powerful attack. And Kuroto's shadow clone would obviously not risk it. Really? Kurane looked at Kuroto suspiciously but did not ask any more. On the battlefield, with continuous body flicker, Fujin continued to flash from one position to another and arrived in front of Hiriko. You, damn it. Seeing that Fujin was not only able to dodge the rain of lightning pillars, but also managed to pass through the dense lightning nets covering the entire battlefield, Hiriko had an incredible expression on his face. He couldn't imagine the strength, speed, and insight required to be able to do such body maneuvering in such short instances. Fujin didn't care about Hiriko's shock, and without any hesitation, he waved the bone blade in his hand to cut down Hiriko. Converging his surprise, Hiriko hurriedly raised his steel release hardened hand to barely block Fujin's bone blade. Ding! A harsh metallic symphony resounded on the battlefield upon the collision of bone blade and Hiriko's hand. Seeing that the attack was blocked, Hirako chuckled in disdain. Idiot, do you really think that you can break through my steel release hardened armor with a mere bone blade? He couldn't be more familiar with such types of idiots. In the past few years, Hirako has seen many shinobi who tried to break through the defense of his steel release armor using various means, but all would result in for naught. All the attacks on his body will result in a metallic symphony, and nothing more. However, soon his smile solidified, as Hirako noticed that under the sharp bone blade, his arm was but down without any resistance. What? In shocked, Hirako hurriedly controlled the bandages wrapped around him to attack Fujin. At the same time, he subconsciously waved his left hand towards Fujin's head. Aside from the bandages that are as sharp as swords, Hirako's hand that came towards Fujin shot lightning at him that could instantly penetrate his brain and kill him in one shot. But facing such an attack, Fujin did not dodge. Firstly, he controlled his hair and lengthened it to deal with the bandages coming towards him. Next he lifted his other hand, caught the Hirako's attack that was coming towards his face and crushed it immediately. Caught by Fujin, the lightning completely disappeared and only smoke was left in Fujin's hand. Looking at the dark thunderstorm clouds covering the sky of Konohagakure in the distance, Nagato's indifferent face also had a touch of solemnity. Conan, who is standing next to Nagato, also frowned, and there were traces of doubts on her cold yet beautiful face. Who has forced Hirako to such a degree? Have other members of Amatsukami also appeared on the battlefield in Konoha? The destructive power of the storm release ninjutsu used by Hirako is extremely high. Every second several pillars of lightning are raining down on Konoha and there are no signs of this rain stopping. This ninjutsu used by Hirako is not so simple. It is an area control ninjutsu and consumes too much chakra. Even if it is Hirako whose chakra is as high as a Baiju, you wouldn't use this ninjutsu until he is in a very critical situation. The Tomo-masked DMS Obito also looked at the village in the distance with a thoughtful expression. If it is said that anyone was carefree at this moment, then it would definitely be Spiral-masked Toby, who was just playing around without a care about what was happening here, and none of the other three present here cared about what he was doing. Soon, Zetsu appeared out of the ground, and after walking closer to Tomo-masked DMS Obito and Nagato, he reported, Fujin of the Amatsukami is unexpectedly tough. I am afraid that Hirako alone wouldn't be able to complete the task. Tomo-masked DMS Obito was stunned upon hearing the situation from Zetsu and asked, Hirako can absorb chakra using his dark release Kekii Genkai, so how can Fujin, who specializes in magnet release, pose a threat to him? Everyone in the Akatsuki organization is aware that ninjutsu-type shinobi are completely useless against Hirako, because as long as Hirako understands the shape change and nature change of any ninjutsu, then he can easily absorb it. Most of the Kekii Genkai are no exception to this, and even the highly advanced Kekii Toda dust release that is above Kekii Genkai can also be absorbed by Hirako. This is why not only Tomo-masked DMS Obito, but even Nagato, Conan, and Toby were stunned upon hearing Zetsu's words and looked at him waiting for Tomo-masked DMS Obito's answer. Zetsu answered, Taijutsu and Kenjutsu skills of Fujin are highly exceptional. They completely surpass the level of Hirako, so he is suppressed by Fujin. Then also described the battle between Hirako and Fujin from his perspective. Conan was surprised after hearing the battle description. No wonder Amatsukami sent him out at the start. He is not abandoned or used as bait by Amatsukami to lure us out. He might as well be the trump card of Amatsukami. Zetsu nodded, then asked, what should we do now? After a while of silence, Nagato stepped forward to the edge of the cliff, and said in an indifferent tone, no matter who the other party is, they can't stop me from making Konoha feel the pain. I will send the pain Rakudo. Since each pain is now several times stronger than they were before, so they will be able to deal with most Konoha shinobi fairly easily. At the same time, they will also deal with the members of Amatsukami that are interfering in the Konoha collapse plan. After speaking up here, Nagato turned to look at Tomo-masked DMS Obito, and said, Madara, you should go too, capture Fujin, and I will let Human Path extract his soul to read all his memories. This time, not only Konoha and Gakage will disappear, but I will also uproot Amatsukami. Tomo-masked DMS Obito thought about it, and nodded, alright. At this time, Toby, who was staring at a flower, suddenly got up and asked, oh, and what about me? Am I also going to attack Konoha? Tomo-masked DMS Obito thought a little, then shook his head. For the time being you stay here, Toby. Aren't the Gakage planning to launch a surprise attack on Nagato? Just deal with them. After saying so, Tomo-masked DMS Obito looked at Nagato, and said, also, be careful of the leader of Amatsukami. Last time Yama managed to sneak attack you and almost killed you. We don't want that to happen this time, so conserve your strength as much as possible. Nagato's face darkened as soon as Yama, but after calming his anger, Nagato nodded to Tomo-masked DMS Obito. Tomo-masked DMS Obito said nothing more and just disappeared into a spiraling whirl. With Tomo-masked DMS Obito gone, Zetsu also retracted back into the ground and rushed towards Konoha. Konohagakure. Staring at Fujin's right hand that easily caught the lightning and crushed it while being empty-handed, Hirako's expression changed. Then he noticed something, and reacted, that is, periosteum. As the smoke on Fujin's hand cleared, Hirako with his Sharingan noticed the layer of white periosteum on Fujin's right hand, and can't help but curse inwardly. Damn, his Shikatsumayako is on a completely different level compared to Kagaya Takashi. After personally experiencing the sharpness of the bone blade that chopped off his hand, and the toughness of the periosteum layer that easily blocked and crushed his lightning attack, Hirako finally realized that Fujin's Shikatsumayako is on a completely different level than he has ever heard or seen. And for the first time, Hirako looked at Fujin as if he was dealing with someone superior to his strength here. Feeling the threat to his life, the crisis of death, Hirako suddenly felt the urge to retreat backward. His figure flashed and he distanced himself from Fujin. His severed arm that was cut off by Fujin hung downward because of the chimera bud. Puff. As Hirako retreated backward, Fujin committed out blood again, but he didn't care, and after getting over the body paralyzation Fujin instantly rushed towards Hirako as he didn't intend to give the other party an opportunity to recover and kill him this time for sure. With the bone blade held in each of his hands, and sharp bone spurs protruding out of his elbow, Fujin chased after Hirako whose body was covered in lightning and slashed at him from time to time. Sometimes an arm would be cut, the other time, the chest would be penetrated, and on the next opportunity his shoulder was slashed. Overall, injuries on Hirako kept increasing as time passed by. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Hirako shouted hysterically as anger was gradually growing in his heart. Hirako's steel release that he was so proud of and thought of as impenetrable and invincible couldn't resist even a single slash from the bone blades of Fujin. The bone blades in the hands of Fujin are so sharp that is really horrifying. On the sidelines, and looking at Fujin and Hirako, one chasing to kill, while the other struggling to not die, Jiraiya and Tsunade who were far away were dumbfounded. After a long silence, Jiraiya sighed, I can only hope that he doesn't become Konoha's enemy in the future, otherwise, there is no way for any one of us to be able to stop him. Each and every move and style of Fujin seems to be indefinite, they look normal and random but in reality, each move is a killer attack, and even a little bit of carelessness will result in death. They know that Hirako's strength and skills have surpassed even the Gokage, but in the face of Fujin's increasingly fierce offensive, Hirako's disadvantage has become more and more obvious with time, and now the situation is very clear. Hirako is being completely suppressed by Fujin. Many body parts of Hirako, such as arms, shoulders, thigh, ears, etc. have already been severed by Fujin. The only reason they are still attached is that they are forcibly held together by the chimera buds. As for healing his body with dark medical ninjutsu, Hirako doesn't have the opportunity to be able to do so under the constant fierce offensive of Fujin. So, it wouldn't be wrong to say that Hirako has already lost this battle. He wouldn't be able to hold on for too long. His defeat is only a matter of time and he would either be captured alive or probably die. Tsunade's gaze condensed, and she finally can't help but speak. Have you noticed it too, Jiraiya? At novel bin at. Jiraiya asked in confusion, noticed what? Tsunade looked at Fujin, and said solemnly, I don't know if you see it or not, but the combat style of this guy Fujin has too many traces of Konoha's combat style, whether it is Konoha, Ryu, Uchiha Taijutsu, and Kenjutsu, Hyuga's gentle fist Taijutsu as well as many other forms of Kenjutsu styles that have been popular in Konoha are incorporated in Fujin's combat style. Jiraiya's expression shrank upon understanding the implication of Tsunade's analysis. This, maybe. But he didn't have much time to speak as several explosions and rumbling sounds came from 5 corners of the village. Boom 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 boom. Immediately afterward, there were several roars of beasts that didn't come from the territory of the Inuzuka clan. Jiraiya hurriedly jumped on the ruins of a tall building and observed the situation of the village while protecting himself from the rain of lightning pillars. Looking around, he suddenly found that several huge summon beasts have appeared in the village from the eastern section, and without exception, all of them seem to have the Rinnegan pattern in their eyes, as well as black sticks affixed on their bodies. After understanding what this means, Jiraiya said with a bitter and helpless expression, Nagato has also made his move. Hokage building. Hokage-sama, one suspicious individual with the Rinnegan pattern has appeared in the western district. Hokage-sama, 2 suspicious individuals with the Rinnegan pattern have appeared in the eastern district. Hokage-sama, 2 suspicious individuals with the Rinnegan pattern have appeared in the southern district. One by one Konoha Umbu flashed inside the Hokage office and reported the latest news about the sudden appearance of the new members of the Akatsuki organization to Sandaime Hokage. Sandaime asked with a calm face, describe the appearance of the suspicious individuals. The Umbu nodded and immediately described the appearance of the suspicious individuals with Rinnegan pattern in the eye. After listening to the detailed description of their appearance, Sandaime muttered, each of them has the Rinnegan, either they have orange hair or they are bald, and each of them has black piercings on their faces. It seems that these are just the new puppets of Nagato. What were they called? Pain Rakudo. Although the last raid against Akatsuki organization at Amegakur failed, the villages still managed to gather a lot of information about their enemies, such as Rinnegan and Pain Rakudo of Nagato, Wood Release, and Spacetime Jutsu of Tobi, according to Sandaime's knowledge because he is not yet aware that the name Tobi has been given to someone else, paper control of Conan, etc., etc. And using this intelligence, suitable combat strategies have been developed by Sandaime Hokage after various consultations with Nara Shikaku, the think tank of Konoha. So, after groaning for a while, Sandaime instructed the captain of his Umbu guard, notify the 4 cage to be ready to move at any moment. Although Nagato has not yet made his appearance on the battlefield in person, the appearance of Pain Rakudo shows that he is somewhere nearby and has already made his move. Therefore, the Gokage must be ready to move out at the instant Yamanaka Inoichi locate the position of Nagato. Yes, Hokage-sama. The captain of Hokage-Sambu Guard nodded, and disappeared. On the battlefield, hearing the sudden roars of the several summon beasts, and multiple explosions that have suddenly increased, Fujin realized that Nagato has also made his shot, so Fujin slightly slowed down the offensive on Hiriko and increased his own vigilance against a sneak attack from Nagato and Obito. And while Fujin became cautious, the Tomo-masked DMS Obito, who was hidden far away, muttered with a smirk, "I got you." The very next instant, a spatial distortion suddenly appeared on Fujin's back without any warning and began to engulf him into the Kamui dimension. Kamui. The familiar feeling of tearing and paralyzing sensation instantly shocked Fujin, and reminded him that Obito has also made his move on him. Even if Fujin had been psychologically prepared, and even if he had been wary of it, when the attack really came to him, no matter how hard he fought, he couldn't help but feel a little worried. While trying to resist the tearing sensation, Fujin instantly located several chakra signatures in his Byakugan vision. But at this moment, Fujin didn't have enough to be able to distinguish which of these chakra signatures is the real hiding position of Obito, because the time in his hands to be able to break free of Kamui is as short as 1 to 2 seconds. If Fujin doesn't get rid of Obito's Kamui within this short period of 1 to 2 seconds, the end will be self-evident. The distortion of the body became more and more serious, the numbness caused because of being pushed into another time-space filled Fujin's entire body, making him unable to freely control his body. This feeling is stronger compared to the last time he fought against Obito at Kirigakure, which obviously means that Obito's mastery of Kamui has increased several times since he regained his other eye. Facing such a dilemma, Fujin can't help but consider a possibility: should I abandon the Fujin clone body? But this thought was instantly rejected by Fujin. No, I can't abandon this clone. After making up his mind, Fujin's expression became serious. He suppressed the anxiety in his heart, let go of all his thoughts, and a strong will to fight back was ignited in his heart. Shikatsumayako, Dance of the Seedling Fern. Boom 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 boom. Accompanied by the tremors of earth, Fujin unreservedly used one of the strongest secret jutsu of. Instantly, one after another, countless bone spears pierced through the ground and appeared on the battlefield. One of these bone spears came out of the ground beneath Fujin's feet and directly pierced through and wrapped around his distorted body that was about to be engulfed inside the Kamui dimension. After his body merged into the bone spear, the very next instant Fujin traveled through the bone spear and changed his position in order to escape the area that was about to be engulfed by the bone spear. Crack. At this instant, Kamui was complete. Looking at it from the side, a spiral cavity appeared on the original tough bone spear, and this cavity is exactly the position where Fujin was standing an instant ago. Under the stripping of Kamui, the bone spear had no resistance at all and was directly broken. Hidden in the shadows, the Tomo-masked DMS Obito frowned when he looked at this scene. When Fujin initially used the Dance of the Seedling Fern, Tomo-masked DMS Obito felt that something was wrong and he was puzzled why Fujin used this jutsu. At the same time, he is also confused about how Fujin can use Dance of the Seedling Fern at such a fast speed. It didn't take even an instant since the Kamui was launched and a complete bone forest was erected at the battlefield. Damn it, the first sneak attack failed. I should have gotten a bit closer and then used Kamui on him, thought Tomo-masked DMS Obito with a regrettable expression. After all, the first sneak attack is the most deadly and dangerous, but now that the enemy knows that he is here, so obviously Fujin will be prepared for the next set of offensive. At the same time, he did not expect that Fujin would use such an approach to escape Kamui. Ever since he has retrieved his other eye from Kakashi, Tomo-masked DMS Obito has better understood his dojutsu, Kamui. Although the Kamui of his right eye can be used to transfer things to the Kamui dimension, the time it takes to transfer things to the Kamui dimension will be affected by the distance. The farther he is from the target, the more time it will take for the transfer. In the sneak attack just now, Tomo-masked DMS Obito stood about 500 meters away from Fujin, so the speed was quite slow and took about 2 to 3 seconds. Although, 2 to 3 seconds is not a very long time period, and would definitely kill most of the shinobi, however, Fujin, because of his fast reaction speed and extremely quick thinking, is able to dodge it. Sigh, it looks like this battle wouldn't be easy, sighed Tomo-masked DMS Obito, then focused on Fujin and the surrounding bone forest. The bone forest that kept rising from the ground almost frightened everyone on the battlefield. One after another, extremely sharp and strong bone spears sprouted out of the ground. Unfortunately for Fujin, Hiriko, with his extremely fast speed granted to him by swift release, managed to dodge the bone spears with some difficulty. Of course, looking at his panicked expression, it can be assumed that he has probably already developed a psychological shadow against these bone spears and is really afraid to face them. Of course, Konoha Shinobi was also panicked. They were afraid that they too would die because of these bone spears, but strangely enough, the bone spears did not grow out of the position where Konoha Shinobi stood. It was as if these bone spears were deliberately avoiding them, which made them understood that the member of Amatsukami does not intend to target them and relieved them of a lot of their worries. After calming down, everyone looked at each other. From the moment Fujin was suddenly attacked by some sort of distortion in the void, to the moment when Fujin used Dance of the Seedling Fern to escape the attack, and then the appearance of this bone forest, the whole process was completed in only a few seconds, so most of the people are unable to judge what exactly happened all of a sudden and where did the attack come from. At this time, Jiraiya, who has already entered the Sennin mode, informed everyone, a new enemy has appeared, and it is the guy who uses some kind of weird space-time jutsu along with Mokuton. Be vigilant. Jiraiya is extremely familiar with the intelligence of the members of the Akatsuki organization, so the moment the void distortion appeared around Fujin, he immediately recognized the identity of the enemy, and after confirming his guess with Hyuga Kuroto/Watatsumi, shadow clone, he instantly informed everyone. After receiving Jiraiya's warning, all the Konoha shinobi, including Tsunade and Hyuga Kuroto/Watatsumi shadow clone, immediately hid their bodies, as they did not want to be targeted by Kamui. Jiraiya went towards Tsunade and said, "We can't be passive now that another enemy has appeared. I will support Fujin, and you will be my backup." Tsunade nodded heavily. "All right. The current situation is disadvantageous for Fujin. 2 Akatsuki members are already on the field. Although, Fujin is extremely strong, and other members of Amatsukami should also be hidden somewhere and observing the situation, no matter what, as Konoha shinobi, Jiraiya, and Tsunade can't sit still. They must also take action, as they absolutely do not allow Konoha to be mere spectators in a war fought in Konoha, the other side of Bone Forest." While panting deep breaths, Hirako recovered a little from his injuries and roared loudly in the direction of Tomo masked DMS Obito, "Why are you here? I am the one who is going to kill the bastard." Listening to Hirako's roar, there was no response from Tomo masked DMS Obito, as he was busy searching for Fujin's location. Seeing that he was being completely ignored, Hirako could only grit his teeth in frustration and clench his fist in anger. Although he doesn't want to admit it, Hirako had to accept the fact that when put in a 1vs1 confrontation against Fujin, he is not strong enough to be able to defeat Fujin. Facts have proven that he will have to join forces with this so-called Madara person in order to deal with Fujin. Of course, Hirako knows that with the help of Madara, dealing with Fujin will be extremely easy. After all, Madara is definitely the second strongest person in the Akatsuki organization. And in Hirako's opinion, although Fujin's strength is a bit too outrageous, the opponent often vomits blood and stops midway as if he is paralyzed. Therefore, Hirako can judge that Fujin's body definitely has some kind of problem, so as long as he and Madara join forces, they can resolve Fujin in the shortest amount of time. Just after Hirako's words fell, Fujin's half-body suddenly appeared out of the bone spear behind Hirako, and without wasting any time in speaking nonsense, he directly slashed the bone blade in his hands. The sharp bone blade, glowing with cold light, was slashed across Hirako's neck at novel bin at. Slash. As soon as the bone blade ran across Hirako's neck, blood splashed out, and the very instant, Hirako's head that still had an angered and shocked look was severed and fell on the ground. Plop, whoosh whoosh. Just as Fujin's figure retracted back into the bone spear, with the sound of breaking through wind, several large projectiles with the shape of Obito's Manjikyu Sharinon pattern with a diameter of more than 1 meter came right after it and hit the exact bone spear. The bone spear cut by the large projectile was instantly engulfed in a spiraling whirl, and soon disappeared from his time-space without leaving behind a trace. The momentum of the large projectiles remained unabated, and with a whirling sound, it continues forward, cutting off hundreds of bone spears that too soon disappeared into the Kamui dimension, leaving behind a large empty area in the middle of the bone forest. Boom. Roar. With a loud explosion and a roaring noise, an emerald blue Susanoo suddenly appeared in the area where the bone forest was swallowed by Kamui Shuriken. Tomo masked DMS Obito glanced at Hirako, whose head had been severed from his body and fell to the ground in a lifeless state. His eyes under his mask were filled with a joking expression, as if he was quite happy about the death of Hirako. If Obito wanted to save Hirako from Fujin, he had more than enough time and opportunity to be able to do so without much effort, but he chose not to do so because Hirako is a staunch follower of the Nagato faction in the Akatsuki organization. And because Hirako's strength is extremely high, only weaker than him and Nagato, so Hirako's presence is unfavorable for Obito, as it makes controlling Nagato somewhat difficult. Therefore, he has been looking for various opportunities to either change Hirako's loyalty from Nagato towards him or simply eliminate him to clean a possible future threat. After all, it is only a matter of time before the conflict between him and Nagato broke out. Obito expects the conflict to break out after tonight's destruction of the Konoha, Gakage, and Amatsukami organization, because after eliminating these threats, the Akatsuki organization would focus their complete attention on the 9 Baijuyu so as to revive the Juobi. At that time, Nagato would become the last obstacle to Project Tsuki no Mi, because Obito and Nagato's goals are different. Nagato wants to bring peace through fear and destruction, while Obito wants to plunge the world into infinite Tsukiyomi. Since their goals are different, so a civil war is bound to break out. So, eliminating future threats at an early stage is only a matter of course. At this time, Jiraiya, who has already entered the Sennin mode, suddenly jumped out of the bone forest and shouted, "Senpo, Gomen." Whoosh. On Toad-shima's command, Jiraiya sprayed out a large volume of toad oil, followed by Toad Fugaku on Jiraiya's right shoulder, performing a wind release jutsu to propel the toad oil, and finally, Toad-shima on Jiraiya's left shoulder, performing a fire release jutsu to heat the wind-propelled toad oil. Within an instant, a superheated inferno burning at 1000 of degrees was created, lighting up the night sky red. Tomo masked DMS Obito frowned, his thoughts moved, and instantly, a pair of wings spread out on the back of his complete body Susanoo and he flew into the air. Because of the transplantation of Hashirama cells, the yin chakra and yang chakra in Obito's body is in a semi-fused state, resulting in the yin-yang chakra or Rakudo chakra. Therefore, even though the Mangekyou Sharinon in Obito's body is not eternal, but because the quality and quantity of his chakra are quite good, and because his visual power continuously returns, so Obito can use the complete body Susanoo with wings on his back after a lot of training, so his Susanoo has the ability to fly. Jiraiya had a dazed expression as he looked at the 100-meter giant flying in the sky. This is the first time he has seen complete body Susanoo, and didn't know that Susanoo can also fly, so he is quite taken aback. At this time, Jiraiya's Gomen has already swallowed the bone forest. No matter how tough these bone spears may have been, when incinerated by the oil burning at thousands of degrees, they couldn't resist and started to break apart and evaporate. Crack crack, click. With constant cracking noise, one after another bone spears that were affected by Gomen turned into dust and evaporated. At this time, Fujin, who was panting, leaned out of one of the bone spear near Jiraiya and looked at him with a speechless expression. No matter how dangerous the Kamui Shuriken may have been, at most they destroyed a very small part of the bone forest, and that too recovered in a flash under Fujin's chakra. But when Jiraiya used his Sage Jutsu, a large part of bone forest simply evaporated without even posing any threat to Obito. On the other hand, if Fujin hadn't hurried to transfer himself away from that area, then he too would have been swallowed by the incinerated toad oil that is burning at thousands of degrees. Jiraiya also seemed to have noticed Fujin's gaze and apologized with an embarrassed expression. Sorry, I didn't expect his to suddenly fly. Jiraiya's move just now was actually a test in order to verify whether this person in front of him who is using Susanoo can still make himself intangible or not, and whether he can make the entire Susanoo intangible or not. After all, even if it's Susanoo known for its ultimate defense, resisting Gomen is quite dangerous, so if the person can still make himself intangible while using the Susanoo, or he can make the entire Susanoo intangible, then he would definitely choose to do so and not pose hard resistance to Gomen. It's just that Jiraiya didn't expect that the opponent wouldn't play his cards according to expectations, and use a completely different approach and fly off the ground. Fujin sighed, and didn't get too entangled with this small issue. Instead he turned his head, and looked at the place where Hiriko's body was present. At this moment, that area is already a sea of flames. Everything on the ground is burned into char and evaporated by Gomen, even the rubble was not spared and was evaporated. Fujin doesn't know if Obito has saved Hiriko's body or not, but if he hadn't, then no matter what secret jutsu or kinjutsu Hiriko may have used, his body would have definitely been destroyed. Of course, Fujin is not completely certain whether Hiriko is dead, even if all his life signs have disappeared. After all, Hiriko is capable of using dark medical ninjutsu similar to Yomi of the Land of Demons. And since Fujin has already once learned the lesson from Yomi, so he cannot ascertain Hiriko's death. Not to mention he didn't see whether Obito has saved Hiriko's body or not because Fujin was busy escaping the Kamui Shuriken and Gomen. Putting aside that thought, for now, Fujin looked at Tomo-masked DMS Obito, who was flying high into the air, and looking at Fujin, Jiraiya, as well as other Konoha shinobi with a condescending look in his eyes. I am quite curious, can your dance of the seedling fern and Senin mode withstand what's about to come? After speaking so, he didn't wait for any reply, directly dispersed the Susanoo, and disappeared into a spiraling whirl with a burst of mocking laughter echoing all over the village. Jiraiya said with an anxious expression, well, he must have chosen a different target. Jiraiya is self-conscious and understands things quite clearly. If he were in the enemy's shoes, then he would also avoid the enemy's strong fighters and directly attack the weak links in order to disturb the strong ones psychologically. This is only a matter of course, and since Konohagakure is so big, determining the enemy's exact target is quite difficult in such a short time. But Fujin wasn't so worried about who will be Obito's target, because he feels that Obito hasn't left yet. No one in Konoha or other great villages poses a threat to DMS Obito. If there is anyone he is vigilant against, then it is definitely a Matsukami. So, Fujin feels that Obito's move just now was only a deception to hide into the dark to carry out another sneak attack, lest he would be targeted by other Amatsukami members who are hiding in the dark while he is on the bright side. And while Fujin was thinking, the village suddenly became quiet. The explosions, howling and roars of chimera beasts and summon beasts, fierce fighting, along with every other sound seems to have subsided for some reason. Fujin's expression shrank. What's the matter? Why would they retreat all of a sudden? Not only Fujin, even Jiraiya, Tsunade, Kakashi, as well as other Konoha shinobi and Umbu in the surroundings noticed something strange with the sudden silence because it gave everyone an eerie feeling. Walking out of the ruins, Kurane looked at Kuroto's shadow clone, and asked, the members of Akatsuki organization have retreated. Kuroto's shadow clone, who was also observing the situation with his Byakugan, was also quite confused, and nodded. They seem to have retreated for some reason. It's quite strange. Kakashi said with a solemn expression, I am afraid it's not that simple, let's be more vigilant. Just as Kakashi spoke, both Fujin standing on top of the bone spear, and Kuroto's shadow clone suddenly frowned and looked up into the sky. Feel pain. In the sky, there is a figure floating high above, his position at the center of the village, wearing Akatsuki cloak, and his arms outstretched as if doing something. Accept pain. Following Fujin, and Kuroto's shadow clone's gaze, one after another everyone turned to look in that direction and spotted the small figure. And no pain. Jiraiya frowned, that is, for some reason, he suddenly had a bad feeling, and immediately afterward, he shouted at everyone, no matter what he is doing, he must be stopped. Those who do not know pain will never understand true peace. Fujin shook his head, and while printing hand seals, he said, it's too late for you all to stop him. I will do what I can, you all just need to do something to be able to protect yourselves. Fujin's words just fell, and a majestic, yet indifferent voice echoed, and now, this world shall know pain. Shinra. Tensei. At novel bin at. Boom 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 boom. Instantly, a huge repulsive force swept through the village, quickly spreading around and affecting everything. In the face of this repulsive force, everything including people, animals, houses, buildings, etc. seems to be like fragile wood and could be crushed unilaterally. Feeling the heavy shockwave, everyone seems to be feeling a sense of disparity. Kakashi looked dull, he had a complex expression that was filled with shock and helplessness. Hayate subconsciously rushed towards Yujao with the hope that he could do something to be able to protect her even if he loses his life while doing so. Kurane looked at the person suspended in the air, then turned to look at Fujin who seems to be trying to do something. Kurane also looked at Kuroto standing next to her and noticed that his eyes were golden at this moment instead of white, and he was also trying to do something. Although curious, she didn't have the time or opportunity to ask anything, as she closed her eye with the hope that she wouldn't die. Just as everyone was preparing to meet the impact, an endless iron sand curtain suddenly unfolded above the sky of Konoha. Looking from the sky high above, the iron sand curtain seems to be a black mattress that covered the entire village and seems to be trying to resist the repulsive force that swept over the whole village. The lamp above the head flickered and dimmed, making bursts of contact noises. Cough cough. Hinata was like a cat, with a dusty face, coughed slightly, then looked at the surroundings with a dazed expression. Please, someone save me. It hurts. I want Okazan. Oyaa. I want my Okazan. At this time, several strong and weak cries filled with intermittent moans and painful wailing were coming from all corners of the refugee shelter, overlapping each other, causing the refugee to fall in a painful and sorrowful state. Hinata looked around, and her eyes were dim. She doesn't seem to be able to see or understand what exactly happened all of a sudden. The long rows of tube lights on the dome of the refugee shelter had already been broken for some reason, and the few remaining lights were also flickering and dimming due to the damage in the power system. Dust and rubble are constantly falling from the roof, so the entire refugee seems to be covered in smoke and dust, making it very hard to see even 3 or 4 meters ahead. While Hinata was unresponsive to the situation, suddenly a figure rushed towards her, and while shaking her shoulder, he asked, "Hey, are you hurt somewhere?" Hearing the familiar voice, Hinata's eyes gained focus, she was able to clearly see the figure in front of her, and replied, "Naruto-kun? I am not injured. But I am unable to get up because of those rocks." "Oh, alright then. I will remove these rocks." After nodding lightly, Naruto removed the rocks on the side and helped Hinata get up at novel bin at. As Hinata got up, she noticed that her sister Hanabi is also next to her, although Hanabi seems to have lost consciousness. After making sure that Hanabi was not injured, Hinata discovered Shin, who was originally sitting beside her, was buried in the rocks. "Ah, Shin-chan." With an exclaim, she with the help of Naruto removed the rocks. It didn't take long for the two little guys to clear up the rocks and found that Shin wasn't the only one buried under the rocks. Apart from Shin, Taraho was also present, and it seemed as if Taraho had protected Shin with his own body. After rescuing Shin and Taraho, Hinata asked with a concerned expression, "Are you alright?" Taraho nodded weakly. To be honest, he was actually prepared to die. After all, Shin had actually foretold his death, but it seems that something has changed. Anyhow, he is alive, although he is injured. His injuries are not too severe and there doesn't seem to be any immediate danger to his life. On the other hand, Shin, who had also been rescued, seems to be crying. She is very scared at this moment. The tragic scenes she saw in the prophecy seemed to be fulfilling one after another. Both Naruto and Hinata were at a loss at how to help Shin. Even Taraho didn't know what to do. Hinata-sama. Hanabi-sama. At this moment, Hyuga Natsu, Hanabi's caretaker, also found them and checked their state. Not far away, Suzuki's mother carried the unconscious Kiyomi and looked at the socking scene. Her face was heavy and painful, and she said to Suzuki standing beside her, "Suzuki, you go and help the others." Although Suzuki is only 7 years old, in the shinobi world, this age is already considered old enough to be on the battlefield fighting in the wars. In the Third Great Shinobi War, many children under the age of 8 had participated in the war, not to mention her older son Itachi, who witnessed the cruelty of war at the age of 4, so in the eyes of Mikoto, Suzuki is not just her son, but also a shinobi. Looking at the bleeding leg of his mother, and unconscious Kiyomi carried by her mother, Suzuki hesitated, "But Okazan, your leg, and Kiyomi. Kiyomi-chan is just unconscious and nothing more. As for me, such a small injury is not enough to hinder me, so you don't have to worry about the two of us." As she said, Mikoto activated her 3-tomo Sharingan and said while gently rubbing Suzuki's head, "Don't forget Suzuki, I am also a jonin." Suzuki no longer hesitated. He stood up and shouted to Naruto, who was not far away, "Naruto, come with me, let's save the others." "Oh, got it Suzuki." Naruto nodded hastily. While Naruto was about to go with Suzuki, Hinata whispered in a low tone, "Naruto-kun, can I also come with you? I have the Byakugan, it will be easier to find the others." Sasuke walked over, looked up and down at Hinata, then said, "You can follow, but you have to act smartly, and not hinder us." Hinata nodded hastily, "Yes, thank you Sasuke-kun." After saying so she turned towards Natsu, and said, "Natsu-san, please take care of Hanabi-chan and Shin-chan. I am going to help others with Naruto-kun, and Sasuke-kun." Then immediately followed Sasuke and Naruto without waiting for Natsu's reply. Wait, Hinata-sama. Natsu wanted to stop Hinata, but by the time she had reacted, Hinata had already walked away with Sasuke and Naruto. "Oh, what am I going to do now? If something were to happen to Hinata-sama." At the same time, Mikoto along with the other shinobi present at the refugee shelter also started to carry out the search and rescue operation, while also reinforcing the walls of the refugee shelter in order to ensure the safety of the villagers. On the other side, 3 little guys walked through the refugee shelter, although the entire shelter was filled with dust and smoke, and rubble. Finding and rescuing Konoha villagers buried under rocks wasn't very difficult because of Hinata's Byakugan, coupled with Sasuke and Naruto's combined efforts. After a while, they came to a large cavernous boulder that seems to have blocked the passage. Looking at the completely collapsed passage in front of her, Hinata can't help but mutter in worry. Why is this happening? Why did the refugee shelter collapse all of a sudden? Naturally, Naruto couldn't answer. He doesn't really have much of an understanding of what exactly is going on. So instead of thinking about this problem, he stepped forward, and tried to push away the boulder blocking the passage, and found that he couldn't move the boulder at all. Of course, Sasuke is different from Naruto. He thought about it a little, and said casually, "This refugee shelter is tens of meters underground. Even if there is a very big explosion on the surface, it should not affect here." Naruto said with a smirk, "Then why have so many places collapsed at this refugee shelter?" Sasuke obviously didn't have the answer, and said angrily, "How do I know? But something very big must have happened on the surface for its impact to have even reached here." Hinata said with a worried tone, "I don't know how my Otosama and Sensei are now." Listening to Hinata, even Sasuke also became faintly worried, but he soon reassured himself. "Humph. My Otosan is the patriarch of the Uchiha clan as well as the captain of the Konoha military police force. He must be fine." While Hinata and Sasuke were busy in their thoughts, there was suddenly a sound of hurried footsteps getting closer and closer. The 3 little guys looked in the direction of the hurried footsteps, and soon recognized the identity of the person coming over. Sasuke said, "It's you, Hyuga Niji." Niji nodded at the few people in front of him, then immediately said to Hinata, "Hinata-sama, you shouldn't run around at this place, it could be dangerous. Natsu-san is worried about you." Hinata bowed her head, and apologized, "I just wanted to help Naruto-kun and Sasuke-kun in rescuing the others, please forgive me, Niji and Nii-san." Listening to the discussion of Niji and Hinata, Naruto frowned, they are both quite weird, why do they refer to each other in this way? Sasuke crossed his arms over his chest, and explained to Naruto, Hyuga Niji and Hinata are from the Hyuga clan. Although they are from the same clan, Hinata is from the main family, not to mention she is the eldest daughter of the patriarch of the Hyuga clan, which means that Hinata is going to be the next patriarch of the entire Hyuga clan, so her status is equivalent to my Nii-san in the Uchiha clan. On the other hand, Niji is just a member of the branch family of the Hyuga clan and is responsible for the protection of Hinata. Although the 2 of them are cousins, there is a stark difference in their status. Hinata is master in the Hyuga clan, while Hyuga Niji is just a retainer who is responsible for the protection of the main family. Naruto muttered in confusion, "I don't understand. Obviously both of them are relatives of similar age, so why are they divided into masters and retainers? It's really confusing." Sasuke glanced at Naruto and said in a disdainful tone, "Idiot Naruto, in major shinobi clans like that of Uchiha and the Hyuga there are various rules and traditions, and we have to uphold on those rules and traditions." Listening to Sasuke and Naruto discussing the status difference between the main family and the branch family of the Hyuga clan, in front of them Niji was embarrassed. As he grew older, Niji gradually understood the difference between the main family and the branch family, and also understands his role as a member of the branch family. He is not disgusted with the idea of protecting Hinata, but what Niji truly hopes is to be able to protect Hinata as an older brother protecting his younger sister, rather than a member of the branch family protecting a member of the main family. At this moment, Niji suddenly shouted, "Everyone, move aside," and subconsciously pulled Hinata backward. With Niji's warning, Sasuke and Naruto also reacted and moved away. Boom! Not long after the 4 children retreated, the huge boulder blocking the passage was blown up. After dodging the rocks that came in their direction, the 4 children saw through the breach in the passage and found that on the other end of the passage, several Konoha shinobi were fighting fiercely against a shinobi wearing the traditional Akatsuki cloak. Looking at them, Niji and Hinata quickly recognized the identity of one of the Konoha shinobi, and exclaimed, "That's Yui-sensei. Yui-san." Smash. Suddenly, one of the figures was kicked out and smashed on the wall hard. Cough cough. Damn it! At this rate, I am not even sure if we will be able to prevent him from going any further. We have no other option, Anko. We can't let him go any further. Thousands of lives are at stake here, said Shizune as she started healing Anko's injury while Hyuga and Uchiha Izumi kept the enemy busy. Initially, there were 20 excellent shinobi who was in charge of the security of this refugee shelter. However, not long after one of the Akatsuki members invaded the refugee shelter, almost all the members of the security team died one after another at his hands. Mitarashi Anko was the only one left and would have died too if it wasn't for the sudden and unexpected arrival of Shizune, Yui, and Izumi, who hastily saved her. Anyway, back to the battle. While Uchiha Izumi with her exceptional taijutsu prowess carried out a frontal offensive against the enemy, Hyuga Yui with her Byakugan active rushed towards the enemy's back and directly used one of the strongest and deadliest jutsu that she can use currently. 8 trigrams, 64 palm, 2 palm, 4 palm, 8 palm, 16 palm, 32 palm, 64 palm. Pa 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 pa. With the crisp sound of palm collision, one after another 64 palm were landed on the enemy. As soon as the attack was finished, Izumi and Shizune looked at each other at the same time, and can't help but exclaim in joy, "It's done, his tenketsu should be sealed now." The gentle fist taijutsu of the Hyuga clan causes internal injury by the invasion of chakra. So, according to Shizune, Izumi, and Anko, the moment Yui successfully finished her attack, the enemy's flow of chakra is sealed and it would be extremely difficult for him to move. However, unlike Shizune, Izumi, and Anko, Yui didn't have that joyful look. The reason being that with her Byakugan she can clearly see that even if the enemy's tenketsu are sealed, it is of no use because chakra flow in his body is not stopped. Instead, more chakra is coming into his body from an external source. Probably, through those hundreds of black rods embedded into his body. And just as she expected, the enemy wasn't neutralized. Even after suffering from a whole set of 64 palms, he turned around and fiercely kicked Yui as if he was completely unaffected by the previous attack. Smash! Yui, who was kicked by the enemy, also smashed on the wall. What? Shizune and the others were stunned. How can he still move? After knocking out Yui, the Akatsuki member turned sideways and looked at Shizune and Izumi, who were still standing, and Anko, who was trying to get up again. While the enemy looked at the 3 kunoichi, the 3 kunoichi also looked at the enemy, especially at that purple ripple pattern that tends to exert a certain kind of unbearable oppression on them. The enemy not only has amazing insight because of bearing the Rinnegan, but he can also use all sorts of weird attacks like launching missiles, create 3 pairs of hands, create multiple faces on his head to keep track of 3 directions at the same time, bring out the giant saw from his back, open his head to fire some kind of laser beam and particle cannon, and many other weird attacks, including those black sticks that completely disrupts chakra if they pierce your body. Undoubtedly, the enemy fighting against the 4 Konoha Kunoichi is none other than a Jurapath from the Pain Rakudo. And faced with the weirdness of his abilities, the 4 of them have been unable to do much. Izumi, who had long since activated her 3-Tomo Sharinon and has exceptional taijutsu skills, is unable to keep up with the enemy's speed and strength. Shizune's poison is completely ineffective against the enemy because he is a corpse, and might even affect the comrades in such a small and narrow passage. Therefore, her abilities are greatly limited here. Anko's snakes are unable to do much damage because the enemy kills all the snakes using those black sticks with his 6 hands. And originally being a corpse with an external source of chakra supply, gently fist taijutsu that causes internal damage to the chakra pathway of the body is proving to be ineffective against him. Not to mention that they are unable to use ninjutsu at such a narrow passage because using ninjutsu would endanger the lives of villagers because the refugee shelter that is barely hanging would completely collapse. Taking all these disadvantages into consideration, they used everything they had. Shizune, Anko, and Izumi tried to keep the enemy busy in order to give Yui the opportunity to make a perfect sneak attack with the hopes of solving the enemy with that sneak attack. But unfortunately, it didn't work. Even after the attack was successful, it had no effect on a Jurapath. It turns out that the enemy's weirdness makes him immune to the gentle fist taijutsu of the Hyuga clan. At this rate, none of them can resist the enemy. Staring at the Rinnegan in the opponent's eye socket that seems to loom with extreme coldness, everyone felt a sense of despair. Yui, who had fallen not far away, struggled to get up, but midway she felt her throat becoming hot, and after spurting out a mouthful of blood she collapsed on the ground and shouted unwillingly, "Damn it! Can't let him go any further. The civilians' lives are at stake here." After speaking so, she clenched her fist and used all her strength to get up again and put on the gentle fist posture. But even a fool could see that her combat effectiveness is not that high because her hands are trembling in fear and powerlessness. A Jurapath glanced at the 4 Konoha Kunoichi indifferently, then raised a pair of arms, and said, "If early death is what you desire, then I shall fulfill your wish." Kaka kaka. Amidst the sound of machinery operating, many missiles appeared out of the arm raised by a Jurapath, and these missiles were aimed at the 4 Konoha Kunoichi. Shizune was the least injured of the 4, rushed towards Yui because she knew that with Yui's current state it would be very difficult for her to escape the attack of these missiles. A Jurapain didn't seem to care about Shizune's intention and prepared to launch the missiles. Whoosh 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 whoosh. But just as he was about to launch the missiles, several shurikens were shot from the other side of the passage. A Jurapain didn't move, he just tilted his head slightly and accurately avoided all the shuriken that was shot towards him, then moved his gaze towards the other side of the passage in order to verify the identity of the new enemy. Fire style, fireball jutsu. The moment a Jurapain looked in that direction, a fierce fireball came towards him. Azura Pain did not move to dodge the fireball jutsu, he just raised his hands over his chest and resisted the attack with his body. Through the observation of Rinnegan, Azura Pain had already judged that the heat of this fireball jutsu is not too high, thus it will not cause him any damage, so using his body to resist it is more than enough. His expectations were correct, the fire did not cause him any damage, but just as the fire was about to dissipate, several figures rushed towards him under the cover of smoke and dust. Azura Pain immediately noticed that the two figures rushing over at the front are 7 or 8 years old children, one with blonde hair, and the other with black hair. The two figures seemed to have a tacit understanding. Instead of carrying out a direct attack, both of them rushed past Azura Pain at the same time. On the other hand, 2 more figures rushed over, both of them also being 7 or 8 years old, but these 2 were different from the previous 2. These 2 had their Byakugan active, and immediately after appearing in front of him, the 2 simultaneously took gentle fist stance, and carried out palm strikes. Looking at the 4 children surrounding him from the 4 sides, Azura Pain showed a disdainful smirk. A group of children? What exactly can a group of children hope to do here? Although disdainful, he decided to firstly deal with these children, then deal with the other 4 kunoichi before going deeper into the refugee in order to find the Jinchuriki of Kyuubi. So, to meet the attack of the 2 children of the Hyuga clan, Azura Pain raised his hand but soon found out that he can't raise his hands because his body is actually tied up by steel wires. Only then did Azura Pain understood that the 2 children who went past him earlier were not just rushing past him aimlessly to surround him from 4 directions, instead they had a plan in mind and used imperceptible steel wires to restrict his movements. The restriction of steel wires caused Azura Pain a moment of delay, and by the time he broke free of the restriction, the 2 children with the Byakugan had already issued their attack. Pa 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 pa. There was another burst of palm strikes coming towards him, and this time it was a frontal attack, unlike the sneak attack on the back carried out by Yui. The 2 children, Niji and Hinata, used their strongest attacks and directly aimed at the vital parts of the enemy in front of them. After completing a series of attacks, the 4 children, Naruto, Sasuke, Niji, and Hinata were panting heavily and observed the results of their offensive. However, contrary to the 4 children's expectations, Azura Pain seemed completely uninjured. He just shook his head and arched his lips, revealing a flawless smile. With the chubby face of Azura Pain, it is obviously a naive smile, but in the eyes of 4 children, this naive smile is extremely terrifying and creepy, and really horrified the 4 children. Then with the same smile, Azura Pain raised his forearms and aimed at the 4 children, and shouted, "If you have nothing more, then just go to hell." Niji? Hinata-chan. Seeing that Niji and Hinata were in danger, Yui couldn't care about her injury and immediately rushed in front of the 2 of them, and prepared to use Revolving Heaven in order to protect the 2 of them. At the same time, Anko shot a snake from her sleeve. The snake coiled around Naruto and threw him towards Shizune. Izumi on the other hand appeared in front of Sasuke and immediately started to weave hand signs for the mud wall jutsu. Azura Pain doesn't seem to care about the 4 kunoichi trying to protect the 4 children. He is confident that even with their best defense they will surely die. He raised his 4 hands that turned into particle cannon from which dazzling blue lights flashed and intensive chakra fluctuations occurred. The extreme heat and light emanating from the 4 particle cannon seemed to burn the skin of 8 people and brightened the originally dim passage to the point where nothing except for white was visible. The 4 children who were protected by someone or the other were trembling. At this moment, they deeply realized the danger that this enemy posed, the cruelty of the shinobi world, and the horror of incoming death. At the same time, they can't help but curse themselves for their foolishness in thinking that they might be able to defeat him. Facing the 2 particle cannons pointed towards her, even Yui was no different from the 2 children behind her and felt powerless. She bit her lip in unwillingness. She seemed to be in despair and panic, and shouted from the depths of her consciousness, as if these words are going to be her last words, "Kuroto-kun, at least, these children must be protected." As soon as the voice fell, Yui's pure white Byakugan suddenly turned into the Royal Blue Tenseigan. At the same time, an extremely strong repulsive force appeared out of nowhere and slammed on the body of Azura Pain. Boom! Subjected to such a strong repulsive force, Azura Pain's body flew away at lightning speed, smashed onto one of the walls, and was instantly torn apart. Immediately after Azura Pain's body was destroyed, the dazzling light in the passage dissipated, the Tenseigan on Yui's eye also disappeared and turned back into the previous Byakugan. At the same time, all the chakra in her body also seemed to be emptied in a moment at Novel bin at. Shizune, Izumi, Anko, Naruto, Sasuke, Niji, Hinata, Yui. Seeing this scene, everyone was suddenly taken aback. The moment Yui shouted Kuroto's name along with a few more words, something happened that inexplicably killed such a powerful enemy in one shot. So everyone was shocked and looked at Yui with a doubtful gaze. What happened just now? How could he be insta-killed all of a sudden? Not to mention the 7 others, even Yui was full of doubts. She does remember that Kuroto used some sort of funjutsu called transcription seal on her Byakugan a few days ago, but Kuroto never explained the effects of that funjutsu to her, and Yui didn't care too much about it because she trusts him. And now looking at the scene before her, she can't help but think whether this inexplicable thing that insta-killed Azura Pain had something to do with the transcription seal Kuroto used on her. Shizune cautiously walked towards the wreckage of Azura Pain and checked it briefly. After confirming a few things, she said to everyone in the passage, "There is no more chakra reaction." Izumi asked in a low voice, is he dead? Shizun nodded. The Rinnegan pattern in the eye seems to have faded. Anko leaned on the wall and said while staggering towards the Azura pane, in any case, this is just a puppet of the leader of the Akatsuki organization. Even if it is destroyed, it doesn't mean anything. We must first remove all those black sticks in his body to completely stop its functioning, otherwise who knows when he might start to function again. Shizun nodded and removed all the black sticks in the body of Azura pane. After confirming that Azura pane was completely destroyed, the eyes of several people once again looked at Yui, who was sitting on the passage while leaning against the wall with the help of Hinata and Niji. Shizun asked in confusion, Yui, what happened just now? Because the moment Azura pane was destroyed it was using several particle cannon, and because of the light and heat emitted by the particle cannon everyone's vision was disturbed, so no one could see what exactly happened that led to the destruction of Azura pane. So, they could only ask Yui because the most likely person responsible for the destruction of the Azura pane seems to be her. But they have to be disappointed as Yui shook her head. I don't know what's going on either. In fact, even Yui herself is not too sure as to what exactly happened just. She could only attribute it to that transcription seal Kuroto used on her a few days ago to be the cause of Azura pane's destruction. But she didn't mention anything about the transcription seal and all to anyone here because the jutsu is related to Kuroto. After all, the scene here was too shocking. Such a powerful enemy was resolved so easily, therefore, she didn't dare to explain anything to others without Kuroto's consent lest it might cause unnecessary trouble for him. Seeing that Yui doesn't really seem to know as to what exactly happened, Anko looked around and muttered, could it be possible that others are hiding nearby, and they did something? Shizun also became alert, maybe it's a member of a Matsukami. A member of a Matsukami. On the ground. At the moment, Azura pane was instantly destroyed in the refugee shelter, the Tendo pane floating in the sky above Konoha and continuously releasing a very strong Shinra Tensei over the whole village. Fujin, who was leaning out of a bone spear and resisting Tendo pane's Shinra Tensei with his iron sand, and Kuroto was in the Senin mode and was protecting Kakashi, Kurane, Heiade, and Yujeo while using a giant revolving heaven sensed the change at the refugee shelter at the same time. The indifferent gaze of Tendo pane gradually slanted and he glanced in the direction of the refugee shelter in the eastern block. At the same time, a doubt sprouted in Tendo pane's heart. Was it Yama, the leader of a Matsukami? Is he hiding in Konoha's refugee shelter? The destruction of Azura pane was too abrupt, and he didn't even sense any attack coming. Moreover, Nagato's attention was divided due to controlling Pain Rakudo at the same time, and since most of his attention was focused on the Tendo Pain who was using a Super Shinra Tensei to destroy Konoha, therefore, he was unable to judge as to what exactly happened to Azura Pain at the refuge shelter. Based on the last message Nagato received from Azura Pain before its destruction, the sudden attack that destroyed was a very strong repulsive force very similar to his Shinra Tensei, but he is not certain. Although he can't judge as to what exactly happened, one thing he can confirm is that the Jinchuriki of Kyuubi is also hiding in the refugee shelter. So, after a moment of hesitation, Tendo Pain stretched out his arm towards that particular refugee shelter and used Bansho Tenin. On Fujin's side. Cough cough, Fujin coughed heavily as he removed the iron sand curtain that was protecting him. He had also sensed that Shinra Tensei he had sealed in Yui's Byakugan using the transcription seal was activated not long ago, which meant that Yui's life was in real danger. Yui should be in the refugee shelter. Have Akatsuki members sneaked there too? Thought Fujin with a frowned expression as he looked at the mess in front of him. Damn it. Although he knew that resisting Tendo Pain's Super Shinra Tensei with his iron sand would be pointless, he had no other option but to do so. What stands in front of Fujin is no longer the Konoha village, and he was very annoyed looking at such a scene. There is no doubt that both of the houses that his parent left behind must have followed suit along with the rest of the village. Jiraiya also got up from the ground and looking at the destroyed village, he was shocked and angry. At the same time, Kuroto, Shadow Clone, and the others that were protected by his Sage Chakra enhanced revolving heaven also looked at the scene before them with heavy expressions. When Tendo Pain released Super Shinra Tensei, these people were present near the outer wall of Konoha where Satori was present before, so the impact of Super Shinra Tensei was quite less in here, coupled with the protection of Sage Chakra enhanced revolving heaven used by Kuroto, Shadow Clone, so they were relatively safe. But even then, the damage to the public and property is very serious. This makes everyone who loves Konoha dearly feel outraged by what Tendo Pain has done. Even Jiraiya, who rarely gets angry, was burning with rage as he looked up at Tendo Pain, Nagato, and while shouting in anger, he rushed towards Tendo Pain regardless of life and death. Tsunade, whose injuries were rapidly healing, crawled out of the ruins and looked at the scene with a gloomy expression, but unlike Jiraiya, she didn't madly rush towards Tendo Pain. Instead, she bit her finger, weaved hand signs, and slammed her hand on the ground. Kokiyos no Jutsu. Poof. Amidst Tsunade's loud shout, a giant poof of white smoke surged. When the white smoke dissipated, a huge slug appeared in front of Tsunade. This slug is Tsunade's summon, the slug Katsuyu of the Shikotsu Forest, one of the 3 unexplored sage regions. As the slug Katsuyu looked at the surrounding mess, she was taken aback. Tsunade-sama, how did Konoha become like this? Tsunade shook her head heavily, and said, I will talk about that in detail at a later date. Firstly, please treat the wounded. Yes, Tsunade-sama. Katsuyu nodded at Tsunade's instruction and immediately split into countless small slugs, scattered all over Konoha, and started to rescue the injured shinobi at Novel Bin Adat. Although the villagers have already entered the refugee shelter in advance and escaped this disaster, there are still countless Konoha shinobi on the ground and must have suffered a very serious injury because of the attack Tendo pain used just now. If they are not rescued in time, then it is likely to cause thousands of casualties, which is something Konoha can't afford now. Fujin did not care about Tsunade and the others. Instead, he prepared a pair of iron sand wings and flew towards Tendo Pain. At this moment, the first priority is to solve Tendo Pain. No way, this guy is simply a human-shaped nuclear bomb. If he continues to toss around like this, then Konoha will undoubtedly be erased from the map of this shinobi world. Outside Konohagakuer, several goshawks were flying in the periphery of Konoha village, searching from one place to another. After a long time, one of the goshawk finally approached a high cliff and saw 3 figures standing there. Looking at the 3 people, a light of wisdom flashed in the eyes of Goshawk. Immediately afterward, the goshawk dived towards the high cliff at an extremely fast speed, as if it wanted to get closer in order to confirm the identity of the 3 figures standing on the high cliff. But before it could get close enough, countless pieces of papers came from all directions and wrapped around the goshawk's body one after another. Although the goshawk felt the crisis of death, it did not turn around and flee. Instead, it increased its speed and dived towards the cliff at a higher speed. The high-speed dive produced a whistling sound, which covered the hiss sound of exploding tag igniting. The goshawk still turned a deaf ear to the crisis, staring sharply at the 3 figures in front of him. Boom boom boom. Soon, a series of explosions sounded, and the goshawk was directly swallowed by the explosion. Nagato, who was standing on the edge of the cliff, briefly glanced at the explosion, then turned his head back. Conan on the side looked at Nagato and said, "The enchantment we have used is supposed to prevent the birds and animals from approaching here. It is very likely that the goshawk just now was not an ordinary bird and our position has been exposed to the enemy." Tobi on the side was immediately panicked. Oh no, what do we do, Nagato-senpai, Conan-senpai? At this rate, the plan will not continue. Nagato glanced at Tobi for a moment, then turned back and said lightly, "Don't worry about it. It is very likely that the Gokage are going to be coming here. I am going to take care of them." Conan said with a worried expression, "Or, it is better to let me and Tobi take care of the Gokage. You should reserve your strength to deal with Yama." Nagato thought about it a little, then nodded. "All right." Tobi was immediately happy. "Wow, I am going to fight the Gokage? Amazing, amazing. I must ask them what does it feel like to poop." Nagato and Conan completely ignored Tobi's words. Nagato focused his attention back on the several battlefields in Konoha, while Conan started to prepare traps in order to deal with the Gokage. Konoha Intelligence Base. Yamanaka Inoichi opened his eyes abruptly, took off the device on his head, and said weakly, "Quickly, send message to Hokage-sama. I have found the specific location of target." As he finished speaking, Yamanaka Inoichi suddenly discovered that the underground intelligence base was in a mess. Several people were already dead, and all the pieces of equipment have fallen here and there. Hearing Inoichi's voice, one of the members of the intelligence team suddenly reported with a fearful tone, "Captain Inoichi, not long ago, we lost all contact with the personals in the Hokage building." Lost contact? Inoichi was stunned after hearing the words of his subordinate, and subconsciously asked, "What exactly do you mean? How can we lose contact with the personals in the Hokage building?" The members of the intelligence department shook his head. The reason is simple, he doesn't know much. He just knows that after that violent earthquake not long ago, all external communication from this underground base was suddenly interrupted and no one outside is responding to their communication, not even the personals at the Hokage building. After hearing the ins and outs of the matter, Yamanaka Inoichi had a thoughtful expression on his face. He did not feel the previous earthquake because he had transferred his consciousness into that goshawk using the secret jutsu, mind transfer jutsu, of the Yamanaka clan in order to find the position of the leader of the Akatsuki organization as per Hokage-sama's orders. Just when Inoichi was thinking about what to do, one of the members of the intelligence division who went out for investigation stumbled back to the base and exclaimed, "No, the village, the village." Inoichi asked anxiously, "Speak clearly, what exactly happened outside?" The subordinate kneeling on the ground said with a weeping expression, "The village, it's gone, completely destroyed." Inoichi's expression condensed as soon as he heard the subordinate's words, and after a long silence, he stood up with a resolute expression. The fact that the underground base of the intelligence department survived must mean that the Umbu base, the secret base where the 4 cages have gathered, and the refugee shelter should not have been destroyed either. As the commander of the intelligence department, Inoichi knows that the Tsuchikage, Reikage, Mizukage, and Kazekage, as well as several of their subordinates, have gathered in Konoha and are waiting for intelligence about the exact location of the leader of the Akatsuki organization. The 4 cage together with their personal guards are a force that cannot be underestimated, and as long as they carry out a successful sneak attack on Nagato and kill him in the shortest time, the situation can be reversed instantly. Therefore, it is very important that the information that Inoichi has obtained be transferred to them. With this intention, Inoichi went towards the secret base and soon arrived there. At this time, the secret base was already in chaos, and the four Kage were arguing about whether to go out and support Konoha against the main force of the Akatsuki organization, or stay here and wait for the intelligence. Reikage and Mizukage have long been unable to bear it and want to go above and support Konoha. On the other hand, Tsuchikage and Kazekage hope to wait for more information before attacking. All four of them are leaders of their respective villages, so neither one of them is convinced by the other's arguments. Additionally, they have lost contact with the Hokage, so the entire meeting room is filled with noise, argument, and mockery. But all these disputes subsided as soon as Yamanaka Inoichi walked in. Yamanaka Inoichi passed on the intelligence to Nara Shikako, who informed everyone that the location of the leader of the Akatsuki organization has been confirmed. After learning this piece of intelligence, everyone quickly reached a consensus under the guidance of Nara Shikako and decided to put all their attention and efforts into eliminating Nagato. The threat of Akatsuki organization has been deemed too high that even Konoha, the strongest of the 5 great shinobi villages, can hardly resist it, and that too only because of the help of a member of Amatsukami. Other villages don't have confidence in resisting the full-scale attack from the Akatsuki organization. Therefore, if they don't take advantage of this opportunity to solve the Akatsuki organization from its roots when the 5 Kages have gathered, there may be no such opportunity in the future. As the 4 Kage reached a consensus, Midokado Homura stood up and said, "I will represent Konoha and participate in the fight against Nagato. They have lost all contact with the Sandaime Hokage, so there is no telling whether he is dead or alive. Therefore, Midokado Homura has no other choice but to represent Konoha in the fight against the leader of the Akatsuki organization. Anyway, even if he dies, it wouldn't be that big of a problem, as his death would be for the sake of the village and the shinobi world." The 4 Kage looked at the resolved expression of Midokado Homura and nodded. After a while, everyone quietly left the village from the secret passage and went straight towards that high cliff where the leader of the Akatsuki organization was detected by Yamanaka Inoichi. In this attack against the leader of the Akatsuki organization, there are several strong shinobi from the 5 great shinobi villages in addition to the 4 Kage and Konoha elder Midokado Homura. There is Terumime and the patriarch of the Hojiki clan from Kirigakure, Cho, Ebizo, and Baki from Sunagakure, Killer B, Toroe, and Derui from Kumigakure, Kitsake, and Gari Uegakure, and finally, Yamanaka Inoichi, Nara Shikako, as well as several other strong shinobi. Overall, the team consists of nearly 100 shinobi, all of the members being jonin or elite jonin. As far as the 4 Kage understands, such a force should be more than powerful enough to deal with Nagato, Conan, and the spiral-masked member of Akatsuki. Konohagakure. Rushing towards Tendo Pain, Jiraiya shouted in anger, "Nagato!" Tendo Pain, who was about to use Bansho Tenin towards the refugee shelter, dropped his hands and slowly landed on the ground. This time Jiraiya was really angry at what Tendo Pain has done to the village, so without any nonsense, he leaped towards Tendo Pain and released one of his strongest jutsu, Senpo, Ultra Big Ball Raise Non. Jiraiya, with the Ultra Big Ball Raise Non, rushed towards Tendo Pain. Whoosh! But just as he was about to smash it on Tendo Pain, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Tendo Pain and opened his arms. The Ultra Big Ball Raise Non that was supposed to have completely destroyed the Tendo Pain was directly absorbed by this figure. Jiraiya-chan, this puppet seems to be able to absorb jutsu, so this one is pre-to-path, Toad Fukazaku warned. Use Frog Kata against him. Toad Shima suggested. As soon as the jutsu was absorbed by pre-to-path, Jiraiya rushed forward hoping to blast away the figure standing in front of Tendo. Seeing that Jiraiya intended to engage in close combat, Pre-to-path flashed to the side at a faster pace, revealing the figure of Tendo behind him, who had already raised his right arm and said indifferently, "Shinra Tensei." Boom! A huge repulsive force was suddenly released from Tendo's hand and instantly pushed back Jiraiya at a faster pace. But Jiraiya was not to be underestimated. The moment he was pushed back, Toad Shima standing on Jiraiya's shoulder instantly stretched out her tongue at a lightning speed, entangled Pre-to-path, and immediately drew it closer. The angry Jiraiya didn't hesitate at all, and directly blasted the head of Pre-to-path with his Sage Chakra enhanced punch. Smash! While in Senin mode, Jiraiya's strength is not to be underestimated, and it wouldn't be wrong to say that each of his punches is as strong as Tsunade's punches, so the moment his fist hit Pre-to-path's head exploded. Seeing that the angry Jiraiya destroyed the Pre-to-path, Tendo smiled indifferently, and said, "Jiraiya-sensei, you seem to be able to finally feel it." Jiraiya wanted to say something, but Tendo didn't give him the opportunity and continued, "The village was ravaged by others, your companions died but you were completely powerless and couldn't protect any of them, the pain of losing the others, the pain of not being able to do anything, such pain, if you don't experience it personally, can you really understand it?" Jiraiya shouted in anger, "Stop doing such frantic things in order to make yourself feel better. Do you feel no guilt after killing so many innocent individuals?" Tendo said coldly, "What about you? Do you people of the great nation feel no guilt upon trampling the lives of us people of the small and poor nations?" Just when Jiraiya was left speechless, Fujin leaped down from the sky and rushed towards Tendo. Tendo raised his arm towards the incoming Fujin, Shinra Tensei. Boom! A huge repulsive force swept over Fujin and caused all the iron sand along with him to fly out. Tendo just glanced at Fujin, and said, "I am not interested in you, let Yama come." The voice of Tendo was finished yet. Fujin, who was just repulsed by Shinra Tensei, appeared behind Tendo with a quick body flicker. Such speed, even Tendo was astonished, and instantly jumped to the side and barely avoided the slash of the bone blade. But the bone blade still managed to through a part of the Akatsuki cloak. Just as Fujin was about to continue the offensive, he suddenly coughed and spat out a mouthful of blood. Upon seeing this, Tendo said, "Your body doesn't seem to be able to hold it anymore. Even if I don't kill you, you don't have much time left, it wouldn't be wrong before your body will collapse." Hearing Tendo's words, Fujin chuckled, "Ha ha ha, at novel bin at." Tendo frowned, "What's so funny?" Fujin said with a gentlemanly smile, "You don't understand what this means. The more my body is unable to hold it, the more dangerous I am." The state of Fujin clone is indeed not very good, but it is both a good thing and also a bad thing. The more dangerous the body's state becomes, the stronger bones are becoming. If the Fujin clones is on the verge of collapse, then it would only mean that Shikatsumayako has reached infinitely closer to all-killing ash bones in terms of lethality. Listening to the confident words of the other party, the indifferent face of Tendo turned into a frown. Originally, Nagato only paid attention to the leader of the Amatsukami organization, Yama, because only he had the strength that made Nagato feel threatened. But later Nagato also became vigilant against Homusubi when he learned that Madara had an accident at the hands of Homusubi. Although Nagato did not know what accident did Madara had against Homusubi, Nagato can more or less judge that Madara was defeated at the hands of Homusubi, which made Nagato extremely surprised. After all, Madara's Manjikyu Sharinan is not ordinary. Being able to defeat him is an amazingly big achievement. Therefore, Nagato also became somewhat vigilant against Homusubi. After that, Nagato also learned about Sujin's feats, the fact that Sujin can transform into a dragon, and how he can use ice armor along with many other jutsu that he used against Yagura. So, Nagato also took Sujin into consideration. After all, having individual power at the level of a perfect Jinchuriki is not a joke. Of course, Sujin was only taken into consideration, that's all, nothing more. After these three, Nagato thought that he has already seen through the entire Amatsukami, but he didn't expect that even Fujin, who was not too well known, would also turn out to be so difficult. Not only did Fujin completely overwhelm Hirako, who can perfectly use 5 Kekii Genkai, but also managed to almost hurt Tendo. Tendo is different from other pain. For Nagato, the importance of Tendo is more than his own life, and no matter what, he would not allow Tendo to be destroyed. Therefore, Nagato's vigilance against Fujin, who can come close to the strength of Tendo, became higher. His strength is strong enough to threaten me, is the thought in Tendo's mind as he looked at Fujin with utmost vigilance. After a while of silence, Tendo's cold eyes became more serious, and he spoke to Fujin, "Report your name." Fujin frowned when he heard Tendo's question, then said, "Don't you already know? It's Fujin." Nagato shook his head, "No, I am asking your real name, not your code name. Everyone knows that members of Amatsukami use the names of Shinto deities as code names, but this doesn't mean that these are their real names, and Pain wants to know Fujin's real name." Fujin thought a little, then said, "It's Fujin." Fujin groaned slightly, but he didn't seem to have any impression of the name Fujin, so after a while of thinking, he asked again, "Are you a shinobi of the Kagaya clan?" Fujin shrugged, "Who knows?" Tendo's frown deepened. Fujin didn't affirm that he is a member of the Kagaya clan, so there is no telling whether he really is a shinobi of the Kagaya clan or not. So, Tendo is not so sure about the identity of Fujin. Thanks to Zetsu's special abilities that allow him to gather intelligence, the Akatsuki organization's infiltration in the major shinobi villages has been quite smooth over the years. This is also one of the reasons why Akatsuki has been well informed about the raid of Tri-Alliance at Amegakur beforehand, as well as the current Gakage summit that took place in Konoha, so it wouldn't be wrong to say that the Akatsuki organization also has detailed information about almost all the powerful shinobi in the shinobi world at novel bin at. But no matter how much Nagato searched through his memories, he couldn't find any information about a strong shinobi at the level of Fujin/Fujin who can use both magnet release, as well as Shikatsumayako. The Fujins of Amatsukami seem to have jumped out of thin air, or more like, the entire Amatsukami seem to have appeared out of thin air, and matter how much they search, nobody is able to find any information about the true identities of the members of Amatsukami. While Fujin and Tendo were engaged in some sort of conversation, Jiraiya seemed to have made up his mind, and said in a deep voice, "Nagato, as your sensei, I cannot allow you to keep doing these things. Today, I must stop you no matter what." Tendo turned his gaze towards Jiraiya, and questioned lightly, "Jiraiya-sensei, are you going to kill me?" Jiraiya said with a heavy expression, "If you refuse to repent for your mistakes, then I have no other choice." "Repent? Mistakes?" Tendo snorted disdainfully and said, "Why is it that when people of great shinobi villages destroyed Amegakur, it was for justice, but now that I have destroyed Konoha I have done an act of evil? Why do I need to repent when I am eliminating my enemies? Why is it that always great nations represent justice but small nations represent evil?" Jiraiya was speechless. He didn't have any counter-argument to Tendo's questions, and could only speak helplessly, "Nagato, you have been blinded by hatred." "No." Tendo shook his head, and said coldly, "I have just woken up. Yahiko warned me with his life that words cannot be exchanged for peace, people can never understand each other. Power is the true foundation of peace, and only when everyone in this world has experienced Yahiko's pain, only when everyone in this shinobi world will endure the same pain that I have will they truly understand the meaning and value of peace. This is why I want to make this world feel pain. Jiraiya never thought that Nagato's thinking would become so extreme and twisted. He wants to use fear and pain to maintain peace in the shinobi world, and now Jiraiya can't help but feel that he has really failed as a sensei by being unable to guide Nagato, and asked with a saddened expression, "The peace you are seeking, is it really peace? Think about it, Nagato. Everyone will live in fear and sadness. There would be no laughter, no joy, and no freedom. Would such peace be any different from prison? Would such a peace really be something Yahiko would want to see?" The peace Yahiko wanted was the peace where people feel secure. They don't have to starve, they don't have to live in fear, they don't have to cry, but what you are doing now is exactly opposite of what Yahiko wanted. Hearing Jiraiya's words, Nagato recalled the peasant memories of his childhood with Jiraiya, Yahiko, and Conan. Then he also remembered the death of his parents, the sacrifice of Yahiko, the death of all the members of the first iteration of Akatsuki, and said with a firm tone, "It's better than dying inexplicably at home out of starvation, dying silently on the roadside where there is no one even bothering to look at you, crying silently in the wilderness of fear and loneliness." Jiraiya-sensei, you speak of joy, laughter, and freedom, but what would they even mean if even the basic survival is not guaranteed? That's why we should work harder to change this shinobi world into a better direction. You have the legendary eyes of Rakudo-sen Nagato. Although the prophecy no longer holds any meaning, I still believe that you may be the child of the prophecy who will bring great changes to this shinobi world. Don't make mistakes again and again. Don't get blinded by hatred, said Jiraiya in a desperate tone. Perhaps you are right, Jiraiya-sensei. I might as well be the child of the prophecy who will bring great changes to this shinobi world, but those changes are not what you expect of me, and since you are so adamant about standing opposite to me, there is only one thing I can give you, said Tendo coldly, then stretched out his hand towards Jiraiya. Shinra Tensei. Boom! Under the huge repulsive force of Shinra Tensei, Jiraiya instantly flew out. After sending Jiraiya far away, Tendo muttered to himself, only pain can bring peace. Jiraiya-sensei, you don't seem to be able to understand me because you haven't experienced enough pain. When you do, you too will agree with me. Seeing that Jiraiya's talk no jutsu failed Fujin's side, Fujin had really hoped that Jiraiya's talk no jutsu would work on Nagato, but it seems that Fujin was expecting too much from him. Not everyone is as overpowered as Uzumaki Naruto, and to be honest, neither does Fujin care about who is right and who is wrong, nor does he have enough energy to care about. His current condition is already critical. The effects of Curse of the Kagaya clan are worsening with every passing second, and as Tendo said earlier, Fujin is really about to reach his limit. The joints everywhere are already like rusty machinery. Even the slightest of body movement will cause popping sounds and paralyzing sensation in the whole body. Undoubtedly, the characteristics of all-killing ash bones in the Fujin clone are becoming more and more obvious. And since the particles of all-killing ash bones are present in the blood, so, the entire body is feeling a paralyzing sensation. All the organs in the body have started to slowly deteriorate, and the body functions are also not functioning properly. Hiss, damn, it really hurts. Cursed Fujin. If not for the mask he was wearing to cover his face, Fujin wouldn't even be able to keep his face unchanged. Enduring the physical discomforts, Fujin looked at Tendo while trying to think of a way on how to deal with Nagato and the hidden Obito. Pain Rakudo are just puppets made out of human dead bodies. Destroying them is pointless because as long as Nagato is alive, he can continue to replace the puppets with new dead bodies. But Tendo of the Pain Rakudo is different. Tendo is made from the dead body of Nagato's dearest friend Yahiko. For Nagato, the importance of Tendo is extremely high, and Fujin believes that no matter what, Nagato wouldn't be willing to give up on Tendo. Therefore, Fujin can use Tendo to make plans on how to defeat Nagato and Obito. After a while of thinking, Fujin completed his plan and shouted at Jiraiya, who was blown away by Tendo's Shinra Tensei. Don't waste your breath in talking nonsense with him. Even if you want to communicate and want to help him change back to the right track, you must at least defeat him first. Only then will your words hold any kind of value. Jiraiya nodded. By now he has already realized that basic persuasion is meaningless. Incredible strength has brought blind Nagato with arrogance. Unless Nagato is defeated, he wouldn't even bother listening to what others are trying to speak to him and what others are trying to convey to him. With that understood, Jiraiya quickly started to weave hand signs. Tendo snorted indifferently. He too doesn't want to bother speaking any more nonsense with Jiraiya and Fujin and just wants to resolve these two quickly to force Yama out of hiding. With this intention, Tendo clapped both his hands together at the center of which a small black orb of incredible energy was generated. Then Tendo released the small black orb towards the sky and shouted, "Chibaku Tensei." As soon as the small black orb was released towards the sky, a gravitational extraction swept over the surroundings. Jiraiya's face changed upon seeing this jutsu, and he instantly warned Fujin, "Find a way to get away from it. If you get sucked inside it, it will be over." It wouldn't be wrong to say that Jiraiya has a lingering fear of Chibaku Tensei because he has already experienced the horror of this jutsu the last time the Tri-Alliance raided a Megakure. If it weren't for Uchiha Shisui to use Susanoo and dig through the planetary orb to save him, he and Killer Bee were finished at the time. Therefore, Jiraiya is very afraid of Chibaku Tensei and dare not take this jutsu casually. Fujin didn't need Jiraiya's reminder, because Fujin understands the true horror of this jutsu very well, but even then, there was no change in his expression, because he fully understands the weakness of a normal Chibuku Tensei. With his Byakugan activated, Fujin instantly located the position of the inconspicuous small black orb of gravitation energy. The small black orb of incredible gravitational energy that seems to be shining with a faint fluorescence is the core of Chibuku Tensei, and as long as that core is destroyed, the jutsu would stop. But Jiraiya doesn't have Byakugan or any other similar dojutsu, therefore, he is unable to locate the small black orb, and could only shout in panic. This time the effect of this jutsu is several times higher compared to the time at a Megakur. It needs to be stopped as soon as possible, otherwise, there is no telling what would be the consequences. Do you have any method to deal with it? Although Jiraiya doesn't know the exact reason, he can still feel that the effect of Nagato's jutsu this time is several times higher compared to the last time Nagato used this jutsu at a Megakur. Under such tremendous gravitational attraction, even Jiraiya, who was already prepared, is unable to put any resistance. After successfully transplanting Hashirama cells, Nagato's physique has improved by varying degrees and has started to match the physique of Akatsuki Azura. After the fusion of the physique of the Senju clan and the Uzumaki clan, Nagato not only recovered from his disability caused by the Hanzo, and later by Yama, but his chakra reserves have also increased both in quantity and in quality. Therefore, all the jutsu he uses now are much more effective. Earlier, if Nagato used to use powerful jutsus such as Super Shinra Tensei or Chibuku Tensei, they would be cast at the cost of overdrawing his own life, but now that's no longer the case. At most there would be heavy chakra consumption and nothing more. So, if the consumption of Rinnegan's visual prowess is not taken into account, then the large-scale and powerful jutsu such as Super Shinra Tensei and Chibuku Tensei can be regarded as ordinary jutsu for Nagato, especially because he has Gadomazo's chakra support with him. Precisely because of this, Jiraiya felt that the Chibuku Tensei used by Tendo this time is much higher compared to the last time at a Megakur, and resisting this Chibuku Tensei is almost next to impossible. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Jiraiya gritted his teeth and roared unwillingly as his body was buried inside the planetary orb. Similar to Jiraiya, Fujin's body was also gradually buried inside the planetary orb, but different from Jiraiya, Fujin was calm and unusual all along. He did not pose any resistance, instead, voluntarily buried himself inside the planetary orb as if everything is still under his control. On the ground, Tendo looked at the huge planetary orb in the sky that sealed Jiraiya and Fujin inside it with an indifferent expression. There were no waves on his face, nor any emotional fluctuation, as if what happened was not strange at all, and was taken for granted. As far as Nagato is concerned, no one can escape from the Chibuku Tensei seal without external help. The moment Chibuku Tensei seal was completed, the threat of Fujin and Jiraiya was almost resolved, and as long as Nagato manages to prevent others from breaking the Chibuku Tensei seal from the outside, Jiraiya and Fujin would never be able to break out of the Chibuku Tensei seal. So, after dealing with the two hindrances, Tendo's gaze shifted towards the eastern refugee shelter where the Azura path was inexplicably destroyed abruptly. This time, aside from making Konoha feel pain through Konoha collapse plan, and deal with the Gokage by the way, capturing the Jinchuriki of Kyuubi is also one of the Akatsuki organization's goals by the way. Now that Tendo has confirmed that Uzumaki Naruto, the Jinchuriki of Kyuubi, is also hiding in the eastern refugee shelter, so naturally, he wouldn't let this opportunity pass, and because Tendo suspects that the leader of Amatsukami, Yama, is also present in the eastern refugee shelter, therefore, Nagato did not let Tendo go into the refugee personally. After all, the safety of Tendo is very important. Nagato fully understands that Yama is stronger than Tendo, so if Tendo and Yama were to fight, it would definitely result in the victory of Yama and destruction of Tendo, which is not what Nagato wants to see. Therefore, Nagato doesn't plan to let Tendo personally go inside the refugee. Instead, he plans to directly bring out Uzumaki Naruto outside the refugee. With this intention, Tendo stretched out his arms again in the direction of eastern refugee. At the center of Tendo's palms, a black energy ball started to condense, Chibuku Tens, but before he could complete the jutsu, the planetary orb behind him, which sealed Jiraiya and Fujin inside it, suddenly burst out loudly. Boom! The bursting of Chibuku Tensei was accompanied by several tremors, numerous cracks appeared on the surface of the planetary orb, and rubble started to fall off of it. Obviously, the Chibuku Tensei seal has started to collapse, and the planetary orb is falling apart. With a frowned expression, Tendo turned his head to look at the Chibuku Tensei as the black energy ball between the palms of his hand faded. How is this possible? The indifferent expression of Tendo finally changed, revealing incredible shock, because he could feel that the seal of Chibuku Tensei planetary sphere was not broken through external efforts, instead it collapsed internally. And this greatly shocked him. In Nagato's cognition, something like this is absolutely impossible. In the case of no external intervention, the seal of Chibuku Tensei cannot be cracked, so once someone is sealed inside the Chibuku Tensei sphere, escape should be absolutely impossible. This is why Tendo is extremely shocked that someone actually managed to crack the Chibuku Tensei seal. As the cracks extended more and more, there was another loud burst, and the Chibuku Tensei giant sphere that was already full of cracks suddenly exploded. Looking at the splashing rocks, rising smoke, and dust, Tendo's shocked expression changed into a solemn one, as he noticed a figure rushing towards him amidst the splashing rubble. Fujin, after recognizing the identity of the other party, Tendo retreated instantly. You can't escape. Fujin chuckled and chased after Tendo. In the blink of an eye, a close combat battle between Tendo and Fujin started. The two figures fought together, their fists collided producing muffled sounds that shook the eardrums of the onlookers. Aside from using attractive, repulsive force, along with several other jutsu, Tendo's own taijutsu skills are also extremely strong. In the canon, Tendo was able to fight against Naruto in the runaway state, showing incredible speed and power. And now that the strength of each pain has increased by at least 10 times, so the strength and speed of Tendo are almost horrifying. Of course, Fujin, who already specializes in close combat, is not far apart, but because the Fujin clone is on the verge of collapse, which has severely decreased its strength and speed by varying degrees, so although he still has the upper hand, he is still unable to completely crush Tendo, unlike Hiriko. As the battle progressed, Fujin frowned, then immediately used one of his strongest jutsu, Dead Bone Pulse, Dance of the Seedling Fern. Whoosh 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 whoosh. With the sound of breaking wind, one after another, bone spears emerged out of the ground, and in the blink of an eye, the entire battlefield was again covered in a forest of bones. With the convenience of being able to travel through bone spears, Fujin directly appeared behind Tendo, and using a bone blade, he made a severe cut at Tendo's back. As soon as the bone forest appeared on the battlefield, Tendo lost Fujin's position and fell into a complete passive state. However, his premonition of danger did not disappear. The moment Fujin appeared behind Tendo to launch a sneak attack, Tendo immediately sensed danger and did not hesitate to once again an enhanced version of Shinra Tensei. The huge shockwave swept through Konoha once again, but this time, Tendo's use of Shinra Tensei was sort of hasty and the power was not half as powerful as the previous Super Shinra Tensei, so although it did not destroy the whole village, even so, the surrounding bone forest was instantly destroyed. Immediately after using the Shinra Tensei, Tendo entered a cooldown state. In a short period of time, he used Super Shinra Tensei, Chibaku Tensei, and again an enhanced version of Shinra Tensei one after another, so the consumption was quite a lot. Not to mention the last Shinra Tensei was hastily used and caused severe chakra consumption that Tendo's body couldn't bear. Therefore, Tendo seems to have entered its cooldown state. But looking at the broken bone forest, Tendo still felt that the consumption was worthwhile. Kaka. With a faint cracking sound, several cracks on the ground beneath Tendo's foot appeared. Tendo looked awkward and he wanted to immediately jump away, but at this time, several bones entangled his legs that didn't allow him to escape. At the same time, a figure had already broken out of the ground, and the sharp bone blade in Fujin's hand glowing with cold light immediately slashed towards Tendo at Novel Bin at. If this bone blade touches Tendo, then without a doubt, Tendo's body would be divided into two parts along the chest, but there is no way for Tendo to dodge or protect himself. His movements are restricted and he is in a cooldown state. Nagato immediately tried to reverse summon Tendo, but the reverse summoning jutsu did not work. The reason is obviously the black seal markings spread on the body of Tendo that appeared on there at some point during his close combat battle against Fujin. Seeing the bone blade getting closer and closer, Tendo's face showed a panicked expression. Nagato doesn't care much about other paths of pain, but Tendo, which is made out of Yahiko's body, is very important to him. He can't allow Tendo to be destroyed, but he doesn't have a method to save Tendo either. No, Sai. I guess I will do it for you. Do remember that you owe me one. A voice came, following which, a spiraling vortex appeared behind Tendo and sucked him inside. Seeing that Tendo was sucked inside the spiraling whirl, Fujin wasn't surprised. Instead, he was relieved, and muttered to himself, "Finally found you. Obito." Crack. At a distance of 300 meters away from the main battlefield where Tendo and Fujin are fighting, the ground cracked and a figure broke out of the ground under the cover of broken walls. This figure is not someone else but Fujin. Previously, when Tendo used an enhanced version of Shinra Tensei, only the bone forest above the ground was destroyed. In actuality, there is still a densely packed network of roots made out of bone spears under the ground which Fujin is using for traveling through the battlefield. And, the figure currently fighting against Tendo, is not Fujin, but a skeletal clone of Fujin. Meanwhile, the real Fujin has been hiding under the ground, waiting for Obito to take action in order to deal with Obito. Although killing Obito is extremely difficult, and almost next to impossible, Fujin still wants to give it a try, and Fujin has a plan in mind. Obito may have both short distance and long distance Kamui, and he may be able to use Kamui on anyone even from a long distance, but to be able to use Kamui, he must first manifest himself in this dimension. And as per Fujin's plan, the moment Obito would manifest himself, Fujin would make a move, which is now a little distance away from the place where the real Fujin broke out of ground. Hearing the sound of earth cracking not too far behind him, Tomo masked DMS Obito, who was in the process of using long distance Kamui to rescue Tendo, couldn't help but be slightly surprised. After understanding what this meant, the corners of his lips arched in a mocking smirk. Oh, it turns that the real attack was directed towards me, while Tendo was just a bait. Obito, who is good at sneak attacks and playing conspiracy, obviously understood that Fujin's thought process, who planned to use Tendo as a cover in order to attack him, but Obito doesn't care. Although slightly surprised, Obito is still disdainful towards Fujin. After all, aside from short distance and long distance Kamui, there are skill methods like Mokuton and Susanoo that Obito can use to protect himself from Fujin. Therefore, Obito is confident and disdainful towards Fujin. But Fujin, who broke out of the ground, doesn't seem to care about Obito's disdain. There was no need for nonsense, and Fujin used an extremely sharp bone blade and fiercely slashed it across Obito's back without a shred of hesitation. Although he doesn't have much hope for this first attack to be successful, this still did not stop him from using all his strength in order to be able to kill Obito. If possible, Fujin hopes that Obito remains too arrogant, a fool, and disdainful towards others, so that Fujin can successfully kill him. Undoubtedly, the goal of Fujin from beginning to end was not Tendo. Yahiko's corpse may be important to Nagato, but it is of no significant value to Fujin. Destroying it may be impactful on the other party, but is not worthy of Fujin's risk. The real goal of Fujin has always been Obito wandering across the battlefield. Yes, based on Fujin's understanding of Obito, Fujin knew that when Tendo used Super Shinra Tensei on Konoha, Obito did not evacuate from the battlefield, unlike other Akatsuki members. Instead, Obito has been wandering across the battlefield with the help of his Kamui looking for a suitable opportunity to sneak attack on Fujin. And when such a dangerous character is watching you from the dark, even Kuroto, who is controlling the Fujin clone, will feel uncomfortable and would have to be extremely vigilant against Obito's sneak attack. It can be said that in current Konoha, aside from Hyuga Kuroto, and perhaps Heitake Kakashi who has started to master Flying Raijin, no other people, including Jiraiya who can use Sennin mode, Tsunade who can use ninja art, mitotic regeneration, the 100 healing jutsu, Might Guy who can use 8 inner gates formation, and Sandame Sama who current whereabouts are unaccounted for, can't resist Obito's Kamui. Therefore, Obito must be given first priority, and should be dealt with as soon as possible. But if Fujin wants to solve the problem of Obito, he must first force Obito to manifest himself, lest all attacks and preparation are useless. And when looking at the entire battlefield, Fujin can't think of anything aside from the de-stressed Tendo that can force Obito to take action. The reason why the de-stress of Tendo can force Obito to take action is the importance of Tendo for Nagato and Conan. Don't underestimate the importance of Yahiko's body for Nagato and Conan. If Tendo were to be destroyed by Fujin under Obito's watch, and Obito didn't even make a move to save Tendo, it will inevitably detonate a major discord between Obito and Nagato, and it wouldn't even be strange if Nagato and Conan were to completely turn their face from Obito. If that were to happen, then a civil war between the Nagato faction and the Obito faction will also start. Infighting in Akatsuki is something that Obito would not allow, at least not at this stage when there is such a great threat of a Matsukami, so he, who knows the bond between Nagato, Yahiko, and Conan, would definitely not watch Tendo's destruction at the hands of Fujin. Additionally, he, who can not only use short-distance and long-distance Kamui, but also use Mokuton and Susanoo, will naturally be overconfident in his abilities, so his vigilance towards Fujin's attack will naturally be weakened. This is in Obito's character, who overestimates his abilities and underestimates his opponent's abilities. And Fujin wants to take advantage of this character flaw of Obito. All actions of Fujin have been carried out based on this plan. When being sealed by Chibuku Tensei, Fujin did not resist violently or used violent methods to break free, nor did he directly attack the core of Chibuku Tensei in advance, all for the purpose of paralyzing Nagato and Obito's judgment, and drop their vigilance against him. For this reason, he even took the risk of almost being sealed by Chibuku Tensei. Fortunately, the bone blade that contains the characteristics of all killing ash bones did not disappoint Fujin. It successfully destroyed the core of Chibuku Tensei, allowing Fujin to break out of it much to Nagato and Obito's surprise. And after coming out of Chibuku Tensei, Fujin did not give them an opportunity to think deeply and started a swift and violent offensive. Additionally, he forced Tendo to use several big moves in order to enter a cool-down period so that Tendo would be a little panicked. If you can't think deeply and analyze the situation, then you will act based on your inherent concepts, thoughts, and instincts. If you can't calmly weigh the situation, things will get out of control, which will lead to panic, and you will make mistakes. And Fujin intends to use these to his advantage. So, at this moment, there is a very precarious situation on the battlefield for Akatsuki. In front of Tendo, and behind Obito, there are bone blades slashing. How to choose depends on Obito. If he were to save himself and give up on Tendo, then infighting with Akatsuki will start. If he were to save Tendo and bears the damage upon himself, then even if he does not die, at least, one Kamui will be gone. Fujin does not know that Obito has transplanted more Sharingan because they are being blocked through perception distorting jutsu. Obito obviously understood Fujin's plan, so in the face of such a precarious situation, he did not choose to stop his long-distance Kamui on Tendo in order to save himself from Fujin's attack, nor did he have any intention of sacrificing himself. So when faced with this shrewd attack of Fujin, not only was Obito not panicked, instead his lips arched in ridicule. Immediately, a blue chakra gushed out of Obito's body and formed a chakra phantom around him. Roar! With a violent roar, Susanoo instantly took shape, protecting Obito from Fujin's attack. His Manjikyu Sharingan may not be eternal, but after months of training, Obito can instantly form Susanoo around him. Now what are you going to do? In the face of absolute strength, all conspiracies are meaningless. The Susanoo of the Uchiha clan is the ultimate defense, and it is not something that mere Kagaya clan shinobi can break, said Obito in a provocative tone. When speaking so, he did not even bother to turn his head to look at Fujin. He was disdainful towards the other party. After regaining his other eye, Obito is not afraid of anyone in this shinobi world, not Nagato, not Yama, not Minato, not Homusubi, not Madara, and certainly not Fujin, at novel bin at. No matter how strong they are, they cannot even touch him, there is no way for them to come in contact with the Kamui dimension. Not to mention, Obito can also use the complete body Susanoo with wings on his back, so he has also made up for his shortcomings of lack of frontal attack methods, now he has no weaknesses. But if Obito were to say such a sentence now, he has no weaknesses to Fujin, Fujin would just snort coldly, and say, your biggest weakness is your overconfidence, and show him practically, like he intends to do now. Just when Obito was too proud of himself and disdainful towards Fujin, a piercing and crisp sound resounded throughout the battlefield. For some reason, a bad premonition surged in Obito's heart as soon as he heard this piercing sound. Worried, Obito instantly turned his head back to see what was going on behind him. But even before he turned his head completely, he saw a scene that stunned him completely. The bone blade in Fujin's hand easily cut through the Susanoo as if a hot knife cutting through butter. The ultimate defense of Susanoo was cut through instantly, and the Susanoo shattered without putting even a shred of resistance. In fact, rather than putting resistance, in the face of Fujin's bone blade, the Susanoo was like a completely dead tree branch and instantly decayed in the face of Fujin's bone blade. Realizing the absurdity of the situation, Obito's pupils shrank, and he can't help but exclaim, what the hell? How is this possible? But the only reply he got was the vague feeling of his body being cut in two halves. Swish. While the night wind blew, carrying the pieces of dust around. The original battlefield where there were constant noises of explosions, muffled impacts, and metallic collision suddenly fell into a strange silence, and only the wailing sound of the injured Konoha shinobi reverberated faintly all over the battlefield. Fujin's attack on Obito and the transfer of Tendo into the Kamui dimension at the hands of Obito happened almost simultaneously, therefore, the two most dangerous enemies on the battlefield disappeared at the same instant. The pitiful Jiraiya who had just gotten out of the Chibaku Tensei seal and was ready to again fight against Tendo suffered from an enhanced Shinra Tensei. Although injured quite seriously, Jiraiya still crawled out of the mound and looked around the battlefield with a dusty face. He was a total loss at what exactly is going on here. While Jiraiya looked around the battlefield, Fujin looked at Obito's corpse. Obito's corpse was just like his Susanoo. The moment it was cut into two halves at the hands of Fujin's bone blade, it fell into a rapid withering state as if it has experienced several months of corrosion in an instant and started to slowly turn to dust. Was the attack successful? Muttered with an expectant look. The series of attacks just now was well planned out and too fast, along with a touch of surprise that Obito could never think or react to, especially the bone blade of Fujin which contains the characteristics of all killing ash bones. When Fujin effortlessly cut through Obito's Susanoo, it was done at an extremely fast speed, without the slightest of hindrance that even Obito was taken aback and might not have had enough time to be able to use the forbidden genjutsu Izanagi that can change the destiny of the caster. Therefore, Fujin is quite expectant in his heart, perhaps, Obito is really dead this time. Although expectant, Fujin can't help but cough out a mouthful of blood, cough. Immediately, he staggered his footsteps because of a paralyzing sensation and barely stood up while leaning on the wall on the side. It's an extremely burdensome task to repeatedly use Dance of the Seedling Fern to maintain such a large-scale bone forest. What's more, as the characteristics of all killing ash bones are becoming more and more apparent, the deterioration of this clone body has also become more and more serious. If it weren't for the fact that the physique of this clone body is extremely strong, Fujin is quite certain that his body might not have lasted for even 10 minutes. After stabilizing himself, Fujin again looked at Obito's corpse and realized that Obito's corpse has completely disappeared. Even with his Byakugan, Fujin couldn't find even a single trace of Obito on the battlefield at novel bin at. If the cause of disappearance was all killing ash bones, then at least ashes should remain on the battlefield, but now that there are no traces left, then there is only one possibility, and that is Izanagi. Was Izai still a step too late, or is it that Obito has transcripted Izanagi into his Mangekyou Sharingan, thought Fujin with a sigh, but he wasn't too disappointed. Being able to force Obito to use Izanagi at the cost of one of his two Mangekyou Sharingan can already be considered a strategic success. Fujin's main objective was not to kill Obito but to consume one of his Mangekyou Sharingan. Of course, if Obito could be killed, then well and good, but if he can't be killed, then at least one of his Mangekyou Sharingan will be consumed, right? Izanagi may be a heaven-defying forbidden genjutsu that can change the face of the caster, but it is not without a price. Every time the user uses Izanagi, he must sacrifice the visual prowess of one of his eyes resulting in complete blindness of that eye. Even can't think of a way to cure the blindness of that eye except for evolving that eye to a higher visual prowess like in the case of Uchiha Madara whose blindness was cured as his eternal Mangekyou Sharingan evolved into Rinnegan. But this case doesn't apply for Obito, because he doesn't have any close blood relative left who can give him their eye. In other words, Obito inevitably lost one of his Mangekyou Sharingan at the moment he cast Izanagi. So, condensing his fluctuating mood, Fujin watched the surroundings attentively. Fujin is fully prepared to again launch an attack on Obito the moment he reappears on the battlefield. With the loss of one of his Mangekyou Sharingan, regardless of the left or right eye, Obito's strength will definitely be reduced. As long as the place of his resurrection is within Fujin's Byakugan visual range, Fujin will again launch an attack on Obito. At that point, even if Obito manages to save himself by using Izanagi, Fujin's purpose would be achieved. After losing both of his main Shurinon that have a heaven-defying dojutsu, Obito's strength will immediately decline to the level where even Jonin could pose a serious threat to him, and elite Jonin might be able to kill him. While Fujin was searching for the traces of Obito, Konoha shinobi who were at the edge of the battlefield also rushed here. Kakashi and his tactical force were the first ones to arrive, then Hyuga Kuroto and his team Aro, along with other Konoha shinobi that didn't include Tsunade who was busy transmitting chakra to thousands of slugs spread all over the battlefield. Most of the Konoha shinobi who came here also had slugs on their shoulder, so even though they had some degrees of injuries, the injuries were rapidly healed with the help of Katsuyu the slug. As a result, the Konoha shinobi were in a perfect state to fight the war. Kakashi looked around, but found no enemy around. Confused, he quickly asked Jiraiya-sama, where is the enemy? Jiraiya shook his head weakly. He didn't see the scene where Fujin used Tendo as a means to kill Obito just now, so he is also quite confused at this moment. He doesn't know what happened, nor does he know where did Tendo disappear all of a sudden. Kurane, who is part of the team Aro, didn't stop with the others. Instead, she continued to run all the way to the place where Fujin was. Fujin frowned when he looked at Kurane coming towards him. Why is she coming here? Then regardless of her purpose, Fujin waved his hand towards Kurane and said, "Stop, don't come here." Kurane was taken aback by Fujin's serious tone but still stopped obediently, although, she seems to want to say something. Fujin narrowed his eyes at Kurane, then noticed the extra slug that Kurane is carrying and immediately understood her purpose of coming over. But Fujin still stopped her and did not take the slug, because he knows that Iryo ninjutsu cannot help him. In fact, not only Kurane but the other Konoha shinobi were also puzzled by Fujin's serious tone, but they are also elite shinobi, after all, so immediately raised their vigilance and looked around the battlefield with utmost vigilance. After minutes of wait where everyone was extremely nervous, the figure of Obito appeared out of thin air a few hundred meters away from the battlefield. There was no spiraling whirl, and no virtual figure. The appearance of Obito was like the creation of God in the void, replacing nothingness with Obito in an instant. Izanagi, sure enough, he did use transcription seal to program Izanagi in his eyes, thought Fujin, but he did not act. The reason being, that the location of Obito's resurrection is hundreds of meters away from him, so it will at least take more than an instant for Fujin to appear there, but before Fujin can do so, Obito had already entered the Kamui dimension, so attacks would now be useless on him. Therefore, Fujin decided to not waste his energy on useless attacks. That's Toby. Be careful everyone. He is the one who uses space-time jutsu. The sudden appearance of Obito caused a commotion among the Konoha shinobi. Kakashi tightly clenched the special flying Raijin Kunao in his hand and stared at Tomo-masked Obito's figure in the distance with a gloomy expression. No matter how much Kakashi tries, he can never forget this person. After all, it was this person who stole Obito's eye from him. But Kakashi was also a bit hesitant to attack the other party. This is obviously because of his own doubt. Is he really him? And Kakashi is desperate and wants to confirm the identity of this Toby fellow. He wants to know whether this guy is really his best friend as Kakashi has guessed or someone else who managed to get his hands on his best friend's eye through some way. Being stared at by so many Konoha shinobi, especially the scorching gaze of Kakashi, the thick face Obito doesn't seem to care. At this moment, his left eye under the mask was closed, and his right eye was locked on Fujin. The expression under the Tomo mask was gloomy, and his voice was full of hatred. This is the second time. Obito's current mood at this time is extremely gloomy and filled with anger. This is the second time he has used Izanagi to survive in the face of Amatsukami members, which indirectly means that Obito has been killed twice by Amatsukami members, which is not something he can accept so easily. Although extremely angry, Obito was also somewhat afraid to approach Fujin. He really couldn't figure out how did Fujin's bone blade cut through Susanoo so easily. You know that's Susanoo, not butter, and yet it was easily cut by a mere bone blade. This is simply unreasonable. At the same time, at the outer wall of Konoha, with the sound of breaking wind, the figure of Shisui and Itachi one by one appeared on the outer wall of Konoha, and the three pairs of eyes saw the scene of the village with a stunned expression. Shisui-kun, is this your village? Are you sure this is your village and not some battlefield? The cat Fuwa who is resting on Shisui's shoulder asked him with a curious expression. Even Shisui is taken aback by the scene in front of him. How could the village be destroyed? Itachi had a dazed expression. How could this happen to Konoha? The scene of the village made the two Uchiha feel stupid and incredulous. Unexpectedly, the village that has experienced and strived the three great shinobi wars would be destroyed on such an ordinary night. It's really unbelievable. Shisui sighed deeply. They never thought that Konohagakure, the strongest of the 5 great shinobi villages, would be so severely destroyed in the relatively peaceful period, which was unprecedented in bloody and cruel wars. Until now, Shisui is still full of doubts and even wondered whether he is in some sort of genjutsu, because he simply can't believe that Konoha is destroyed. Itachi's face is gloomier than Shisui. The village has suffered such a catastrophe. He did not dare to think of the situation of his family, because once imagined, countless terrible scenes would spring up in his mind. Itachi can only hope that his parents and Sasuke, Itachi doesn't know about Uchiha Kiyomi yet, are safe. While Shisui and Itachi stood in silence, suddenly an emerald blue light flashed in the ruins of Konoha. Immediately afterward, the roar of Susanoo resounded across the night sky. Roar? Looking at the huge emerald blue Susanoo at the center of the village, Shisui's eyes condensed. Another Susanoo, huh? Itachi nodded gently. Well, this Susanoo has never been used before. Whether Shisui or Shinichi, both of their Susanoo are greenish in color. One is emerald green while the other is dark green. On the other hand, Itachi's own Susanoo is flaming red like the red vapors of death. And finally, Tsukai's Susanoo is golden in color. So, both of them quickly judged that emerald blue Susanoo in the village belongs to a third candidate, aside from any of these people. As far as Itachi and Shisui can think of based on the people who are alive and have awakened the Manjikyu Sharinon, the Susanoo in the village is either used by the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku, that is Itachi's father, or the mysterious traitorous Uchiha of the Akatsuki organization who has recently stolen Kakashi's eye. Of course, there is also the third possibility that another Uchiha might have recently awakened the Manjikyu Sharinon because of experiencing despair brought by the loss of someone precious during the destruction of the village, but Itachi and Shisui are still more inclined to the second candidate, that is, the mysterious traitorous Uchiha of the Akatsuki organization. The reason for such a judgment is quite simple, and that is the development of Susanoo in front of them. The Susanoo at the center of the village is the complete body Susanoo with wings on its back. This is already the 6th stage of Susanoo. Both Itachi and Shisui have awakened the Manjikyu Sharinon and fully understands that using the complete body Susanoo with just a pair of Manjikyu Sharinon is not possible. The user should either have the eternal Manjikyu Sharinon along with extremely high chakra reserves just like Uchiha Tsukii, or he must have been transplanted with Hashirama cells similar to Uchiha Shisui. Only then will it be possible to use the complete body Susanoo or the near complete body Susanoo. Any other way is difficult to meet the requirement. So understanding that the traitorous Uchiha is one of the few people responsible for the destruction of Konoha, both Shisui and Itachi activated the Manjikyu Sharinon at the same time, and icy killing intent was released from them. But before either one could act, boom! Suddenly, a loud explosion sounded in the forest behind the two, then a dazzling white beam of light shone through the forest, illuminating the entire gloomy night sky. After turning around to look at the situation, Shisui's brows twisted in a deep frown. If I am not wrong, that's definitely dust release, right? Although Shisui did not fight on the Iwagakuer front in the Third Great Shinobi War and did not get a chance to personally see the power of the famous, and only known Kekkei Toda, Dust Release. As a senior member of the Umbu directly under Hokage, Shisui still recognized Dust Release at a single glance. After all, the power and characteristics of Dust Release are too conspicuous to not be able to recognize. Dust Release, muttered Itachi with a thoughtful expression, then spoke after realization, which means the Gokage are fighting there. As the members of Amatsukami, Itachi, and Shisui are fairly clear about Sandame's secret plan against the Akatsuki organization, so, the moment they discovered Dust Release, both of them judged that the people fighting on that side are definitely the Gokage. Columns of dazzling light passed through from time to time, then there were series of deadly explosions spreading all over the surroundings, the skyrocketing fire, the terrifying sound of lightning flashing, the howling wind and tumbling smoke and vapor. The scene that Itachi and Shisui witnessed from the bird's eye view of the crows clearly showed as if hell has come to the world. Such an astonishing degree of damage is not something that ordinary shinobi can cause. Additionally, Itachi and Shisui have already judged that one side includes that Gokage and their entourage, so the person who can force the Gokage to such a degree will obviously not be any ordinary shinobi. In 9 out of 10 cases, the person facing the Gokage should be Nagato, the leader of the Akatsuki organization, because in Shisui and Itachi's cognition, in the Akatsuki organization, perhaps only Nagato with the Rinnegan Dojutsu of the Rakudo Sennin is worthy of being able to force the Gokage to unite together. Although Itachi and Shisui now have a clear understanding of the situation, they are also in a serious dilemma now. One is the battlefield in the village where the traitorous Uchiha is wreaking havoc, and the other is the battlefield outside the village where the leader of the Akatsuki organization fighting against the Gokage. In comparison, the battlefield outside is obviously much more dangerous because the battle there is definitely more intense based on the terrifying chakra fluctuations. But faced with such a situation, Shisui and Itachi are not sure which battlefield should they give priority to. After a while of silence, Shisui patted Itachi on the shoulder, and said, I will support the battlefield on the side of Gokage, and you will be in charge of the village side, and provide support to Fujin, Jiraiya-sama, and Tsunade-sama. Since the battlefield on the side of Gokage is much more dangerous, so Shisui, who is the stronger and the older of the two, took the initiative to fight on that battlefield, while Itachi was responsible for supporting the Fujin against the traitor Uchiha. This is not an arbitrary decision, but a well-thought-out one. Aside from the Hashirama cell transplantation, Shisui has also mastered Sennin mode with the help of the Nikoshou Kurika, so his strength has once again increased, and he is confident in being able to support the Gokage site. And, Itachi, who has gained spiritual weapons such as the Sword of Totsuka, and Yada Mirror, should be responsible for helping Fujin seal the traitor Uchiha inside the Sword of Totsuka. Besides, Shisui as the older of the two will definitely not send Itachi to the more dangerous front, is not because Shisui doesn't trust in Itachi's abilities, but because Shisui cares about Itachi. Itachi also knew that Shisui's judgment was correct, so he nodded lightly, okay. After reaching the agreement, Shisui also reminded Itachi, be vigilant against that guy Zetsu and his weird means. According to the information given to the two by Kuroto, Shisui and Itachi now fully understand the horror of Zetsu and understands that they must remain vigilant against Zetsu, lest Amatsukami's intelligence will be leaked, and it would bring great problem. Therefore, Shisui did not forget to remind Itachi of Zetsu. Itachi obviously knew, and nodded. Yes, I will be vigilant. Shisui and Itachi then nodded, and both disappeared from the outer wall and rushed towards two battlefronts. On the battlefield on Konoha's side, Fujin, who had just dodged a long-distance Kamui attack from Obito, saw the Susanoo in front of him and sighed. Damn it. I didn't expect that he would transplant extra Sharinon on his body, at novel bin at. The fact that Obito can still use both short-range and long-range Kamui, as well as the complete body Susanoo, clearly explains that the Sharinon he sacrificed for using Izanagi just now was not either one of his Manjikyu Sharinon. Instead, it was a simple 3-tomo Sharinon he has transplanted somewhere in his body. Otherwise, the situation in front of him is simply incomprehensible. Being able to use the dojutsu of both the eyes, as well as the complete body Susanoo, is simply impossible with one eye blind. But Fujin did not expect that Obito would go so far. In the previous series of attacks that he carried out on Obito, Fujin expanded the range of his vision to the utmost degree to keep track of all of Obito's moves, so the penetrative power of the Byakugan decreased. Additionally, Obito's clothes and mask are also inlaid with all kinds of funjutsu that block Byakugan's penetrative vision. As a result, Fujin did not discover the additional Sharinon in Obito's body, and did not take into account that Obito would be so cautious. As a result, the series of plans he had made to kill or take away Obito's power ended up in a big failure. TCH, is it because of the battle at Kurigaku where he almost died? I did not expect that this guy would become so cautious after tasting just one defeat, thought Fujin with a sigh. But Fujin knows that if he was in Obito's shoes, perhaps he would have done the same thing. After all, each individual 3-tomo Sharinon that can be used for using Izanagi is equivalent to one more life. And Obito, whose half-body is made up of Hashirama cells, doesn't have to be worried about the backlash from transplanting a few extra 3-tomo Sharinon. After recalculating the situation, Fujin converged his eyes, and muttered, there is no telling how many extra 3-tomo Sharinon has he transplanted, and each of those Sharinon are likely to be transcripted with Izanagi, which means, other than sealing, nothing would work on him. But there is no trace of Shisui and Itachi. Caw. Just as Fujin was thinking of Shisui and Itachi, a sudden cry of a crow reached Fujin's ears. Everyone who is busy in the fierce fight against Obito didn't care much about just the cry of an inconspicuous crow, but Fujin cast his gaze in the direction of the black crow that is indistinguishable in the night sky. As soon as he looked towards the crow's eye turned scarlet with 3 spiraling curves around the pupil, and the very next moment, a familiar chakra invaded Fujin's chakra system. Knowing the identity of the crow, and the familiar chakra signature, Fujin smirked and did not resist the invasion of the foreign chakra, and soon, he was dragged into the familiar and unfamiliar Tsukuyomi plane of Itachi. Most of the Konoha shinobi have focused most of their attention on Obito and his Susanoo, so the only one paying attention to Fujin's changes was Kurenai, whose attention is also diverted on Fujin. She noticed that Fujin suddenly looked into the distance, was startled for some reason, and then immediately recovered as if nothing had happened. What exactly did Fugaku see there? Following Fujin's gaze, Kurenai also looked in that direction with a curious expression, only to see a black crow flying away in the dim and dusty night sky. A crow? Is it a normal crow or is it? Kurenai also knows that the number of crows in the forest around Konoha has increased sharply. Therefore, when she noticed the crow and Fujin's attention on that crow, she immediately attributed that perhaps this has something to do with Fujin and Amatsukami. Understanding this, Kurenai, who had walked closer to Fujin, immediately stood next to Fujin and asked in a familiar manner, say, Fugaku, what should we do now? The moment Obito started to use the complete body Susanoo in conjunction with his Kamui, his power is simply overwhelming, and not something that anyone in Konoha or any other great shinobi villages can resist. Jonin doesn't even have the qualification to fight him, while the higher Kage class can barely defend themselves and don't pose a threat to Obito at all. Every attack of Obito is reaping away lives at an astonishing speed, and in such a short moment, hundreds of Konoha shinobi have already died tragically at the hands of Obito. Whether it is the Susanoo Chakra Blade, Yasakani no Megatama, Kamui Shuriken, or large-scale fire-style jutsu, each of these attacks is overwhelming the battlefield and hundreds of Konoha shinobi taking away their lives like dominoes, while none of the attacks of Konoha shinobi has managed to get past the defense of Obito's Susanoo. The only person whose attacks might pose some degree of threat to Obito's Susanoo is Jiraiya, but even his attacks are all useless because of the bug-level existence of Kamui. Kamui Shuriken is another bug-level attack, and there is simply no defense against it. The attack itself is a space-time attack, and perhaps one of the most difficult attacks to fight against. People who are cut by the Kamui Shuriken are directly warped into the Kamui dimension. In fact, Fujin even believes that the attack level of Kamui Shuriken is on the same level as all-killing ash bones. The reason is simply that there is no defense against it. Even Akatsuki Kagaya wasn't immune to the attack of Kamui Shuriken. Therefore, Kamui Shuriken is another headache that has to be dealt with, and Fujin is thinking about how to make the next set of tactics where he can give Itachi the chance to seal Obito using the sword of Totsuka. Kurenai noted Fujin's silence, and asked anxiously, at least speak something. Seeing hundreds of Konoha shinobi dying tragically at the hands of Tobi, Kurone is extremely anxious. She believes that the only person who can fight against and stop Tobi from killing Konoha shinobi is Fujin, so he is her only hope, and she can't bear his silence. Seeing Kurone's anxious expression, Fujin sighed and explained in a calm tone, usual means of fighting against him are completely useless because of his time-space jutsu. Killing him is also not possible. I have already tried it twice, both times the result has been the same, that is, he hasn't died. The reason is that he possesses a special forbidden jutsu using which he can cheat death. So, we have to take that jutsu into account too when fighting against him. Additionally, he has also been transplanted with the Hashirama cells, so his chakra reserves are too high, so we can't rely on chakra exhaustion. Double Kamui, Hashirama cells, along with the forbidden jutsu Izanagi, with the combination of these three things with him, killing Obito is simply impossible. Perhaps even Uchiha Madara, who is stronger than Obito, wouldn't be so difficult and can be dealt with relative ease, but Obito with his Kamui is unrestricted and unkillable. In fact, it wouldn't be wrong to say that so long as Obito is cautious enough, no one in this shinobi world can pose a threat to him. So, whether Fujin can defeat Obito is not up to him, it is up to whether Obito will make more mistakes or not. This is Fujin's conclusion, based on his experience of fighting against Obito. He has already tried to kill Obito twice, almost achieved success both the time, but still failed. Although Itachi now has the sword of Totsuka among the things Fujin can use in his strategy against Obito, Fujin is still worried. After all, there is no guarantee that sword of Totsuka can successfully seal Obito. What if Izanagi can even counter sword of Totsuka? After all, sword of Totsuka turns all the disadvantages and unfavorable factors into genjutsu. So, there is no guarantee that it wouldn't be able to negate the effects of sword of Totsuka. Hearing Fujin's words, Kurone asked, does that mean we should allow him to continue to kill our Konoha shinobi? Fujin was about to reply, but suddenly he coughed violently and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Cough cough. The body trembled and was suddenly paralyzed. Seeing Fujin's condition, Kurone hurriedly supported him and asked with concern, your injury is extremely serious, why are you refusing to receive medical treatment from Tsunade-sama? If your injuries aren't healed, then you will definitely die. Fujin didn't care about Kurone's words, he waved his hands impatiently, and said in a weak tone, it's dangerous here, neither you nor your colleagues are suitable to fight against him, don't stay here any longer, go away now. Fujin didn't want to be distracted in the battle against Obito, therefore, he wanted to drive away his team RO so as to avoid unnecessary losses of his subordinates. I am not going away, no matter what you say, stated Kurone with a serious expression as she looked at Fujin with her red eyes. She didn't know the specific reason why she felt, but the calmer and more casual Fujin was in the face of such a precarious situation despite his serious injuries, the more fascinated Kurone became. Therefore, Kurone has decided that no matter how dangerous, she is not going to go away. Kurone herself doesn't know whether this is natural worship of the weak towards the strong, or her belief and gratitude towards Fujin who had saved her life a few weeks ago, or is it that she had really fallen in love with Fujin, but what she knows is that she doesn't want to go away, despite the risks and dangers. Fujin was too lazy to persuade Kurone and didn't bother to speak anymore. Anyway, if she wants to die so much, then she can die for all he cares, it is of no interest to Fujin. Fujin himself has to figure out a way to implement his plan and deal with Obito before his body collapses, so he has no time to get distracted, think, and worry about unnecessary things. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Boom boom boom. Explosion? At this time, countless kunao tied with exploding tag were shot at Obito inside the Susanoo, setting off a series of explosions and caused a burst of smoke to spread all over. However, it was of no use. When the explosions subsided and the smoke cleared, the intact emerald blue Susanoo appeared in everyone's field of vision. Damn it, everything is of no use. We can't win against something like that. He is a monster. Humans cannot fight something like that. As the death count and injured count continued to increase under the useless siege, the fighting spirit and morale of the Konoha shinobi was rapidly broken at the same time. Anxiety and fear started to permeate from one to many. The senior Konoha shinobi have of course noticed this inevitable change, so gritting their teeth, they stood up and shouted, what we are fighting against is an enemy of the village and the entire shinobi world. As Konoha shinobi we are responsible for protecting the lives of our families and friends who do not have the power and means of protecting themselves. If we were to give in to the enemy so easily, then what would happen to the lives of our families? No matter what, we must stand firm until the bitter end. Remember the words of Hokage-sama, when the tree leaves dances, one shall find flames. The fire's shadow will illuminate the village, and once again, tree leaves shall bud anew. So, for the sake of our children, for the sake of our families, for the sake of the village, and for the sake of Will of Fire, we must not give up. Even if we die, we will die as proud Konoha shinobi. For Will of Fire. For Will of Fire, X100. Instantly, the scenario changed, and the morale that was about to collapse was suddenly reignited by the words of this elder shinobi. The casualties in front of him did not scare him who has experienced the first, second, and third great shinobi war. Everyone knows that there are many powerful shinobi out there who have the power to single out entire armies alone. Sandame Reikage who fought against 10,000 Uegakur shinobi, and Yondaime Hokage who killed thousands of shinobi are such examples. However, in the face of continuous siege, even people as strong as Sandaime Reikage and Yondaime Hokage will get exhausted and tire out, so, this elder shinobi believes that as long as the siege continues, the enemy will sooner or later get tired and be defeated. Listening to the shouts of the elder Konoha shinobi, Obito sneered coldly. The countless and relentless siege may work on people like Sandaime Reikage, but for him, who has far surpassed the level of Kage and is already standing at the forefront of Super Kage level in terms of hard power and weird means, such siege is simply meaningless. With access to Kamui, the initiative of whether to fight or not is completely up to him. He can choose to fight at any place he wants, anytime he wants, and in any situation he wants. No one can stop him. Just like now, despite all the boost in motivation, fighting spirit, and morale, the only thing that increased is the casualty counts and nothing else. After dealing with most of the Konoha shinobi, Obito stared at Kakashi who was panting due to chakra exhaustion, then moved his gaze towards Fujin who was standing at a distance. On this battlefield, the only person who makes Obito feel threatened is Fujin of the Amatsukami. After fighting with hundreds of Konoha shinobi, Obito has already confirmed that there was no defensive problem with his Susanoo. This clearly explains that the reason why his Susanoo was so easily cut open by Fujin is not that his Susanoo has weak defense, but because the attack method of Fujin is extraordinarily strong and can directly ignore the defense of Susanoo. Although Obito has never heard that Shikatsu Mayako possesses such power, however, Obito now understands that he can't be careless even against Fujin, so casting a vigilant look at Fujin, Obito swore to himself, there will never be a third time. Never. After swearing to himself, Obito again looked at Fujin and thought about how to capture or kill Fujin. The fact that Fujin has been repeatedly coughing out blood is very clear to him, and with his keen knowledge of the Kagaya clan that Obito has collected over the years, Obito fully understands that this is probably because of the illness that the members of the Kagaya clan suffer from. Therefore, Obito understands that he just needs to push Fujin a little more, and the serious illness in the opponent's body will become the cause of his defeat or death. The chance is right in front of him, so, after groaning for a while, Obito decided to take the risk. Anyway, Obito is confident that he wouldn't die. After all, there are still 2-3 Tomo Sharinon in his body, which can be used to cast Izanagi. And if Obito can capture a member of Amatsukami at the cost of 1 or 2 Izanagi, it would be worth it. Therefore, Obito made up his mind to catch Fujin. Seeing that Obito locked his gaze on him, Fujin immediately guessed Obito's thoughts. He shook his right hand slightly, and immediately a bone blade protruded from the palm of his right hand. What's amazing is that the bone blade in his right hand is not the previous kind of bone blade. Instead, it has changed significantly. The previous bone blades used by Fujin were all pale white, sharp, and glowing with cold light, but the bone blade in his palm at this moment is dim gray, the color is much deeper, and there is no sharpness in this bone blade. From the perspective of a bystander, the bone blade in Fujin's hands doesn't seem to carry any power. Instead, it feels extremely weak and inconspicuous as if it will be broken into many fragments with very little effort at novel bin at. Even Kurenai who was standing next to Fujin keenly noticed the changes in the bone blade in Fujin's hand, and was really worried now. His injuries must be extremely serious, so serious, that even the bone blades he is creating have been weakened to such a degree. Chakra condensed and Obito who was standing inside the diamond cavity of the huge emerald blue Susanoo held the huge Kamui shuriken in the hands of his Susanoo, as he observed the other side. Under the Tomo mask, Obito had a solemn expression. His Manjikyu Sharinon was revolving at an extremely fast speed, catching every move of Fujin on the ground. Seeing Obito looking at himself, Fujin abruptly pushed away Kurenai. Smash! Unsurprisingly, Kurenai flew out and fell into a pit in the distance with a muffled sound. Thankfully she had 2 Katsuyu slugs with her, therefore, whatever injury she suffered from was healed instantly. Kurenai really wanted to curse Fujin for treating her so roughly, but looking at Fujin who seemed to be staring at Toby, Kurenai chose to remain silent and did not say anything. Perhaps the reason he pushed me abruptly was that he was worried of Toby's attack, was the thought in her mind. Unaware of Kurenai's thoughts, Fujin's eyes gradually condensed, locking on Obito standing inside the diamond cavity of Susanoo. Under his Fujin mask, the blue veins near his temples on both sides of his eyes had already bulged to the maximum degree, and with these high-purity Byakugan, Fujin was observing each of Obito's move to the extreme. Both sides are using their individual dojutsu to capture each other's intentions and movements, predicting the attack method that the other party would use. This scene reminded Fujin of their casual fights during the academy days when they were mere children. At that time, both were children and did not have much strength. One was unfamiliar with his Byakugan, while the other hadn't even awakened his Sharinon, and their fights couldn't even influence their class. But now, both of them have grown to the degree where they are strong enough to be able to easily influence the future pattern of the entire shinobi. It's really ironic, in the current pattern of the shinobi world, the genius and talented ones are struggling to stand on the swaying boats in order to be able to survive this stormy shinobi world, while the ones with poor talent are the cause of all the storms all over the shinobi world. Fujin chuckled, then moved his gaze on Obito's mask. Then very next moment, the gaze of the two people met each other. How long will your body last? The curse of the Kagaya clan is getting more and more effective with each passing second. Will you still be able to move as fast as before in such a condition? And how long will your chakra reserve last? It's best to give up, because there is no chance of winning. Obito sneered in his heart. Because Obito understands the curse of the Kagaya clan very well, therefore, he is certain that Fujin cannot last for very long, and each passing second is equivalent to pushing Fujin one step closer to death. Not to mention Fujin has already participated in so many fights, so his chakra reserves should be consumed already. After all, Fujin had Kon after another fought against and solved the threat of Satori of the Box of Bliss, Hiriko, and Nagato's Tendo Pain, and in these several fights Fujin has used all kinds of jutsu, including Magnet Release Jutsu, Storm Release Jutsu, and Advanced Shikatsumayaka Secret Jutsu that cause heavy chakra consumption, so even if Fujin possesses Baijuyu class chakra reserves like Hoshigaki same, the chakra reserves had to have gotten exhausted by now. Therefore, Obito is more certain of his victory. I will have to break through his Susanoo first, in order to ensure that the plan goes safely, thought Fujin, and continued after a pause, will you still make mistake Obito? Will you still get overconfident and give me a chance to resolve your threat Obito? Fujin is sober and understands full well that success or failure does not depend entirely upon him, it mainly depends on whether Obito will make mistakes in overconfidence, because only when Obito makes a mistake can he be dealt with, and as long as Obito does not make a mistake, Fujin doesn't have the slightest chance of sealing Obito. While the two stood on the opposite side, cold wind blew past, also blowing away the dirt and leaves in a circle, and as soon as the leaves landed back on the ground, Obito made the first move. The more than 100 meters high Susanoo that is controlled by Obito's consciousness, shot out several Kamui shuriken towards Fujin. Accompanied by the deafening whistling sound of cutting through the wind, the huge Kamui shurikens that were thrown by Obito's Susanoo rushed towards Fujin in several strange arcs. Humph. Uchiha Shurikenjutsu. Fujin thought as his lips arched in a smirk. The Shurikenjutsu of the Uchiha clan is the most famous across the shinobi world, and Fujin is no stranger to Uchiha Shurikenjutsu. This is because not only has he mastered Uchiha Shurikenjutsu while training the Tsukei clone but also has good experience of dealing with Uchiha Shurikenjutsu because of several training spars against Itachi and Shisui. Therefore, Fujin can easily judge the trajectory that he must take in order to be able to dodge these Kamui shurikens. After waiting for 2 instants, Fujin immediately rushed towards Obito following a particular trajectory. The direction he is rushing forward is towards Obito, not the opposite. This is because Fujin understands that only by putting pressure on Obito will be a chance where Obito will be forced to make mistakes, and Fujin plans to use that opportunity well. It's just that not all plans go well, just like now, as Fujin was rushing towards Obito, suddenly a crack sound reached his ears and the very next moment accompanied by bone-breaking pain, his body lost balance, the speed of advancement slows down and Fujin almost fell on the ground. Fujin hissed in pain, and cursed, damn. My bones don't seem to be able to hold on for much longer. Although Fujin cursed, somehow, he managed to prevent himself from falling and added a lot of chakra to the bone that had broken to make sure that the bone heals quickly. In this way, although the chakra consumption rate will increase, at least, bones will no longer break all of a sudden. Now with the problem resolved, Fujin can again rush forward, but by now a lot of time has already been delayed, and the Kamui shuriken have also knocked on the door. Whoosh whoosh. Accompanied by air-cutting sound, 2 Kamui shuriken rushed towards Fujin from both sides. With death knocking him on the door, Fujin had no choice but to roll on the spot in order to be able to dodge the Kamui shuriken. Although, dodging in such a manner would be a little embarrassing, however, being able to dodge both the Kamui shurikens will at least give him further chance to be able to carry out his plan, so Fujin did not hesitate in the slightest. As Fujin rolled on the ground, the edge of one of the Kamui shuriken managed to touch the black Amatsukami cloak of Fujin. Of course, the flesh on Fujin's back was not spared either, and like a sharp blade it directly cut through skin and flesh, causing red blood to flow out. Thankfully, Fujin used his backbone in due time and managed to push away the Kamui shuriken, else the Kamui shuriken will continue to tear him apart and transport the torn part into the Kamui dimension. Whew, almost died there. Taking a relieved breath, Fujin thrillingly avoided Obito's attack, and without wasting a single moment in caring about the injury on his back, Fujin rushed towards Obito to launch a counterattack. As he dashed towards Obito, iron sand flew towards him and took the form of a pair of iron sand wings. Now with iron sand wings on his back, and a grayish bone blade in both hands, Fujin cut his way towards Obito. At the edge of Konoha village, amidst the trees, Zetsu's half-body also leaned outside and he was observing the Fujin vs Obito battle in the distance. Looking at Fujin who condensed iron sand wings, and flew towards Obito while dodging or cutting through various long-range attacks, White Zetsu said, "Aren't we going to go any closer? Obito wanted us to take advantage of the chaos and kidnap Uzumaki Naruto, as well as collect some of Fujin's blood and deliver it to Haiden. But if we remain at the edge of Konoha, how will we be able to complete those 2 tasks?" Black Zetsu denied, the entire underground of Konoha has been packed with dense bone forest, and the bone forest is continuously expanding like tree roots. Don't you remember what happened not long ago? Do you still like the taste of being pierced by countless bone blades? White Zetsu immediately shook his head. Don't joke around. Those bone blades can even cut through Obito's Susanoo. We are very lucky that we managed to survive the last time. I have no interest in being pierced by countless bone blades again and again. After hearing White Zetsu's words, Black Zetsu became silent and cast his gaze on Fujin, more specifically on the grayish bone blades in Fujin's hands with a thoughtful expression. White Zetsu did not know what Black Zetsu was thinking and muttered with a doubtful expression, "It's quite weird. That guy obviously has a problem with his body, so why does he maintain such a large underground bone forest that is covering entire Konoha village? Even if it is created to secure a retreat in case of emergency, but such a large scale is of no use to him, and it is quite burdensome on chakra reserves and body, and yet he is continuously increasing it. Why?" Black Zetsu also frowned after hearing White Zetsu's doubts, and immediately a panic burst into his heart, causing him to blurt out his thoughts. "It's definitely because he knows of our existence and knows what we can do, so that bone forest is definitely created to prevent us from entering inside the village and prevent us from capturing the Jinchuriki of Kyuubi, as well as prevent us from interfering in the battle against Obito." White Zetsu was shocked by Black Zetsu's words and can't help but look at Fujin in a new light. On the battlefield, with the iron sand wings on his back, Fujin's speed returned back to the peak state, which unexpectedly surprised Obito a little, causing Obito to become vigilant again. Obito understood that the defense of his Susanoo is of no use against the other party's bones. At the same time, because Fujin's speed is extraordinarily fast, so Susanoo's attacks are of no use against the other party, so Obito instantly dispersed the Susanoo in order to save his visual prowess, at the same time, activated the Kamui to enter an intangible state. And Fujin, who tried his best to launch a final blow on Obito, seemed to be unable to hold anymore and directly vomited a mouthful of blood. Immediately after that, the iron sand wings on his back collapsed. Being unable to use magnet release chakra to recreate iron sand wings, Fujin fell from the air and fiercely collapsed on the ground, further breaking a few more bones. Obito in the intangible state also landed on the ground at this time, and his lips arched in a smirk as he looked at the embarrassed state of Fujin. "Tisk tisk, collapsed already? And here I was thinking of playing with you for a while? Heh, it's really disappointing." Although he said he is disappointed, his tone clearly indicated that he is very happy that Fujin collapsed on his own. Fujin, who had fallen on the ground again, vomited out blood, then wiping it away, he tried to get up, but couldn't because of several broken bones which agitated him, and Obito's provocative words angered him. Gritting his teeth, Fujin raised his trembling hand and shouted, "5-finger drilling bullets." Whoosh 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 whoosh. Instantly, 5 bone bullets were shot out from Fujin's hands and rushed towards Obito. But similar to all the previous attacks, no matter how powerful they were, in the face of Obito's Kamui intangibility, they were all useless and passed through him at Novel bin at. With finger bone bullets embedded in a rock not far away, Obito walked towards Fujin step by step, and said, "Despite being an enemy, I guess, I do respect your strength and means. To be honest, I am a little curious about your identity. A master like you shouldn't be an unknown, but it doesn't matter anymore. Now that you have lost, you are my captive. After tonight's objective is completed, I will have Nagato torture out all the information in your brain about you and Amatsukami behind you, so rest assured, it wouldn't be very long when your companions will follow you." Although Fujin's state was extremely bad, he did manage to mutter with some difficulty, "Don't think you have won yet. I must say, Amatsukami organization sure is fascinating, and the members of your organization are quite self-confident. Despite the condition you are in, you still believe that you can turn the situation around," Obito said with a slight smile as he slowly walked towards Fujin step by step. Cough cough, puke. Fujin was continuously coughing out blood and struggled to back away. It's just that this Fujin clone has already reached its limit. All 4 limbs are already numb and unresponsive. There are also a lot of fractures in the body's skeletal structure. Therefore, the speed of retreat is much slower compared to Obito's. Seeing this scene, Obito had more confidence in the situation, and said, "After getting rid of you here, I can also breathe a sigh of relief." Although Obito is constantly walking towards Fujin, he has not dropped his vigilance. He has experienced a similar situation before against Homusubi of Amatsukami. Therefore, Obito is extremely cautious and has been constantly observing Fujin's state to make sure that the Fujin in front of him is really the real Fujin, not a clone or some kind of trap like the last time. On the other side, seeing that Fujin has basically lost even his basic ability to move, Kurane, who had just crawled out of the pit, was really worried. After a bit of deliberation, she made up her mind and decided to rush there in order to assist him in any way possible. Kurane also knows that even if she rushed there to assist Fujin, she would actually be of no use, given her meager strength. At best she would be a momentary distraction for Tobi and immediately die at his hands. Despite knowing this, she could not remain indifferent and watch Fujin losing his life in front of her. After all, back when her life was in danger, Fujin did his best in order to save her. Therefore, Kurane must do what she can, even if it costs her life. But just when Kurane was about to rush there, Kuroto, Shadow Clone, appeared beside her, pressed his hands on her shoulder, and whispered, "Don't rush there without a plan. Beside, even if you go there, it wouldn't of much help." Kurane was irritated. "So, what do you mean? Should I just watch him die and do nothing? After all, he has done for us." Kakashi on the side coughed slightly, and said, "Cough. I agree, he has done so much for us, protected Konoha against such dangerous adversaries. No matter what his identity, we Konoha shinobi wouldn't just stand by and watch him get killed. But, rushing there without a plan is not a good idea. Leave this job to me and my subordinates. We have trained specifically to fight against Tobi." Kakashi has long seen that Kurane and Fujin seem to know each other, and their relationship is more than just acquaintances. Kakashi doesn't know about Fujin's thoughts, but he can see that Kurenai seems to have unusual affection towards Fujin, so he understands that now that Fujin's life is in danger, Kurenai is really worried. Therefore, Kakashi didn't try to argue with her or stop Kurenai. Instead, he took the job of rescuing Fujin upon himself and his tactical team who have trained specifically to fight against Tobi fellow. Listening to Kakashi's words, Kuroto, Shadow Clone, was speechless and couldn't find a suitable reason to stop Kakashi. On the other hand, Kurenai bit her lip in unwillingness and said, "I have never hated my incompetence like I do today." Kakashi turned his gaze towards Tobi in the distance and said, "Don't be discouraged so early, we are still young, and as long as we are willing to work hard we would be able to become strong just like them, but to be able to do so, we need time. Therefore, we must survive tonight, not only for our individual objectives but also for those who have died protecting us. This is our responsibility. Therefore, we must not carelessly throw away our lives." After speaking so, Kakashi made a gesture towards his subordinates of the special tactical team, and immediately, 3 Konoha shinobi, each one holding a special kunao marked with the flying Raijin seal appeared around Kakashi. Each of the 3 of them had a firm expression and they are determined to kill Tobi tonight. After all, Kakashi's special tactical team was created with the purpose of getting rid of the treat named Tobi. To complete this objective, Sandaime Hokage went as far as to break the traditional norms of the village, and regardless of contribution or merit, as long as a shinobi showed sufficient talent in time and space jutsu, he was made eligible to learn flying Raijin jutsu and become part of the special tactical force. It was also this bold move Sandaime-sama that 3 shinobi excluding Heitake Kakashi managed to learn flying Raijin jutsu among the nearly 10,000 shinobi in Konoha village. Of course, these 3 shinobi are not the 3 members of the Hokage Guard platoon who were taught the flying Raijin jutsu by Yondaime Hokage Namikaze Minato. These 3 are different, and managed to grasp flying Raijin jutsu to some degree. However, the problem is that the training time has only been a few months, and also because their talent is not as good as Namikaze Minato, so even Kakashi has barely mastered flying Raijin jutsu to the level of intermediate mastery, far from reaching the level of proficiency of Yondaime Hokage or Nidaime Hokage. Of course, Sandaime is confident that as long as they are given enough time, these 4, especially Kakashi, will be able to master flying Raijin to a very high level of proficiency. But, then again, they don't have enough time at their hands. Now that Fujin's life is in danger, they have to take action against Tobi in order to protect Fujin. Kakashi knows that if Fujin were to die while protecting Konoha and the Konoha shinobi did nothing to protect him, there's no telling how will a Matsukami respond to this. One Akatsuki organization is already more than what Konoha can handle. If a Matsukami also declared enmity on Konoha because of this reason, then the village will be done for. So, whether it is for Kurenai's sake, or for Konoha's sake, Kakashi's special tactical force must take action against Tobi and protect Fujin. Of course, Kakashi didn't bother to explain the ins and outs of this matter to the others, and after just a brief nod towards Kuroto, Shadow Clone, he rushed towards Tobi. The brief nod of Kakashi towards Kuroto simply meant, "My team will distract Tobi, in the meantime, your team will rescue Fujin." Kuroto understood what Kakashi meant, and nodded towards him. Whether he will rescue Fujin, or allow the rescue of Fujin is something only he knows. Back to the battlefield. Whoosh 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 whoosh. With the sound of cutting through the wind, several special kunao marked with the flying Raijin seal was shot towards Tobi, blocking his route towards Fujin. Tobi obviously did not care. In fact, he had a mocking grin under his mask, and allowed the 4 kunao to phase through his body that was in the state of intangibility. As Fujin noticed Kakashi's special tactical team coming to the battlefield to interfere with his plan, he can't help but curse inwardly, "Kakashi, you idiot, what the hell are you doing? Don't get in the way, else the carefully laid plan will result in failure. And what the hell is my shadow clone doing not stopping Kakashi?" At novel bin at. Although Fujin thought so, he didn't bother to speak anything and continued to back away while enduring the pain and discomfort. The objective is obviously to bring Obito in the perfect range where his back will be facing attack his side. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. And while Fujin was backing away, several silhouettes appeared around Tobi at the position where the flying Raijin kunao were placed and surrounded Tobi in a 3-sided siege formation. At normal times, Tobi wouldn't mind playing with them, but currently, he has a much more important objective of catching Fujin, so he didn't bother to waste his time. Using perfect opportunity, he quickly deactivated intangibility. The moment he activated intangibility, he used his long-distance Kamui to transfer half of a shinobi's body into the Kamui dimension. At the same time, he also used short-range Kamui to shot out a rain of shurikens on another Konoha shinobi, and Tobi didn't stop there. While the 2 Konoha shinobi were resolved using Kamui, he also weaved hand signs, and instantly tree roots appeared out of the ground at the foot of the 3rd shinobi, entangled his body and started sucking away his life force. At a speed visible to the naked eye, chirp. While the 3 members of Kakashi's special tactical force were killed by Tobi in a flash, one of the kunao marked with flying Raijin seal exploded into white smoke, and immediately, a sharp piercing sound of thousands of birds singing resounded behind Tobi. Before the attack even came, Tobi seems to have already predicted it and entered an intangible state, causing Kakashi, who was using a sneak attack from behind him, to phase right through him, and the moment Kakashi phased through him, Tobi used wood style, cutting technique on Kakashi, which resulted in 2 sharp wooden spikes to penetrate Kakashi's body, as a result decapacitating him in a single move. Then Toby again entered the intangible state. Seeing that Kakashi's special tactical team was dealt with such speed and fineness, even Fujin took a cold breath and can't help but admire. Obito seems to have improved his combat skills. In the previous short battle that only lasted for 4 moves, Toby used a perfect combination of all of his attacks to easily resolve the enemies without giving them an opportunity to fight back. There were no wasted movements, and each attack dealt with an enemy in the perfect sense. The tactics especially were wonderful, and even Fujin couldn't have dealt in a better way, therefore, even he had to admire Obito. Of course, admiration is another thing. This doesn't change Fujin's plan against Obito. On the other hand, Kakashi, who had fallen to the ground with 2 wooden spikes piercing him, clutched his stomach and asked Toby a question that has been eating away his heart for the past few months. Answer me, who are you? The moment Kakashi asked this question, the attention of all the surrounding shinobi was focused on Toby, waiting for his answer. Seeing Kakashi's serious face, and attention of all the surrounding shinobi upon him, Toby obviously hesitated a little, but after a short pause, he replied, "Since you are so eager to know my identity, then I shall answer your question. I am Uchiha Madara." Silence. The moment Toby stated that his identity is Uchiha Madara, a pin-drop silence covered the battlefield. Uchiha Madara. Kakashi murmured in shock, then shook his head. It's impossible, he died in the Battle of the Valley of the End, and even if he didn't die back then and survived somehow, his age should be more than 80 years old. You can't be Uchiha Madara. Answer me, who are you? Madara stood still and stared at Kakashi with a gloomy expression, and after a long silence, he said in a fierce tone, "Humph, an ignorant fool who doesn't understand anything and is bound by this fake reality. I am Uchiha Madara, whether you believe it or not. Now, just lie down there and don't get in the way, trash like you don't even have the right to die in my hands. You." Kakashi didn't know what to say in answer. Indeed, he is a trash who couldn't even protect his companion. Therefore, he really didn't have any way to refute Madara's words. Seeing Kakashi's silence, Madara no longer paid any attention to Kakashi and stepped towards Fujin. Seeing that Obito was in an intangible state, Fujin mustered up all his strength, and tremblingly stood up from the ground while holding a grey bone blade in his hands, and rushed towards him. Obito did no action in defense, just allowed Fujin to phase right through him, then immediately turned around, deactivated the intangibility, and used the wood-style cutting technique on him to deal with him in the same manner as he dealt with Kakashi a few seconds ago, then instantly activated the intangibility. The sharp wooden spikes fired by Obito rushed towards Fujin at an incredibly fast speed. Wood-style cutting technique is a very dangerous Mokudan jutsu. Once these wooden spikes pierce the body of a target, the user can continue to inject chakra into the wooden spike and promote the growth of wooden spike inside the body of the target. This way, the wooden spike grow up like roots of a tree and completely destroy the internal organs on the target's body. Because of the cruel way of killing the target, wood-style cutting technique is considered a very vicious ninjutsu. The wooden spikes fired by Obito rushed towards Fujin and hit his back. Ding ding ding. The moment these wooden spike collided with Fujin's back, a muffled crashing sound echoed. Obito's gaze condensed on Fujin's back, and he discovered that just before the wooden spikes were about to pierce Fujin, a layer of hard and dense bone had covered his back and protected him from the wooden spikes. But perhaps that was the last resistance of Fujin, because immediately after, Fujin, whose back was hit with high momentum, vomited out more blood and collapsed on the ground. He didn't even have the strength and consciousness to turn back his head, and his back was completely exposed. Obito. Of course, Obito was not happy. Instead, he was very angry after seeing that his attack couldn't even injure Fujin despite Fujin's severely injured state. Gritting his teeth, he murmured to himself, "Your periosteum can block my Mokutan ninjutsu, but can it block my Kamui? This will be the end of this farce." After making up his mind, Obito cautiously withdrew from the intangible state and activated the long-distance Kamui on Fujin. Immediately, a spiraling whirl appeared on Fujin's back. The spiraling whirl expanded rapidly and started to swallow Fujin's body inside the Kamui dimension. Seeing that half of Fujin's body has already been distorted, Obito was relieved. It's finally over. I caught him. Boom. Whoosh. Just as Fujin was being sucked inside the Kamui dimension, suddenly, a flaming red sword emerged from the forest not far away and immediately stabbed through Obito's body and instantly paralyzed him. Fujin, whose body was being sucked inside the Kamui dimension, reluctantly turned around and waved his hand towards Obito with a chuckle. "Ha ha ha, goodbye, now spend the rest of your life in drunken dreams." But Fujin's chuckle soon solidified, because he found that not only Obito was being sucked inside the gourd of Sword of Totsuka, but even he, whose chakra was half connected with Obito, because of Kamui, was also paralyzed and was quickly sucked inside the gourd of Sword of Totsuka, and sealed in it. What the? Roar? Accompanied by a loud roar, a flaming crimson red Susanoo suddenly appeared on the edge of the battlefield. The flaming red sword that had appeared along with the crimson red Susanoo illuminated the night sky all around, making the gourd-shaped sword-wielding Susanoo appear like a true god of war. That's the sudden change in the situation caused all the Konoha shinobi in the immediate vicinity of the battlefield to exclaim in shock and confusion. Similar to the previous emerald blue Susanoo that was used by Madara/Tobi before, this crimson red Susanoo that appeared out of nowhere and all of a sudden has also never been seen before, at least not by the people currently alive, and since it hasn't been seen before, therefore, there is no intelligence of this Susanoo in the village, so everyone is confused. Another Susanoo. What's going on here? Why are there so many Susanoo appearing today one after another? This time is it the enemy or an ally? The surviving Konoha shinobi are all uncertain whether the new Susanoo that suddenly appeared on the battlefield is used by an enemy or an ally. They have already experienced the horror of a Susanoo at the hands of Madara/Tobi not long by being unilaterally slaughtered, and now that they see another Susanoo, although small compared to the one used by Madara/Tobi before, they still can't help but feel instinctive fear. Soon, everyone discovered that inside the body of the crimson red Susanoo holding the gourd-shaped sword, stood a mysterious shinobi wearing a midnight black gold-rimmed cloak, and a fire-patterned mask. It's another member of Amatsukami. From the design of his cloak and mask, he should be Homusubi, right? As soon as they noticed the mysterious ninja, and recognized his identity as a member of Amatsukami, the nervous Konoha shinobi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although Konoha shinobi are not sure whether Amatsukami organization is an enemy or an ally of the village, and it is very difficult for them to trust the members of Amatsukami given the history of this mercenary organization, but from Fujin's act of protecting Konoha tonight from so many members of the Akatsuki organization, everyone at least understands that for tonight, Amatsukami organization is not Konoha's enemy, as such they are willing to put down their guard against the members of Amatsukami and trust them to some extent. Kurane in the distance, who was released by Kuroto, shadow clone, seemed to have lost all her strength at this moment and sat down on the ground with a relieved look on her face. Great, a companion of Fujin has finally taken action. Now with other members of Amatsukami around, Fujin shouldn't be in much danger. A few moments ago, when Fujin was in distress, Kurane almost had her heart come out of her throat in nervousness and would have definitely rushed towards Fujin regardless of life and death if it weren't for Kuroto, shadow clone, to keep a hold of her. And now that she has seen Homusubi taking action, Kurane finally sighed and understood why Kuroto did not allow her to go. It was probably because Kuroto could see the arrival of Homusubi thanks to his Byakugan. Kakashi, who was lying injured on the battlefield, carefully observed the surroundings in search of the figure of the masked man who claims to be Uchiha Madara. But no matter how much he searched, Kakashi couldn't find any trace of the masked man, so he can't help but mutter in shock and surprise, the masked man who claims to be Uchiha Madara was dealt with Homusubi so easily. Kakashi is the only Konoha shinobi who was alive on the battlefield when the masked man was sucking Fujin inside the Kamui dimension, and although severely injured, Kakashi was conscious enough to notice Homusubi's sneak attack on Tobi/Madara. So, Kakashi saw that while the masked man's guard was down and he was in a non-intangible state, a red churka sword suddenly appeared out of nowhere, stabbed through the masked man who claims to be Uchiha Madara and absorbed him inside that gourd thing in an instant. And the biggest surprise to Kakashi is that while all this happened, the masked man wasn't able to put any resistance, and was easily absorbed inside that gourd-shaped thing despite having Kamui at his disposal. This is really unbelievable to Kakashi. You know, hundreds of Konoha shinobi including 2 of the 3 legendary Sannin had tried to deal with the masked man not long ago, and they were all useless. None of their attacks or tactics worked against the masked man, making Konoha extremely helpless, but Homusubi appeared out of nowhere, and so easily dealt with the masked man in a matter of seconds, so Kakashi was a bit dazed and felt like he was in some sort of genjutsu or something. But Kakashi knows that he is not in a genjutsu because his chakra flow is not disrupted. The masked man has really been absorbed by that gourd-shaped sword in the hands of Homusubi's Susanoo, so Kakashi also breathed a sigh of relief. Perhaps this is for the best. Although Kakashi wanted to verify the identity of the masked man, Konoha's safety comes first, and now that the masked man has been dealt with, so although relieved, Kakashi's mood is still quite complicated, and in this complicated mood, Kakashi also lost consciousness due to severe injury and excessive bleeding. On the other hand, after a brief shock and surprise, the other Konoha shinobi also found that the masked man who claimed to be Uchiha Madara was missing from the battlefield, and soon understood that perhaps it was Homusubi who dealt with the masked man. Realizing this truth, everyone can't help but have a complicated mood, and finally, one of the Konoha shinobi can't help but murmur, the Uchiha of the Akatsuki organization was defeated by an Uchiha of a Matsukami organization, but isn't Uchiha part of Konoha? Listening to the murmur of that particular shinobi, the other Konoha shinobi were quite embarrassed, as the situation before them is indeed a great irony for Konoha. Uchiha clan is one of the 2 founding clans of Konoha village, but now the situation has arisen to such a point where Uchiha clansmen are fighting against each other for foreign mercenary and terrorist organizations, and not for the village. At this time, Kurane suddenly found that the figure of Fujin has disappeared along with the masked man. Confused, she asked Kuroto, who was standing beside her, "Where is Fujin?" Kuroto, shadow clone, was speechless and didn't know how to answer. Even the shadow clone didn't think that Fujin would be absorbed by the sword of Totsuka, and so in response to Kurane's question, he could only look in the direction of Homusubi with an unbelievable expression. Not to mention Kuroto, shadow clone, even Itachi, who was wearing the Homusubi disguise, was surprised by the sudden turn of events. The previous set of tactics were discussed by Fujin and him through the medium of a genjutsu. After Itachi informed Fujin that he has successfully obtained the sword of Totsuka and Yada mirror, the two planned out the layout to trap and seal the masked man. Of course, to trap and seal the masked man, there must be a suitable bait so that the masked man would get hinged and make himself tangible. Fujin knew very well that apart from himself, there was no bait on the entire Konoha battlefield that would make Obito drop his guard, and knowing this full well, Fujin acted as the bait to lure Obito out of the Kamui dimension. Fujin was convinced that as long as he is injured and helpless, Obito would never let go of the opportunity and try to get rid of him, or capture him. This is not only because Obito needs all the intelligence of Amatsukami he can in order to deal with the threat of the mysterious Amatsukami organization that is probably the last hindrance in his project Tsuki no Mi, but also because of the individual strength of Fujin, which is too high for him to ignore him. In terms of close combat skills alone, Fujin can fully suppress and defeat Hiriko, who possesses 5 Kekii Genkai including Swift Release, Sharinan, Steel Release, Dark Release, and Storm Release. In terms of ninjutsu, Fujin can use Magnet Release, Typhoon Release as well as other Nature Release jutsu. Since Scorch Release has not been actively used by Fujin, therefore, nobody is aware that he has also mastered Scorch Release Kekii Genkai. At novel bin at. Magnet Release alone gives Fujin close range and long range versatility and can help him both attack and defend as per the situational change. Not to mention the horror Shikatsumayaku of Fujin, which is incredibly powerful, against which even the perfect defense of Susanoo can't compete, and Obito has personally experienced the horror of those grey bones that can even break through his complete body Susanoo. With all these skills at his disposal, although not perfectly immune, Fujin is still fast, strong, and versatile enough to threaten Obito. Therefore, Obito can never allow such a strong enemy to stay alive, and would definitely not let this opportunity go to waste when Fujin is in an extremely weak state. In fact, if Fujin and Obito were to swap positions, and Fujin were to face such a strong enemy as him, even Fujin would also not let go of such an opportunity and definitely get rid of the enemy. After all, there is no telling if such an opportunity would be available in the future or not, so it is better to get rid of the enemy so as to avoid future troubles. The result was exactly as Fujin had expected. Even Obito with his cautious and vigilant personality couldn't hold back and deactivated his Kamui intangibility in order to transfer Fujin inside the Kamui dimension. And the moment he did so, Homusubi used that opportunity to make the Preplon sneak attack. Everything went smoothly, the sneak attack succeeded, Obito was sealed into the sword of Totsuka, but a small accident also happened. Neither Fujin nor Homusubi expected that when Obito used Kamui on Fujin, the chakra of the two would be in a linked state. And in this linked state, when Obito was sucked inside the gourd of Sword of Totsuka, Fujin too was inexplicably involved and was also sucked inside Sword of Totsuka. As a result, Homusubi is in a dilemma right now. It hasn't been long since Homusubi obtained the Sword of Totsuka, and he is not proficient enough in using this spiritual artifact. Therefore, he is not certain if he can release Fujin out while keeping the masked Uchiha sealed inside. What to do now is a real problem, and since there are no other members of Amatsukami around for him to consult to, so he is not sure what to do, and he is hesitating whether to release Fujin or not. After all, the masked Uchiha was successfully caught once does not mean he can be caught the second time. At the edge of Konoha village, looking at Obito was stabbed by a red chakra sword and disappeared without a trace. Black Zetsu, who was hidden in the shadows, frowned. This is troublesome. I didn't expect them to be able to find the sword of Totsuka. The ignorant white Zetsu asked. An attack of such a level shouldn't kill Obito, right? Black Zetsu said solemnly, it wouldn't kill him, but the situation is more troublesome. Homusubi possesses the spiritual artifact Sword of Totsuka. The Sword of Totsuka is a variant of the Kusanagi sword with an enchanted blade capable of sealing the target it pierces. Those who are stabbed by the Sword of Totsuka are drawn into the gourd and are trapped in a genjutsu-like world of drunken dreams for all eternity. White Zetsu also realized the seriousness of the situation, and asked in surprise, does that mean Obito is sealed inside and will never be able to escape? Most likely. Amatsukami has planned well, and used the perfect method to get rid of Obito. Sigh. I really didn't expect someone to be able to find this artifact in this era, muttered Black Zetsu, and after a pause, he thought, especially after I spent so much effort to get rid of all the records of Sword of Totsuka from the history of the Uchiha clan. Damn it, even Madara was not able to find the Sword of Totsuka because I erased all the records, so how can Homusubi find it? White Zetsu asked in a depressed tone, then what should we do now? Black Zetsu said coldly, take control of Homusubi's consciousness, then it would be possible to release Obito out of the Sword of Totsuka? But we can't approach that guy carelessly, Sword of Totsuka is dangerous. What Black Zetsu did not say was that he really did not want to get close to anyone who possesses Sword of Totsuka, because his previous experience when facing the user of Sword of Totsuka has not been very good, as he was almost sealed by that Uchiha girl a few centuries ago. A few centuries ago, Black Zetsu tried to use the reincarnation of Indra of that generation and guided him step by step so that he awakens the Mangekyou Sharinan, Eternal Mangekyou Sharinan, and then the Rinnegan, but the younger sister of that generation of Indra realized Black Zetsu's presence and his planning and tried to seal him inside the Sword of Totsuka using her own life force as a fuel. Although she failed ultimately and died as a result, Black Zetsu had to also pay a considerable price, and also lost the reincarnation of that generation of Indra in the process of escaping. At the same time, Black Zetsu also developed a psychological shadow against the sword of Totsuka and realized that this artifact can threaten him. That's why Black Zetsu did his best to get rid of all the clues and information related to Sword of Totsuka from the records and the history of the Uchiha clan so that no other Uchiha ever gets his hands on the Sword of Totsuka. But it seems that luck is not on his side, and someone really managed to get his hands on Sword of Totsuka. At the same time, Black Zetsu has also started to wonder if Homusubi of Amatsukami is a descendant of the Uchiha girl back then and has been hiding since then outside the clan. If Homusubi is really her descendant, then she definitely knows of my existence. As such, I really can't get close to Homusubi, was the thought in Black Zetsu's mind. Zetsu of the Akatsuki organization isn't the only one skying on the battlefield from the shadows. In another corner of Konohagakure, Orochimaru stared at the crimson-red Susanoo that suddenly appeared on the battlefield with a shocked expression, and this shocked expression soon turned gloomy as he saw that crimson gourd held by the Susanoo at Novel bin at. Humph, so they really were after it. Orochimaru snorted softly. The situation has gotten to this point, the proof is right in front of him. If he still couldn't react to it and understand everything, then he wouldn't be Orochimaru, one of the most cunning characters in this shinobi world. Orochimaru has thoroughly understood that his previous encounter with Fujin at the Reigns of Shrine wasn't just a coincidence, and also had nothing to do with Hyuga Kuroto was abducted him himself. Fujin was definitely there searching for the Sword of Totsuka. And now that Homusubi has obtained the Sword of Totsuka, it proves that Sword of Totsuka must have been sealed in that shrine. Damn it. Orochimaru was really annoyed upon thinking that the spiritual weapon he was searching for so long and was finally about to obtain was taken away for a Matsukami who got one step ahead of him. And he is more annoyed upon seeing the power of the sword Totsuka. It is much stronger than he had initially expected. Therefore, Orochimaru is really regretful now. It's truly a pity that Orochimaru isn't aware of the fact that having Mangekyou Sharinon is extremely necessary to be able to obtain and use Sword of Totsuka, as without Mangekyou Sharinon even if he did manage to obtain Sword of Totsuka using some method, he wouldn't be able to control it, so it would just be a waste of time and effort. With a sullen expression, Orochimaru withdrew his gaze from the direction of Homusubi and looked around the rest of the village revealing a trace of melancholy on his face. Orochimaru has been planning to destroy Konohagakure for so many years, but now that the village he has wanted to destroy is really in front of him, Orochimaru has suddenly felt empty in his heart, and a sense of loss has filled. Orochimaru isn't sure how he should feel about this situation, therefore, he is quite confused. But, Orochimaru is Orochimaru after all, he soon converged all these inexplicable emotions, condensed chakra under his feet, and soon disappeared from this corner of the village. Whoosh! At the Refugee. Not long ago, when Tendo on the ground used a large-scale Shinra Tensei to destroy a large section of bone forest created by Fujin, the shock waves also traveled down to the Refugee and caused large-scale damage. Although the shock waves this time were not as serious as the first time, the damage is still several times more serious compared to the last time. Multiple walls and pillars in the Refugee shelter have collapsed, causing the number of casualties to be higher compared to the last time. And because all the electric lights have been destroyed in the passage, along with the collapsed wall that has blocked all the light from the outside, so the Refugee is currently in a total dark state. There is no light, therefore, nothing is visible. Is everyone okay? At this moment, Shizun's voice came from the darkness. I am fine, Suzuki. I am okay, Naruto. We are also fine, Hinata and Niji. I am also fine, Izumi. There are no injuries except for severe chakra exhaustion, Yui. Cough cough, coughed Mitarashi Anko because of being choked by the smoke and dust. She tried to grope around for some support in order to stand up, but seemed to be unable to do so. Currently her physical state isn't good, as she seems to be seriously injured and bleeding around her waist. Therefore, she is having trouble standing up, and can't help but curse in annoyance. Damn it. Listening to Anko's painful voice, Shizun quickly asked, Anko, are you injured? I do seem to be injured, and there is also bleeding around my waist, answered Anko as she moved her hand as if searching for something. At this time, Anko's hand finally touched the flashlight that had fallen on the ground. She immediately shook the flashlight, and soon a beam of light appeared in the passage. As soon as the flashlight was lit, everyone gathered close to Anko, and Shizun, who seems to be in the best state among the four seniors Kunoichi, immediately healed Anko's wound using Iryo ninjutsu. While Anko's wound was being healed, the others tried to search the surroundings. Although the shock waves a few moments ago caused various collapses in the underground Refugee, fortunately, there was no major problem in this passage, which is also the reason why almost everyone, in this passage, except for Mitarashi Anko, was safe and no children were injured. After a while of silence, Yui looked above, and said with a worried tone, what exactly is happening outside? As soon as Yui's words fell, the expression of the other three Kunoichi became extremely serious. As experienced Kunoichi, they too understand that collateral damage caused by ordinary battles is unlikely to extend to the Refugee shelter, which is several meters underground. And now that the Refugee shelter is subjected to such serious impacts, and shockwaves every now and then, this can only prove that the ongoing battles on the surface are unimaginably fierce and are beyond the scope of what they have ever witnessed. It's a pity that Yui is unable to activate her Byakugan because of the serious chakra exhaustion that occurred during the battle against Azura Pain, so, she is unable to observe the situation outside, and therefore, is unable to understand the exact situation. And while the 4 senior kunoichis' expression was extremely solemn, and the 4 young kids who were kinda nervous because of this serious atmosphere, suddenly the sound of leisurely footsteps sounded in the passage. As soon as the sound of footsteps was heard, everyone became vigilant. The eyes of 4 senior kunoichi looked at each other, and soon a plan was formulated. Shizun and Izumi, who seemed to be in the best condition among the 4, positioned themselves to ambush. Yui took the 4 kids a little far from the scene of the battle so as not to hinder the other 3, while Anko stood in the same position as previous to act as the bait in order to loosen up the guard of the incoming enemy. After everyone was ready, Anko, who held the flashlight, shifted the beam of light in the direction of the sound of incoming footsteps, and asked with a vigilant expression, "Who is there?" The light of the flashlight fell on the incoming person and the gloomy figure appeared in front of everyone. The figure looked at Anko in front of him, and a sly grin appeared on his lips. "Oh, isn't this Anko? It's been so long." Orochimaru. Anko was startled upon realizing the identity of the person in front of her. Immediately, a terrifying killing intent burst out of her. "How dare you sneak inside Konoha? I am going to kill you." After saying so, regardless of her injury, Anko quickly weaved hand signs and instantly rushed towards Orochimaru. Ninpo, multiple shadow snake hands. Orochimaru was still quite carefree, but he still completed the hand signs of the same jutsu as Anko. At the same moment, Ninpo, multiple shadow snake hands. Sha 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 sha. Instantly, multiple snakes flew out of the sleeves of Anko and Orochimaru and fought against each other. Taking advantage of the short gap, Anko immediately used the body flicker jutsu and appeared behind Orochimaru with a kunao and stabbed through his heart. It couldn't have been so easy, right? Thought Anko with an uncertain expression. And sure enough, suddenly, Orochimaru's head tilted 180 degrees, and looked at Anko with a smile. "Obviously you said that you were going to kill me, but at the moment when you had the chance of stabbing through my heart, you still avoided the most vital part of my heart and shifted the kunao a little. Anko-chan, you still care about your sensei, don't you?" Seeing that Orochimaru, whose heart was stabbed by her, was still in the mood of joking and playing around, Anko was angrier, shut the hell up, and used the kunao in her other hand to chop off Orochimaru's neck off his torso. Orochimaru did not care about Anko's roar, nor did he care about the other kunao that would soon chop off his head off his torso. At this moment, he was considering something. After a moment of consideration, Orochimaru nodded to himself, and then instantly, a snake at the speed of lightning shot out of the cuff of Orochimaru's kimono and wrapped around Anko, restricting all her movements. The very next moment, Orochimaru's neck stretched out and elongated. It went around Anko's back and bit on her neck. Anko's goosebumps stood up as soon as Orochimaru bit on her neck, and all her senses were screaming, "Let me go." She struggled but was unable to, and suddenly started to feel weak. After injecting his chakra inside Anko, Orochimaru retracted his neck and said with a smile, "Anko-chan, this is the punishment for your willfulness. Next time you meet sensei, you must greet him with respect, understand?" Anko held her neck, and while resisting the pain in her body that was quickly making her lose consciousness, she asked with a vigilant expression, "What exactly did you do just now?" But before she could get her answer, Kurene's eyes went dark and she passed out. At the same time, the flashlight in Anko's hand also fell to the ground. As a result, an oblique beam of light shone on Orochimaru's body from top to bottom. The light shining on Orochimaru's body made his gloomy figure seem more horrifying, so horrifying, that Shizun and Izumi, who were supposed to carry out a sneak attack on Orochimaru, didn't even have the courage to take a single step forward. Orochimaru didn't even care about the 2 kunoichi and looked in a certain direction. Under Orochimaru's scrutinizing gaze, Yui felt hairy, but resisting the fear in her heart, she still put on the gentle fist posture and asked vigilantly, "Orochimaru, what do you want to do?" As one of the legendary Sunin who almost became Yondaime Hokage, Orochimaru's reputation is extremely loud in Konoha, and most of the Konoha shinobi have a natural fear of him. Even people as strong as Kakashi are not different in this aspect, so it is normal for the 3 kunoichi to be extremely flustered in the face of Orochimaru. Orochimaru didn't reply to Yui. He looked at her for a moment, then his gaze shifted to Uchiha Sasuke behind her. This time, his purpose of sneaking inside the Konoha refugee is naturally to kidnap Uchiha Sasuke before either Konoha or Uchiha clan could react. From the battle between Kimimaro and Uchiha Sasuke a few months ago, Orochimaru has discovered that Uchiha Sasuke's talent, although not as good as Uchiha Shisui or Uchiha Itachi, is still very high. After all, Uchiha Sasuke activated his Sharingan at a younger age compared to Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui. Therefore, Orochimaru believes that the upper limit of Uchiha Sasuke is also very high. Activating Manjikyu Sharingan is definitely a possibility. As such, Uchiha Sasuke is the perfect candidate to act as his vessel in the future. Being subjugated to the vicious gaze of Orochimaru, Sasuke felt terrified. He felt as if he was being stared at by the most vicious being, and in fear, his Sharingan activated subconsciously. Orochimaru stretched out his tongue and licked his lips in excitement. Tisk, tisk. What a beautiful pair of eyes. These actions of Orochimaru immediately made everyone understand that Orochimaru's target is definitely Uchiha Sasuke. Understanding this, Uchiha Izumi, while resisting the deep fear in her heart, also appeared next to Yui, and while guarding, she said to Orochimaru in a stern tone, "If you dare to do anything to Sasuke-kun, then, you will incur the wrath of our patriarch, Shisui-san, and Itachi-kun. Facing the three of them, you will definitely suffer, even if you are one of the legendary Sannin." Izumi didn't know that her words really made Orochimaru sober from his previous excitement, and also tensed his nerves. Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Shisui, and Uchiha Itachi. Boom. And while Orochimaru was thinking of something, suddenly a burst of an explosion sounded on the other side of the passage, and a hole opened up. Immediately afterward, a figure wearing Takigaku forehead protector with a horizontal scratch on it, and Akatsuki's traditional black turtleneck cloak with a red cloud pattern on it walked inside the passage from the hole. The figure looked at several people in the narrow passage, then his gaze finally landed on the figure of Uzumaki Naruto, next to Uchiha Sasuke. The presence of Orochimaru alone made everyone feel desperate, and suddenly, Kakuzu, a member of the Akatsuki organization, also appeared out of nowhere, which made several people in the underground refugee really terrified. Sasuke, Naruto as well as the other two Hyuga children Hinata and Neji were even more frightened. It's as if they would die the very next second. In the previous battle against the Azura Path, the four children experienced the taste of death, so now they understand that the real battles between shinobi are real life and death battles, not the ninja games they have been used to playing in their families with their siblings and friends. Therefore, whether it is arrogant and pretentious Sasuke or naughty and carefree Naruto, both of them are extremely nervous at this moment. The timid Hinata on the other hand had already clutched the edge of Niji's clothes tightly and buried her head low, not daring to lift her head in fear. Only Niji, who was a bit precocious and had a sense of responsibility of protecting Hinata, dared to grit his teeth and barely managed to take on a gentle fist combat posture, trying to put up resistance against Orochimaru and Kakuzu. It's just that his inner nervousness and fear were clearly apparent from the trembling of his hands. Of course, Orochimaru and Kakuzu didn't care about the emotions and psychology of the four children. At this time they were observing each other and calculating their course of actions. Orochimaru had turned his head and clearly looked in the direction of the uninvited guest on the opposite side. Upon recognizing the identity of the other party, his face sank and he asked with a bitter expression, "What are you doing here, Kakuzu?" Akatsuki organization has many shinobi against whom Orochimaru dared not be careless or arrogant and had to face them with extreme caution, but Kakuzu is obviously not among them. Therefore, in the face of Kakuzu, Orochimaru is not at all worried. Although Orochimaru is not afraid of Kakuzu, he still understands that whether it is defeating Kakuzu or killing him will inevitably take some time and effort, which is not something Orochimaru is interested in wasting while knowing full well that Konoha's support could come any time. Kakuzu, who walked out of the cover of smoke and dust, was a little surprised upon noticing Orochimaru's presence in the Konoha refugee shelter, but he wasn't intimidated in the slightest. As an old monster who has been living since the era of the god of shinobi Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, Kakuzu doesn't care about Orochimaru in the slightest, who is basically a junior to him. Of course, not caring about Orochimaru doesn't mean that he will swallow this breath, and while walking towards the group of children shivering behind Hyuga Yui, Shizune, and Uchiha Izumi, he warned Orochimaru with a cold tone, "Orochimaru, today I am not interested in killing you, so you'd better not hinder me." Kakuzu's reason for sneaking into the Konoha refugee is only one, and that is to kidnap the Jinchuriki of Kyuubi as per Nagato's instructions. Threatened by Kakuzu, Orochimaru licked his lips coldly, and with a sly smile, he too started walking towards the group of shivering children behind Shizune, Hyuga Yui, and Uchiha Izumi. Seeing two powerful enemies approaching from two sides, Shizune, Yui, and Izumi looked at each other and nodded with a determined expression. The action clearly meant that no matter what, they must not allow Orochimaru and Kakuzu to get their hands on the four children. Of course, in their hearts, all three know and understand very well that they can't do much against either of Orochimaru and Kakuzu, especially given their injuries and chakra exhaustion, but irrespective of the great disparity in strength and the end result, they have to do what they have to do as Konoha shinobi. And while Shizune, Yui, and Izumi were prepared for a dead-end battle, the eyes of Orochimaru and Kakuzu were also looking at each other as they were approaching the group of shivering children step by step. From each other's behavior, both Orochimaru and Kakuzu judged that the other party's goal is also one of the children in this passage. Because all the four children present in the passage are gathered together in the dark corner under the protection of three Konoha kunoichi, so it is difficult for either of them to analyze which of the four children is the other party's target. In case the goals of both the parties coincide, a conflict between the two would be inevitable, and even if the targets of both of them are different, the possibility that the other party would intentionally interfere with their target also remains, so both Orochimaru and Kakuzu are already in a state of conflict and unwilling to back down. Seeing that analysis or intimidation wasn't working, and understanding that the situation can't continue as is given that Konoha reinforcements might arrive any second, Kakuzu stopped and said to Orochimaru in a deep voice, "Orochimaru, do you have to force me to kill you?" Orochimaru obviously didn't care about Kakuzu's threat and said, "No one can stop me from what I want to do, and obtaining what I want. Hokage can't stop me, Konoha can't stop me, Akatsuki can't stop me, and you Kakuzu, certainly can't stop me." Kakuzu sighed upon hearing Orochimaru's declaration, then slowly raised his hands towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru wasn't to be outdone, he too raised his right hand and pointed towards Kakuzu. As the war intention between Kakuzu and Orochimaru intensified, the atmosphere in the dark passage became more and more murderous, and the smell of gunpowder was already in the air. Tok 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 tok. And just when a battle between Kakuzu and Orochimaru was about to start, suddenly there were several rushes of footsteps in the passage. Just listening to the sound of the approaching footsteps, it can be determined that at least a dozen people are coming over. The Akatsuki organization consists of S-class rogue shinobi who were elites from their respective villages. Usually, they would travel in the 3-man team, 2-man cells, and sometimes even alone. So these more than a dozen people coming over cannot be members of the Akatsuki organization, nor can they be Orochimaru's subordinates. Although the possibility of them being members of a Matsukami still remains, everyone knows and believes that these more than a dozen people are more than likely to be Konoha shinobi coming over to check the situation at the Refugee. Orochimaru and Kakuzu can think of it, so Shizune, Hyuga Kuroto, and Uchiha Izumi can certainly think of it, and knowing that more than a dozen shinobis are coming towards them, Shizune immediately shouted, "Everyone, there are enemies here. We need reinforcements to deal with Orochimaru and Kakuzu." There are several reasons why Shizune hastily shouted regardless of the consequences of this action of hers. One is to alert Konoha shinobi about the presence of Orochimaru and Kakuzu in the Refugee so that the Konoha shinobi remain extremely vigilant and prepare themselves for the upcoming conflict. And the second reason is to make Orochimaru and Kakuzu panic and flustered so as to have a better chance of subduing the two of them. Of course, whether Shizune's intentions will be completed or not as per her expectation is another matter altogether, but the moment Shizune's voice fell, it acted as a spark in gunpowder barrel, and both Orochimaru and Kakuzu took action at the same time. Ninpo, many hidden shadow snake hands. Orochimaru used his signature jutsu towards Kakuzu, and at the same time rushed towards the 3 kunoichi and the 4 children. Fire style, intelligent hard work. Faced with many hidden shadow snake hands approaching him, the well-experienced Kakuzu immediately weaved hand signs and used a fire-style jutsu to roast all the snakes coming towards him into charcoal. Although the snakes shot by Orochimaru were easily resolved by Kakuzu, Orochimaru wasn't sad or disappointed. Rather, he smirked evilly because this action of Kakuzu already put him in a disadvantaged situation as he was delayed by a single step and a few moments, which is already very crucial in the battle of shinobi of their level. Orochimaru, who had already jumped towards the 4 children, swiftly knocked down the 3 kunoichi who wanted to stop him, then focused his attention on the 4 children at Novel bin at. Orochimaru's goal is Uchiha Sasuke, but Uzumaki Naruto is standing in front of Sasuke with the intention of protecting him, along with Hyuga Hinata and Hyuga Niji beside him, and because Kakuzu is already coming towards here at an extremely fast speed, so Orochimaru had no other choice but to sweep all the 4 children of their feet. Instantly, several snakes were again shot out of the cuff of Orochimaru's kimono and quickly wrapped around the bodies of the 4 children. With all the 4 children in his captivity, Orochimaru retreated backward and glanced at Kakuzu with a provocative look. In the current situation, Orochimaru has not only captured his target Uchiha Sasuke, but also captured several hostages, including Kakuzu's target, which is probably the blonde-haired kid. Therefore, Orochimaru understands that he is in an advantageous position and he is willing to play with Kakuzu for a little while, knowing full well that Kakuzu's actions against him are greatly limited, and Konoha reinforcements are already on their way. To be honest, if it is up to him, Orochimaru really intends to disrupt the actions of the Akatsuki organization as long as it is within the limits of his abilities and he doesn't have to pay any significant price. And now that the Jinchuriki of Kyuubi, Uzumaki Naruto, the target of the Akatsuki organization is in his hands, so, Orochimaru obviously does not intend to hand him over to Kakuzu so easily. It's just that sometimes Orochimaru tends to overestimate himself and underestimate the enemy, as such he forgot that Kakuzu is also an old monster with combat experience of more than 5 to 6 decades. How can he be outdone by Orochimaru so easily? So, even before Orochimaru had the chance of posing his conditions to Kakuzu, the scene quickly changed. Crack crack. The ground under the feet of the 4 children cracked, and a black thread monster emerged out of the ground. The black thread monster fired several rock bullets towards the snakes entangling the bodies of the 4 children, as a result, killing those snakes within a single breath, then stretched out hundreds of black threads towards them in order to capture the 4 children. At the same time, Kakuzu did not forget to shoot several wind bullets towards Orochimaru so as to prevent him from hindering the capture of the 4 children. Seeing his snakes killed by Kakuzu's earth grudge monster in a single breath, the 4 children about to be captured, and several wind bullets coming towards him, at the same time, Orochimaru took a cold breath, but he was unwilling to show weakness and immediately dodged the trajectory of the wind bullets, at the same time did not forget to stretch out his own hands to grab the children with the intention of bringing them towards himself. Kakuzu did the same and he too stretched out his hands to grab a few children with the intention of bringing them towards himself. For a while, a tug of war between Orochimaru and Kakuzu started, and the 4 children became helpless sheep being juggled around by the 2 ferocious beasts. Knowing full well that the situation can't continue this way, Orochimaru started to specifically target Uchiha Sasuke, so that at least his objective of coming to the Refugee is completed. But because Naruto is worried about Sasuke's safety, so he repeatedly stands in front of Sasuke, and as a result, he became Orochimaru's target along with Sasuke. Seeing Naruto in distress, Hinata, who had always been timid, suddenly found courage out of nowhere, and unexpectedly stepped forward and used a gentle palm strike to meet Orochimaru's attack in order to protect Naruto. It's just that Kakuzu's hand was also coming towards Naruto, so Hinata, who had suddenly come in between the two, was affected and her attack diverted. The attack that was supposed to block Orochimaru's hands coming towards Naruto blocked Orochimaru's hands coming towards Sasuke. At the same time, she was also about to be captured by Kakuzu. And seeing Hinata in distress and about to be captured by Kakuzu, Neji as an elder brother took the charge and interfered. As a result, he came in the range of being targeted by Kakuzu. And seeing all the other three kids his age summoning up the courage to fight against such dangerous enemies, Sasuke's high self-esteem as a genius Uchiha did not allow him to back down. He gritted his teeth and took action by weaving hand seals of fire-style jutsu. Kakuzu and Orochimaru were initially afraid that high-level moves might result in the collapse of the passage, which might result in the death of their targets, so all their actions were very restrained, and within the limits of preventing any accidents. These limited actions of Orochimaru and Kakuzu allowed the four children to interfere with their intentions. Of course, the four children couldn't stop either Kakuzu or Orochimaru, but their actions caused small hindrances for the two. And these small hindrances caused by the four children caused a very big change. As a result, the plans of both Orochimaru and Kakuzu were completely disrupted. Or to be more exact, although both Orochimaru and Kakuzu caught 2 kids each, the children they captured were wrong. Uzumaki Naruto and Hyuga Hinata were caught by Orochimaru, whose target was Uchiha Sasuke. Meanwhile, Uchiha Sasuke and Hyuga Neji were caught by Kakuzu, whose target was actually the blonde-haired kid named Uzumaki Naruto. Finding that their actual targets have fallen into the hands of the other party, the faces of both Orochimaru and Kakuzu changed. They were embarrassed and thought of exchanging the hostages. But the sound of incoming footsteps was already very close, and both Orochimaru and Kakuzu understood that Konoha's reinforcements will arrive here in less than 10 seconds. Whether it is Orochimaru or Kakuzu, both of them know that the battle on the ground is over because of the unexpected intervention of Homu's Yubi of the Amatsukami. So, they also understand that if they keep entangling with each other in this manner, let alone capturing their targets, even the option of safe escape would become impossible. So, after weighing it a little, both of them sighed in helplessness, and decided to retreat with the kids they have in their hands. Orochimaru, who had captured Uzumaki Naruto and Hyuga Hinata, disappeared into a poof of white smoke, while Kakuzu, who had captured Uchiha Sasuke, and Hyuga Neji, sank under the ground, as a result disappearing from the underground passage. And just as both of them left, the reinforcements led by Sarutobi Asuma and Might Guy arrived. Finding several corpses lying on the ground, and finding no enemy in the vicinity, Asuma quickly deployed the subordinates to perform a carpet search to check the presence of the enemy, and ordered the medical class to help treat the injured ones. Meanwhile, he himself came towards the injured, but conscious Shizun and quickly asked, "What's the matter? I heard your shout. Who was the enemy, and where is he?" Shizun, who has witnessed everything, but couldn't do anything, sighed, and explained, the enemies were Orochimaru and Kakuzu of the Akatsuki organization. They not only managed to kidnap Uzumaki Naruto but also took away the second child of the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, along with the heiress of the Hyuga clan, and another child from the Hyuga clan. Asuma and Guy's expressions changed as soon as the two realized the severity of the situation. Then, regardless of their injuries, both of them took 3 subordinates each and immediately chased in 2 directions. As for whether they can bring back the 4 children, Shizun didn't really think it was possible. Shizun knows that Orochimaru used the reverse summoning jutsu to retreat. Finding him is next to impossible for anyone, other than probably Anko, whose life and death are unknown, while Kakuzu, who had retreated, would definitely meet up with other members of the Akatsuki organization. So rescuing Sasuke and Neji in the presence of so many Akatsuki members is also impossible. On Fujin's side, Fujin, who was just sucked inside the sword of Totsuka along with Tomo masked DMS Obito, suddenly appeared on a strange plane with a red sky, red clouds, red ground, and red river. At a clear glance it can be concluded that this is a strange plane with everything red in color. This strange red plane is none other than the ceiling plane inside the gourd of the sword of Totsuka, and Fujin, who suddenly appeared here, was still in his previous posture of waving goodbye to Obito and did not have enough time to put away that winning smile on his face that he had when the sword of Totsuka had penetrated through Obito's body back in the shinobi world. On the other side, the Tomo masked DMS Obito was also staring at Fujin with a posture slightly leaned forward. He was in the state of using Kamui on Fujin as if he was trying to suck Fujin inside his Kamui dimension. Fate is also quite ironic. 2 people, Madara, Uchiha Obito, and Fujin, Hyuga Kuroto, who have been playing and manipulating the entire shinobi world in the palm of their hands for the past few years, fighting, struggling, and calculating against each other directly or indirectly until only a few moments ago, are now together trapped in a strange genjutsu world and became a pair of brothers in difficulty. The atmosphere is extremely embarrassing at this moment, and how awkward both of them are feeling is not something others can understand. Especially Fujin, he was completely speechless, and could only put down his waving hand helplessly so as to avoid more embarrassment. No way, his face is not thick enough to bear this cringy feeling. Fujin went as far as to use himself as bait as a temptation to ensnare Obito into a carefully prepared trap. Fujin had calculated everything, prepared countermeasures against all the situations that may arise, and was even prepared to sacrifice this precious clone body of his if it could solve the threat of Obito for good. The moment Sword of Totsuka pierced through Obito as planned, Fujin thought that the threat of Obito has finally been dealt with, and he was extremely happy and relaxed. But it didn't take long for Fujin to realize that fate is a real bitch, and Obito's luck is still against this guy. Despite considering all the possibilities, Fujin never even thought of the possibility that he too would be sealed inside the Sword of Totsuka just because his chakra was linked with Obito at the moment when Obito was sucked inside the Sword of Totsuka. Although Fujin wants to curse someone, cursing is of no use, so he could only sigh helplessly. And while Fujin was sighing helplessly, Obito also recovered from the sudden change of scenery. He was deeply shocked at this moment, and finally realized that he has been calculated again. Although Obito is unclear about what plane this is, as an Uchiha who has awakened the Manjikyu Sharinon, his sensitivity to yin chakra made him realize that he has been trapped in a genjutsu plane, and this genjutsu plane is not an ordinary genjutsu plane. Of course, Obito is still quite confident in himself and his abilities, so he is not too worried about this sudden change. So after recovering from his shock, he curiously looked around for a while, observing and analyzing the genjutsu plane. Obito muttered, is this your method of dealing with me? What exactly is this place? Fujin didn't answer, just smirked coldly under his mask. Although, Fujin knows that this is the genjutsu plane inside the gourd of the Sword of Totsuka, however, this is the first time he has personally witnessed the power of the Sword of Totsuka and entered inside the sealing space of this spiritual artifact, so when it comes to knowledge about this plane, he is not much different from Obito. Therefore, Fujin really doesn't have much information to answer to Obito. Seeing that Fujin did not answer his question, Obito was a little annoyed and sneered disdainfully, "You think this mere genjutsu can trap me? Stupid." Then Obito activated his Manjikyu Sharinon in order to dispel the genjutsu. The moment Obito activated his Manjikyu Sharinon, Fujin focused his gaze on Obito and observed him carefully. Looking at Obito's attempt at breaking through the Sword of Totsuka, Fujin had a complete expression. The current Fujin himself doesn't have any method to be able to break through the seal of the Sword of Totsuka. If he still wants to get out of there, it appears that Fujin will have to rely on Obito to be able to break the seal of Sword of Totsuka. But at the same time, Fujin really doesn't want Obito to be able to break through the Sword of Totsuka. Fujin knows that if Obito can break through the seal of Sword of Totsuka, then Fujin will also be able to find his way out of there. But if Obito is really capable of breaking through the seal of Sword of Totsuka, then Fujin will no longer have any method to be able to kill or restrain Obito, at least, not until Fujin completes his project Godhood. Therefore, Fujin's current mood is quite contradictory. The two waited for a while as Obito started to dispel the genjutsu, but seeing that there was no change in the surroundings, Fujin immediately snickered in a mocking tone. Hearing Fujin's mocking snicker, Obito's face was hot in embarrassment, and said, "This genjutsu is a little tricky, I'll give you that, but that's it. There is nothing in this shinobi world that can trap me, for I am Uchiha Madara." As soon as the voice fell, Obito activated Kamui, and suddenly a spiraling whirl appeared on Obito's Tomo mask and started to suck his body inside the Kamui dimension. He can still use Kamui. Fujin's eyes condensed and he stared at Obito with a stunned expression. However, it didn't take long for his stunned expression to return to normal, a relieved one, as Kamui didn't work. Although a spiraling whirl of Kamui appeared around Obito's body when Obito activated Kamui, in actuality it did nothing. Obito wasn't sucked inside the Kamui dimension, nor was the seal of Sword of Totsuka broken, which greatly relieved Fujin. Because if Kamui could deal with the seal of Sword of Totsuka so easily, then the sealing artifact would become useless against Obito. Therefore, Fujin was greatly relieved. Sword of Totsuka is really a spiritual artifact. Even Kamui can't break through the seal. Although Fujin doesn't have much information about the Sword of Totsuka itself, the deeds of Itachi in the canon proved that this spiritual artifact is really strong. The fact that Itachi was able to seal Nagato's Edo Tensei with the Sword of Totsuka alone proves this fact. It must not be forgotten that Edo Nagato was capable of using all the abilities of the 6 Paths of Pain thanks to the Rinnegan. He had enough strength to single-handedly defeat the Kyuubi Chakra Mode Naruto, Killer Bee, the perfect Jinchuriki of Hakusuki. Even then, the Edo Nagato was easily sealed by Itachi with the help of the Sword of Totsuka, so it can be understood that the Sword of Totsuka is a really buggy artifact. And this is all the more reason for Fujin to be relieved. Of course, Obito's emotions were exactly opposite to that of Fujin. The moment he realized that even Kamui is not working, he finally panicked. How could this happen? Exactly what kind of jutsu did you use? Fujin said in a taunting tone, "Do you really think that this one would tell you? Besides, such a pesky jutsu should be nothing for you. After all, you are the great Uchiha Madara-sama, right?" Obito's face sank upon hearing Fujin's taunt. Obito really wants to kill the other party, but knows that he can't in the current situation, so he can only clench his fist in anger, and speak. "There's no need to play around. I believe that you should also be able to feel it too. The change is happening to us since the moment we arrived here. You don't want to spend eternity here with me, do you?" As soon as he appeared here in this red plane, Obito was able to vaguely feel lethargic and drunk. He realized that this is the result of the genjutsu, which is making him feel drunk. Therefore, initially, he did not choose to fight with Fujin but gave priority to escape. Obito instinctively felt that if he really got drunk and didn't escape in due time, then he would forever be trapped here, with no way out. It's just that Obito didn't expect this jutsu would be so tricky. He wasn't able to dispel the genjutsu even with the Manjikyu Sharinon, and Kamui isn't working either. With no other way left, Obito had to finally look at Fujin. Although Obito is not 100% certain, he has a feeling that Fujin is also trapped here similar to him. Therefore, Obito thinks that perhaps the other party would be willing to cooperate with him in order to escape here. Of course, Obito thinks too much, but Fujin is not as panicked as Obito and thus chose to remain silent. Fujin naturally doesn't want to spend the rest of his life inside the Sword of Totsuka. For him, although the threat of Obito is great, it is far from worthy enough to sacrifice his own life. Fujin is very clear that as long as he successfully completes Project Godhood and achieves Kekkei Mora similar to its Satsuki Kagaya, then what Obito, what Nagato, what Madara, and what Kagaya? There will be countless easy ways to resolve these threats. So, it is very important that he goes out of the Sword of Totsuka and continue to work on his Project Godhood. But Fujin is not in a hurry to team up with Obito to escape the seal of the Sword of Totsuka, because Fujin still has another method to escape out of here, and that is Itachi. Itachi holds the Sword of Totsuka, and if he has a method to help Fujin get out of there while making sure that Obito remains sealed inside, then naturally Fujin would opt to use that method. After all, it took a lot of effort to seal Obito in Sword of Totsuka. There's no telling if this method would work on him a second time. Therefore, Fujin doesn't intend to cooperate or help Obito break out of the seal. And while Fujin was silent, suddenly the red mist in the surroundings started to get thicker and denser, and along with the mist, a strong aroma of sake spread in the surroundings. As soon as the strong aroma of sake appeared, it increased the dizzying effects on both Fujin and Obito, as a result affecting their thinking process and cognition, and paralyzing their minds to process any thoughts. Obito became more anxious. Damn, what are you still hesitating for? Fujin was silent, and while trying to resist the tipsy feeling, he started to consider where possibilities that would help him get out of there. And while Fujin was thinking, suddenly a voice appeared. Fujin, I have yet to figure out a way to properly liberate the seal. To release out of here, I would need your cooperation. Fujin wasn't much surprised upon hearing this familiar voice, and asked doubtfully, how should this one cooperate? At novel bin at. Obito also perked up his ears, listening attentively to seize the opportunity to get out of there. Wait for a little while, I will use my Manjikyu Sharinon to trigger the seal from the outside. The moment I trigger the seal, make sure to use that opportunity and find the method to escape here. Additionally, make sure to remain conscious, and don't fall into the genjutsu, because if you were to fall into the genjutsu, then there would be no escape. At least, I don't think escape would be possible at that point. The moment he heard these words, Fujin's face changed and he thought to himself with a sigh, well, it appears that Itachi can't bring me out without preventing Obito's escape. Sigh, this is troublesome. Although helpless, Fujin remained calm. He didn't bother to talk any nonsense and was silently waiting for the opportunity as Itachi said. Obito is now fully aware of the situation, and understands that there is only one opportunity. If this opportunity were to be missed, everything would be over and he would have to kiss goodbye to Project Tsuki no Mi for good, which is something he doesn't intend to do, no matter what. Therefore Obito was completely alert at this moment and waiting for Homusubi to trigger the seal so that he too can escape. Fujin and Obito didn't have to wait for very long, and soon a red beam of light shooting through the sky appeared in the red plane. This is undoubtedly the opportunity Itachi created by triggering the Sword of Totsuka from the outside. At the moment of the trigger, a subtle connection between the outside world and the inside of Sword of Totsuka was established. Fujin and Obito looked at each other, and both understood that the opportunity has come. The very next instant, Obito used all the visual prowess of his Manjikyu Sharinon, trying to create a gap in the ceiling space. With the input of Obito's visual prowess, a crack finally appeared in the ceiling space, but this crack was too small for either of the two to pass through. Damn it! Obito let out a desperate roar. He used every cell in his body to squeeze out his chakra and used that to widen the crack of the ceiling space, but no matter how hard he tried, it didn't work. Obito understood that his visual prowess alone is not enough to open the gap in the ceiling space, but there is no one else here who can support him with visual prowess to widen the crack. Seeing no method working, Obito became more and more desperate, and finally thought of sacrificing one of his Manjikyu Sharinon. If he were to sacrifice one of his Manjikyu Sharinon, then his strength would decrease by several levels. Although his strength will decrease, at least he will be able to escape from this ceiling space. And just when Obito was about to sacrifice one of his Manjikyu Sharinon, suddenly, an inexplicably powerful visual prowess appeared out of nowhere, and instantly widened the crack in the ceiling space. Following the source of visual prowess that suddenly burst out, Obito looked at Fujin with a doubtful expression. You also have a dojutsu. Fujin didn't even bother to look at Obito, nor answered his question. The moment the gap in the ceiling space widened, his body flashed, and disappeared. It's a pity that Fujin didn't know of Obito's thoughts of sacrificing his Manjikyu Sharinon. If he knew, then he would sigh in pity that such a good opportunity is wasted. Obito stared at the disappearing figure of Fujin, and his face became more and more solemn. Earlier, he didn't even consider the possibility that Fujin might have some sort of dojutsu. And now that Obito has witnessed the power of Fujin's dojutsu, Obito is more afraid of him. At the same time, he is also grateful that he did not sacrifice his Mangekyou Sharinon, because if he did that, then his situation would have become more passive. One after another, just where are these freaks coming from? With this complicated thought in his mind, Obito also took advantage of the gap in the ceiling space and escaped out of the sword of Totsuka. Whoosh! The red brilliance of the Totsuka sword flashed again in the night sky, and immediately after that, the familiar sight of the destroyed village and messy battlefield again appeared before Fujin. Really escaped, muttered Fujin with a sigh of relief while burning the sight before him to confirm that he had really escaped the sword of Totsuka, but before he had the opportunity to do anything else, an indescribable sense of tiredness swarmed Fujin's body. The very next instant he was completely paralyzed and lost control of his body. Plop. With a low muffled sound, Fujin fell to the ground head-on. No. Now I wouldn't be able to put any resistance, thought Fujin with a flustered expression, and he was really panicked at this moment. Fujin knows that this loss of control over his body is mostly because of the outbreak of the curse of the Kagaya clan. As a result, the concentration of the toxin in Fujin's body has increased beyond what he can bear. The toxin has not only spread in all the organs but has also invaded the central nervous system of the Fujin clone, so let alone extracting or condensing chakra, even blinking of eyelids is no longer for him. If no measure is taken, then this clone would be beyond repair, and dead. But that's not the main issue. The main issue is that Obito is just behind him. Given the state of the Fujin clone, a single move from Obito is more than enough to destroy this clone. Obito doesn't even need to use ninjutsu, or any other large-scale attack, just a shuriken is more than enough. Yes, as long as he throws a few shurikens towards Fujin, the clone would be destroyed. Such worry had just risen in Fujin's heart and the very next second the figure of Obito appeared beside him. Undoubtedly, Obito did not let go of the opportunity in that short instant and managed to escape through the gap in the seal of the sword of Totsuka. Feeling Obito's presence just behind him, Fujin's heart sank to the bottom. What to do? What to do? Fujin used almost all his brain cells, trying to think up a countermeasure that will help this clone survive, but couldn't think of anything? Nothing he could think would work. This is the second time Fujin felt such hopelessness and helplessness. And while Fujin was hopeless and helpless, Obito who appeared beside him naturally discovered Fujin who had collapsed not far away and seemed to have lost all his mobility. Looking at Fujin's figure lying helplessly not far away from him, Obito felt anger from the bottom of his heart, and he roared at Fujin, asshole. Do you want to use this trick again? What's wrong with him? Thought Fujin in confusion. Do you think I will fall for the same trick again and again? Obito growled, his chakra riled up as a result of an outburst of his anger. No way. Obito felt that his IQ has been greatly insulted by the members of Amatsukami. He gritted his teeth and really wanted to punch these bastards of Amatsukami into a bloody pulp. But he restrained himself because he knows that Fujin and Homusubi are again trying to lead him into a trap. So instead of going towards Fujin or attacking him, Obito immediately activated the Kamui to suck himself inside the Kamui dimension and disappeared from the battlefield. The speed and decisiveness of escape were so fast that even Konoha's yellow flash might have been taken aback had he witnessed this scene. Whew! The night breeze blew. Dust and smoke were rolled up. Fujin, who was ragging his brain for a possible solution, was also taken aback by the incredulously strange action of Obito. He didn't quite understand why Obito didn't take the opportunity to land the decisive blow and kill him but chose to retreat. Only a fool would do so. Has he finally gone senile or what? Well, whatever. Although doubtful, Fujin was still happy that Obito is a fool, and did not kill this clone of Fujin. Now Fujin still has the option of repairing this clone and wouldn't have to waste time, money, and effort into recreating and cultivating another wind nature clone. With his mood recovered, Fujin immediately used the Tensei Soul Descent to transfer his soul out of the Fujin clone. And while Obito has disappeared and Fujin's soul had left the battle, Homusubi standing in the distance sighed helplessly. The reason for his helplessness is obviously the fact that the mysterious masked Uchiha also managed to escape from the seal of sword of Totsuka along with Fujin. Homusubi had already anticipated this result when he lifted the seal, so he wasn't much surprised, just disappointed in himself. If Homusubi had better control of the sword of Totsuka, he could have prevented Fujin from being sealed inside it along with the mysterious masked Uchiha, and even if he couldn't have done that, he could have at least selectively unsealed Fujin out of the gourd if he was proficient enough. But no, Homusubi couldn't do either of these. Hell, he couldn't even prevent the mysterious masked Uchiha from escaping the seal after Fujin came out of it. Homusubi already understands that the strength of the mysterious masked Uchiha who claims to be Uchiha Madara is stronger than him. After all, masked Uchiha can manifest the complete body Susanoo with wings on its back, so obviously the visual prowess of the other party is not only not weak, but is stronger compared to him. Additionally, the masked Uchiha also has Hashirama cells transplanted into his body, so his chakra levels are simply monstrous. When combining all these facts, theoretically, it is normal for the current Homusubi, Itachi, to be of no match to him, as a result unable to present his escape. But Homusubi is still disappointed in himself, because had he been strong enough, he could have solved the threat of the masked Uchiha once and for all, but he clearly isn't, thus he failed. Of course, there was also the option of not allowing Fujin to come out of the seal of sword of Totsuka, which would have prevented the escape of the masked Uchiha and the two would have together died inside the seal, but Homusubi didn't consider that option for more than an instant. After all, Hyuga Itachi is just a member of the Akatsuki organization and therefore has no right to decide the life and death of other members of the organization. On the other side, seeing Fujin collapse on the ground, Kurone ran towards him with a flustered expression and immediately urged, Fujin, are you okay? Kuroto's soul is no longer in the Fujin clone body, so naturally, there was no response or movement. But Kurone doesn't know this, and after receiving no response from Fujin, she immediately panicked. She gently shook Fujin's body and shouted, Fujin, but no matter what, there was no response. Seeing this scene, Hyuga Itachi also quickly walked over, and his face under the Hyuga mask had a dignified expression. He did not expect that Fujin's injuries would be so serious, and didn't know what to do for a while. While both Hyuga Itachi and Kurone were at a loss, suddenly, a calm voice came from the side, let me check his situation. Hyuga and Kurone looked over and found that it was none other than Tsunade, the best medical nin in the current shinobi world, who volunteered to check Fujin's situation. Seeing that Tsunade was willing to help Fujin, Kurone hurriedly stepped forward and begged her, Tsunade-sama, please save him. Tsunade took a deep look at Kurone and could easily guess the young girl's psychological state and feelings towards Fujin. But Tsunade chose to remain silent on that matter and did not comment anything. Next, Tsunade walked towards Fujin, who seemed to be lying lifelessly on the ground, and said to Hyuga, I will treat him. Hyuga, who has already received Kuroto's shadow clone, nod from the side nodded to Tsunade, then please, and stepped aside. Hyuga Itachi thought that it would be best to be treated by Tsunade, whose exploits in the field of medical science and Iryo ninjutsu are impeccable in the current shinobi world, while Kuroto, shadow clone, who knew the true cause of everything that has happened to the Fujin clone, wanted to see if Tsunade can treat the effects of the curse of Kagaya clan with her Iryo ninjutsu. Although Kuroto, shadow clone, doesn't have much hope in this regard, this is just a test in which Kuroto loses nothing. Even if Tsunade is unable to treat the effects of the curse of the Kagaya clan, she would at least become curious about it, and perhaps might even make some kind of major breakthrough in her Iryo ninjutsu after some research, which might also be beneficial to Kuroto in the future. Therefore, he had no issue in letting Tsunade give it a try. With Hyuga's nod, Tsunade crouched down near Fujin and started to check his condition. At the same time, a group of Konoha shinobi, including Jiraiya, also approached the place where Tsunade was treating Fujin. Everyone has seen how much Fujin has helped Konoha with all those fierce battles tonight. If it were not for Fujin's help, Satori, the monster that came out of the box of ultimate bliss alone, might have destroyed the village. Not to mention, there were still several other extremely strong members of the Akatsuki organization that were dealt with by Fujin, including Hirako, Pain Rakudo, and the masked man who claims to be Uchiha Madara. Nobody knows why Fujin helped Konoha to such an extent. The experienced ones believe that he might have some objective and reason behind Fujin's actions that they are unable to figure out for a while, but no matter the reason, the fact that Fujin helped Konoha in its most desperate time is still undeniable. Therefore, even if many Konoha shinobis are still wary of the other members of the Akatsuki organization, they have no malice against Fujin. In fact, many Konoha shinobi are very grateful to Fujin for everything he did and truly hope for Sun and Tsunade to save him. After a while of analyzing and treatment, Tsunade's brows frown, and shock quickly became apparent on her face. Jiraiya, who is quite familiar with Tsunade, hurriedly leaned forward, and quickly asked, what's the status? After withdrawing her hands, Tsunade said with a solemn expression, his body is damaged beyond recovery. His skeletal structure has already been damaged completely. Additionally, the cells in his body are dying faster than they are born. It's as if his life is being burned out. Hyuga Itachi asked, what do you mean by this? Tsunade glanced at Itachi and explained, well, what I mean is that no one can survive after their body is damaged to such an extent. Normal people should have already died several times had they suffered such injuries. I have only once seen someone's body being damaged to such an extent, and that was when Might Do opened the Gate of Death and fought against the Seven Swordsmen of Mist on the battlefield of Kirigakuer during the Third Great Shinobi War. To be honest, I am highly surprised that he was able to continue fighting those fierce battles with such critical injuries. Jiraiya's expression turned into a frown, and he asked quickly, was Fujin also using the forbidden technique of 8 inner gates? Tsunade shook her head, no, I have already checked it. He wasn't using the 8 inner gates formation. But the damage his body is suffering from is of a similar level, although not exactly the same, similar type. Kurone asked anxiously, you must be able to heal him, right? Tsunade shook her head, and sighed silently, unfortunately there is nothing I can do. This is beyond the scope of Iryo ninjutsu. His cells are dying at an extremely terrifying speed, and no one can survive that phenomenon. I am no exception to this, even my grandfather, the Shodaime Hokage, who was said to have a terrifying recovery rate, is also no exception to this. Now perhaps, only some kind of miracle can save him. Kurone fell to the ground in despair. Jiraiya sighed silently while Itachi's expression under the Hyuga mask was stunned. He simply couldn't believe it. He clenched his fist and seemed to be undergoing some kind of emotional stimulation brought on by the death of Fujin. Seeing the changes in several people, Tsunade remained silent, and seemed to be thinking something. There is one thing Tsunade did not mention to anyone, and that is the fact that her Iryo ninjutsu doesn't seem to be effective on Fujin's body. Tsunade is not sure what is the exact reason, but she did feel the presence of something in Fujin's body that was preventing her Iryo ninjutsu from healing. Tsunade quickly deduced that this something is probably the cause of Fujin's approaching death, so out of her curiosity and necessity she did not forget to use her slugs to secretly collect some of Fujin's blood and tissues, in order to study and analyze them at a later date. Of course, all of Tsunade's secret actions were very clear to Kuroto, Shadow Clone, but he remained silent and said nothing. After all, even Kuroto himself hasn't found any solution to the curse of the Kagaya clan, and if he wants to keep this clone preserved until he uses it for the Chimera ritual in the future, then he needs all the help he can to deal with the curse of Kagaya clan. If Tsunade can find a solution with her medical science and Iryo ninjutsu that can restrain the damaging effects of the particles of all-killing ash bones, then Kuroto is willing to ignore her small actions, at novel bin at. As for the possibility that Tsunade will be able to deduce the true identity of Fujin, Kuroto is not too worried about that issue. And even if Tsunade can deduce that secret, Kuroto will still not be too worried. After all, what's the worst that can happen? At best Shisui will have to use Kota Amatsukami on Tsunade to make her a loyal member of Amatsukami. So, there is nothing to be worried about. Inside a cave a few miles away from Konoha, suddenly, the eyelids of a sleeping person open to reveal a pair of royal blue eyes that are clearly mysterious, yet beautiful. This person is not someone else, but the main body of Hyuga Kuroto. After Kuroto's soul came out of the Fujin clone, the soul traveled towards this cave where the main body of Kuroto has been hidden. Kuroto knew that Akatsuki organization has targeted the Konoha village, so neither the village nor the locations around it are safe for storing his main body. Therefore, Kuroto created this temporary underground base in the remote area of the Land of Fire and used this place to hide his main body under the watch of the Sandame Kaze cage puppet. As for the question of why not use the anchor Ventian for this purpose, the answer is very simple. The aerial fortress floats above the sea area between the mainland and the Land of Water. In that case, if the main body was stored there, then it would take a lot of time for Kuroto to return to Konoha after changing his body. Therefore, he used a nearby location, so that he can return to the village in a very short time. After moving around his body for a little while, Kuroto muttered with a pleasant smile, "No matter what, my main body is still the most comfortable." The Fujin clone is actually very comfortable and is perfectly adapted to Kuroto's soul, but as the effects of the curse of the Kagaya clan spread throughout the physical body, Kuroto's soul body also felt somewhat uncomfortable as controlling the body became more and more difficult. But there is no such problem with his main body, therefore, Kuroto's soul feels extremely comfortable in the main body. After getting rid of the soul exhaustion, Fujin quickly wore the Yama disguise and ordered the Kaze cage puppet to return to the anchor Ventian, while he, himself, activated the Tenseigan chakra mode and turned into a cyan streamer flying towards Konoha at an incredibly fast speed. It didn't take long for everyone in Konoha to discover a cyan blue color covering the horizon, and immediately after that, everyone noticed a cyan streamer rushing in the direction of Konoha at an incredibly fast speed. Such strong chakra fluctuation. Is it the enemy again? We don't know the identity of the person coming towards the village. Everyone stays vigilant. Because of the chakra fluctuations sensed by several people, the village that had finally returned to calm and silence again fell into a noisy and chaotic state. It's quite easy to judge the strength of the coming party just based on the extraordinary chakra fluctuations and the astonishing speed at which the other party is rushing here. And since the people of Konoha don't know the identity of the other party, so whether it was Jiraiya and Tsunade, or the other Konoha shinobi, everyone had a solemn and desperate expression on their faces as they prepared themselves to face the new enemy. The physical structure of the village may have been destroyed, but that doesn't mean Konoha is finished. In the hearts of Konoha shinobi, the village can still be rebuilt, but the dignity and the lives of people if once gone will never come back. Therefore, they must do everything they can to protect the lives of people in the refugee shelter and the dignity of the strongest shinobi village. For this reason, even if they have to continue sacrificing themselves, they are more than willing to do so. And while everyone was preparing for the upcoming battle, Tsunade and Jiraiya glanced at Homusubi who was also looking in the direction of the incoming cyan streamer. Although they can't see Homusubi's expression under the mask, both Jiraiya and Tsunade were still able to deduce that the threat is not too great because Homusubi seemed extremely calm, as if everything is under control. Whoosh! Accompanied by the piercing whistling sound, the cyan streamer fell from the sky and steadily landed in the village. As the cyan chakra wrapping around the body of the person faded, everyone got a clear sight of the person in front of them. Looking at the black mask along with the unique Amatsukami cloak, the Konoha shinobi soon recognized that the other party is also a member of the Amatsukami organization and breathed a sigh of relief. Along with a relieved expression, there was also a look of awe and worship on the faces of everyone as they recognized the identity of the person standing in front of them. After all, the other party is none other than Yama, the leader of the mysterious Amatsukami organization. After coming to Konoha village, Yama didn't waste any time in rhetoric and directly walked towards the Fujin clone lying in the distance at novel bin at. Seeing Kurone squatting next to the Fujin with a bitter and saddened expression, as if she was looking at the corpse of a loved one, Yama felt a little strange, but not delving into that matter too deeply, he asked silently, "Can you give him to me?" Kurone raised her face, and after wiping away the tears, she asked Yama, "Can you save him?" Fujin was stunned by Kurone's question, then replied ambiguously, Perhaps. Kurane nodded silently, although she wasn't too hopeful. There were still some expectations in her heart. With Kurane's nod, Yama quickly picked up the Fujin clone, then cast a glance at Homusubi on the side. The two nodded tacitly, then immediately flashed and disappeared from the Konoha village. After leaving the destroyed Konoha village, Yama and Itachi stopped in the forest outside the village. Yama immediately put down the Fujin clone on the ground, then weaved several hand seals, and lightly tapped on Fujin's body. Poof! Instantly, with a poof of white smoke, the Fujin clone disappeared from the forest. Upon seeing Yama's action, Itachi, who was wearing the Homusubi disguise, couldn't help but ask, Yama, Tsunade Haim said that Fujin's injuries are extremely serious, and his physical condition is beyond the scope of medical ninjutsu, so saving him is impossible. Is that really the case? Will Fujin die? Looking at the guilty aura that Homusubi had over him, Yama smiled slightly, and said, what she said is not wrong, Fujin's condition is really extremely bad, but you needn't worry. I have a way to save his life, although, Yama paused here, then shook his head with a sigh, nothing. You can rest assured that he won't die, at least not yet. After listening to Yama's words, Homusubi nodded with a sigh, and finally calmed down. He understood in his heart that as long as Yama has said that he has a method to save Fujin, then there must be a way. As for what exactly that method is, now is not the right time to talk about it. So, with the matter of Fujin's life out of the way, Homusubi immediately looked in the direction of the battlefield outside Konoha where Shisui had rushed towards not long ago, quickly said, Yama, Shisui-san went towards that battlefield, to support the Gokage. I am worried about him, we should go there immediately and help. Following Homusubi's gaze, Yama also looked in the direction of the battlefield outside Konoha, and then immediately nodded. In fact, there was no need for Homusubi to remind Yama in the first place, as Yama had already known about the battle outside the village since he was controlling the Fujin clone thanks to his Byakugan vision. Because of the high purity of his Byakugan, Yama can cover up to several kilometers when using distance visioning. And since the movements and chakra fluctuations outside were no less than inside the village, so they were obviously noticed by Yama. Just based on the chakra fluctuations, Yama was able to determine that the two sides fighting there are undoubtedly the Gokage against the rest of the members of the Akatsuki organization. It's just that there was still one doubt lingering in Yama's mind, and that is the unique chakra signature that Yama perceived back then. The person with that chakra signature carries huge chakra reserves, like really huge chakra reserves, almost reaching the level of a high-tier Baijuyo. Of course, it's not a major problem, but Yama is still surprised, as the other party not only has huge chakra reserves but also has extremely strong strength. After all, the other party not only fought against but also managed to suppress the surprise unit led by the Gokage. In other words, aside from Nagato, Obito, and Hiriko, there is still a member in the Akatsuki organization who has unfathomable strength reaching the level of a super cage. And what's troublesome is that Yama has no idea who this person is. Therefore, he is very doubtful, and curious about this person. It's just that he can't determine the exact identity of this unknown variable without going to the battlefield in person, so, without waiting even a moment, Yama converged all his thoughts, and nodded to Itachi, let's go. Yes, Homusubi nodded and immediately both he and Yama rushed towards the battlefield outside Konoha. Boom 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 boom. Another series of explosions took place on the battlefield, and Shisui retreated backwards. Fortunately, his speed is extremely fast, and this speed has only gotten faster after mastering the Senin mode, so no matter how many explosions took place on the battlefield, they didn't hurt him in the slightest, nor was there any severe consumption of chakra. Conan's beautiful face was filled with a dignified expression as she looked at Uchiha Shisui, who is continuously avoiding the range of explosions caused by the rain of her explosive tags. Conan never expected that the combat effectiveness of Uchiha Shisui would be so high. Just trying to stop him from interfering on the main battlefield has pushed her to her utmost limit, yet she has not been able to do much. She has used all kinds of attacks she has in her arsenal, however, everything seems to be in vain. No matter what kind of attack she uses, Uchiha Shisui avoids it, virtue to his speed. In fact, Uchiha Shisui's speed has gotten so fast after mastering Senin mode that Conan isn't even able to see the other party with her eyes, and is purely relying on her sensory skills to perceive Shisui and is barely keep a track of his movement on the battlefield. However, this isn't helping much because even if she is able to barely keep track of Shisui, her own speed is unable to keep up with him, so all her attacks and offensive are easily dodged by Shisui and everything is proving to be useless. It can't continue like this, thought Conan in worry as she tried to think up some countermeasure against the enemy but didn't really have a solution to be able to deal with Uchiha Shisui. Rare. And while Conan kept trying to keep Shisui entangled, suddenly, a terrifying roar sounded from the main battlefield in the distance. As soon as the roar sounded, Conan breathed a relieved sigh, and thought to herself, everyone should have been dealt with by now. And contrary to Conan's relieved sigh, Shisui's face sank upon hearing this roar. I can't let her delay me any longer, I must get on that side as soon as possible. Uchiha Shisui couldn't be more familiar with this roar. He, who participated in the summit war at Omegakure a few months ago, clearly remembers that this is the roar of the Gedomazo statue summoned by the leader of the Akatsuki organization. What's horrifying to Shisui is that the Gadomazo statue is even capable of withstanding and resisting Kuroto's Golden Wheel reincarnation explosion, which is simply mind-boggling to him. After all, not even his Susanoo can withstand a single attack from Kuroto's Golden Wheel reincarnation explosion, so the horror of Gadomazo is not without reason. And now that Nagato has summoned the Gadomazo statue, Shisui is more worried about the situation on the side of Gakage. Worried, Shisui asked Fuwafuwa, who is resting around his shoulders, "Fuwafuwa-san, how is the situation on that side?" Fuwafuwa yawned in boredom, and while licking her patty paw, she blinked her green eyes several times, then mentioned casually, "It's not optimistic." Fuwafuwa's casual words only increased Shisui's worry, and he no longer bothered to care about Conan, who has been trying to stop him. After taking a deep breath, Shisui activated Susanoo's defense around him, and without any care of the rain of explosive tags, he forcefully broke through the several layers of Conan's obstruction and finally arrived at the main battlefield in the distance. However, the scene of the main battlefield before him stunned Shisui. What Shisui saw is a sight of massacre, and except for 2 shinobi, everyone on the battlefield is either dead or severely injured. And these 2 shinobi who are neither dead nor injured are members of the Akatsuki organization with very peculiar identities. The first one is the red-haired Uzumaki Nagato, the leader of the Akatsuki organization, who stood on the edge of the battlefield with an indifferent expression, while the other one is the white spiral-masked Tobi fellow, who crouched down and curiously poked the cheeks of 2 specific shinobi. These 2 specific shinobi poked by Tobi include the Kurigakure's Yondaime Mizukage Karatachi Yagura, that is, the perfect Jinchuriki of Sanbai, and Kumigakure's Killer Bee, the perfect Jinchuriki of Haxabi. Currently, both the perfect Jinchuriki were motionlessly lying on the ground, with their life and death unknown. And that's not the end of it. The Gadomazo statue behind the leader of the Akatsuki organization seemed to be absorbing the Baijuyu chakra from the bodies of Karatachi Yagura and Killer Bee. The chakra of 2 Baijuyu, which was dense enough to be visible to the naked eye, was constantly being sucked out of the bodies of Yagura and Killer Bee and entering inside the mouth of Gadomazo. Shifting his gaze, Shisui found hundreds of shinobi lying either injured or dead on the battlefield. With just a casual glance, he identified several known and famous faces, including the Godame Kazekage Pakura, the Yondaime Reikage, the Konoha advisor Elder Hamura Mitokado, along with several elite shinobi among them. The Godame Kazekage Pakura was lying unconscious with several tree branches penetrating her body. The Yondaime Reikage seemed to be conscious and struggling to get up, but his injuries were so serious that he was unable to. The Yondaime Mizukage was struggling as the Sanbai's chakra was being sucked out his body, while there were no traces of Sandaime Hokage as well as Sandaime Tsuchikage on the battlefield. The 5 Kage, lost, muttered Shisui with an astonished expression. The scene before him really subverted his inherent concepts and understanding of the shinobi world. Shisui never even thought that a day would come when the 5 Kage would fail even after joining forces together. And while Shisui was stunned and a little lost, Conan flew towards Nagato's side, and said in an apologetic tone, "Sorry, I couldn't stop him. Uchiha Shisui's strength is several times higher than mine." Nagato shook his head lightly. "It doesn't matter." Although controlling the 6 paths of pain to attack Konoha consumed some of his chakra reserves, for the current Nagato, such chakra consumption is close to negligible and has already recovered. Therefore, even if Uchiha Shisui's strength exceeds Conan by several times, it makes no difference to Nagato, whose strength has evolved by several dimensions during the past few months. Nagato strongly believes that except for maybe the leader of Amatsukami, Yama, no one in this shinobi world is strong enough to contend with him, not Jiraiya, not the so-called Uchiha Madara, and certainly not Uchiha Shisui. Conan nodded, then after a brief silence, she looked at Gadomazo and said with a worried tone, "Absorbing 2 Baijuyu at the same time, will your body be able to support it, Nagato?" Nagato said, "Don't worry, for the current me, let alone absorbing 2 Baijuyu, even if all the 9 Baijus are absorbed at the same time, it wouldn't be a problem." In the canon, it was necessary to gather all the members of the Akatsuki organization to participate in the absorption process of even a single Baijuyu, and it would still take several days to do so. But after the perfect transplantation of Hashirama cells, Nagato's sage body has qualitatively improved. The powers of the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan are perfectly integrated and balanced in his body, therefore, controlling Gadomazo is no longer burdensome for Nagato. At the same time, his already high chakra reserves have further grown, and because of this, Nagato can single-handedly absorb Baijuyu in much less time compared to the canon. Although, being able to absorb all the 9 Baijuyu at the same time might be a bit of an exaggeration, absorbing 2 at the same time is not a challenge, and Nagato can do so even passively without the slightest burden. Conan nodded lightly, then shifted her gaze towards Uchiha Shisui. Of course, Conan didn't dare to make direct eye contact with Uchiha Shisui, for fear that she would be caught in genjutsu. She just silently observed him while standing next to Nagato, and was ready to make a move to stop Shisui with everything she has should Shisui tries to hinder Nagato from absorbing the Baijuyu at Novel Bin Adat. But Conan wasn't too worried. Even if Uchiha Shisui's strength is several times higher than hers, at best it would be at the same level as Tobi. Not to mention there is still Nagato present here. Don't look at Tobi's funny behavior and innocent mind. Those lying dead and injured on the battlefield are more than clear about the horror of Tobi. After all, this massacre was done by none other than Tobi. The entire surprise raid force led by 4Kage and comprising dozens of elite shinobi was ruthlessly crushed by Toby single-handedly. Nagato and Conan didn't have to make a single move. So, if Uchiha Shisui really wants to stop Nagato, then he would have to get past Toby first. Whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 5 figures, as fast as ghosts, are engaged in a game of run and chase as they are passing by the forest. Their speed is so fast that except for afterimages, nothing can be discerned. If those with good eyes and insight are to look at these people engaged in a cat and mouse game, they would instantly realize that 3 of these 5 figures are the elites of the Konoha military police force that are heavily armed with all kinds of shinobi gear, and are chasing after someone under the leadership of their patriarch Uchiha Fugaku. The person they are chasing after is dressed in the traditional Akatsuki black turtleneck cloak with red cloud prints, and from his scarlet eyes with 3 black tomo spinning in them, it can be discerned that the person they are chasing after is also a member of the Uchiha clan. Shinichi, how long are you going to keep running away from the clan? Uchiha Fugaku, who was closely following Shinichi, shouted at him in a stern tone, beckoning him to stop and face them. It's just that this Uchiha happens to be a traitor of the Uchiha clan who has defected from Konoha and joined the terrorist Akatsuki organization, hence the cat and mouse game. Uchiha Shinichi turned his head slightly and glanced at the 3 Uchiha elites as well as the Uchiha patriarch behind him, then continued to move forward without answering Fugaku's question. As the perpetrator who started this chase, the cat and mouse game, Shinichi, of course, has his own considerations, at novel bin at. It happened before Nagato used Tendo of the 6th Path of Pain to release Super Shinra Tensei over the sky above Konoha, in order to completely destroy the strongest shinobi village. At that time, Nagato instructed all the Akatsuki organization members present inside the village to retreat and escape far away from Konoha. Initially, Shinichi was surprised by such an instruction, and a little skeptical, because the instruction obviously sounded absurd, and contrary to Akatsuki organization's objective tonight. Akatsuki's objective tonight is to destroy Konoha, eliminate the Gokage, and capture the Kuwabai's Jinchuriki, but Shinichi soon came to the conclusion that Nagato probably intends to use one of his super destructive moves to completely destroy Konoha in a single move. Shinichi didn't doubt whether Nagato can do so or not, because he knows that Nagato is perfectly capable of such a feat. Therefore, Shinichi deliberately appeared in front of the members of the Konoha military police force and conveniently led them outside the village just in time to escape the effects of the Super Shinra Tensei Nagato used to flatten the village. The members of the Uchiha clan were shocked by the sight of the village that no longer existed. Then, under the orders of the Uchiha patriarch, most of them went back in order to help in rescuing the wounded, while the patriarch himself led 3 Uchiha elites and chased after Shinichi. While Shinichi recalled the event that happened not long ago, Uchiha Fugaku's persuasive voice sounded from behind. Shinichi, I understand that you are dissatisfied with the clan and the village for not giving Kuromi's killer a fair judgment, and I also accept that I was incapable of bringing justice to Kuromi, but that's no reason for you to join a terrorist organization like the Akatsuki. You have also witnessed the scene back in the village. I don't think I need to make it clearer to you that the members of the Akatsuki organization are all lunatics. If you stay with them, you will not end well either. When Tendo used the Super Shinra Tensei to flatten Konoha, all the Uchiha who had chased and fled out of the village in order to catch Shinichi also witnessed the shocking scene, and for a moment, none of them could believe their eyes. It happened in an instant. Just a moment ago, the village, which was built by the joint alliance of the 2 greatest shinobi clans during the Warring States era, the village which has been standing in place for more than 5 decades, and had witnessed 3 great shinobi wars and the change of 4 Hokage, the very same village was reduced to ruins at the next moment. And when that shocking scene took place, Fugaku, thanks to his Sharingan, keenly discovered the surprised expression on Shinichi's face as he looked in the direction of the village and the relieved expression as Shinichi looked at the Uchiha clansmen who survived that calamity. So Fugaku came to the conclusion that for some reason Shinichi was aware of the incoming danger and tried to help the Uchiha clan by leading the clansmen outside the danger zone. Fugaku is not sure why exactly did Shinichi help the Uchiha clan survive and foiled the plans of the Akatsuki organization, but Fugaku understood one thing, and that is the fact that in Shinichi's heart, the Uchiha clan is still more important compared to Akatsuki. This is also the reason why Fugaku is trying to persuade Shinichi and not directly eliminate him. Ha 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 ha, Shinichi laughed upon hearing Fugaku's words. Of course, whether this laugh is mockery, self-mockery, or despair cannot be understood by anyone except for Shinichi. When Kuromi was killed, the clan did not help bring justice to her, and the village did not punish her killer. At that time, Shinichi's heart was filled with nothing except hatred, and he felt betrayed. This feeling of betrayal was further stimulated because of awakening the Manjikyu Sharingan. For Shinichi, the Manjikyu Sharingan represented the hope of avenging Kuromi. If the clan cannot bring justice to Kuromi, then I would do it myself. If the village did not punish Kuromi's killer, then I would do it myself. With these intentions, Shinichi sneaked into the root base and killed Kuromi's murderer. After the death of that root member, Shinichi was focused on the next target. After all, the masked man was also behind Kuromi's death, and Shinichi had to figure out a way to kill that bastard. Therefore, he escaped the village, looking for an opportunity to kill the masked man. But there was something left that he had to complete before he say goodbye to Konoha forever, and that was to defeat Hyuga Kuroto. This was important to Shinichi, as his defeat at the hands of Hyuga Kuroto was the primary cause of why everything happened. Even if Hyuga Kuroto wasn't personally involved with the events related to Kuromi's death, Shinichi had to defeat Hyuga Kuroto. Unfortunately, that didn't do as planned. Instead of defeating Hyuga Kuroto quite easily, he himself was ruthlessly defeated by the other party. The defeat was so thorough that Shinichi couldn't see himself winning anytime soon, so he was suddenly lost. At that point when Shinichi was emotionally overwhelmed and frustrated, Hyuga Kuroto talked to him and gave him the hope of bringing Kuromi back to life in exchange for being a subordinate for 15 years. Shinichi was so taken aback that he immediately agreed and became Kuroto's subordinate. Shinichi didn't know why he believed Kuroto of being able to do something so absurd, he just did so. If Kuroto really brings Kuromi back to life, then let alone 15 years, even if it is lifetime subordination, Shinichi is willing to do so. The hope of seeing Kuromi back to life again cleared Shinichi's heart from despair and hatred, and with his heart cleared, Shinichi felt complicated towards the clan and the village. Of course, there was also anger towards the masked man. Knowing that the masked man who claimed to be Uchiha Madara was behind everything, Shinichi obviously wanted to kill him and willingly became a spy within the organization and periodically reported all his findings to Kuroto. Working in the organization also gave Shinichi some time to calm his mind and recollect his thoughts. By now, Shinichi no longer has any hatred towards the clan and the village, nor is there any hatred towards the masked man. If someone were to ask what he feels towards the masked man, then the answer would only be a single term: pity. Shinichi doesn't know what exactly has the masked man experienced in his life, but the fact that he has been pushed into such depths of despair, and has come to the conclusion that nothing except for Project Tsuki-no-Mi can bring peace to this shinobi world, makes Shinichi really feel pity for him. Shinichi doesn't know whether the masked man is right or wrong, and frankly speaking, he doesn't really care anyway. As Kuroto's subordinate, Shinichi only needs to do what he was asked for at the beginning, and that is to lurk within the Akatsuki organization as a spy. Shinichi knows that Kuroto doesn't want the masked man's plan to succeed, so Shinichi doesn't plan to let the masked man succeed. And since his hatred for the clan is no longer there, Shinichi doesn't want the Uchiha clan to be destroyed either. After all, Kuromi would be sad if the Uchiha clan were to be destroyed. This is also the reason why he was conveniently chased out of the Konoha village by several Uchiha clansmen. As a result of this, the Uchiha clansmen coincidentally happened to have avoided the catastrophe that struck the village just in the nick of time, and survived. That's right, it's truly a coincidence that the Uchiha clansmen escaped. But, it's just that Shinichi can't say it out loud and clearly because of being monitored by the White Zetsu clones. Since the Tri-Alliance consisting of Konoha, Kumo, and Suna jointly raided the Akatsuki organization's stronghold in a megacore, both the leaders of the Akatsuki organization, that is Nagato, and the masked man have become extremely vigilant. As a result of which not only have they increased their vigilance towards the other great shinobi villages, and heightened the threat level of the mysterious Amatsukami organization to the maximum, but they have also started to improve, organize, and strengthen the internal management within the Akatsuki organization, just to be on the safe side, and avoid infiltration and leakage of information. Previously, all members of the organization were free to do their own things as long as they completed their assigned missions, but that's no longer the case. Nagato and the masked man are no longer so loose towards the members of the organization. This has also caused a headache for Shinichi. And the reason is quite obvious. Both Nagato and the masked man have noticed Shinichi's perfunctory attitude towards the organization, and have, therefore, instructed White Zetsu to use his clones to monitor Shinichi 24/7. If it was before, even if Shinichi was under surveillance, the White Zetsu clones did not dare to get too close because they were aware of Shinichi's terrible, in the good sense, sensory skills, and therefore, monitored his actions only from a large distance in order to avoid being discovered by him, which gave him ample opportunity to pass on the Akatsuki's intelligence to Kuroto on regular intervals. But after the White Zetsu clones were given the specific order by the masked man to monitor Shinichi, they no longer cared about the problem of being discovered by him and began monitoring all his actions at a clone's distance, as a result of which, Shinichi is unable to transmit any information to Kuroto using his previous methods without the high risk of being discovered by White Zetsu clones. And this is also the reason why he couldn't express his true thoughts to Fugaku. Of course, Shinichi is also a shrewd one. Ever since he entered the organization, he has not forgotten his objective of spying. If he cannot use his previous methods to pass on the intelligence, then he will use new and unconventional methods, and the team led by Uchiha Fugaku, or more specifically, Uchiha Fugaku behind him, is that method. With this intention, Shinichi continued to lead Fugaku's team and finally stopped at a relatively open grassland. The three elites, as well as Fugaku who were chasing after him, also stopped one after another and spread around the grassland to surround Shinichi at the center of a four-sided siege, thus cutting off his escape route at Novel Bin Adat. With Shinichi under control, Fugaku walked in front of him and said with a solemn expression, "The root subdivision has been abolished by the village, and you should let go of the past too. Now the village is facing the threat of the Akatsuki organization, so the village needs you, and the clan also needs you more than ever. The Uchiha clan is the co-founder of Konoha. As such, the Mangekyo Sharingan of the Uchiha clan should not become a weapon at the hands of the enemy of the village. You have already expressed your anger and dissatisfaction, now there is no longer a need to continue, come back to the village with us. Kurumi wouldn't want you to continue doing what you are doing right now. Fugaku may have considered the option of coup d'état, but he never even thought of defection. This shows that he too is deeply loyal to the village. Even in the canon, after knowing that the coup could no longer succeed because his son Itachi sided with the village, Fugaku gave up and died silently, but never once considered or showed the slightest intention of defecting. In the heart of this indecisive Uchiha patriarch, Uchiha and Konoha have long been integrated. The internal discord of the Uchiha clan and Hokage faction is one matter, but as a Konoha shinobi, the captain of the Konoha military police force, and the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku would never be merciful to the enemies of the village, especially when those enemies are the traitors of the Uchiha clan. The only reason Fugaku has been trying to persuade Shinichi to come back to the village is that Shinichi has not done any serious damage to the village, except for the time he massacred root shinobi during the time of his defection. But hey, we can ignore that case. After all, the Uchiha clan also tolerated the death of Uchiha Kurumi at the hands of a root shinobi so as to avoid escalating that conflict. So, Sandaime Hokage will also have to tolerate Shinichi's action of avenging Kurumi, even if it led to the death of several root shinobi back then. Hearing Fugaku's persuasive words, Shinichi raised his eyebrow, then said with a smile, "Isn't it too late to say this already? You should have witnessed the scene back then." Fugaku shook his head calmly, "Better late than never, Shinichi. As for the issue of the village being destroyed, it is not a problem. The roots of Konoha lie with us Konoha shinobi. So long as we are alive, so long as the Uchiha clan exists, the Konoha village will not perish and continue to flourish even amidst the most terrible storms. To a certain extent, Akatsuki's raid this time, and the failure of Hokage to protect the village is not a bad thing for the Uchiha clan. Because the village suffered such serious damage, the ones to be blamed most will be the Hokage faction, as a result of which, the reputation of the Hokage faction will be hit hard, and it wouldn't be strange if Sandaime Hokage is forced to abdicate in order to take responsibility of his failure. If the Hokage faction's reputation is hit hard, and Sandaime abdicates, the Uchiha clan, as one of the two founding clans of Konoha, will not only be able to gain back its foothold in the village but will also be able to gain more political power because of this incident. After all, the current elites of the Uchiha clan did not suffer much from Tendo's Super Shinra Tensei, and Fugaku also sent back several Uchiha in order to help in the rescuing work, which will allow the people of Konoha to see the efforts of the Uchiha clan to protect the village. Shinichi mocked, "Maybe so, but that won't change my mind, and you won't be able to stop me either." Seeing Shinichi's resolute expression, Fugaku sighed. "In that case, I can only do what I must as the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. You are a threat to the village and the clan, so I have to either eliminate you, or I have to capture you." As soon as he finished, Fugaku's Sharingan suddenly changed. The pattern that was a three-tomo Sharingan until a moment ago changed shape and transformed into the Mangekyo Sharingan. Whistle. Well, isn't the patriarch the most hidden one?" said Shinichi in a surprised tone, then added, "You too have the Mangekyo Sharingan. I do wonder why did you never reveal this information?" Fugaku folded his arms over his chest, and answered, "It was for the sake of the peace of the clan. I was worried that if the news about me awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan is revealed, it will lead to discord between the Hokage faction and the Uchiha clan. Although, I didn't expect that in your generation, both you and Shisui also awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. So, if you were to return with us, then with the existence of 3 Mangekyo Sharingan users, the Uchiha clan would no longer need to be suppressed by the Hokage faction, and we will also be able to obtain the position of the next Hokage." After experiencing the initial surprise, Shinichi was disappointed by Fugaku's following words, and shook his head with a chuckle. "Are you still struggling for the position of Konoha's Hokage? Patriarch. I am afraid you don't understand the kind of strength the leader of my organization has, and you also don't understand what kind of enemy the 5 great shinobi villages are facing. Even if all the 5 great shinobi villages were to unite, they wouldn't be able to find a way to overcome the threat of the Akatsuki organization, nor will they be able to defeat the leader of my organization. In such a scenario, the Hokage would become nothing more than a joke. Even if you become Hokage, it would be meaningless." Fugaku's face sank upon hearing Shinichi's ridicule. In that case, there is no longer a need to talk. As soon as Fugaku's words fell, Shinichi suddenly discovered that the surroundings have changed. He is no longer in the relatively open grassland and found himself in a black and white world. "A very powerful genjutsu indeed," muttered Shinichi with a thoughtful look as he observed the surroundings. Then without a moment of delay, he immediately spoke to Fugaku. At $$% and. Fugaku was suspicious of Shinichi's words, and asked, "What you have said is position coordinate, right? And if I remember correctly, this position coordinate is located in the Land of Iron? What are trying to do by telling me this coordinate?" Shinichi replied, "I couldn't reveal it in the real world, so I chose this genjutsu world. The position coordinate I have revealed a moment ago is the place where the new secret base of the Akatsuki organization is located." "What?" Fugaku was shocked by Shinichi's words. "Why are you telling me the position coordinate of the new base of the Akatsuki organization?" asked Fugaku with a frown. He was a little stunned. After all, Shinichi's current action is practically betraying the Akatsuki organization, so Fugaku was taken aback and subconsciously stopped the invasion of yin-yang inside Shinichi. However, to Fugaku's question, Shinichi gave no reply. He remained silent and just shook his head. Given the circumstances he is in, Shinichi can only pass on the Akatsuki organization's intelligence through the medium of genjutsu while confronting the enemies, otherwise, his secret identity as a spy within the organization will be confirmed by white Zetsu clones that are monitoring him, which is something Shinichi doesn't want. As for the reason why Shinichi passed on this information to Fugaku and not others, it is very simple. Shinichi was unable to meet any other person who would act as a safe channel and pass on the information to Kuroto. Passing on Akatsuki's intelligence to Fugaku is equivalent to passing it to Uchiha Shisui, and Shisui would definitely inform Kuroto about such an important piece of intelligence. Although there is a certain risk factor involved in this approach because of the use of a second and third party that is acting as middleman, Shinichi must pass on such critical information regardless of the risk factor, as it might help Kuroto better plan out his next course of action against the Akatsuki organization. Moreover, using this approach would also help Kuroto better understand Shinichi's current situation within the Akatsuki organization. Seeing Shinichi's silence, Fugaku said, "It seems that you are not truly loyal to the Akatsuki organization. If so, then you will come back with me. As for your dissatisfaction with the clan and the village, this time I promise that I will not disappoint." However, before Fugaku could finish his words, Shinichi interrupted coldly, "Patriarch Sama, our views, intentions, and objectives differ. You have your consideration, and I have mine. No matter how much you try to persuade me, I will not be coming back. So, it's better to end this conversation here, because it would just be a waste of time for both of us." What Shinichi said this time is his true intention, and he doesn't plan on leaving the Akatsuki organization, at least, not anytime soon, and not without notifying Kuroto. The reason is that the more he stayed within the Akatsuki organization, the more he understood the depths of this terrorist organization whose primary objective is to bring peace to this shinobi world. Shinichi is not sure whether this so-called peace can be achieved or not, but what he understands is that lurking within the Akatsuki organization is extremely important, as it would allow him to keep tabs on them. Being able to detect and pass on the intelligence related to the horrendous plans of these lunatics to achieve their so-called peace is far more significant for the Uchiha clan, Konoha village, and the entire shinobi world, compared to going back to the clan with the patriarch and help him become Konoha's Hokage. This is what he has come to believe, and this is also the reason why Shinichi has never tried to explicitly come into contact with Kuroto ever since he was under suspicion. His identity as a spy may come in handy in the future at novel bin at. "Humph, you don't seem to understand your situation here, Shinichi." Fugaku snorted coldly, then continued after a pause, "Whether you can retreat from here or not, is not up to you. I am the one who decides it." As soon as Fugaku finished, the blacks and whites that have been stagnant started to invade Shinichi's body and started to blur his consciousness bit by bit. At first glance, Shinichi doesn't seem to be able to put up any resistance against the invasion of the black and whites. Aside from his consciousness, even his body in the Taikyakuza realm became modeled and slowly became part of this yin-yang prison world. At this time, Fugaku's voice sounded in the Taikyakuza realm, "You needn't worry, Shinichi, I won't be killing you. The cause of your defection also had the responsibility of the clan, so after we go back, I will personally talk Ha 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 ha." Before Fugaku could finish speaking, Shinichi, whose consciousness was blurry and mottled, suddenly laughed out loud, then without waiting for Fugaku to react, he immediately disappeared from the Taikyakuza plane. Fugaku was shocked. What the? Fugaku had expected various means that Shinichi would try to use in order to dispel Taikyakuza, but not this kind. There was no confrontation of visual prowess, no use of genjutsu, and nothing at all. Shinichi just straight up disappeared from the yin-yang plane as if he wasn't even here, to begin with. And this disappearance was so abrupt that Fugaku didn't even have the opportunity to stop Shinichi. No, to be more exact, Fugaku didn't even have the opportunity to notice the disappearance of Shinichi. And it was only after Shinichi had disappeared that Fugaku realized and reacted. Shocked at such a situation, Fugaku's consciousness quickly returned to the real world, and asked Shinichi, "How did you do it?" Shinichi smirked, "Don't forget, Patriarch Sama, you are not the only one here with Manjaku Sharinon." Fugaku nodded stiffly, "I see, so it is related to your Manjaku dojutsu." Shinichi nodded, "I suppose you can say so, so it would be best that you don't waste your chakra and visual prowess on trying to stop me, because whether you use a physical attack or a spiritual attack, nothing would work on me." After speaking so, Shinichi did not wait for Fugaku to react and quickly used body flicker jutsu to disappear from his position without hesitation. The information that had to be passed has been passed, so there is no longer any reason for him to stay here. On the other hand, the three elite Uchiha who were surrounding Shinichi along with Fugaku looked at each other, then at Fugaku, waiting for the Patriarch's order. "Patriarch, whether to pursue Shinichi or not." In response to the questioning gaze of the three elite Uchiha, Fugaku stood still, and remained silent for a while, then shook his head slightly. "No, there would be more Akatsuki members there, so the situation would become disadvantageous for just the four of us. Let him go this time." Fugaku's words silenced the three Uchiha elites, and they could only helplessly look in the direction Shinichi disappeared. While the 3 elite Uchiha were helpless, Fugaku thought, I hope I did not make any mistake by letting you escape the Taikyakuzo plane, then turned his head to look in the direction of the forest on the side. The other 3 Uchiha may not have noticed them, but Fugaku clearly sensed the presence of those non-human beings traveling through the earth and following after Shinichi. Fugaku noticed that these non-human beings have been following Shinichi and their squad ever since they left Konoha. Only now when Shinichi has retreated did the presence of these non-human beings traveling through the ground disappear. Initially, Fugaku thought that they were Shinichi's companions, so Fugaku was also vigilant against the sneak attack from them, but now that Shinichi has indirectly revealed several things, Fugaku can obviously guess and figure out a lot of things. Although those non-human beings are Shinichi's so-called companions from the Akatsuki organization, they are more like monitoring Shinichi's actions than simply assisting him in resisting the enemy. With this information alone, Fugaku was able to deduce a lot of things and acted as per those deductions. Of course, Shinichi being able to escape the Taikyakuzo plane was a surprise to Fugaku, but Shinichi being able to retreat from this place is because Fugaku allowed it. The reason is obviously that Fugaku wants to see what are Shinichi's true intentions. Moreover, after today's short confrontation with Shinichi, Fugaku has also confirmed one very important thing. And that one very important thing is that Shinichi neither holds animosity towards the Uchiha clan nor towards Konoha. This is primarily the main reason why Fugaku allowed him to retreat without any further confrontation after he managed to escape the yin-yang prison world. Well, let's wait and see, muttered Fugaku to himself as he recovered his thoughts, then said to the 3 Uchiha elites, let's go back. I am worried about the situation back in the village. Yes, Captain. The 3 Uchiha nodded, then rushed back towards the direction of the village. On Shinichi's side. After getting rid of the pursuit of Uchiha Fugaku as well as the 3 elites Uchiha, Shinichi traveled through the forest with a bitter expression as the pattern within his eyes returned back the 3 Tomo Sharinon state, which soon turned to black. Mangekyo Sharinon is a pair of cursed dojutsu that will eventually lead to blindness because of their power being sealed away with each use, was what Kuroto said to him a few years ago. Ever since Shinichi learned of this fact from Kuroto, he has always been prudent in his use of the Mangekyo Sharinon and has been protecting his visual prowess as much as possible, so that he can cope with any sort of emergency should the need arise where he will have to use everything he has. In short, Shinichi generally doesn't rely on the Mangekyo Sharinon dojutsu until he is pushed into the very corner and has been left with no other option. Precisely why the fact that he had to resort to using his Mangekyo Sharinon to intimidate Fugaku in order to get rid of the pursuit really makes Shinichi feel a little bitter in his heart. But no way, he had no other option. After all, Shinichi really didn't expect Fugaku to be hidden so deeply. It's really patriarch. The fact that Fugaku-sama has awakened the Mangekyo Sharinon shouldn't be known to anyone within the clan. At least, the elites following him were completely unaware. I don't know if Kuroto is aware of this information or not, thought Shinichi with a deep frown, then shook his head without much care, because Shinichi has a feeling that Kuroto should be aware of this information through Shisui. It doesn't really matter, this information doesn't have much to do with my mission, anyway, I was able to pass on the information that I wanted to, the rest is up to him, muttered Shinichi with a smile. But to be honest, it's really unbelievable, if I count, myself, Patriarch, Shisui, the fake Madara and Tsukii who most likely is the one playing the role of Amatsukami's Homuzubi. Currently the number of Uchiha who have awakened the Mangekyo Sharinon amounts to 5. This is perhaps the most glorious period of the Uchiha clan in its millennium-long history. Yet, the clan is still struggling with the village and fighting for the position of Konoha's Hokage, thought Shinichi with a sigh, then again shook his head and decided to not focus too deeply on this matter. After all, he doesn't really care much about the position of the Hokage, and if you ask him, there is perhaps only one candidate suitable for the position of Konoha's Hokage, but then again, it doesn't have anything to do with him, so he would neither comment on it nor would he express his opinion. But one thing to note is that Shinichi is aware of the fact that Uchiha Tsukii also possesses the Mangekyo Sharinon, despite the fact that he was never told about this information. As for how Shinichi knows that Uchiha Tsukii also possesses the Mangekyo Sharinon, the answer is relatively simple, he doesn't know, it's just his guess. Shinichi guessed that Uchiha Tsukii also has Mangekyo Sharinon due to several simple reasons. It happened only a few months ago, the fake Madara who returned from Kirigakure with new recruits relayed the information about Homuzubi's abilities and also the fact that she is a woman. At that time, Shinichi guessed that the Uchiha woman who plays Homuzubi is most likely Uchiha Tsukii. After all, Homuzubi and Uchiha Tsukii are related to Amatsukami and Hyuga Kuroto respectively, and Hyuga Kuroto happens to be the secret leader of the Amatsukami organization. At the same time, both Homuzubi and Uchiha Tsukii are women, so the two of them have to be one and the same person, and that is Uchiha Tsukii. Of course, not everyone can guess this information as easily as Shinichi did, because Uchiha Tsukii is officially dead, as she was killed by Shino. Shinichi knows that Tsukii did not die back then, but Shino died later, so it's simple for him to guess Homuzubi's true identity. Of course, Shinichi is also not yet aware of the fact that Uchiha Itachi has also awakened the Mangekyo Sharinon and also plays the role of the Homuzubi of the Amatsukami organization. But even if he knew this information, it wouldn't change his guess, because he is more than certain of his guess. Anyway, all that aside, among all the current known abilities of all the Manjikyo Sharinon users, my Manjikyo Sharinon abilities are really the best, trickiest, and the most practical ones, heh, muttered Shinichi with a smirk, as he thought about Hachiman and Nukasawame. Shinichi feels that his thought isn't wrong, because he has found that his Manjikyo abilities Hachiman and Nukasawame are really the most wonderful pair of abilities among all the known abilities. One allows him to fight at his peak state irrespective of any damage or injury that he takes on, while the other one allows him to retract back in time. With the combination of these two abilities, killing him is one of the most difficult tasks. This is also one of the reasons why Shinichi has always been carefree in the Akatsuki organization even if Akatsuki consists of several monstrous class shinobi. After all, nobody in the Akatsuki organization is capable of killing him. For the same reason, the fake Madara also doesn't take Shinichi lightly and has been using the white Zetsu clones to monitor his actions all the time. In the face of Shinichi's Nukasawame, which allows him to track back in time, even the fake Madara's space-time jutsu is not much effective. So, even if Shinichi is pulled inside the Kamui space, Shinichi can just use Nukasawame to track back in time and return to the shinobi world. Of course, this doesn't imply that Shinichi is capable of killing the fake Madara. The current Shinichi's visual prowess is limited, and he will be blinded if he overuses his eyes, which is not the case for the fake Madara who has Hashirama cells transplanted into his body. He is aware of this disadvantage of his, therefore, he has not turned his face from the fake Madara and has not declared open hostility against him. Shinichi knows that if a life and death battle were to break out between the two of them, Shinichi would be at a little disadvantage and might end up losing the battle, which is not something he would want. Anyway, putting all that aside, Shinichi retracted his many diverging thoughts and increased his speed. Before long, he arrived at one of the many predetermined retreat points. At the retreat point, Shinichi was surprised to find that only a single member of the Akatsuki organization was present there, and it was none other than Kakuzu. Kakuzu silently sat on a piece of a large rock, and seemed to be waiting for the arrival of the other members. Beside him were two tied-up, unconscious children. Huh? These two kids are at novel bin at. Looking at the two unconscious children, and more specifically, at the clan crest on their clothes, Shinichi frowned, then asked in a ridiculing tone, well now, are these two kids the Jinchuriki of Kuwabai? And are they both Jinchuriki of Kuwabai? As far as I knew, it was a blonde kid with blue eyes and whiskers on his face named Uzumaki Naruto. But clearly, none of them resembles any physical feature mentioned by Toby. You sure have done a perfect job, Kakuzu. Kakuzu didn't take Shinichi's ridicule to heart and replied lightly, the Jinchuriki of Kuwabai was accidentally taken away by Orochimaru. If I have to guess, Orochimaru's original target was this kid from the Uchiha clan who is now in our hands. After this matter is over, we can simply exchange our respective targets and the Jinchuriki of Kuwabai will be in our hands. While retreating from Konoha, Kakuzu deeply thought about Orochimaru's intentions and concluded that Orochimaru's original target was probably the kid from the Uchiha clan that was now in his hands, so he didn't bother anymore, and simply brought over the kid with him. Kakuzu doesn't believe that Orochimaru can control the power of the Kuwabai, so he should agree to the exchange. Anyway, the other party is only an Orochimaru. Can that snake still refuse a deal from the Akatsuki organization? After listening to Kakuzu's reasoning, Shinichi found it plausible and didn't say anything more. Instead, he focused his gaze on the two unconscious children, more specifically, on the pair of white eyes of the other kid, a kid from the Hyuga clan. Back to the main battlefield. Shisui had an extremely solemn face as he looked at Conan, Toby, and Nagato standing on the other side. The defeat of 5Kage has really shocked Shisui to his core. He doesn't know what happened to Sandaime-sama, and where he is currently, but Shisui knows that he cannot abandon those on this battlefield and prepared himself to fight to the death. No matter what happens, Shisui cannot allow Nagato to strip out the Sanbai and Hakusabi out of their Jinchuriki. Whoosh whoosh. As Shisui was racking his brain to find a possible solution that he can use to at least ensure the safety of Yagura and Killer Bee, suddenly, two figures appeared on the battlefield. The vigilant Shisui turned his head to look at the two figures who have just arrived on the battlefield, and his hanging heart finally couldn't help but be relieved. But contrary to Shisui's relief, as soon as the three members of the Akatsuki organization saw the arrival of these two figures, their faces changed. The indifferent Nagato's eyes shrank, expressionless Conan's face was filled with traces of fear, and as for Toby? Although Toby's expression was hard to deduce, one thing was certain. His head was filled with countless question marks as he really wanted to ask one very important question from the three people opposite to him. What does it feel like to poop? On the mountainous valley, the two figures who had just arrived on the battlefield stood quietly and didn't bother answering Toby's stupid question. The silence of these two people made the atmosphere solemn. Swish. The night breeze blew by, blowing the blades of grass, and fluttering the black cloaks of the two people. The rays of moonlight escaped through the gaps in the dark clouds in the sky and sprinkled on the figures of the two people, adding an indescribable breath to the two of them and giving them a sense of elusive mystery. The solemn and mysterious atmosphere of the two agitated Conan's heart. She took a step back subconsciously and whispered to Nagato, "Please be careful." Nagato. Conan has always believed that Nagato, who bears the Rinnegan Dojutsu, is the strongest shinobi in the world. However, in the presence of Yama, the mysterious leader of the Amatsukami organization, she can't help but feel afraid from the bottom of her heart. It is as if Yama is the natural nemesis of Nagato. Listening to Conan's worried tone, Nagato nodded earnestly and clenched his sweaty palms as he fixed his gaze on Yama's figure. In their last fight at a Megakure, Nagato was almost killed at the hands of Yama. The desperate situation back then is still deeply ingrained in his mind. The existence of the leader of a Matsukami standing before him really makes Nagato feel frightful and cautious. Even if Nagato is no longer what he used to be, even if his strength has increased by several dimensions since their last fight, the fear etched in his subconscious has still not diminished in the slightest. While Nagato and Conan were extremely nervous and dare not make the slightest move, at this time, Shisui, who was relieved by the arrival of Yama and Homusubi, tacitly retreated behind the figure of Yama. Of course, concerning his current identity as a Konoha shinobi, Shisui still kept a certain distance and did not get too close to Kuroto and Itachi, who were disguised as Yama and Homusubi of the Amatsukami. With this action of Shisui, a silent confrontation between the 6 people started. Kuroto, who was currently disguised as Yama, was also feeling the tremendous pressure coming from Nagato and the Gadomazo statue that stood behind Nagato, but he calmed his nerves and carefully examined the battlefield. Similar to Shisui, Yama too was shocked as he observed the state of the battlefield that was covered with trees and nearly 100 severely injured or dead shinobi of the 5 great shinobi villages, including the current Kaze Kage, Reikage, Mizu Kage, and Konoha Elder Advisor. Then Yama's gaze landed on the figure of Tobi, whom he did not expect to meet here on the current battlefield. As far as Yama knows, the white swirl patterned face Zetsu named Tobi is originally one of the earliest human victims of Atsutsuki Kagaya's infinite Tsukuyomi. He was tethered to the god tree over the course of several years until transforming into one of the Zetsu beings, and was ultimately stored within the Gadu statue, where he remained until the statue was summoned by Madara, and Black Zetsu then removed him from inside the statue and modified with Hashirama's DNA, leading Madara to believe that he is an imperfect clone of Hashirama similar to White Zetsu. Aside from all the roles that Tobi played in Madara and Black Zetsu's plans, one thing to note is that Tobi's individual strength is not good enough to be able to cause such a massacre on this battlefield. Although during the 4th Great Shinobi War, Tobi displayed the strength of a super kage, he did so by using Yamato/Tenzo's prowess to dramatically increase his own, and was able to take on several kage class as well as dozens of elite Jonin class shinobi. But that's the issue. In the canon, Tobi displayed Super Kage's level of battle prowess using Tenzo, but here Yama is quite clear that Tobi is not encasing around Tenzo, yet Tobi is able to display such a level of battle prowess? How exactly did he do this? Is it possible that Tobi is encasing someone else? But if so, then who? This doubt needs to be cleared, or else things would get troublesome in the future. Currently, Yama has no clear idea as to who is encased by Tobi, but it should be someone who can use Mokuton just like Tenzo. Regardless of how Tobi is able to display a Super Kage's level of strength at this point in time, his presence has at least dispelled Yama's doubts about the unknown variable that made him frown earlier. Now with this doubt out of the way, Yama finally fixed his gaze on Nagato. Just a casual look at him made Yama surprised to find that Nagato has completely changed since the last time he saw the other party. The current Nagato no longer has that pitiful, shriveled, and emaciated appearance like that of a dead twig on the verge of death, but has been restored to a healthy appearance of a young man, his body brimming with vitality and his white hair restored to its iconic bright red color of the Uzumaki lineage. Even the several black rods that were embedded in his back as well as the mechanical walker that he needed to control the Gadu statue are also no longer required. The current him can easily control the Gadumazo without any such problem. Although Yama had expected such a result considering the fact that Nagato dared to openly attack Konoha, however, the recovery of Nagato has exceeded Yama's expectations. In fact, not only has Nagato fully recovered, but his strength has also grown to an unfathomable degree, much higher than what Yama had expected. If Yama were to be placed in Nagato's situation, he doesn't really have the confidence to be able to recover so much in such less time, at novel bin at. Damn it, at this rate, Nagato might have even surpassed the current me, thought Yama with a nervous expression. In fact, this is still not so much of a surprise. After all, Nagato too is one of the children of the prophecy, and there is no clear knowledge about where exactly his upper limits lie. Even in the canon, similar to Itachi, Nagato was never truly defeated by Naruto but instead was moved by Naruto's painful past, and especially by Naruto's ideology that was quite similar to that of his late sensei Jiraiya and his friend Yahiko, as a result of which he pinned all his hopes on Naruto, and resolutely chose to sacrifice himself. At the moment when Nagato chose to sacrifice himself, he was far from reaching his true limits, because if that were not the case, then it would have been impossible for him to use the ability of the outer path to resurrect thousands of dead Konoha shinobi at once. We must not forget that in the shinobi world, resurrecting the dead in the truest sense is actually a very, very difficult task. Except for one of the outer path's abilities of the Rinnegan, that is Gado, Rine Tensei no Jutsu, only Tsunagakure's elder chose Forbidden Jutsu Kisho Tensei, Kusagakure's Ryazetsu's Keki-I Genkai that allows her to use the secret Jutsu Ryame Tensei, and Mount Mayaboku's special seal tag instilled with great sage power refined over the centuries is capable of resurrecting the dead. If we assume that bringing the dead back to life, that is, the resurrection of the dead is an equivalent exchange, then whether it is Gado, Rine Tensei no Jutsu, Kisho Tensei, Ryame Tensei, or Mount Mayaboku's special seal tag instilled with great sage power, each of these jutsus is based on equivalent exchange. Elder Cho of Tsunagakuwa resurrected Gaara at the cost of her life, Ryazetsu saved Naruto's life at the cost of her own life, and Hagi Oromo was able to bring his younger brother Hamura back to life at the cost of Mount Myaboku's special seal tag. From these few examples we can indeed confirm that the resurrection of dead ones is a process of equivalent exchange, which means, Nagato had enough value to resurrect thousands of people, or in better words, even the emaciated and shriveled Nagato had enough chakra and vitality to be able to resurrect thousands of dead Konoha shinobi, which clearly shows just how much of a monster Nagato truly was in the canon. So, it wouldn't be wrong to say that if Naruto hadn't been able to use his talk no jutsu on Nagato and moved the heart of the other party, and if no other greater power had intervened at that time, then the Jinchuriki of Kyuubi, Uzumaki Naruto would have been no match for Nagato and would have been easily caught by the Akatsuki organization. This point was later proved by Edo Tensei Nagato, who single-handedly crushed both KCM Naruto and Killer Bee without any ability to resist or fight back. If hadn't been for Itachi to be able to break free of Kabuto's control using the pre-transcripted Koda Amatsukami, and then seal Nagato using the Sword of Totsuka, the outcome of the Fourth Great Shinobi World War would have been something else entirely. Therefore, where exactly do Nagato's upper limits lie, Yama cannot guess. Is the effect of Hashirama cell transplantation on the Uzumaki clansmen so good? This thought suddenly appeared in Yama's mind. But the answer to this question is already known to Yama. It's not just the Uzumaki descent of Nagato that resulted in such tremendous growth, the existence of Madara's Rinnegan in Nagato's eye sockets, as well as the presence of Gedomazo, have helped him in such a terrifying growth. Most importantly, it is the fusion of yin-yang chakra in Nagato's body that has resulted in such monstrous growth. While Yama was thinking about various things, the space next to Nagato distorted spirally, out of which the figure of Tomo-masked DMS Obito appeared on the battlefield. As for Zetsu, although he did not appear on the battlefield directly, Yama could still see his presence not too far away. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At the same time, with the sound of breaking through the wind, several more figures also appeared on the battlefield. The first person to appear was none other than Sandaime Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was wearing his black battle suit and holding his adamantine staff. From his appearance, although Sandaime Hokage looked a little tired, he didn't seem to have suffered any significant injuries. Of course, Sandaime Hokage was not alone, he was closely followed by Sunin Jiraiya and Sunin Tsunade. And just as 3 Cage-class shinobi from Konoha appeared on the battlefield, the figures of Sandaime Tsuchikage Oniki and his son Kitsuke also flew over. Of course, both Oniki and Kitsuke did not land on the battlefield directly but floated in the air at a moderate distance from the members of Akatsuki and Amatsukami, such that they can both intervene in the battlefield and also retreat from the battlefield depending on how the situation progresses and the flow of battle changes. Of course, neither Nagato nor Yama, who were engaged in a silent confrontation, paid much attention to the arrival of these 5 people and completely ignored them because both of them knows that their arrival wouldn't really change the situation. With the arrival of Sandaime Hokage and Sandaime Tsuchikage, both Shisui and Itachi disguised as Homuzubi breathed a sigh of relief. It's not that the two of them expect Sandaime Hokage or Sandaime Tsuchikage to be able to help in the battle, they are just relieved that these 2 Kage are still alive. When the two of them saw the tragic situation of the Godame Kaze Kage, Yondaime Reikage, and Yondaime Mizu Kage, as well as what had happened to the Yondaime Kaze Kage last time at the War of the Best, both of them were really worried about the situation of the Sandaime Hokage and Sandaime Tsuchikage and thought that perhaps the two of them have been secretly killed by other members of the Akatsuki organization. After all, both of them were missing at the same time. But now that they have personally confirmed that that's not the case, and both Sandaime Hokage and Tsuchikage are safe, both Shisui and Homuzubi are really relieved. In fact, Sandaime Hokage did not even participate in the previous battle of Gokage v/S Akatsuki, nor did he fight against any other member of the Akatsuki organization. Of course, this does not mean that he had no intention of joining any battle. Truth be told, Sandaime Hokage had every intention of joining the Gokage v/S Nagato battle and was eagerly waiting for the message from Yamanaka Inoichi to arrive while presiding over all the ongoing battles in the village from the roof of Hokage building. But before he could receive any message from Yamanaka Inoichi about the hidden location of Nagato, Sandaime Hokage, who was standing on the roof of the Hokage building, suddenly discovered the figure of Tendo Pain floating above the sky of Konoha. Initially, he was confused about what Tendo Pain wanted to do and assumed that perhaps Tendo Pain was observing the situation in the village, but after receiving several messages about the abrupt evacuation of all the Akatsuki members from the village at the same time, Sandaime Hokage immediately realized the abnormality of the situation. Although he didn't know what exactly Tendo Pain wanted to do, he at least understood that it would not be a good thing. So, immediately, Sandaime Hokage used all the chakra he could muster to cast several Earth-style defensive jutsu in order to protect the key areas of the village, including all the refugee shelters, Hokage Building, Umbu Base, Intelligence Base, Konoha Hospital, Konoha Academy, as well as several other important locations from Tendo Pain's Super Shinra Tensei. With the timely action, Sandaime Hokage did manage to negate the damage at these places to the bare minimum. However, he himself was not lucky enough and directly bore the impact of Tendo Pain's Super Shinra Tensei, as a result of which, he along with the entire Hokage building was completely crushed and buried deep into the rubble. Because of directly bearing the impact of Tendo Pain's Super Shinra Tensei and because of heavy chakra consumption at the time of using defensive earth-style jutsu, coupled with his old age, he lost consciousness and was unable to come out of the rubble. It was only after the battle inside the village had ended and all the foreign parties had retreated that Jiraiya and Tsunade, who were worried about Sandaime, found and rescued him from the pile of rubble. After Sandaime was rescued and regained consciousness, he was told the intelligence that the four Kage, as well as Elder Hamura, along with several dozens of shinobi, had already secretly left the village to kill the leader of the Akatsuki organization. As soon as he learned this piece of intelligence, he simply instructed Elder Koharu to preside over the situation in the village, then immediately rushed towards the outer battlefield while completely ignoring his own chakra exhaustion and injuries. It was only thanks to the treatment given by Tsunade while rushing here that Sandaime Hokage's injuries had recovered and his chakra reserves were also restored at Novel Bin At. For Sandaime Hokage, the destruction of the village is already an established and irreversible fact. Although he is deeply angered and saddened at what has happened to the village, he knows that he cannot change what has already happened. But even then, if the Akatsuki organization that threatens the peace of the shinobi world can be eliminated once and for all at the cost of one-time destruction of Konoha village, then he is willing to clench his teeth, harden his heart and bear such a cost. Therefore, regardless of the situation in the village, and without any care for his own injuries, he rushed towards the outer battlefield in order to provide whatever support he can so that they can completely eliminate the threat of the Akatsuki organization. When he was rushing here, Sandaime Hokage had imagined all sorts of scenarios that he might end up facing, and also thought up their respective countermeasures so as to cope with those scenarios, but never did he expect to face such a scene upon arriving here and was deeply stunned. Watching dozens of elite jonins lying dead or injured on the messy battlefield, watching Yondaime Mizukage Karatachi Yagura, and Killer Bee, the two perfect Jinchuriki lying injured and being stripped of their respective Baijuyu, watching the Yondaime Reikage, and the Godaime Kazekage lying injured and unconscious in the pool of their own blood, and watching Uzumaki Nagato, the leader of the Akatsuki organization, as well as the three other Akatsuki members including the masked man who claimed to be Uchiha Madara, Conan, and Toby standing completely unharmed despite facing all these people. Sandaime Hokage finally realized that he had really underestimated the threat of the Akatsuki organization. As a result, everything he did was completely meaningless. All the planning and strategizing he did to catch the Akatsuki organization in the carefully woven trap in order to completely eliminate it once and for all with a thunderous strike resulted in a complete failure. And after everything that has happened tonight, the one who was truly defeated was not the Akatsuki organization and Nagato, but Konoha village and him. Such a reality really made Sandaime Hokage feel desperate for the first time, and he can't help but clench his fist at his own weakness and inability to protect the village. But at the end of the day, he can only sigh and look at the figure of Yama with the hope that the leader of Amatsukami protects the village. And while Sandaime Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was helpless, Sandaime Tsuchikage Oniki, who was also floating in the sky, looked at the battlefield. Previously he too participated in the battle to eliminate Uzumaki Nagato, the leader of Akatsuki, but their company couldn't even get past Toby, who alone crushed them all. It was only thanks to his experience and cautiousness that he soon realized the difference in the strength of the two sides, and barely escaped at the last moment under the cover of several Uegaku shinobi. Had it not been for the fact that the leader of Amatsukami decided to take action in order to stop the Akatsuki organization and Sandaime Hokage came to the battlefield along with Toad Sunin Jiraiya and Tsunade Haim, he really wouldn't dare to return to the battlefield, because he is more than clear that it is suicidal. To be honest, Tsuchikage Oniki's current mook is quite complicated. Although he doesn't know how strong the leader of the Akatsuki organization is, based on the strength that Toby has shown previously, and also based on his own personal experience of the shinobi world, he knows that once he intervenes in the battle, he is likely to die. Moreover, Oniki also has a feeling that if the 5 great shinobi villages do not take advantage of this opportunity brought by the intervention of Amatsukami, then perhaps there would no chance to defeat the Akatsuki organization in the future. Although this is his gut feeling, such a reality is still very hard for him to accept, who has been used to controlling the flow of the events of the shinobi world as the leader of one of the 5 great shinobi villages. With such helplessness, Oniki can't help but look at the pair of ripple-patterned dojutsu in the eye sockets of Nagato and think, are those the Rinnegan eyes? The eyes of Rakudo Sennin? And is the leader of Amatsukami really stronger than the leader of Akatsuki? Can Yama really defeat the Rinnegan bearer Nagato? With this doubt in his mind, Oniki shifted his haze on the body of Yama. This is the first time he has seen the figure of the mysterious leader of the enigmatic Amatsukami organization that has earned such high prestige in the shinobi world. Oniki doesn't know exactly how strong Yama is, but based on the fact that Yama seems to be able to calmly bear the pressure exuded by Nagato, is still easy to assume that the strength of Yama is also unfathomable. Although Oniki doesn't want to admit it, even he has realized that the only force capable of fighting against the threat of the Akatsuki organization is the Amatsukami organization, not any of the 5 great shinobi villages. Obviously, Oniki wasn't the only person with such a train of thought, others too had such a thought in their minds. In fact, at this moment, the gazes of all the people, including all the members of the Akatsuki organization present here, were consciously or subconsciously converged on Yama's figure. This is because no one could guess what exactly is Yama thinking and what kind of move will he make to defeat Nagato. Don't look at me like that. Even I have no confidence of winning against the current Nagato. No, it's better to say that winning against the current Nagato is almost impossible, muttered Yama inwardly as he felt everyone's expectant gazes upon him. Of course, he just muttered this to himself and did not say it out loud, but even if he did not say it out loud, this does not mean Yama is not clear about his own situation at novel bin at. On the surface, he, as the leader of Amatsukami, seemed to be extremely calm and indifferent when facing Nagato, giving everyone a sense of oppression and reassurance, but only Yama knows that that's not the case at all. Yama is quite clear about the situation, and if it is up to him, he really doesn't want to fight. Just standing in front of Nagato, Yama can feel the difference in their strength. Even the difference in their visual prowess is already obvious. What's more, Yama has also sealed a part of his Tenseigan visual prowess inside Yui using the transcription seal. At the same time, Ryua Mayako/Toyota Maheim is also not with him but is with the shadow clone in the village, so Yama is obviously not at his peak state here, and can't go all out. In such a state, if he were to still make any move, neither will he be able to kill Nagato, nor will he be able to seriously injure him, as a result of which, even the deterrence effect against Nagato will be gone. To be perfectly honest, if it weren't for the fact that Gadomazo was sucking out the Baijuyu chakra out of Yagura and Killer Bee, Yama didn't even want to stay here for a single extra second. But no way, he has no other option. The Akatsuki organization captured the Jinchuriki of Nibi a few months back during the War of the Best at Omegakure, which means that they already have Nibi under their control. If they are now allowed to capture Sanbai and Hakusabi as well, then it probably wouldn't even take them a month to capture the other Baijuyu as well. And if this were to happen, then the next thing Yama would end up facing would either be Juobi running amok around the shinobi world under Nagato's control, destroying any nation who opposes them, as a result, maintaining a fragile nuclear peace, or Shinju under Obito, Madara, or Kagaya's control where all living beings would be hung on to the Shinju. Either way, the situation progressed, and it wouldn't be conducive to Yama's ultimate goals. As a result, he has no other option but to stop Nagato or at least delay Nagato and Akatsuki from collecting the 9 Baijuyu. So, despite being in a disadvantageous situation, Yama has to make his stand here as a deterrence against the Akatsuki. Moreover, he can't just remain standing quietly, else Nagato and Obito would become clear about Yama's disadvantageous situation and who knows what they would then. So gritting his teeth, Yama stepped forward, and said in a regrettable tone, "It seems I shouldn't have allowed you to escape last time." The moment Yama took a step forward, Nagato's nerves tightened, but he calmed himself, and said in a cold tone, "Maybe, your mistake, this time wouldn't be the same as the last time. The current me is different from before." "Are you now?" muttered Yama, then tilted his head to the side, and asked disdainfully, "How different are you? Have you grown more arrogant? Or have you completely lost yourself to power? But even then, what about it? What difference does it make?" Nagato's face became grim. "You can find out for yourself." This time the result would be completely opposite. As soon as Nagato said so, Yama became silent. The words Yama said just now were actually just a small temptation to figure out Nagato's attitude and confidence. Yama speculated that since Nagato is currently absorbing 2 Baijuyu from their respective Jinchuriki at the same time, so he shouldn't be too confident, as doing so should be a little burdensome for him. But from Nagato's attitude, it seems that he is really eager to fight him. Moreover, Yama's tentative words that expressed his own self-righteousness and disdain towards him really angered Nagato. So, Nagato is more eager to defeat Yama. Of course, Nagato's uncharacteristic response surprised Conan and Madara. They know Nagato for being a cold and indifferent person and didn't expect that just a few taunting words from Yama would make Nagato lose his cool. Seeing that Nagato has lost his cool, and was about to recklessly make an attack against Yama, Madara stopped him. "Nagato, don't be impulsive." Madara's act of stopping him made Nagato frown. He looked at Madara with a questioning gaze, and asked, "What are you doing, Madara?" Madara shook his head slightly, and whispered lightly, "Don't act rashly. Amatsukami's Fujin, Homuzubi, and Sujin should still be hidden nearby, waiting for the perfect opportunity to take action against us. Tonight's main objective was to destroy Konoha, defeat the Gokage, and capture our target. We have accomplished almost all of them. We aren't yet ready to start an all-out war against the Amatsukami. So, it's best if we retreat here." Madara's words calmed Nagato's face condensed, especially at the mention of Fujin. Nagato is quite clear about Fujin's strength. After all, Fujin is strong enough to not only defeat Hiriko but also threaten the existence of Tendo Pain, which is really outrageous. Therefore, Nagato had to really think about what Madara said, and consider it again. When Conan heard Madara, she was slightly puzzled, and asked, "How can Homuzubi be hidden? Isn't Homuzubi standing in front of us?" Faced with Conan's question, Obito's face under the ripple-patterned Tomo mask was quite uncomfortable, and replied with a bitter expression, "It appears that there are 2 individuals in Amatsukami with the same Homuzubi code name, and both of them have awakened the Mangekyou Sharinon. The one standing before is different. I am talking about the female Homuzubi. She should still be hidden somewhere." Shinobi are capable of disguising everything, including their body structure, appearance, age, voice, and even gender. However, the color of Susanoo, which is the manifestation of one's chakra dominated by mental energy, cannot be disguised by any means. The color of one's Susanoo upon the awakening of Manjikyu Sharinon will be fixed, and not changed under any circumstances. Madara clearly remembers that the color of Homusubi's Susanoo at the time she fought against him at Kurigaku was golden, but the Susanoo of Homusubi who sneaked attacked, and almost sealed him inside the sword of Totsuka, and currently standing in front of them is crimson red. Although, Madara considered the possibility of this change in Susanoo's color as a result of acquiring Sword of Totsuka, upon rethinking it deeply, and consulting it with Setsu, Madara denied this possibility. Since the color of Susanoo cannot be changed, so the only possibility that remains is that these are two different people? So, Madara inferred that perhaps a Matsukami has two Uchiha clansmen who have awakened the Manjikyu Sharinon, one male, and one female. Although, such a fact is hard to accept even for Madara, and he can't figure out why would Uchiha clansmen who have awakened Manjikyu Sharinon chose to betray their clan and join the Amatsukami organization. The facts are right in front of him, so no matter how much he wants to deny it, he still has to accept such a reality. Therefore, although uncomfortable mentioning it, Madara still reminded Nagato about this information. Two Homusubi? Are you sure, Madara? Conan's face grew more worried after hearing this information from Madara. Madara nodded, and continued to persuade Nagato, this is not all. The Homusubi standing in front of us holds a spiritual artifact called Sword of Totsuka. It's an ethereal weapon with an enchanted blade capable of sealing its targets. Those who are stabbed by this sword are drawn into the jar and trapped in a genjutsu-like world of drunken dreams for all eternity. Even I was almost sealed inside the Sword of Totsuka not long ago, and barely managed to escape using a secret Uchiha jutsu and my vast experience. But there's no telling if that method would work again. Therefore, when fighting against a Matsukami we would have to be cautious of Homusubi too. So, it's best that we don't act rashly, and withdraw now that we have completed our objective. Now is not the time to start a full-scale war against a Matsukami. Moreover, we are not yet ready for such an all-out war. After hearing this piece of intelligence of Homusubi from Madara, Conan felt that a Matsukami was more dangerous, and she too stepped forward to persuade Nagato, Nagato, please don't. You are currently absorbing 2 Baijuyo inside Gadomazo, and even if you say that it's not too burdensome, it will still hold you back if you fight against Yama, so it's best that we don't actively seek conflict with a Matsukami. We should retreat with Sanbai and Hakusubi in our hands. If we retreat now, we will have 3 Baijuyu in our hands, and then we can passively continue to collect the remaining 6 Baijuyu one by one using various means and planning. After all, a Matsukami, or more specifically, Yama can't always come to the rescue of the 5 great shinobi villages, right? In this manner, sooner or later we will be able to collect all the 9 Baijuyu, and after we have all the 9 Baijuyu and revive Jubi, then whether it is Yama, a Matsukami, or the 5 great nations, none of them would be able to threaten us. Listening to the reasoning of Conan and Madara, the cold and indifferent Nagato fell into a deep thoughtful look. On Yama's side, as he saw Madara and Conan trying to stop Nagato with sensible reasoning that sounded plausible enough, he can't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and really hoped that Madara and Conan can persuade Nagato to retreat this time so that Yama doesn't really have to fight it out with Nagato to the end. But it's a pity that even if what Madara and Conan said was perfectly reasonable, they still failed to persuade Nagato. After Madara told Nagato the intelligence about the abilities of Homusubi present in front of them, as well as the possibility of the other members of a Matsukami, including the second Homusubi, Fujin, as well as Sujin who might still be hiding nearby and waiting for the perfect opportunity to make a sneak attack on them, although a solemn and vigilant expression appeared on Nagato's face, as he looked at Yama and Homusubi. However, there were still no signs or intentions of backing down. From this fight, it can clearly be said that even the persuasion of Madara and Conan did not shake Nagato's confidence in being able to win against Yama. In fact, Madara, himself, really couldn't figure out why exactly was Nagato so eager to fight Yama despite their passive situation considering the current circumstances, and looked at him with a thoughtful expression. Is it possible that Nagato has awakened something that would give him unrivaled confidence? Looking at eager Nagato, Madara felt that perhaps his guess is indeed correct, and thought to himself with a resolute expression, if it is as I guessed, then I need to at least know what exactly has Nagato awakened so as to be able to prepare corresponding countermeasures against that something too. And while Madara was trying to figure out what that something is and thinking up countermeasures against that something, the unaware Nagato looked at Yama with war intentions. If it was Nagato from before, he might have really agreed with Madara and Conan and immediately retreated just after capturing Sanbai and Hakusubi's Jinchuriki. This is because, even if has the Rinnegan, reputed to be the most exalted eye amongst the 3 great dojutsu, the eyes of Rakudo Sennin himself, not only helped him in learning the basics of the yin-yang release but also allowed him to blur the boundary of life and death to a certain extent. Nagato never truly forgot that Rinnegan is not only his greatest weapon that can crush all his enemies, it is also his greatest restriction that can crush him too. Although he has had the Rinnegan ever since the death of his parents and awakened it following his friend Yahiko's sacrifice, however, because his yang chakra has never been strong enough, Nagato was never able to display the true potential of these eyes of the gods. And perhaps it was because of the psychological resistance of power that is too strong, or maybe fear of losing himself to this exhilarating rush of power. Nagato, himself, never dared to explore the true potential of these eyes of the gods. But this all changed after the War of the Best at Omegakure. Because of his serious injuries, Nagato had no choice but to follow Madara and Zetsu's advice and transplanted Hashirama cells. After the successful transplantation of Hashirama cells, the yin characteristic in Nagato's body underwent both qualitative and quantitative improvement, because of which, the yin-yang balance in his body stabilized and entered a harmonized state. Overall, it not only strengthened his basic strength, giving him a better and stronger sage physique quite similar to Senju Hashirama himself, but also presented him with the opportunity to explore and bring out the true potential of these eyes of the gods. At the same time, because of the existence of Yama that threatened him and his goals, Nagato neither had any more psychological resistance to power that is too strong, nor did he care about losing himself to power. In fact, he needed to be so strong that all his enemies became helpless in front of him. So, Nagato actively decided to use this presented opportunity and started to explore the true potential of these eyes of the gods. As a result, not only did his mastery over yin-yang release improve, but his understanding of the Rinnegan and its various techniques also reached a whole new realm. Among these, the best thing that happened is that he was able to master several new Rinnegan jutsu, new jutsu, and powerful Rinnegan jutsu that have always been present there, but he was neither aware of them nor was he able to master them up until some time ago. And now that he has mastered these new Rinnegan jutsus, Nagato is confident to be able to defeat Yama, while still remaining unscathed. Therefore, Nagato looked eager to fight against Yama. His intentions were clearly perceivable from the faint yet heart-palpating chakra fluctuations that covered the entire battlefield. Perceiving Nagato's intentions, Yama's expression shrank, and he can't help but scream inwardly, "Damn it Nagato, just retreat already, will you? Why do you want to fight against me so much? What good will come from our fight?" Of course, these thoughts of Yama were only known to him and nobody else on the battlefield. For Yama, who has the Tenseigan, perceiving that the opponent's strength is higher than his is not that difficult of a task. In fact, he can do so without even the need to rely on the Tenseigan, and because he knows the difference in their strength, so he also knows that winning this battle is not possible for him. This is exactly why he doesn't want to fight against Nagato at this time. After all, even their last battle at Omegakure wasn't a definitive win for Yama and resulted in somewhat of a draw, or perhaps in mutual defeat, where Yama wounded the enemy by 1,000 points and suffered 800 points of injury himself. If it weren't for his excellent bluffing skills that not only fooled Nagato, Madara, and Zetsu but also the other people present on the battlefield at that time, the end result of the War of the Best at Omegakure might have been something completely different. In fact, it might even be hard to say which side would be the first one to retreat from the battlefield. Of course, Yama also understands that even if he has excellent acting skills, he can't always bluff his way out, but Yama had still hoped to delay this at a later date. But it appears that that's not a possibility anymore, as Nagato is really determined to fight this time. Although a little doubtful, Yama also considered the possibility that one of the reasons for such an ardent determination of Nagato is that Nagato, who has the Rinnegan, might have also seen through the difference in their respective strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so ardent. Damn it, damn it, damn it, if only I had managed to combine my Sennin mode with my Tenseigan chakra mode. If I had managed to do that, then I would have had the strength to defeat Nagato, but unfortunately, I am unable to do so at this stage, thought Yama with a regrettable expression. But there is no medicine for regret in this world, so although helpless, Yama can only sigh and think of some other method that he can use to defeat Nagato. And while Yama started to ponder over all his options, Itachi, who was disguised as Homusubi, felt something wrong with the situation, and immediately a worried expression appeared on his face. Although Homusubi has very high confidence in Yama, he can't help but get worried because of the what-if possibility. After all, the chakra fluctuations emitting from the leader of the Akatsuki organization are really heart-palpating and even made him, an extremely calm-hearted individual, feel frightened to the core. Homusubi never thought that a shinobi could be so strong. Such a level of unfathomable strength reminds him of the legendary tales of the god of shinobi, Senju Hashirama. And Homusubi is not certain whether Yama can defeat such an enemy, therefore, he can't help but feel uneasy. Shisui's forehead and back were also covered with cold sweat because he too realizes the danger of Nagato. Shisui is different from the others in regards to the fact that his Nikomata Sennin mode gives him unusually high perception, therefore, he has a better understanding of the depths of Nagato's strength. At the same time, because of being able to sense natural energy, Shisui is also able to sense and feel the life energy exuded from the Gadu statue standing behind Nagato. Such a thing being in the hands of someone like Nagato is really synonymous with destruction for the entire shinobi world, so he can't help but feel uneasy too. And while Homusubi and Shisui were feeling uneasy, the gaze of everyone else jumped back and forth between Yama and Nagato. Influenced by the oppressive and gloomy atmosphere, others started to lose their judgment and slowly started to get anxious. Of course, unlike others, Sandaime Hokage was not so confused. After all, he is different from everyone else, as he has personally experienced all kinds of events in the shinobi world. Sarutobi Hiruzen has not only presided over the situation of the shinobi world over several decades but has also witnessed the peak strength of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Those jutsus that could travel all the way to the other shore, and those cloud-towering and earth-splitting moves are not something he can ever forget in his life. Novel bin Adat. Standing here, Sarutobi Hiruzen saw that the leader of the Akatsuki organization, although has a solemn and vigilant expression, is determined to fight it out with Yama, while the leader of the Amatsukami organization, although appears to be calm and confident, however, is hesitant, and does not seem to want to confront Nagato for some reason. This observation of his made him understand that the situation might be even more passive for their side than he had initially judged, which only increased his worry and guilt. At the same time, Jiraiya also stared at the opposite Nagato with a dazed expression. Although the appearance of Nagato standing on the other side is similar to the Nagato in his impression, however, Nagato in his impression was a confused and troubled child who wanted to protect Yahiko and Conan, sought peace more than anything, wanted to find a way to get rid of the cycle of hatred and also had the power to believe in that possibility. But, the Nagato currently standing in front of him is completely indifferent towards such things. And Jiraiya has no one but himself to blame for such a change in Nagato. Had Jiraiya stayed in a megakure and not left the three young kids to their own devices, perhaps the result might have been something different. And the worst thing about all this is that he doesn't even have the power to stop Nagato's actions, so there is another round of guilt and self-blame. But there is no crying over the spilt milk, so blame himself all he can, it would change nothing. At this time, Nagato slowly raised his right hand and while pointing his index finger towards Yama, he said coldly, "The future of this shinobi world will be decided here and now between you and me. No matter what you try, you cannot avoid it. I will not allow you to avoid it." Yama didn't answer, or more like he couldn't answer as he was using all of his brain cells to figure out something that would let him get past this predicament. Seeing Yama silent, Nagato, who is usually not very talkative, continued, "Although your mask hinders me from figuring much about you, I can at least feel that just like me you are also a dojutsu user. Even if I don't know what kind of dojutsu you have, I can still feel your visual prowess. And, you don't need to deny that the visual prowess of my Rinnegan is higher than visual prowess of your dojutsu." As soon as Nagato said so, Yama squinted his eyes slightly, but did not give any definitive answer to any of Nagato's assumptions. Even if in his heart Yama knew that Nagato is indeed right, he did not acknowledge it out in the open. But Yama understood that he has been cornered now, and started to consider the possibility of making a major breakthrough under such heavy pressure. He also knows that it isn't strange for certain people to make a major breakthrough under heavy pressure, especially when they are driven to a corner and left with no option. As the saying goes, even a cornered rat will bite a cat. And Yama can only hope that he is also one such individual, at novel bin at. As for the option of turning around and running away, it's not that he did not consider this possibility, he did consider it but immediately denied it. The reason why he denied this possibility is not something so foolish or naive as only cowards run away, and I am not a coward. No, Yama would never act or believe in something so foolish and naive. The only reason he denied the thought of running away is that if he were to run away now, then the invincible image of Amatsukami in the hearts of everyone would collapse, which would mean that all the hard work he has done up until now to build this invincible image of Amatsukami in the hearts of others would go to waste, and Yama can't have that, not if he can help it. Moreover, if the invincible image of Amatsukami is collapsed, then the unbridled Akatsuki organization would become even more wanton and will be easily able to collect all the 9 Baijuyo with no one to stop or oppose them, which would only speed up the resurrection of Juobi and the events following that. But Yama can't allow the Juobi or Shinju to come to the stage at this point, as it will be non-conducive to his own plans. Therefore, no matter what, Yama can't allow Nagato or the Akatsuki organization to continue collecting the Baijuyu. Even if Yama can't stop Nagato, he must at least find a way to delay Nagato's plans, so that he and the shinobi world can have enough time to prepare corresponding countermeasures. Of course, it's not that Yama has no way to defeat or stop Nagato, he has it, it's just that he has not managed to successfully learn that method, at least not yet, therefore, it's sort of useless. But now that he has been driven to a corner, he has no choice but to do everything he can to turn that useless into useful. As such, Yama again used every bit of his brain cell to carry out all sorts of calculations, and tried to figure out a way to somehow combine his Sennin mode with his Tenseigan chakra mode. Yes, combining his Sennin mode with his Tenseigan chakra mode? Combining his Sennin mode and his Tenseigan chakra mode to give birth to an all-new chakra mode is the only thing he can think of at this point that would give him enough strength to defeat Nagato. And Yama is certainly confident that as long as he can combine these two modes, he can outright crush Nagato. Of course, this is only possible if he can do it, and he must do it. Now with a clear objective in his mind, Yama tried to think up a way to really do it. But the moment Yama started to think of a method to combine the two modes, Nagato took another step forward and after walking out of the protection of Gadomazo, he questioned in a deep tone of voice, "Could it be, you are afraid of me?" Following Nagato's question, Gadomazo standing behind Nagato let out a heart-palpating roar. At the same time, an intense pressure descended upon the battlefield. Cracks appeared all over the ground and stormy winds started to rage all over the battlefield. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. At this rate he wouldn't even give me enough time to make a breakthrough. Yama cursed inwardly and was now in a real panicked and hopeless state. What do I do? What should I do? What can I do? The moment Yama's thoughts started to become muddled and panicked, the dark clouds that have been covering the battlefield in an oppressive atmosphere up until now suddenly dispersed. As soon as the gloomy dark clouds dispersed, silver moonlight sprinkled on the earth and illuminated the dim and dark battlefield into an elusive state. White and black, light and dark, sharp and soft, such a combination appeared on the battlefield, and it was painful yet beautiful, simply as that of an illusion. When the silvery moonlight fell upon Yama's figure, all his muddled thoughts suddenly disappeared, and a faint smile appeared on his face as he looked at the unusually close bright moon in the starry night sky. The appearance of the moon also made Yama realize that he still has a trump card that can reverse the state of the battlefield, and can't help but think, it's been a few years already since the previous incident. Those old people of the last generation of the Akatsuki clan on the moon should have relaxed their vigilance by now, right? The more Yama thought about it, the brighter and the more obvious his smile became. Of course, because he was wearing the Yama mask, so this smile was not visible to anyone. Anyhow, it has been more than 4 years since Yama's Tenseigan resonated with the giant Tenseigan on the moon. After that accidentally coincidental incident, those old fellows of the Akatsuki clan on the moon were extremely vigilant for a while and used the giant Tenseigan on the moon to search the shinobi world of the earth from time to time, trying to investigate the specific cause responsible for such an unusual occurring. Yama, who also has the Tenseigan and Hamura's chakra flowing in him, was always able to perceive all their attempts and chose to decisively cut off the connection between his own Tenseigan and the giant Tenseigan on the moon. Of course, he didn't stop just there. He also made sure to lay low during those times by shielding his own chakra fluctuations and didn't even dare to use his own Tenseigan at those times, all for the sake of avoiding being perceived by those old yet arrogant radicals in any manner possible. Yama's efforts obviously bore fruits, and despite all their search, they were unable to find anything that would give them an answer for such an unusual occurrence. With the passage of time, the frequency of their search of the cause became less and finally stopped about 18 months ago, which really made Yama take a relieved breath. Maybe it was because no matter how much they tried, it gave no result except for more and more speculations and assumptions with no substantive proof and no definitive answer. As a result, they simply gave up, or perhaps something unusual happened on the moon itself, which diverted their attention on the more pressing matters. Regardless of what was the exact cause of them giving up, what's certain is that they did give up their search. Of course, Yama still did not drop his vigilance, and never tried to borrow any chakra from the giant Tenseigan on the moon. This is because he knew that if such an unusual occurrence with the giant Tenseigan on the moon were to happen again, then those radical old fellows of the Akatsuki clan wouldn't give up so easily. Yes, they would definitely not give up the second time, and there's no telling what they might try to do to find the cause. It's possible that they might even come down to Earth in search of the cause, or maybe even use a more radical approach and directly collide the moon with the Earth to completely destroy the cause, and the shinobi world at the same time. Whichever the case, it would not only not be beneficial for him, but in fact be harmful to him. Therefore, Yama avoided trying to cause a second unusual occurrence that is inexplicable. After all, once might be an unusual occurrence that is inexplicable, but more than once is definitely not an unusual occurrence that is still inexplicable. Therefore, to make sure that either of these possibilities doesn't come true, Yama chose to lay low and avoided attracting their attention to both himself and the shinobi world of the Earth. Although he knew that this is not a permanent solution to the problem, as sooner or later, they will definitely be able to find him, he had no other option, as this was the only method he had at the time in his hand to solve his dilemma. But Yama believed that sooner or later he will be able to find a permanent solution, so he was not too worried. Besides, there is also the fact that not many of those Akatsuki descendants are left on the moon, and even the ones that are alive now wouldn't stay alive for very long. After all, even in the canon story that focused on the events that happened more than 10 years later, that is, 2 years after the conclusion of the Fourth Great Shinobi War, when Akatsuki Tonari kidnapped Hyuga Hinabi and also attempted to destroy the shinobi world of the Earth to carry out the so-called last will of Hamura. At that time, he was the only descendant of the Akatsuki clan of the moon to have survived. Anyway, all that aside, now that he has no other option left and Nagato wouldn't give him enough time to forcibly integrate the Sennin mode and Tenseigan chakra mode, so he decided to rely on the giant Tenseigan on the moon, which is his only and best option at this point. As for the possibility that he might be found by those Akatsuki clan descendants on the moon, Yama doesn't have nearly enough time or attention to think about it, and he will be reckless for once and think about how to solve that problem later. So, with his objective clear, Yama converged all his divergent thoughts at this moment, then focused on re-establishing the resonance with the giant Tenseigan on the moon. Instantly, the pair of Tenseigan in his eye sockets glowed with a brighter light, following which a resonating connection between his Tenseigan and the giant Tenseigan on the moon began to be re-established. Almost done, just need a few more seconds, muttered Yama to himself. The connection has already been established, but Yama has to wait a few more seconds for the chakra from the giant Tenseigan to arrive in his body. After all, the distance between the Earth and the moon is still several 100,000 miles and can't be covered instantly, unlike spatial movement. So, now Yama has to only delay Nagato for a few seconds so that the chakra of the giant Tenseigan on the moon arrives in his body, and then he will be all set to beat up Nagato. Receiving no reply from Yama despite all his earlier provocation, Nagato frowned slightly. His gaze swept over everyone on the opposite side of the battlefield, paused on Jiraiya for a short moment, then finally returned on Yama's figure again, as he said, "As I thought, you really are afraid, that's why you are hesitating. It seems that you are not as strong as you appear to be on the surface." But there was still no reply from Yama. Seeing Yama silent, Madara also looked at him with a curious and playful expression. Before Nagato said anything, Madara was already starting to get suspicious of Yama's unnatural behavior of remaining silent and not taking any action to stop them despite the fact that Karatachi Yagura and Killer Bee are being constantly stripped of the Baijuyu sealed inside them, and may end up losing their life at any point. And now that Nagato has openly pointed out the fact that Yama is afraid, and yet Yama has not taken any action, nor even expression any sort of reaction, so Madara is even more certain. At the same time, the trace of worry on the face of Sandaime Hokage became even more apparent. Even Sunin Jiraiya and Tsunade glanced at each other silently. Both of them could guess each other's thoughts and knew that both of them had the same worry in their hearts. Floating in the sky, the face of Sandaime Tsuchikage Oniki also sank, and he can't help mutter, has what the leader of the Akatsuki organization said really true? Even the leader of the Amatsukami organization is also afraid of him? If even Yama is afraid of him, then who can oppose Nagato? But unfortunately, there is no one to answer Sandaime Tsuchikage's doubts. And behind Yama, Homusubi and Shisui clenched their palms that were already filled with cold sweat. Both of them know the nature of Yama better than anyone else, at least they think that they do. This is why they understand that if Yama is certain of winning, he would never hesitate to make the decisive move, especially in the case where Gadomazo is constantly absorbing the Sanbai and Hakusabi chakra of their respective Jinchuriki hosts. But the fact that Yama has not yet taken any action to stop Nagato and Gadomazo is also clear, therefore, Shisui can't help but think, is Kuroto-san really not sure? Although Shisui is not completely certain, the moment such a thought appeared in his mind, he reached a certain determination, his expression became resolute, and with this resolute expression of his, he slightly glanced at Homusubi standing beside him. Homusubi only needed a momentary look at Shisui's eyes to understand Shisui's thoughts, and he too nodded slightly in acquiescence, because he has the same thoughts as Shisui. Undoubtedly, Shisui has made the determination to sacrifice himself in order to create a winning opportunity for Yama. And similar to Shisui, Itachi disguised as Homusubi also made up his mind to sacrifice himself in order to create a winning opportunity for Yama. Itachi knows that he is a shinobi, and as a shinobi, if he were to sacrifice himself for the sake of the peace of Konoha and the shinobi world, then he thinks that his death and sacrifice would mean something. He would die as a true shinobi and would be proud of himself that he acted as per his beliefs until the very end of his life. With these thoughts and determination in their hearts, both Shisui and Homusubi cast their eyes on Yama's back. Both of them firmly believe that Yama will definitely help the village to get through tonight's catastrophe. Therefore, both of them must do all that they can to help Yama, even if it results in their deaths. At the moment when the atmosphere was so suffocating that even breathing had become difficult, and everyone was more or less prepared for their impending deaths, Yama suddenly turned his head slightly and questioned Sandaime Hokage. If I remember correctly, you are the Sandaime Hokage of Konoha village, Sarutobi Hiruzen, right? Hiruzen was taken aback, and nodded, yes, that's right, although, he didn't know why exactly was Yama talking to him all of a sudden, moreover, asking such a stupid question, but he nodded nonetheless. No way, he did not want to offend Yama at any cost, as Yama might be the only person alive capable of stopping the current Nagato. With Hiruzen's acquiescence, Yama nodded slightly, and continued, the proposal we made to you a few months back, do you remember it? And have you considered it? Hiruzen frowned upon hearing the term proposal from Yama, and suddenly remembered the events from a few months ago, and immediately nodded, yes, I do remember, and I agree to your terms. It happened just after the retreat of the Akatsuki organization following the defeat of Nagato at the hands of Yama at the War of the Best. The proposal was made by Homusubi, and it said that if the villages can afford the price, then Amatsukami would be willing to fight the Akatsuki organization in your stead. Chap 369. At that time, Sandaime neither agreed nor denied because he still had confidence in his planning and the strength of the 5 great shinobi villages, but considering the current situation, he would be a fool if he still does not agree to the so-called proposal of Amatsukami. Everyone on the scene looked at Yama and Hiruzen with confused expressions, not understanding what the two of them were talking about. Of course, Homusubi was an exception to these, as he perfectly understood what exactly are the two talking about and can't help but flash a bitter smile. Really? Now of all times? Not caring about what others were thinking, Yama continued, so, now that you have considered it, and agreed to our proposal, then, I will name the price. Really, deciding on the suitable price was a very difficult task even for me. It took me a lot of time, consideration, and brainstorming to think of a suitable conclusion. Of course, I am not an unreasonable or greedy person, and also took into account the heavy damage that Konoha has suffered tonight while reaching the conclusion. Huh? What is this am I hearing all of a sudden? You all are saying that I am a very kind and generous fellow? I know it myself, so you all don't need to say it. I can tell that you all are looking up to my generous self, and truly admiring me in your hearts. But admiring and praising me won't get you anywhere, so keep your thought to yourself. Anyway, putting aside the thoughts of my admirers, after much thinking and deliberation, I decided on 20 million ryo for saving each cage, 15 million ryo for each Jinchuriki, and 10 million ryo for saving each Jonin. How is it? This price isn't too high, and quite affordable, right? Hiruzen's eyes twitched at Yama's narcissistic words and almost coughed out old blood upon hearing the generous price mentioned by Yama. Of course, Hiruzen wouldn't say that the price is unreasonable. In fact, it is not too much for saving the lives of several Kage, Jinchuriki, and dozens of elite jonins, but the way Yama said that he took various things into account, Hiruzen can't help but really want to curse this guy as a true narcissist. As Yama mentioned different prices for saving people of different ranks and identities, the others present on the battlefield suddenly realized what kind of proposal was Yama talking about, and can't help but look at each other with blank faces. They never expected that the leader of Amatsukami would be such a narcissistic fellow and suddenly start talking about business on the battlefield, moreover, on such a battlefield where the lives of several cages are hanging on the edge of a rope. Before anyone could say anything, the old and spicy Sandame Hokage of Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath, and promised in a solemn tone, "Please save as many people as you can, Yama-sama. As for the expenses for employing the mercenary organization Amatsukami, we will bear all the expenses and would pay everything after the events tonight are over." As soon as Sandame Hokage finished speaking, the other ninjas on the battlefield also nodded to show their acquiescence with Sandame Hokage. Of course, their acquiescence appeared quite unnatural because of their stiff faces at Novel bin at. But no matter what, the doubts that had appeared in the hearts of everyone, and the faith in Amatsukami that was starting to get lost was now restored. At the same time, everyone felt that the reason why Yama was hesitating just now was not that he is afraid of the leader of the Akatsuki organization, but because he was considering serious business matters, and also driving all of them into a desperate psychological state so that they immediately agree to his proposal without much thinking. This also shows that despite being a narcissistic fellow, Yama has an excellent and opportunistic mind. In fact, a certain legendary sucker, who would not like to be named publicly because of their bad habit of gambling, looked at Yama in real admiration, and thought, "I must also learn things from him about how to take advantage of such opportunities to make money. If I too can be like him, then I would never get short on money. And if I am not short on money, then I can gamble all the time I want without any fear of being chased by the debt collectors. That's right. He. Anyway, putting aside the secret thoughts of a certain fat sheep 106 centimeters bust size, Shisui and Homusubi were rather embarrassed about Yama's actions. Only a few moments ago they had made up their minds to sacrifice their lives in order to create an opportunity for Yama to defeat Nagato because they felt that Yama might not be able to do so on his own. But now this happened? To be quite honest, they never expected that the true reason behind Yama's hesitation was not that his strength is not enough to defeat Nagato, but because he was considering important business matters. Although embarrassed, both of them were still glad that the situation is not as bad as they had presumed. Of course, unlike Shisui and Homusubi, not everyone was glad. Upon hearing Yama's narcissistic words, Nagato, who stood opposite to Yama, was annoyed, and said coldly, "Yama, you are being too arrogant despite knowing that you have no chance of winning. Humph, you can try to gloss it all you want, you won't be able to save anyone today." Hearing Nagato's words, Yama slightly tilted his head to the side, then spoke in a disdainful tone, "A pitiful puppet who has lived all his life dancing in the palm of someone else without ever even realizing the truth of the matter. Although I do wonder where does your inexplicable self-confidence comes from, I am not that interested in knowing about it, and it's no longer important enough. Anyway, since you are so ardent to again have a taste of failure, I am more than willing to fulfill your wish." Having said that, Yama lifted his left hand and lightly flicked his index and middle finger. Immediately following Yama's flick, except for Karatachi Yagura and Killer Bee, who were held tightly by purple and golden chakra chains, all the shinobi lying on the battlefield, whether dead or alive, were pulled by a very strong force and instantly moved to the other side of the battlefield, that is behind Yama. It's really Bansho Tenin, how can he use this jutsu? Conan, Madara, and the hidden black Zetsu were shocked upon realizing the meaning of Yama being able to use the jutsu he used just now. After all, Bansho Tenin is not an ordinary jutsu. It's a visual jutsu that only the Rinnegan bearers can use. They did not expect Yama to be capable of using a Rinnegan jutsu. Moreover, not long ago, Nagato stated that Yama too has some kind of dojutsu. These two pieces of information lead to a certain absurd conclusion that neither of the three would like to believe in, but can't help but think about the possibility of it really being the case. Is it possible that Yama also bears the Rinnegan? Nagato's eyes condensed, but his expression remained unchanged. In his previous fight with Yama, Nagato had already discovered the fact that Yama is capable of using Shinra Tensei and Bansho Tenin. Therefore, the scene just now was not a surprise for him. On the side of the 5 great shinobi villages, everyone was shocked and frightened upon seeing the fact that Yama just flicked his fingers lightly. Immediately after that, almost all the shinobi lying on the battlefield flew over by themselves and were orderly placed at a safe distance from the battlefield. No way, such a jutsu is really amazing for them. Even the experienced Sandame Hokage and Sandame Tsuchikage can't tell the exact principle of this jutsu, and can only make some inexplicable guesses. Nagato did not care about the fact that Yama was rescuing those dead and injured, as their entire being was completely irrelevant to him. So, instead of caring about them, Nagato, who has already gathered enough chakra and visual prowess, stretched out his right hand, and released his visual jutsu, Shinra Tensei. Shinra Tensei. As soon as Nagato's indifferent yet murderous voice resounded, an invisible but majestic repulsive force burst out from his palm. Similar to the previous Super Shinra Tensei used by Tendo Pain that flattened almost the entire Konoha village in just a single attack, the attack that Nagato used this time against Yama required the same amount of effort with a similar level of chakra consumption and the same input of visual prowess of his Rinnegan. But of course, despite the same effort, there were still various differences in the resulting attack. One of the differences is the difference in the destructive power and resultant force produced by the attack, that is, the Super Shinra Tensei released by Nagato against Yama is far stronger compared to the Super Shinra Tensei used by Tendo Pain to destroy Konoha. The reason for such a difference in the resultant power, despite the same effort and same inputs, is the loss of chakra during the transmission process. When Nagato performed the same attack while using the Tendo Pain, some of the chakra was lost or perhaps consumed in better terminology, during the transmission process. At the same time, the Tendo Pain's body, which is actually just a corpse, couldn't really bear the full pressure of Nagato's chakra and the Rinnegan in his eye sockets. Therefore, all the large-scale and full-powered attacks that Tendo Pain performed were limited in their upper limits, and couldn't really display Nagato's true power. The reason for informing such an obvious fact is to highlight just how strong Nagato's main body, that is, he himself is. Anyway, all that aside. Whoosh! The boundless and majestic repulsive force released by Nagato swept the entire battlefield and seemed to overwhelm everyone. Although it was just some colorless and invisible force of repulsion, however, because of how abnormally powerful this force was, it even distorted the very air itself, which was a medium of transmission of this force. The distortion and compression of air gave off a shining silver halo and produced pitch black and blood-red sparks in the air. Faced with such an attack, the shinobis of the 5 great nations who were present behind Yama and treating or rescuing the injured ones were immediately panicked. It didn't wait for even an instant as everyone subconsciously stopped whatever they were doing and looked at the shining silver halo with pitch black and blood-red sparks coming in their direction with pale expressions that were filled with nothing except for a horrifying look as if facing death itself. Even if they know that Yama should be able to deal with such an attack, they still couldn't help but get worried over the what-if possibility, and to be honest, nobody could blame them for their worry. After all, it wasn't their fault. This is just basic human nature. Nothing one can do about it. Sandaime Hokage, who has already suffered damage from such an attack not long ago, subconsciously raised both of his hands to quickly weave hand signs in order to use a defensive jutsu, but stopped halfway through. The reason why Sandaime Hokage stopped halfway through is that he suddenly realized something, and this something is the fact that even if he has mastered an uncountable number of jutsus to be hailed as the professor, but he still had no jutsu in his arsenal that would be able to cope up with the situation in front of him. At such a close distance, facing an attack several times more powerful than the one that destroyed almost the entire Konoha village, he could do only one thing, and that is pray that the leader of a Matsukami is capable of countering such an attack, else it would be death for all of them. And just as everyone felt desperate, Yama, who has already finished rescuing almost all the injured and wounded, raised his right hand like Nagato and pressed forward in the void. It was at this very moment, the heartbeat-like resonance between Yama's Tenseigan and the giant Tenseigan on the moon was completely completed. It was also at this very moment when the chakra of the giant Tenseigan had crossed the distance of several 100,000 miles between the moon and the earth and poured into Yama's body in the form of an endless stream. And using the endless stream of Tenseigan chakra pouring into his body, Yama countered Nagato's Super Shinra Tensei with his own Super Shinra Tensei. Counter. At novel bin at. The moment Yama pushed his right hand forward, another repulsive force abruptly appeared on the battlefield and rushed towards the incoming attack from Nagato. The chakra of the giant Tenseigan on the moon is extremely powerful. It is even exaggerated to the point of being able to drive the entire moon directly towards Earth without much consumption. This point was proven in the canon, where Akatsuki Tonari wanted to forcefully collide the moon with the Earth to destroy the shinobi world established by Rikudo Sennin in order to fulfill the so-called last will of Hamura. Regardless of whether he succeeded or failed, one thing to note is that Tonari believed and had full confidence that the giant Tenseigan on the moon would not only be able to shield the castle located in the core part of the moon from the resulting impact brought by the collision of the moon with the Earth, but it will also be able to help him make the world anew. You know, the resulting impact brought by the collision of the moon with the Earth would most likely create a planetary explosion, not your run-of-the-mill explosion, but a fooing planetary explosion, not to mention, make the world anew. How is that shit even possible? And yet Tonari had such confidence? This just goes to show how absurdly powerful the giant Tenseigan on the moon is. Therefore, even when supported by the measly chakra of the giant Tenseigan on the moon, Yama's simple counterattack was in no way inferior to Nagato's Shinra Tensei. Whoosh! It didn't take long for the two repulsive forces to slam into each other, and the moment the two collided, the surrounding air that was affected by the repulsive forces was continuously distorted and compressed, then resulted in a huge explosion. Boom boom boom. But it didn't stop just there. Even the valley where the battlefield is located couldn't bear the resulting confrontation of these two repulsive forces and started to shake violently. Shake, shake, rumble, rumble, rumble. Following the terrible shaking which knocked down almost everyone except for the cage-class individuals, the entire valley gradually started to crack open at a speed visible to the naked eye, and within just a few more seconds, the entire valley was torn apart from the middle. Boom, rumble, rumble, rumble. Smoke and dust start to rise up, but under the compression of the two colliding repulsive forces, it formed a nearly flat screen in the middle. The splattered gravel and dust were also crushed into fine dust particles and merged with the flat dust screen in the middle. Monsters, these two are simply monsters. Nobody knew who muttered such a thing in nervousness, but everyone who was watching the two couldn't help agree with him. Looking at the pieces of land that were being gradually pushed away from the meeting point of the two repulsive forces, the two sides that were separating further and further, and the bottomless earth fissure that appeared in the middle, all the onlookers were stunned. But more than stunned, they were baffled. No one imagined that fights between shinobi can also take such a form. When they thought of shinobi confrontation, people usually thought of colorful but dangerous ninjutsu, wonderful shuriken, and kunai throwing techniques that required all sorts of calculations, graceful and elusive kenjutsu techniques, high strength-based as well as gentle taijutsu techniques, less impactful but more deadly genjutsu techniques, fuinjutsu techniques that required high IQ, as well as various types of kekkei genkai that are rooted in blood, and whatnot. But this, none had imagined before. Who can think that just by raising their right arms, the leaders of Amatsukami and Akatsuki can change the entire terrain of the battlefield? Even the Sandame Hokage Hiruzen and Sandame Tsuchikage Onaki who have lived in this shinobi world for several decades and have their fair share of experiences could have never imagined that one day they would witness such a scene of battle between two shinobi. At this time both looked at each other with bitter expressions on their faces and could guess each other's thoughts, because both of them felt their worldview collapsing. In fact, the people of the 5 great shinobi villages weren't the only ones who were shocked. Even Conan, Madara, Tobi, and the hidden Zetsu were shocked by the sight before them. Of course, the cause of their shock was different. Although, it was the first time they have witnessed Nagato use such a powerful Shinra Tensei, what surprised them more is the fact that despite using such a terrifying Shinra Tensei, Nagato still couldn't gain a slight upper hand against Yama. Among the 6 members of Akatsuki present here, the one most troubled and angered was undoubtedly Black Zetsu. Just how in the heck is this possible? He, who has lived in this shinobi world for almost a millennium, is the one most clear about Nagato's strength. The changes in Nagato just after the implantation of Hashirama cells had already made him feel quite uneasy, because he realized the fact that Nagato had grown too powerful and could no longer be controlled as easily as before. This is also the reason why he compelled Obito to take back his other eye. But what he didn't expect was that even after Nagato underwent such earth-shaking changes, there is still someone who can match, and perhaps even overwhelm Nagato? Is it really as I thought? Is Yama really a descendant of Hamura? Muttered Black Zetsu with a gloomy tone. While Black Zetsu was gloomy, Madara was also filled with anxiety as he looked at Yama. Of course, Madara did not forget to pay special attention to Homusubi behind Yama, because it hasn't been very long since he fell into Homusubi's trap, and was sealed inside the sword of Totsuka, so, his memories are still quite vivid. Therefore, he is clearer than anyone, that Homusubi in front of him is a sinister and calculative guy. No, in his opinion, all the Homusubi of the Amatsukami are despicable and shameless people. Therefore, in Madara's eyes, the threat of Homusubi is no less than Yama. And, Madara even believes that if he were to mistakenly ignore or forget the existence of the subordinate named Homusubi just because the big boss Yama is present on the battlefield, he will definitely suffer another loss at the hands of Homusubi. So, even if he is cautious of the big boss Yama, Madara is still more afraid of Homusubi, who is capable of sealing him inside the sword of Totsuka. In fact, at this time, Madara even felt a little regretful for his earlier stupidity. He felt that he should have saved Hiriko early and not let him suffer such serious damage at the hands of Fujin. That way, the Akatsuki organization wouldn't have lost a Super Cage class combat personnel. But no way, what's done is done already. Now he can only hope that Hiriko does not die and manage to survive, although, according to Zetsu's analysis of Hiriko's current state, the probability of Hiriko's survival is very less, so he doesn't have much hope anyway. Therefore, Madara is really a bit regretful. And while Madara was feeling regretful for not saving Hiriko, Conan looked at Nagato with a worried expression on her face, but neither did she try to stop Nagato, nor did she speak anything else to disturb him, and chose to remain silent. The situation has already developed to such a point where even she couldn't speak about retreating. Of course, the option of retreat is still in her mind, but for them to safely retreat, they must find a suitable opportunity. Otherwise, the attempt to retreat from just this battlefield and the Land of Fire will result in the retreat from the shinobi world itself. At the same time, on the moon, although the temple where the giant Tenseigan is enshrined is brightly lit because of the glowing giant Tenseigan, overall, it still retains its silent and solemn atmosphere. Since the resonance between Yama's Tenseigan and the giant Tenseigan was neither a first-time occurrence nor was it established through a forced or crude approach, so there was no alarm, and, coupled with the fact that, currently, there is no one present inside the temple, so the unusualness of the giant Tenseigan went unnoticed. Of course, sometimes, people are just so damn unlucky that even if everything they do is perfect, the lady luck still gives a harsh kick in their balls, as is the case this time. Although no one on the moon noticed the unusualness of the giant Tenseigan, which allowed Yama to re-establish resonance with the giant Tenseigan without any hindrance, and use its chakra without alerting anyone. However, tonight just happened to be the night when the puppets who are responsible for cleaning the temple came into the temple. Of course, for cleaning the temple. What is the probability of such a thing happening today, and right at this moment? Regardless of whatever the actual probability fraction is, the moment the cleaning puppets noticed the unusualness of the giant Tenseigan, a commotion seemed to have broken out, and all the puppets were panicked. After a while, the leader of cleaning puppets, who is also a puppet, calmed all the puppets, then took some of the puppets and ran towards the direction of the living quarters of the elder to report the unusualness of the giant Tenseigan. Still on the moon, at the citadel located within the barrier/artificial sun created by the giant Tenseigan. In one of the bedrooms inside the castle, a middle-aged man with a pale complexion and grayish eyes was quietly resting on the bed. By the bed of the pale middle-aged man sat a beautiful young boy. The young boy was about the age of 10 or 11 years old with fair skin, whitish blue hair, and hollow eye sockets. But the strange thing is that despite not having his eyes, the young boy was able to clearly sense everything around him, and looked at the middle-aged man lying on the bed with a trace of sadness hidden in his heart. Undoubtedly, the middle-aged man lying on the bed is about to come to the end of his life, and no matter how much the young boy wants to deny this fact, it still cannot be avoided. Even the strong smell of herbs in the room couldn't conceal the deterioration of the middle-aged man's body. Death is very near, perhaps a few more hours of struggle, and he would begin his new journey in the afterlife. At this time, the leader of puppets responsible for the cleaning of the temple hurriedly entered the bedroom, and respectfully addressed the young boy. Master. The young boy frowned at the act of the puppets of disturbing him at such a critical time, and rebuked him coldly. Otosama's state is not good, and I wish to remain here until the very end to bid him farewell. Do not bother me until I personally come out of this room. The leader of the puppets was scared, and knew that it must not do anything against the young boy's words, who is his master. But it also understood that it must report the situation of the temple, so it tried its best to not directly look at the young boy's face, and reported solemnly, Master, there was some unusualness with the energy vessel enshrined within the temple. As soon as he heard these words, the juvenile's eyebrows narrowed, and a cold glint appeared on his face. The young boy knows that the energy vessel/giant Tenseigan enshrined in Hamura's shrine is the key to maintaining the artificial sun on the moon and giving a certain degree of autonomy to hundreds of puppet servants that take care of almost everything in this castle. Along with an uncountable number of other functions, the giant Tenseigan on the moon not only creates a barrier that protects this castle but also helps the Akatsuki clan on the moon to closely monitor the changes in the shinobi world on the earth. Therefore, the young boy understands it very well that if something were to happen to the giant Tenseigan, the consequences would be disastrous. Although he understands this fact and knows that he must check the unusualness of the energy vessel as soon as possible in order to avoid any tragedy, however, the young boy, who is only about 10 or 11 years old, couldn't really bring himself to leave his father alone during his last moments, at Novel bin Adat. But the dying middle-aged man is different from the young boy. He has lived a fairly long life, and even approaching death didn't cloud his judgment abilities. Moreover, he also heard the report from the puppet a few moments ago and was worried about the unusualness of the energy vessel. So he said to the young boy in weak, yet ordering tone, go to the temple, and check the situation. Although the young boy cannot see his father's expression, he can still feel that the grayish eyes of his father were appearing to be more and more lifeless with every passing moment, as such a hesitant expression appeared on his face. The middle-aged man, of course, noticed the hesitation on his son's face, but as the father of this child, he must at least set an example for his son. So he used the remaining bits of his life to regain some spirit, and while tightly patting the young boy's head, he said in a gentle tone, Tonari, death is something that everyone must face, and I am no exception to this rule of the cycle of life. Although I feel extremely sad that my death would leave you as the sole survivor of the Akatsuki clan on the moon, I still hope that you can continue to live, continue to do what you must do, and what you wish to do. Of course, as your father, I hope that you don't live in loneliness, forget about the clan's decree, and go to Earth to find real friends and comrades, and live for your own sake. Whether you choose to go to the Earth, or continue to stay on the moon to observe the Earth and the shinobi world on the Earth as we of the Akatsuki clan have done for the past millennium, will ultimately depend on your choice. Regardless of what you choose to do, you must not forget what I told you a few months back. This is not the first time that such an unusualness happened with the giant Tenseigan. We don't know why it happened even back then, and our search for the possible reasons has borne no fruit, as of yet. Therefore, we know nothing about this unusualness with the energy vessel. The elders of the clan who witnessed it at that time concluded that it was related to the shinobi world on the earth, and specifically related to the one who stole the Gadu statue a few decades ago. Although there is no proof, perhaps they might indeed be correct, or they might be incorrect. I cannot say for certain, so you must stay vigilant. Do you understand, Tonari? The young boy named Tonari nodded solemnly. Yes, Otosama. The middle-aged man nodded with a gentle smile, then said, now go, and remember this, I will always be proud of you and will always love you. With that, the figure of the young boy named Tonari disappeared from the room, and just as the figure of Tonari disappeared, the middle-aged man also lost his breath. On the earth, in the hinterlands of the Land of Fire, somewhere far away from Konoha, although a young boy on the moon just lost his father and became the orphan, the last descendant of the Akatsuki clan, the battle ongoing on Earth was not affected by it in any way, at least not yet. Boom boom boom. Accompanied by the sound of deafening explosions, and the terrible shaking of Earth, the tentative struggle between Yama and Nagato continued. Under the actions of the two repulsive forces, the plain valley has been divided into two cliffs, and the artificial fissure that separates the two cliffs has only become bigger and bigger and deeper, but there's still no end in sight, and the cracks are starting to spread inch by inch on the two cliffs too, so the two cliffs are also showing signs of collapse. And it won't take long for the land in the radius of several miles to completely collapse, but whether it is Yama or Nagato, either of the two has yet to show any signs of taking countermeasures against such a happening. Perhaps both Yama and Nagato are not afraid of the collapse, so they are completely indifferent to it. Of course, the fact that Yama and Nagato are not afraid of the collapse does not mean that the other people in the surroundings can also remain indifferent to it. They are of course, very afraid, so they have already started to use their own means to flee from the battlefield. No way, even witnessing such a battle is not their cup of tea. In order to remain alive, they must do whatever they can to ensure their survival. On Nagato's side, Conan spread a pair of paper wings behind her back. Immediately after that, she flew to the sky like an angel and observed the situation while hovering above the battlefield. It's just that despite being synonymous with an angelic figure and beauty, Conan's face was filled with worry as she looked at Nagato, who has yet to take a single step forward or backward from the cliff he stood upon. Madara temporarily hid inside the Kamui dimension, and only observed the situation, while Tobi, who has the Mayfly ability similar to other Zetsu beings, silently sneaked underground, waiting for the perfect opportunity to come. On Yama's side, under the joint command of Sandaime Hokage and Sandaime Tsuchikage, the slightly injured shinobi who have already been healed because of the treatment done by Tsunade Hime using her slugs, carried the severely injured and unconscious shinobis and hastily withdrew from the precarious battlefield. Just a few moments later, the only people left standing on the broken valley were Nagato, Gadomazo, as well as Yagura, and Killer Bee, both of whom were tied with purple and golden chakra chains, being drained of their chakra and stripped of their baijuyu, and Yama, along with Uchiha Shisui behind him. Homusubi was using his Yatagara Sonojutsu to hover over the battlefield just like Conan. Of course, Shisui was staying on the battlefield with the permission of Sandaime Hokage. Hiruzen is aware of Shisui's super fast body flicker jutsu, so he fully understands that Shisui is undoubtedly the fastest shinobi of Konoha, and since Shisui also has the ability to use Susanoo for the purpose of defense, so he agreed to Shisui's request to stay, and hoped that Shisui could help in rescuing Yagura and Killer Bee. It didn't take long after the extras withdrew, a large-scale collapse reaching up to several miles began. And this time, the collapse also seems to affect Yama and Nagato. Fully aware that the battlefield is about to collapse, Yama telepathically gave instructions to Homusubi and Uchiha Shisui behind him. I will hold him. In the meantime, the two of you will find the chance to save the Mizukage Yagura and Killer Bee. Boom boom boom. Explosion? Just as Yama finished giving instructions to Homusubi and Shisui, several large-scale explosions occurred on the battlefield, and the battlefield that could no longer stand the devastation of the two massive repulsive forces collapsed in the noisy roar. The damage was massive and it spanned several miles, raising terrible dust storms, forest fires, landslides, and heavy rain of lightning. But Yama, who was already prepared for such a thing to happen for quite some time, was not affected by the collapse of the battlefield. He instantly weaved the hand signs to activate the Tenseigan shaker mode and flew into the air while wrapped in the soft chakra cloak of cyan color. Similarly, Homusubi and Uchiha Shisui, who have already received orders from Yama, were prepared beforehand and used their individual means to escape the impact of the collapse of the battlefield. Homusubi scattered his body into thousands of crows and avoided getting injured, while Uchiha Shisui used his extraordinarily fast body flicker jutsu in conjunction with his newly acquired abilities granted to him by the Nikomata Sennin mode to flexibly avoid being swept away by the battlefield collapse. Of course, because the collapse of the battlefield is quite serious, and because they were entrusted with the task of rescuing Yagura and Killer Bee by Yama, so their exact position is quite difficult to determine at this time. But Yama wasn't really that worried about the two of them, as he can see their situation all the time. Shisui has already started to fight against Tobi, while Homusubi is still hidden and finding an opportunity to bypass Conan and Madara in order to rescue the two captured Jinchuriki. That aside, after Yama activated the Tenseigan chakra mode and flew into the air, he noticed that Nagato was also hovering in the air. The hovering Nagato also looked at the opposite Yama, and said, "You didn't disappoint me, it seems you really are my archenemy." Yama raised his eyebrow as he looked at Nagato's expression while he said the previous words, and Yama was surprised to find that not only did the result of the previous temptation did not scare off Nagato, but it made Nagato more excited, as if a fighting spirit was ignited within him. Humph. Yama snorted softly, and quickly compressed several truth-seeking orbs. Because of the chakra support of the giant Tenseigan on the moon, Yama was quite unscrupulous this time, so one after another, a total of 9 truth-seeking orbs appeared around him. Looking at those 9 black orbs that were only about the size of a fist, Nagato felt instinctive palpitations. In their previous battle at Omegakur, Nagato had not only witnessed but also personally experienced the danger that these fist-size black orbs represent. 4 of his Rakudo pain were destroyed by these black balls, and no matter how he tried, he was unable to repair them. In fact, he himself would have turned into dust if Madara hadn't intervened in time and used his spatial jutsu to cut off the area on his legs damaged by that golden sword. So even though he survived, Nagato still has a deep shadow of these black orbs. Although he doesn't know what kind of jutsu these black balls are, he can at least guess that these black orbs absolutely surpass the level of Kekkei Genkai, and reaches the domain of either Kekkei Tota or perhaps even higher. While Nagato was vigilantly looking at the 9 black orbs floating around Yama, Yama's gaze shifted on the Gadomazo on the ground. At this moment, Gadomazo is alone on the ground and only its purple chains are trapping both Yagura and Killer Bee. The golden chains that tied the 2 Jinchuriki previously have disappeared, and the reason for their disappearance is not hard for Yama to guess. This means that this is a perfect opportunity. From the very beginning, Yama's first priority is cleared, and that is to rescue the 2 Jinchuriki. Because Yama knows that as long as the descendants of Hamura on the moon are alive, sooner or later they will be able to notice the unusualness of the energy vessel, and immediately cut off the connection between the giant Tenseigan on the moon and his Tenseigan on the earth. With such a possibility always remaining, Yama is not sure for how long can he access the chakra of the giant Tenseigan. Therefore, his first priority is to rescue the 2 Jinchuriki. Other things can be talked about later, but the rescue of the 2 captured Jinchuriki from the hands of Gadomazo must be given priority over everything else. Only after their side is successful in saving the 2 Jinchuriki will the initiative return in their hands. At that time, whether he wants to continue fighting or he wants to retreat will be up to him. If the reaction of the members of the Akatsuki clan on the moon is fast enough, Yama will choose to retreat, but if their reaction is slow, then Yama can continue to fight, and even try to kill Nagato. But of course, that all depends after the rescue of the 2 Jinchuriki of complete. So, without wasting even a single instant of his invincible time, Yama used yin-yang release to merge 5 truth-seeking orbs in his right hand, and immediately after injecting Tenseigan chakra into them, he exploded it towards Nagato, Silver Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. At the same time, he used yin-yang release on 2 of the remaining 4 truth-seeking orbs, to break those 2 black orbs into hundreds of smaller fragments, then injected Tenseigan chakra into them causing them to expand and glow emerald green, and without wasting even an instant, he fired those hundreds of emerald glowing orbs towards the Gado statue on the ground, Emerald Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. These 2 actions were performed at rapid successions, so in the difference of just an instant, 2 amazingly powered attacks were thrown towards the Akatsuki organization. The silver storm with tearing characteristics that burst out from Yama's palm swept Nagato, while the emerald rain of exploding orbs that was telekinetically controlled by Yama overwhelmed the Gado statue. Whether it is the Silver Wheel Reincarnation Explosion, or the Emerald Wheel Reincarnation Explosion, the power that these jutsus displays are directly linked to the number of truth-seeking orbs that are invested at the time of using the jutsu, and the amount of Tenseigan chakra consumed to use these jutsus. Therefore, even though Yama used only 5 truth-seeking orbs to cast this Silver Wheel Reincarnation Explosion, and merely 2 truth-seeking orbs to cast the Emerald Wheel Reincarnation Explosion, but because he wasn't stingy at all in the input of the Tenseigan chakra, so the power of the 2 jutsu still reached an unprecedented level, and almost touched the realm of 6th-path level. Boom! The violent silver storm was like a giant eraser. Wherever it went, it erased almost everything in its path. The rocks, the trees, the mountains, the rivers, anything that came in the path of the silver storm was like paper, instantly shredded into tiny little pieces that soon disappeared as if they never existed. Wherever it goes, only a terror of destruction is left. When the silver storm struck Nagato, his face sank and a great sense of crisis surged from the bottom of his heart. However, he chose not to follow the instincts that were screaming him to retreat but chose to face this attack head-on with his own counter-attack. Deciding so, Nagato stretched out both of his arms, and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Shinra Tens, snap!" But before he could finish speaking, a leaf revolving along the cutting winds of the silver storm happened to strike his mouth with a crisp sound that almost resounded like a harsh face slap and caused him to come to a halt. Of course, this face slap did not affect the super-level Shinra Tensei he used in an attempt to counterattack Yama's silver storm, but the Shinra Tensei he used in a hurry couldn't even impede the silver storm for more than instant, much less stop it. The repulsive force of the Shinra Tensei was completely devastated in the face of the cutting winds of the silver storm that even Nagato was taken aback. This? How could it be possible? But Nagato couldn't remain shocked for too long as he too was drawn into the silver storm. Even if he has the Rinnegan, even if he has the perfect sage body, and even if he the massive chakra reserves on an Uzumaki, but when swallowed by the silver storm, he was no different from other trees and rocks and constantly revolved along with the cutting winds. Sometime he would bump here, then he would collide there only to get constantly injured and puke out blood. At novel bin at. Nagato. Conan, who had retreated far away, was worried when she saw such a scene from a distance, and quickly weaved hand signs in an attempt to use her jutsu in order to rescue Nagato. But it's pity that Conan's strength is not good enough. No matter what she did, her papers couldn't even get close to the silver storm, much less rescue Nagato. The moment her papers would come close to the cutting winds of the silver storm, they would either be blown away, or simply shredded into paper dust. No matter how much chakra she injected into her papers, she couldn't even bring her papers in the close vicinity of the silver storm. And it didn't take very long for Conan to realize that Yama's jutsu has an inexplicable restraining effect on her dance of the Shikigami. At this rate, let alone rescue Nagato from that violent silver storm or intervene in the battle between Nagato and Yama, even getting close to the battlefield would result in her instant death. Although worried and helpless, Conan still bit her lower lip and grit her teeth while continuing to try and help Nagato. And while Nagato and Conan were helpless on one side by the Silver Storm, on the other side, an endless emerald rain of explosive orbs had already reached down to the Gadumazo. Roar! Facing the endless emerald rain that can level down a country and evaporate a sea in seconds, the Gadumazo let out a violent roar. Although it is only the husk of Juubi, Gadumazo still has a part of the Juubi's consciousness and is capable of sensing danger. As such, it can instinctively feel that the emerald rain of explosive orbs coming towards it has reached the level of sixth path in the truest sense, and can, therefore, hurt it. But of course, it isn't capable of dodging the rain directly, as the emerald rain covers a vast territory, so the best it can do at this moment is to protect itself with the best of its abilities. As for the two Jinchuriki, Gadumazo didn't have any time or IQ to be able to take care of the two of them. Boom 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 rumble, boom, boom. When the emerald rain of explosive orbs that contained full input of the Tenseigan chakra Yama could use at a time, hit Gadumazo, the scene reminded certain onlookers of a flatboat drifting in the most violent sea storm. Just like a flatboat could only drift with the waves and barely avoid being swept by the sea storm, Gadumazo could only do its best to take the attack head-on and barely bear the pain as it continued to roll through the battlefield and constantly moved far away from the two Jinchuriki under Yama's directive. Seeing that he had successfully separated the Nagato and Gadumazo from the two Jinchuriki, Yama was slightly relieved, and immediately stopped the both Emerald Wheel Reincarnation Explosion and Silver Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. Phew! After completing this task, Yama took a momentary break as he was feeling a little dizzy and gasped lightly. Even if he is using the giant Tenseigan's chakra for the input while casting these jutsu, using two six-path level jutsu at the same time is still somewhat difficult for the current him. Although slightly burdensome, fortunately, his approach worked, and the first step of the objective is completed. Now for the second step, his side has to take custody of the two Jinchuriki. At this moment, the Mizuke Jiagura and Killer Bee who were freed from the grasp of Nagato and Gadumazo became the focus of contention between the two sides. On Akatsuki's side, Madara and the hidden Zetsu took immediate action to recapture the two unconscious Jinchurikis, while on Amatsukami's side Homuzubi who has been calmly waiting for the opportunity rushed towards his targets. The speed of both sides is extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, both of them are about to collide together. After discovering Madara and Zetsu's intentions of interfering with his objective, Yama no longer had any time to gasp for breath and started to make preparation for using another Tenseigan jutsu in order to interrupt them so that Homuzubi can take custody of the two Jinchuriki without any problem. But before Yama could make his move, a violent suction force acted on his body and interrupted him. Using his Tenseigan vision, Yama instantly realized that this attack was made by the bloody Nagato who has just jumped out, and shouted while clenching his fists, "If you think that that's all I have, then you are sorely mistaken. Now face the consequences of angering a god." True, Chibuku Tensei. Crash 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 crash. As soon as Nagato used the true Chibuku Tensei, under the influence of the Chibuku Tensei's core gravity ball, the rubble and rock pieces scattered all over the battlefield rose into the air, and within the next short few seconds, they combined together and buried the floating Yama inside an incomparably huge planetary sphere, far away from the battlefield. Looking at the incomparably huge planetary sphere that suddenly appeared on the battlefield in the distance, Jiraiya had a dumbfounded expression. Nagato's jutsu is getting better and better each time. This time it is even more exaggerated than the one he used in Village. Whether it is the speed of the formation of the planetary sphere or the size of the planetary sphere, it is several times stronger compared to the last time he used this jutsu. Sandaime Hokage Hiruzen's eyebrows were twisted in a deep frown. The battle between the Amatsukami and Akatsuki has reached a level beyond what he can control, especially the battle between the leader of the two organizations. His previous guesses about them weren't wrong, the strength of the two of them have really exceeded the concept of a cage. Witnessing such a battle again reminded him of his childhood when he watched the final battle between the god of shinobi Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara at the Valley of the End. Tsunade Haim on the side didn't understand the true danger of Chibuku Tensei and curiously asked Jiraiya who was standing next to her, "Will the leader of Amatsukami be able to escape that giant planetary sphere?" Jiraiya was about to nod, but then paused, and after thinking a little, he said with a bitter expression, "This? How do I know whether he can escape it or not?" Not long ago when Tendo Pain used the same jutsu in Konoha, Fujin of the Amatsukami was able to escape the confinement of the planetary sphere, so technically speaking, escaping the confinement of this jutsu is not impossible, but the thing is that the planetary sphere that Fujin escaped from was used by Tendo Pain, but now it is personally used by Nagato. Although the same jutsu, the difference between their level is still completely different. No, it should be better to say that the two are not in the same dimension at all. Tsuchikage Oniki said faintly, "If the leader of Amatsukami cannot escape the confinement of that planetary sphere, then the history of the 5 great shinobi villages will probably end tonight." Sigh, how can such monstrous people emerge in the shinobi world without us Cage even getting a whisper about them? Just when everyone was uneasy and worried that Yama wouldn't be able to escape the confinement of the Chibuku Tensei, suddenly, a dazzling golden light that illuminated the entire night sky emerged from inside the giant planetary sphere and cut through the sky. That is, The sudden appearance of the dazzling golden light in the dim night forced the people of the 5 great shinobi villagers on the far edge of the battlefield to block their eyes with their hands, as adapting to the sudden light was difficult for them, and they couldn't directly look at it. Of course, there were still a few exceptions, who reacted immediately and adjusted their eyes, or the types that didn't need to adapt at all. One such example is the Toad Son in Jiraiya. Since Jiraiya is currently in the Senin mode, he didn't need to adapt and was able to clearly see the source of the golden light, and muttered, "That's the same golden sword. If he can still use this jutsu, he should be fine." Jiraiya obviously clearly recognized the golden sword that was used by Yama back in Omegakure. Tsunade Hime's cheeks twitched, and she can't help but mutter silently, "Sword? What are you talking about, Jiraiya? How can there be a sword in this world with a blade length spanning several kilometers? Sword? What are you talking about, Jiraiya? How can there be a sword in this world with a blade length spanning several kilometers?" Tsunade Hime's words are not unreasonable. The dazzling golden light that illuminated the entire night sky, and easily pierced through the planetary sphere whose radius is more than 100 meters, rushed unimpeded towards the sky as if piercing through the heavens, and is at least several thousand meters in length. Such a thing is obviously way beyond the concept and scope of being considered a sword, at least not in the conventional sense. Therefore Tsunade Hime much rather call it Heaven Piercer or Heaven Splitter than just a simple so-called sword. Of course, Tsunade Hime wasn't the only one who was awed at the power of the so-called sword. The other ninjas of the great shinobi villages were also in a quite similar state. As their eyes adapted to the dazzling golden light, they all were taken aback looking at the unnaturally phenomenal scene in the sky and had incredible expressions on their faces. No way, this is the first time they have witnessed such an incredulous scene, so it's quite normal for them to be left dumbfounded. In fact, the normal shinobi weren't the only ones who were shocked. Even the sand-aimed Tsuchikage felt his scalp tingling, and can't help but mutter in a cold sweat, just what kind of a jutsu is that?" Upon feeling the extremely powerful chakra fluctuations emitting from the golden beam or sword, and subconsciously flew to a higher altitude for a better and clearer view. Even if he the longest reigning Tsuchikage, he has never seen such a scene before him. In fact, even the brief encounter with Uchiha Madara that left a deep shadow in his heart was not as unbelievable as what he is seeing in front of him. In comparison, Sandaime Hokage is still quite calm and is still able to think things through. After all, he who has witnessed the battle of the Valley of the End between Senjo Hashirama and Uchiha Madara is no stranger to such inhuman and god-tier jutsu capable of piercing heavens and splitting seas. So compared to the youngins and the inexperienced around him, he knows more about the true level of power that some shinobi can acquire. Sandaime Hokage also thinks that it's really a pity that after the death of Shadaime Hokage, neither he nor any other Konoha shinobi reached such a level of power, although Namikaze Minato perhaps had that kind of potential. However, Namikaze Minato died early. As a result, he didn't have enough time and opportunity to fully develop that potential. Anyway, that aside, the abnormal changes in the air also attracted the attention of the parties competing for getting hold of the 2 Jinchuriki, and caused them to stop their movements. Madara looked at the sky with a thoughtful expression. Madara knew that Yama, the leader of Amatsukami, is an incredibly powerful individual, but he never expected that the strength of the other party would be so high. Black Zetsu's face was even more gloomy. If there is a jutsu in existence he hates most, then it is undoubtedly the Chibaku Tensei. After all, Hago Romo and Hamura used the very same jutsu with 6-path chakras enhancement to seal his mother Kagaya, and it's almost been a millennium since then, but there are still no signs of the seal breaking. Therefore, Black Zetsu simply loathes this jutsu. And the scene of Yama's jutsu piercing through the Chibaku Tensei made Black Zetsu witness something he has always wanted to see, that is Chibaku Tensei failing. But it's a pity that the person who made it fail is not his mother, but Yama, a freaking enemy who has now started to become the biggest obstacle in his plans. So, Black Zetsu's current mood is extremely complicated. Although he is somewhat happy, he is also filled with raging anger and wants to simply chew Yama alive. Of course, nobody other than him knows his current mood because of his pitch black color. And while Black Zetsu was inwardly boiling with anger, at the same time, Shisui, who was in the midst of constantly cutting off dozens of incoming wooden hands of the Kanzen Lotus King using his Susanoo, took a relieved breath upon seeing the sudden appearance of the dazzling golden light that pierced through the heavens. When Yama, who was fighting against Nagato, was suddenly imprisoned in the planetary sphere used by Nagato, Shisui's heart almost touched his throat. He was really worried that Yama would be trapped inside the Chibaku Tensei seal and wouldn't be able to escape on his own, so he was looking for the opportunity to get closer to the planetary sphere and drill through it with his drill sword in order to help Yama escape the seal. However, this Demtobi fellow wasn't giving him an opportunity to be able to do so. But now that Yama's situation is clear, and the fact that the Chibaku Tensei seal isn't working on him, Shisui was again able to focus on the battle and decided to beat the hell out of this Tobi guy. Fuwa, who has been sitting on Shisui's shoulder all this time, clearly felt Shisui's dark thoughts and giggled slightly. Of course, she didn't say anything to him, and continued to do what was asked of her, that is, to help Shisui absorb natural energy in order to stay in the Senin mode. At the same time, Homu's Yubi was also relieved by the appearance of the golden light, and completely focused on the task assigned to him, which is to retrieve the 2 Jinchuriki. In fact, even when the golden light had not appeared, he didn't allow the ups and downs of his mood to affect his performance, and was constantly approaching the two unconscious Jinchurikis while bypassing all the hurdles that came before him. On the other side, Nagato looked at the sudden appearance of the golden light with an incredulous expression, and couldn't help but flap his mouth open and close like a fish. Nagato's current mind is in a complete mess, and he just isn't able to comprehend the scene before him. How the heck is this even possible? The Chibuku Tensei used by Tendo Pain can directly seal not only Sunin-level shinobi but even the Baijus and perfect Jinchuriki, so how come that Chibuku Tensei cast by himself couldn't even trap Yama for more than 30 seconds? Is it because of that golden sword? Is that golden sword capable of destroying the Chibuku Tensei seal from within? This thought suddenly emerged in Nagato's heart as he looked at the golden beam of chakra piercing through the heavens. He is no stranger to that golden beam of light, although the golden beam currently in front of him is several times stronger compared to the one he saw Yama use in a Megakure. Nagato still understands the danger of the golden beam of chakra used by Yama. After all, he has personally tasted the horror of it. The golden beam of chakra used by Yama is capable of disintegrating things. Therefore, technically, it's not impossible for the golden beam of chakra to be able to disintegrate the core of Chibuku Tensei from within. But just because technically it's a possibility doesn't mean that one can really do it. And this is the primary reason for Nagato's shock. At the same time, within the giant planetary sphere. Damn, I almost became the second Kaguya. Yama muttered with a relieved breath. Even if it is him, he felt really frightened at the thought of being sealed within the Chibuku Tensei for who knows how long. The strength of the Chibuku Tensei seal used by Nagato has completely exceeded Yama's highest expectations. In fact, the Chibuku Tensei one used by the Tendo Pain in Konoha not long ago when compared to this one is simply a child's pediatrics. At the moment of being sealed within the Chibuku Tensei, almost nothing can be done, let alone molding chakra. Even maintaining consciousness is almost impossible. It feels as if everything is frozen, including the time, space, body, and also soul. Such a feeling is both horrifying and mortifying. In fact, there is also no feeling, just pure emptiness where one can't even rely on his instincts as they too don't function either. If hadn't been for his Tenseigan to be in the resonance state with the giant Tenseigan on the moon, Nagato's Chibuku Tensei would have surely trapped him inside the Chibuku Tensei with no means of escape possible, and that would have been the end of this battle? But fortunately, that didn't happen. With the support of the giant Tenseigan on the moon, Yama was able to barely maintain his consciousness and used his strongest jutsu, Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion that is capable of cutting the moon in half to destroy the gravitation core of the planetary sphere. With the gravitational core of the Chibuku Tensei destroyed, the planetary sphere is no longer as strong as it should be, so destroying it, and escaping out of it now is a piece of cake for Yama. And Yama did exactly. At this time, the dazzling beam of golden chakra that was piercing through the heavens began to drift slowly. As Sunin Jiraiya said previously, the golden beam of light that is made out of chakra resembled a sword, even if its blade length is several kilometers. The kilometers-long golden sword drew a beautiful arc along the diametrical axis of the planetary sphere made by Nagato and instantly split it into two equal halves with an extremely smooth inner surface. Boom! The planetary sphere, which was cut into two hemispheres by the golden sword, fell towards the ground like a meteorite falling from the sky, and its mere approach towards the ground shook the entire battlefield to almost another collapse. In the face of such a mighty force almost comparable to the horror of nature itself approaching them, even Madara and Zetsu didn't insist on it and retreated using their own means. The retreat of Madara and Zetsu gave Homusubi the perfect opportunity he needed to take the unconscious Mizukage Yagura and Killer Bee in his custody. Of course, he would have to hurry if he wants to do so because the two hemispheres are going to fall above them, which would definitely crush the lives out of the two Jinchuriki. But Homusubi wasn't afraid, and immediately charged towards them without any hesitation. Aside from Sword of Totsuka, Homusubi also has the Yada Mirror in his possession, and because he perfectly understands the powers of Yada Mirror, therefore, he has confidence in his abilities to be able to rescue the two Jinchuriki without getting injured by the two falling hemispheres. Back to the air. As the two hemispheres smashed on the ground, bringing forth another terrible earthquake of magnitude 10 on the Richter scale, the figure of Yama holding the kilometers-long golden sword was also revealed before everyone. In the dim night sky, with the bright big and white moon hanging behind him, the appearance of Yama wrapped in the Cyan Chakra cloak, holding the kilometers-long dazzling golden sword that can cut through heavens, was no different from that of a god and gave off a sense of elusive majesty to all beings beneath him. Seeing such a majestic being before them, everyone had more or less awed in their hearts. Even Nagato, with the Rinnegan, wasn't an exception, at novel bin at. And while everyone was awed as they looked at him, Yama himself was panting in the air, and thought in his heart, Chibuku Tensei is indeed worthy of being the most powerful Fuinjutsu there is. A mere Chibuku Tensei with just the Rinnegan's chakra is already so dangerous. It's no wonder that the six-path Chibuku Tensei can even keep its Satsuki Kaguya, the current most powerful being in the shinobi world, sealed for over a millennium. At the same time, Yama was also thankful that he was not sealed using the six-path Chibuku Tensei, because, if he was, then he would have already been done for. After all, six-path Chibuku Tensei is the most powerful yin-yang seal in existence, even the likes of Kaguya can't break free of it, so there is no doubt that he, who has not even reached the level of six-path, would obviously not be able to break free of it. Thinking of this, Yama locked his gaze on Nagato. At this moment, Yama is no longer as calm as he was before. The Chibaku Tensei personally used by Nagato is too terrifying for him. Escaping it once was already a very difficult task, but if Nagato were to use this funjutsu again, there's no telling whether Yama would be able to escape again. This is because Yama is clearly aware of the fact that his invincible state is short-lived and false. But Nagato's strength is real. The only reason Yama is able to overwhelm Nagato is because of the chakra of the giant Tenseigan. However, once the Akatsuki clansmen on the moon cut off the connection between him and the giant Tenseigan, then Yama would have no room to resist. And now that the two Jinchuriki have almost been saved by Homuzubi, the task is nearly completed. Therefore, at this moment, there is only one thought in Yama's mind, and that is to completely eliminate the threat of Nagato taking advantage of this short-lived invincible state that is still active. With this objective in his mind, Yama did not bother to waste even an instant and directly rushed towards Nagato in the form of a blue streamer. Whoosh! While using the Tenseigan chakra mode, all of Yama's physical attributes are increased, especially his speed, which increases by several times. Moreover, currently, he is using the chakra from the giant Tenseigan on the moon, so his chakra reserves he has access to are almost endless. And Yama was not stingy in consuming these almost endless chakra reserves to further increase his speed and appeared in front of Nagato before Nagato could even react. Seeing Yama standing in front of him, Nagato was startled. At this moment, he was still comprehending the information about the fact that Yama managed to break free of the Chibaku Tensei seal from within and escaped. Even if he is able to guess the reason why Yama managed to be able to do so, this fact is still a little hard for him to accept so easily. Therefore, currently, his mind was in a slightly turbulent state. As such, he couldn't react to the sudden appearance of Yama in front of him. An opportunity, muttered Yama upon noticing the shocked look on Nagato's face that was clearly not hidden from his Tenseigan. He obviously did not plan to let go of this opportunity that came to him because of Nagato's momentary stupefaction, and without any hesitation, he waved the golden sword to slash through Nagato's neck, with the intention of severing his head and torso, in order to kill him in one shot. Puff!
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.